Chapter 1436. The cultivation begins, Brother Huayang. Qin Shao went straight to the Lord Huayang. This time, the Lord Huayang had shown his prowess by slaughtering the Yao and Calamity clans. Upon seeing Qin Shao, the Lord Huayang greeted him warmly. Shanhe, you're here. We have to thank your brother Shao this time. If it wasn't for his intelligence, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to achieve such a great victory. We beat them at their own game. The Yao and Calamity clans have fallen into our trap. This battle was simply too satisfying, and it was enough to dampen the spirits of the Yao and Calamity clans. Qin Shao nodded. That's right. Obtaining a complete victory in this battle was truly a joyous matter. However, Shanhe, this is the only time we can use the same trick. After the Yao and Calamity clans suffered a great loss, they definitely won't fall for it again. Although we've defeated the Yao and Calamity clans in this battle, we didn't hurt their vitality too much. Their strength is still very terrifying. Although our morale is high, the following battles are still difficult to win. After feeling happy, the Lord Huayang was a little worried. After all, the godly realm was still weaker in terms of overall strength. The Desolate Shrine was also at a disadvantage compared to the Yao and Calamity clans. Under such circumstances, the chances of the godly Temple of Desolation losing were naturally even higher. It was simply too difficult to win this battle. Qin Shao said seriously, Yes, Brother Huayang, I'm here today for this. Oh, you're here for this? It seems like you have a good plan again. The Lord Huayang's eyes lit up as he looked at Qin Shao. Qin Shao nodded and said, Yes, Brother Huayang. After discussing with Brother Desolate Land, we've come up with a new plan. Although the 5 great sacred lands still have some trump cards, it's still not enough. However, with just these, they can only buy us some time at most. The Desolate Land Shrine may have won a great victory, but the overall situation in the godly realm is still not good. The Heavenly Court Island may have won, but the 9 Dragons Palace, the Star Alliance, and the Jiang clan have lost. We've won 2 and lost 3. So, overall, our divine realm has been suppressed by their 3-way alliance since the beginning of the battle. The situation can be said to be not too good. Once the 9 Dragons' Heavenly Palace and the other 2 forces collapse, there will be a chain reaction. By then, our situation will be even worse. That's why we have to think of some new ways to deal with them. Otherwise, this battle will be the final battle. We'll be the godly realm. And we'll be the final realm is. The Lord Huayang was the reality, the realm, shrine, was. However, there was nothing they could do about it. After all, the enemies the godly realm faced this time were too strong. There were the forces of the demon realm, the nether realm, the abyss, and the demon realm. There was also the Eros and the machine tribe that had been lurking in the primordial universe for nearly an epoch. There was also the demonic beast universe, which was even stronger. These forces added together were indeed too strong. They were so strong that the godly realm felt like it was hard to breathe. Under such circumstances, the resistance of the god realm appeared to be somewhat weak. If there were no miracles, the outcome would be obvious. From the beginning, everyone knew that the godly realm's chances of winning the battle for Providence were slim to none. It wasn't that they were discouraged, but that the disparity in power was too great. Even if the godly realm relied on the 5 great sacred lands as their last line of defense, relying on the 5 great sacred lands' various defensive measures as their last line of defense, they were still weak. This was a fact that was hard to change. And now, Qin Shao wanted to defy the heavens. He wanted to change this fact. Shanhe, you seem to have come prepared. Moreover, you seem to be brimming with confidence. It looks like your plan is pretty good. Tell me about it. The Lord Huayang said. Qin Shao nodded and explained the specific details to the Lord Huayang. After the Lord Huayang finished listening, his eyes lit up slightly. He nodded repeatedly and said, not bad, not bad. This is indeed a pretty good plan. If it succeeds, it will indeed be a divine weapon for us. In terms of the path of heart force, I have some confidence in it. It's just that the primordial universe's suppression of heart force cultivation is too terrifying. That's why I didn't spend much effort on the path of heart force cultivation. This heart force stone breaker you speak of is a sacred item for heart force cultivation. It can withstand the suppression of the universe's origin will. If that's the case, then I have some confidence that I can give it a try. I completely agree with this plan. I will definitely put my heart and soul into it. Qin Shao had come with this goal in mind. Qin Shao had long since realized that the Lord Huayong would definitely not shirk his responsibility. Qin Shao said, "Very well then, big brother Huayong. When everyone is here, I'll give you the Heart Force Stonebreaker. The Heart Force Stonebreaker is very powerful. It should be enough for you to comprehend and cultivate at the same time. Then, in the following battles when necessary, you can use the Heart Force Stonebreaker to battle. It'll be a surprise attack. However, we have to be careful when using such a method. We can only use it at critical moments. Otherwise, the effect will be much worse. The 5 great sacred lands of the God Realm each have their own trump cards. We can slowly use them. That's right. You can discuss this with Big Brother Desolate Land." "We'll do as you say," said the Lord Huayong. After finishing his discussion with the Lord Huayong, Qin Shao left. In less than a month, the Lord of the Desolate Land brought everyone over. He'd specially prepared a place for them to cultivate and comprehend. It was right next to where the Lord of the Desolate Land cultivated. Here, they would be able to conceal themselves completely. No one would be able to discover them. This was a secret that naturally had to be kept secret. No one was allowed to know. The Desolate Land Shrine had a total of 4 people. The other 4 great sacred lands had a total of 10 people, making a total of 14. There were 3 who'd reached the 4th level of Heart Force. Lord Huayong, Heavenly Court's Emperor Void, and the primordial Jiang clan's Jiang Tai. Emperor Fu Luo and Jiang Tai were both extremely powerful sovereigns. Lord Huayong's strength didn't need to be mentioned. 3 sovereigns had reached the 4th level of Heart Force. If they took another step forward, they'd reach the 5th level. Once they reached the 5th level, with the assistance of Heart Force stones, they'd be able to control at least 10 sovereigns' corpses. If that was the case, it would indeed be a divine weapon when caught off guard. Right now, the God Realm had no shortage of sovereigns and sovereigns' corpses. Many had been preserved in history, and many had died in battle during this calamity. The primordial chaos corpse on Qin Zhao's body had also been offered up. Thus, the God Realm didn't lack corpses. What it lacked were people who could control them. 3 sovereigns, while the other 11 were all sovereigns. Of the 11, only 3 were on the heaven ranking. The others weren't on the heaven ranking. They could be considered mid-tier sovereigns. However, the words of these sovereigns were even more effective. Because they weren't strong, their enemies wouldn't be too wary of them. Under these circumstances, if they were to explode at a critical moment, they'd be incomparably terrifying. "Greetings, Lord of the mountains and rivers. Greetings, Lord of the desolate land." The 14 of them bowed respectfully. They'd already been briefed on the specifics of the situation. Naturally, they were looking forward to such an event. This was a chance for them to shine, so they had to cherish this opportunity. Qin Shao didn't waste any words. With a wave of his hand, the Heart Force Broken Stone flew out and landed in the void. The moment the Heart Force Broken Stone appeared, it immediately emitted a powerful light. Heart Force enveloped the void. Everyone's gazes were immediately drawn over. Their wills entered the Heart Force Broken Stone. Soon, everyone was sucked in by the Heart Force Broken Stone and entered a brand new world. Soon, everyone was completely immersed in cultivation. It came very quickly. What a treasure. It really is a sacred object for Heart Force cultivators. It's too impressive. I feel that this Heart Force Broken Stone has completely surpassed the level of a universe treasure. It must be something of a higher level. This Heart Force Broken Stone must be an object from another universe, right? I wonder which great master left behind this inheritance. The Lord of the Desolate Land sized it up. He was also quite shocked and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Qin Shao nodded. Yes, it is indeed an object from another universe. However, I don't know which great master left behind this inheritance. I was fortunate enough to obtain it. I don't know anything else. In fact, this heart-force broken stone had been given to him by Jingyang. However, Qin Shao naturally wouldn't divulge anything about Jingyang, so he just made up a random story. The Lord of the Desolate Land didn't pursue the matter. Instead, he said, however, this heart-force broken stone is incomplete. Just a fragment of it has such a miraculous effect. I really don't know how powerful a complete heart-force broken stone would be. TSK. This is probably a heart-force inheritance left behind by a celestial venerate, right? Our primordial universe really does have many unknown secrets buried within it. Speaking of which, it's really quite unique. I don't think such a situation has occurred in other universes. However, this can be considered your fortune. Not bad, not bad. It's no wonder that your heart-force broken stone has improved so quickly. It's also unprecedented that you've cultivated it to the 6th level. So it's all because of the heart-force broken stone. So that's how it is. Yes, there were indeed many secrets buried within the primordial universe. There was Mount Transcendence and Death Valley. These were all related to the other universe. Even Qin Shao felt that the reason why the Lord of Death was so heaven-defying was most likely related to the other universe. Perhaps the Lord of Death was also so heaven-defying because he had obtained an extremely powerful inheritance. If that wasn't the case, Qin Shao really couldn't think of any other possibilities. It was really hard to imagine that the Lord of Death could be so heaven-defying by himself. The reason why Qin Shao was so heaven-defying was mainly due to the many opportunities and heaven-defying fortune he had obtained. He had obtained many inheritances that didn't belong to the primordial universe. That was why Qin Shao was so heaven-defying. Without these things, Qin Shao wouldn't have been able to reach such a level. Qin Shao, I'll leave this side to you. With the comprehension of the heart-force broken stone and some guidance from you, I believe the effects will be even better. Leave the battlefield to me. The sooner you nurture them, the greater the hope of our God realm. Having more divine weapons will definitely be of great use. The Lord of the Desolate Land said. Chapter 14:37. Tricks kept up, the war continued, and the flames of war continued to erupt. The overall situation of the godly realm was still not optimistic. They were still being suppressed. They could only resist by relying on the 5 sacred lands as their base and the power they had deployed over countless years. However, there would come a day when this foundation would be exhausted. With such a huge expenditure, it was obvious that they would not be able to hold on for long. The Desolate Land Temple and Heavenly Court Island were still doing well, but the other 3 sacred lands were in a very bad situation. They could already see that they would lose and would not be able to hold on for long. Heavenly Court Island was indeed powerful, and their foundation was also terrifying. All kinds of tricks were used, and it was shocking. The strength of Heavenly Court Island had indeed exceeded everyone's expectations. This strength was definitely extraordinary, far surpassing that of the other 4 sacred lands. It could even be said that it surpassed the other 4 sacred lands combined. Although Heavenly Court Island had always presented itself as powerful, it had always presented itself as weak with mysterious power. Heavenly Court Island had always been publicly recognized as the leader of the 8 sacred lands. Their position had never been shaken in an epoch of the universe. They had always stood out, and their status was unparalleled. However, no one knew how powerful Heavenly Court Island was. Now, Heavenly Court Island's foundation was slowly being revealed, and everyone could finally see the true face of Heavenly Court Island and see how powerful it was. Heavenly Court Island's opponent was the demonic beast universe. In the face of the powerful demonic beast universe, Heavenly Court Island could actually withstand the ferocious attacks of the demonic beast universe, and even steadily suppress their opponents without losing a single battle. At most, both sides would be defeated and injured, and both sides would retreat. Most of the time, Heavenly Court Island would emerge victorious. Heavenly Court Island had completely displayed the style of the godly realm and the morale of the godly realm. The Desolate Land Temple situation was not so good. Although they had a good start and achieved a great victory, they were unable to continue. Moreover, because of the great victory in the first battle, the Yao and Calamity tribes had become extremely frenzied against the Desolate Land Temple. Under such frenzied attacks, the Desolate Land Temple naturally found it difficult to hold on. Although the Desolate Land Temple had quite a lot of resources, they were still unable to make ends meet. Heavenly Court Island and the Desolate Land Temple were the focus of the three-way alliance, so the forces to deal with Heavenly Court Island and Desolate Land Temple were very strong. The three allied forces had suffered setback on Heavenly Court Island, so they focused on the Temple of Great Desolation. The Warcraft universe had also mobilized its forces to deal with the Temple of Great Desolation. Their strategy was obviously to attack the other four sacred lands and achieve the goal of keeping Heavenly Court Island in check. After all, just the Heavenly Court Island alone wasn't enough. The entire immortal realm had to be victorious. If the four great holy lands lost, then Heavenly Court Island would win. Overall, they would still lose. By the time the three allied forces conquered the other four holy lands, they would concentrate all their forces on Heavenly Court Island. Heavenly Court Island would definitely not be able to resist. Not to mention waiting until now, Heavenly Court Island would not be able to hold on as long as they fought. The final battle lasted for 10,000 years. 10,000 years was a great loss to all sides. Countless people died, and all of them were powerful figures. For the godly Temple of Desolation, more than 100,000 almighties had been sacrificed in the past 10,000 years. On average, at least 10 almighties were sacrificed every year. Yi Junha and Lord Danshan's doppelgangers were dead, leaving only their original bodies. It was a tragic scene. One by one, powerful figures familiar to Qin Shao died. Ordinary powerful figures didn't even have the right to enter the battlefield. Even if they did, they'd only be cannon fodder. That was why there was no need for them. Powerful beings with some strength were sacrificing themselves one after another, using their lives and blood to repay the God realm. The Nine Dragons' celestial palace was the first to be completely defeated. Almost all of their powerful figures were sacrificed, and they entered the Battle of Rulers. Since they had already lost the Battle of the Powerful Figures, the Battle of Rulers was even worse. If they lost the Battle of Rulers, the Nine Heavens Dragon Palace would be completely defeated. Only the Master of the Nine Heavens would be left. The Jiang clan was the second to enter the Battle of Rulers. The Star Alliance didn't last long either. They too entered the Battle of Rulers. The three holy lands had all entered the Battle of Rulers. The balance of victory in the battle for karmic luck was already heavily tilted in favor of the three allied forces. The three holy lands were on the brink of defeat. There was no hope. Their last hope rested on Heavenly Court Island and the Desolate Land Temple. The Desolate Land Temple didn't have many powerful figures left. At this rate, they'd probably only be able to hold out for 3,000 to 5,000 years at most. If things went badly, they'd last for 3,000 years. If things went well, they'd last for 5,000 years. Heavenly Court Island had also suffered heavy losses. It was just that their resources were more robust. However, the universe of Warcraft was also incomparably frenzied. They had a death grip on Heavenly Court Island, not giving it a chance to breathe. Thus, even if Heavenly Court Island's resources were stronger, they'd only be able to hold out for 10,000 years at most. And that was in the best-case scenario. They might not be able to hold out for 10,000 years. Once the Nine Dragon Celestial Palace was defeated, all their forces would be concentrated on the Heavenly Court Island. At that time, the situation would be very difficult to predict. The realm of God's hopes were shattered again and again. The ferocity of the three allied armies had destroyed everything, including the realm of God's hopes. Their hopes were dwindling. If the realm of gods wanted to recover from this battle of destiny, it would require a miracle. In the depths of the Desolate Land Temple, a secret cultivation ground. After 10,000 years of cultivation, with the help of the Heart Force Stonebreaker, everyone's heart force had improved at a rapid rate. With Qin Zhao's personal guidance, everyone's progress was even more rapid. However, to make a big breakthrough in a short 10,000 years was indeed very difficult. After all, this was an increase in a major realm. Putting aside heart force, it would take a very long time just to raise one's cultivation level from deity to heavenly God. Going from the third level to the fourth level of heart force was as difficult as going from divine to divine. No one had ever heard of such a monstrous genius in 10,000 years, right? Thus, this was a huge test for everyone. Originally, this was something that was completely impossible. It was only because of the Heart Force Stonebreaker and Qin Zhao's guidance that there was a possibility. But as to how big the possibility was, it would depend on each person's luck. Boom! Powerful heart force exploded, shooting up to the 9 heavens, causing the entire space to tremble violently. If not for Qin Zhao's full effort in maintaining the barrier, this powerful heart force would have been enough to spill out. Once it did, it would probably shake the entire desolate land temple. All of the power was forcibly suppressed by Qin Zhao. The Lord of the Stars' face revealed a look of joy. Everyone's gaze also turned towards the Lord of the Stars. He'd broken through to the 4th level of heart force. He was the first of the 14 to break through, one step ahead of everyone else. Lord of the Stars, congratulations on being the first to break through, Qin Zhao said. Congratulations. The Lord of the Stars laughed. Haha, it wasn't easy. 10,000 years of hard work, and with the guidance of Mountain River Master, I finally made it this far. Cultivating heart force is far, far too difficult. This heart force stonebreaker is truly miraculous. It's definitely a holy item for heart force cultivation, and I feel that it's much more powerful than a universe treasure. The inheritance left behind on the Heart Force Stonebreaker. I keep feeling that it surpasses the level of a universe master. Could it have been left behind by an even more powerful being? Lord of the Stars, don't think about such things. You're the first to break through, congratulations. It looks like we'll have to work hard too. That's right. Congratulations, Lord of the Stars. I also feel that I'm about to break through. Work hard, and try to break through as soon as possible. I thought I'd be the first. Who would have thought that you, Lord of the Stars, would beat me to it? Everyone, continue to work hard. Enough talk. Let's continue to cultivate. Qin Zhao's expression was solemn. Regarding the Heart Force Stonebreaker, everyone must remember my words. You absolutely cannot reveal a single word to anyone. Nobody can tell anyone anything about this place. When it's time for you to know some things, I'll naturally tell you. Right now, you don't need to worry so much. You should put all your efforts into cultivation. That's what you need to do. The final battle has already been going on for 10,000 years. You should all be well aware of the situation in the God world. If this continues, I estimate that in another 5,000 years, the God world will be completely defeated. That's why everyone must work even harder. You bear the hopes of the God world on your shoulders. You shoulder a sacred mission. If all of you can break through, then you'll be a cavalry. The 14 of you take turns to shine and shine. You'll definitely be able to fight a new battle style. The Lord of the Stars is the first. Perhaps it's just that he's grasped the opportunity a bit better. I'm sure you won't back down either. Everyone nodded solemnly, indicating that they understood. Come with me, Lord of the Stars. Qin Zhao beckoned to the Lord of the Stars, and the two of them left. Since the Lord of the Stars had already broken through, there was naturally no need for him to continue cultivating. It was time for him to throw himself into the battlefield and shine to reverse the situation of the God world. Qin Zhao brought the Lord of the Stars directly to the Lord of the Desolate Land. Greetings, Temple Master. The Lord of the Stars bowed respectfully. The Lord of the Desolate Land nodded slightly to the Lord of the Stars in praise. You've done well, Xingqian. In 10,000 years, you've broken through to the 4th level of Heart Force. You're the first to complete this step. The Desolate Land Temple is in dire straits. It's time for you to come in handy. You're a surprise attack and a divine weapon. Go with the Mountain River rulers and make preparations. The next round of battle is about to begin. When the time comes, I'll insert you into it. But remember, you can only use your strength at the most crucial moment. You must catch your opponent off guard and win by surprise. Do you understand? The Lord of the Stars nodded solemnly. Your disciple understands. Don't worry, Temple Master. I'll do as you say. The Lord of the Desolate Land nodded. Chapter 1438. Surprise Troops Heart Force Control. This was one of Qin Zhao's unique cards. It could be used as a divine weapon. If played well, this card would have miraculous effects. As soon as the Lord of the Stars broke through, he was immediately sent to the battlefield. After more than 10,000 years of fighting, both sides had suffered great losses. The Desolate Land Temple had lost more than half of its forces. Naturally, they couldn't support 16 groups at the same time like before. Thus, the number of battlefields had been greatly reduced. There were only 5 groups left. The Lord of the Stars continued to team up with Yi Juanhe and Lord Danshan. An army of 500 powerhouses also charged toward the battlefield. At this point in the battle, everyone had long since given up on life and death. There was only murderous intent in their hearts. They could only fight to the death until they died. Some of the powerhouses had already lost their clones. Only their true bodies were left. If the original body were to die as well, it would be a complete death. Yi Juanhe and Lord Danshan were in the same situation. But even in the face of death, no one was afraid. On the contrary, their fighting spirit was incomparably high. At this point in the battle, there was no need to strategize. It was all a head-on confrontation. The Yao clan's mighty army also charged over. This army included powerhouses from the Netherworld race and the Abyss Demon race. There were even powerhouses from the Devil Beast universe. The army of 800 powerhouses charged forward. Their aura and killing intent soared to the heavens. The leader of the Almighties was the Heavenly Demon Emperor. Yi Juanhe had killed the Celestial Demon King's clone last time. Now, it was the Celestial Demon King's turn to fight in his true body. Apart from the Celestial Demon King, there were several other powerhouses whose strength was on par with the Celestial Demon King. Some were even stronger than the Celestial Demon King. There were as many as 5 powerhouses in the top 100 of the Heaven leaderboard. As for the Desolate Land Temple, they had the Lord of the Stars and Yi Juanhe. After 10,000 years of growth, Yi Juanhe's strength had also reached the top 100 of the Heaven roll. There was also Taoist Master Sanmu and Patriarch Songyan, a total of 4 Almighties in the top 100 of the Heaven list. 4 against 5 was also a disadvantage in terms of numbers. In terms of the total number of Almighties, 800 against 500 was a huge advantage. That was the case now. The godly Palace of Desolation was being crushed. However, there was nothing they could do about it. The Desolate Land's Holy Palace had already suffered heavy losses. They could only rely on their own resources to resist. However, this kind of resistance was still a battle of attrition. It would depend on how long he could last. Time was the key to the problem. Lord of the Stars, Yi Juanhe, we meet again. When the Celestial Demon King saw Yi Juanhe and the Lord of the Stars, he naturally felt enraged. After all, he had suffered a great loss at the hands of the two in the first battle. His clone had also died in the first battle. When he saw the two again, he naturally hated them to the core. Where's the Lord Huayang? Why isn't he showing himself? Is he going to use such despicable means again? The Celestial Demon King asked again. His clone had died at the hands of the Lord Huayang. He hated the Lord Huayang to the core. Yi Juanhe snorted coldly and said, Celestial Demon King, you're thinking too much. Do we need the Lord Huayang to deal with you? We're enough. Yi Juanhe said this not because he was full of confidence, but because he was trying to boost his own morale. The weaker the momentum, the more the morale needed to be raised. Only then would they have the strength to fight. Otherwise, the situation today would have been extremely tragic. The Lord of the Stars was a surprise attack. Nobody else knew about him. Everything was kept in a state of high secrecy. Only then would he be able to take the enemy by surprise and display his miraculous effect. How shameless, deceiving yourselves. The Celestial Demon King snorted mockingly. His face was full of mockery. With just a few of you, you dare to talk nonsense here? Why don't you take a piss and take a look at yourselves? You really don't know the difference between life and death. Since you don't know the difference between life and death, then don't leave today. Leave your lives here. Kill them all. Ha ha ha. Roar. Kill. I'm going to eat these weak humans. Ha ha, those prey are mine. No one fought with me over them. Third brother, let's have another competition today. Let's see who can kill more people. Hee come. Boss, you've always won. This time, I don't believe that I can't win. My strength has improved a lot recently. Kill. The armies of the Yao and Calamity clans roared and charged towards the Desolate Land Temple. Morale was high. Although the army of the Desolate Land Temple knew that the odds were against them, they had no choice. There was no retreat. They could only fight. Even if they died, they had to fight. They had to fight with their lives. Now that things had come to this, they had to fight. Warriors of the Desolate Land Temple, you are the heroes of the realm of the gods, the heroes of the human race. We are not afraid of death. We only want to protect the realm of the gods, protect the human race, and protect our home. No matter who or what force wants to destroy our home, we will not allow it. We must give them a heavy blow. We may die honorably, but if our sacrifice can be exchanged for the final victory of the realm of the gods, then we will be worthy. In the face of death, will we be afraid? Will we cower? Will we retreat? Yi Juna's words were loud and clear. They resounded through the 9 heavens like the roar of a dragon. This was a supreme, heroic spirit, a tragic and stirring song. This was the warrior's determination to fight to the death. Only when everyone was prepared to fight to the death would they be able to advance bravely, without flinching. Only in this way would everyone be able to unleash their full power and reach their strongest state. Only then could they better fight the enemy and protect the realm of the gods. Countless warriors of the realm of the gods had sacrificed their lives. The path paved with their blood must be continued. We are not afraid of death. We are not afraid of sacrifice. We will never back down. Only fight. Kill. The army of Almighties from the Desolate Land Divine Temple was also full of fighting spirit. Boom! A great battle broke out immediately. All of the Almighties rushed over. Waves of terrifying power blasted over. Suddenly, light soared into the sky and thunder rumbled. The terrifying energy overturned rivers and seas, and the heavens roared. The terrifying Tao might shook the 9 heavens, causing the firmament of the universe to tremble. More than 1,000 Almighties attacked at the same time. The energy that erupted was naturally terrifying to the extreme. The entire firmament trembled violently. The sky fell and the earth cracked. It was so loud that even the deaf could hear. If it weren't for the stability of the star field in the Desolate Land Divine Temple, the space would have been shattered. Light overflowed in all directions. Treasures were thrown out one after another. Techniques were unleashed one after another. Song after song was composed. The realm of the gods cried out in grief. Such a battle would dim the primordial chaos cosmos. The more prosperous the universe was, the stronger the will of the universe origin would be. The better the operation of the laws would be, and the more stable the universe would be. On the other hand, if the universe was shaken too much, the laws would be disrupted. The balance between heaven and earth would be lost, and the will of the universe origin would be weakened. Once that happened, the universe would accelerate into the great tribulation of the epic. When the universe was destroyed, everything would return to chaos and start anew. Everything would enter the cycle of reincarnation, waiting for a new life. Everything in the world would return to chaos, as if it were being melted down. The primordial universe was now in a state of devastation. The heavens were shaken. Bloodthirsty battles broke out. Battle cries and roars filled the sky. Death was still coming. The warriors of the divine world were heroes who were not afraid of death. They fought with their lives, using their blood to kill their enemies. In a chaotic battle like this, there were times when an almighty did not even have a chance to react. They would be swept up by a terrifying force and killed on the spot. The other 4 battlefields were equally intense, and the situation was similar. Qin Shao and the mountain river lord stood in the void above the Desolate Land's godly palace. Both of them were frowning, and their expressions were solemn. The overall situation was not good. Among the 5 groups, 3 groups were obviously at a disadvantage. They were about to lose. The group led by Lord Huayong was not at a disadvantage. They had a chance of winning. Another group was led by the Flame Emperor. Because there were 6 people on the heaven list, they were on par with the enemy. Although they couldn't gain a huge advantage, they wouldn't be at a disadvantage either. Overall, the desolate land's godly palace was still at a disadvantage. The situation wasn't optimistic. In the distance, the Sky Demon Lord and the Lord of Arrows sat on their thrones, overlooking the battlefield. Their gazes pierced through the endless void and landed on Qin Shao and the Lord of Desolate Land. "Humph, Lord of Mountains and Rivers, you haven't come out for the past 10,000 years. Why are you here today? Why? Are you here to see how we're going to kill the mighty of the Desolate Land's godly palace? Today, I'll let you see a massacre." The Sky Demon Lord mocked. Qin Shao looked at the Sky Demon Lord coldly and said, "If you have the strength, go ahead and try. However, I'd like to remind you that it's too early to boast. Otherwise, what if you're the ones being massacred?" Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the Sky Demon Lord and the Lord of Arrows frowned, and a complicated look flashed across their eyes. They had to consider the truth of Qin Zhao's words. Looking at how confident Qin Shao was, it didn't seem like he was bluffing. Could it be that Qin Shao had some tricks up his sleeve? This was a possibility. After all, Qin Shao had disappeared for 10,000 years, and he hadn't shown his face for the past 10,000 years. In fact, the Sky Demon Lord and the Lord of Arrows had been guessing about this for a long time. They were both wondering what Qin Shao was up to. Why was he being so secretive? They felt that there might be some secrets that no one knew. Today, Qin Shao finally appeared and said something that made them suspicious. Naturally, the Sky Demon Lord and the Lord of Arrows thought more about it. However, soon, the Sky Demon Lord snorted and said, "Lord of Mountains and Rivers, don't try to bluff here. I don't believe that you have any tricks up your sleeves to deal with the godly palace of Desolate Land." Chapter 1439. Time and time again. "Sky Demon Master, it's still too early to boast," Qin Shao retorted. "Don't forget the lesson we learned before." At the mention of the previous lesson, the Sky Demon Sovereign's expression turned ugly and gloomy. Previously, the 4 Universe Masters had besieged Qin Shao, but they hadn't been able to kill Qin Shao. It had always been a humiliation to them. Now that Qin Shao had mentioned it personally, Sky Demon Master and Arrows Master's faces darkened. Wasn't this a slap to their faces? "Actually, I really don't understand," said Qin Shao. "Two losers. Where did you get the courage to show off in front of me? Wasn't the humiliation I gave you last time enough?" Qin Shao continued to add insult to injury. His vicious words pierced through the air like a peerlessly sharp knife. Sometimes, words were even scarier than murder. Sky Demon Master and Arrows Master were about to explode from anger. This was an eternal humiliation to them. Every time they thought about it, they would have the urge to kill. "Humph! Mountain River, don't be so arrogant. When the massacre starts later, let's see if you can still be so arrogant." Sky Demon Master clenched his teeth. "Massacre?" Qin Zhao's lips curled into a sneer. That would depend on who was slaughtering whom. The real show was about to begin. Seeing Qin Zhao's lips curl up, Sky Demon Master and Arrows Master had a bad feeling. As expected, a sudden change occurred. The Lord of Star Island waved his hand, and nearly 1,000 almighty corpses charged out. They arrived together, and it felt like they were covering the sky and the earth. The horrifying battle array shook the sky. The aura of death shrouded the entire battlefield. Gloomy, cold light surged through the sky. At that moment, Lord of the Stars was like the supreme being of the universe. He used the Heart Power Stone to control the 1,000 bodies of great beings and madly charged toward the armies of the two races. There were 1,000 bodies of great beings. Even if a single body of a great being wasn't as powerful as a living great being, there were too many of them. With 1,000 bodies of great beings and the great beings from Desolate Land, Godly Palace, the number of great beings was twice that of the two races. The advantage of numbers was Godly Palace of Desolate Land. Godly Palace was obvious. Such an unforeseen event caused the expressions of the Almighties on both sides to change drastically. The almighty figures of the Yao and Calamity races were terrified. The situation had been turned around in an instant. The elder of the godly temple of desolation was shocked at first, but it took him a while to react. His face was filled with joy, and his battle intense sword. Wasn't this what Mountain River Master used to do? Controlling the bodies of the stars of the stars of the stars, godly palace. Ah, that's right. This is definitely the work of the Mountain River Lord. No wonder the Mountain River Master hasn't shown his face for 10,000 years. He was training the Lord of the Stars. My Mountain River Master is awesome. I admire him so much. How can we not win with such skills? Now it's time for us to slaughter. Roar. Hee hee hee. Kill all of them. Leave no one alive. Kill. The morale of the army of the godly palace of desolation rose exponentially. When they were at their weakest, they were only determined to fight to the death. They were determined to die. However, things were different now. Now that they were strong, everyone's state of mind had changed completely. There was a huge reversal. Now, everyone's morale was high. They were determined to kill all their enemies. Morale was like that. One's loss was another's gain. The stronger the godly palace of desolate land, godly palace, the weaker the two races. It was a vicious cycle. The 1,000 bodies of great beings were not afraid of death. They were all fighting with their lives on the line. Under such circumstances, the two races were naturally defeated. They were no match for the godly palace and were forced to retreat. Yi Juanha and the others were holding back the celestial demon king and the other great beings. The other great beings were being slaughtered. It was a one-sided massacre. The Lord of Sky Demon and the Lord of Iluo were infuriated when they saw this. Mountain River, you've got some capabilities. You've trained a heart cultivator for 10,000 years. Oof. But do you think that you can turn the situation around just like that? It's just a small victory. You guys have no way of turning the entire situation around. Your god world is destined to be defeated. You can't change this fact. The Sky Demon Lord was gritting his teeth. He had always been at a disadvantage in the hands of Qin Shao. How could he not be angry? How could he not be angry? Damn it. This was incomparably detestable. Sky Demon Lord, you don't have to worry about things in the future. Focus on the present. I'll say it again. It's not that easy to break through our god world. No matter what, the strength of our god world will fight to the last moment. Qin Shao snorted coldly. Actually, Qin Shao wasn't afraid of anything. Even though they might lose the battle for Providence eventually, there was nothing they could do to stop it. Right now, the most important thing was to see how long they could drag it out. Right now, his original body was in a land of reincarnation. What he needed the most was time. Without enough time, it was impossible for his original body to become the controller of reincarnation. Once his original body became the controller of reincarnation and the controller of the six paths, he would have some confidence. Coupled with the resources of the god world and Qin Zhao's final trump card, he might be able to turn the tide. In the real battle, Qin Shao wasn't afraid of anything. In this battle, with a godly weapon like the Lord of the Stars, he completely caught the Yao and Calamity races off guard. Needless to say, the battle went very smoothly. It was a one-sided massacre. The Yao and Calamity races were utterly defeated and suffered heavy casualties. The army of 800 powerful beings was almost completely wiped out. In the end, only 50 or so powerful beings managed to escape, leaving behind more than 700 corpses. It was an extremely heroic battle. In this battle, the god palace of the desolate land paid an extremely low price. Even though more than 300 corpses were destroyed, the god palace of the desolate land lost less than 100 powerful beings. Using such a low price to exchange for such a victory was indeed an extremely gratifying result. With the victory of this massacre, the godly palace of the great desolation naturally shone brightly again. It once again shook the entire god realm, and once again shocked the firmament of the universe. This victory was simply a continuation of the glory of the first battle. It boosted the morale of the entire god world. Even though this battle didn't have much of an effect on the overall situation of the god world, it was still quite meaningful. For the past 10,000 years, the god world had been suppressed and beaten far too unbearably. It was too sullen. Countless powerful beings had died heroically. How tragic was that? Thus, the hearts of the god world's people were filled with anger and resentment. A great victory would naturally allow them to properly vent the resentment in their hearts. This was the most important thing. This great victory was merely the beginning. The Lord of the Stars was the first to break through, inspiring the resolve of the others. Lord Huayong was the second to break through. The significance of Lord Huayong's breakthrough was even more extraordinary. After all, Lord Huayong had broken through from the 4th stage to the 5th stage of heart force. This was the level of a ruler. In other words, Lord Huayong could actually be considered a true ruler. However, he was only a ruler of heart force. In the realm of the great Tao, he was still a 4th-step Empyrean god. How many Empyrean gods had there been since ancient times? The significance of Lord Huayong's breakthrough was naturally extraordinary. The Lord of the Stars and Lord Huayong broke through one after the other. The good news was that inheritances were coming one after another. The third to break through was actually Fairy Biyue, the only woman among the 14 this time. Fairy Biyue had always kept a low profile in the god world. It was only because she was a girl that many people paid attention to her. In terms of strength, Fairy Biyue wasn't too outstanding. Her breakthrough this time could be said to have shone brightly for once. Good news came one after another. One had to admit that the Heart Force Stonebreaker was too powerful. It was worthy of being a sacred item of Heart Force cultivation. It was only with the assistance of the Heart Force Stonebreaker and Qin Zhao's guidance that such miracles could be created. And there were miracles after miracles. After all, this Heart Force Stonebreaker was very likely a legacy left behind by an existence even more powerful than a celestial venerate. The legacy left behind by such a supreme existence was naturally incomparably powerful. It was understandable that the speed of comprehension was so fast and the speed of improvement was so fast. Otherwise, Qin Zhao wouldn't have become a master of the Heart Force universe in such a short time. It was all thanks to the Heart Force Stonebreaker. This heaven-defying sacred item was like a cheating device. Jiang Tai and Floating Luo Great Emperor, the two other rulers, broke through soon after. To them, Heart Force was something they hadn't counted on at all. Who would have thought they'd break through to the 5th level one day? It made them wild with joy. Huafeng and the other Almighties also made breakthroughs one after another. In the end, only 2 Almighties were unable to take this step. They were too far away and had no clue at all. In the end, they could only give up. Out of the 14, 12 of them broke through and took another step forward. The 3 rulers didn't disappoint either. They broke through to the 5th level of Heart Force and improved their strength by another level. The 9 great beings also broke through delightfully. If the power of these 12 was used well, it would be like 12 divine weapons. Naturally, it would be very useful. However, how to make good use of them still needed to be carefully planned. For this matter, Qin Zhao and the Master of the Desolate Land discussed for a long time before they finally came up with a plan. The specific plan would be adjusted according to the changes in the battle situation. The general idea had already been discussed. These powers were hidden trump cards. Naturally, they couldn't be exposed all at once. Therefore, they had to be well hidden. They could only be used at the critical moment. After all, there was only one Heart Force stone. Therefore, in a battle, only one person could be used as a surprise weapon, a sharp sword. Therefore, how to make good use of it was something worth thinking about. If it wasn't used well, it might not be able to achieve good results. Moreover, if it was used a few times, it would be easy for others to see through it. Therefore, it had to be changed at any time. For example, the Lord of the Stars had shone brightly in the first battle. Later on, the Yao and Calamity tribes would be very wary of him. Therefore, whenever the Lord of the Stars took the field, they would either retreat without a fight or lose some of their strength. They wouldn't face the Lord of the Stars head-on. In this way, the godly Hall of Desolation would win more easily every time. Chapter 1440. The Battle of Sovereigns Now. The Divine World had 12 more elite soldiers. These 12 elite soldiers were all used in the Divine Palace of Desolation. After all, there was only one Heart Force stone. They couldn't send it all the way to the Jiang clan of the 9 dragons. That was why the 12 had to remain in the desolate land shrines. Moreover, the 9 dragons, the Jiang clan, and the Star Alliance had already entered the Battle of Sovereigns. Moreover, these 3 great saints were bound to lose. It was impossible for them to turn the situation around. Therefore, it was better to focus on the Heavenly Court Island and the godly palace of Mandala. If these 2 holy lands could hold them back, then it would be fine. Of course, the final result might have already been decided. Now, it was just a matter of how long they could hold on. Heavenly Court had its own formidable resources. It was terrifyingly strong, enough to hold off any enemy on its own. There was no need to worry about it. For now, Heavenly Court still had some strength to hold on. The Godly Hall of Desolation was making good use of these 12 elite weapons. Every single one of them had miraculous effects. At first, the Yao and Calamity tribes were on high alert. However, the Desolate Land Shrines had too many tricks up their sleeves. The 9 Supremes switched positions at will, catching the Yao and Calamity tribes off guard. They had no idea what to do. Later on, the Yao and Calamity tribes learned their lesson. However, the Desolate Land Shrines sent out a few more Supremes from other holy lands to confuse the Yao and Calamity tribes. As a result, the battle was a stalemate. It bought the Desolate Land Shrines a lot of time, and they didn't suffer too many casualties. Over time, the Yao and Calamity tribes learned about the 9 Supremes of the Desolate Land Shrines. They also learned that only one soldier could be useful at a time. The others were useless. But even so, they couldn't do anything. After all, it was entirely up to Qin Shao and the ruler of the Desolate Land to decide who would take the Heart Force Stone among the 9 Supremes. Besides, only the 2 of them would know. No one else would know. Therefore, it was completely based on the changes in the situation. There were so many changes that it was impossible to guard against. However, in the end, the Yao and Calamity clans did not care too much about that. In any case, it was a battle of attrition. With the help of the other races, they could afford to expend their resources. They were not afraid of fighting against the Desolate Land Temple. The Temple of Desolation naturally felt the pressure as they increased their strength to fight against the Temple of Desolation. If things went on like this, they would definitely lose. The surprise attack was just a stall for time. As long as this goal was achieved, it would be fine. Qin Shao was also very clear about the final result. In the end, he was still defeated. After all, the combined forces of the 3 forces were too strong, and they had too many powerful beings. They could take their time to fight against the Desolate Land Temple. Even if the Desolate Land Temple suffered double the losses, they could still win in the end. Therefore, under such circumstances, it was inevitable that the Desolate Land Temple would lose. However, there was no other way. This was the only way. Time, in such a difficult situation, slowly passed year after year. For the God Realm, every extra year meant a little more hope for the God Realm. The further it went, the calmer and quieter the godly realm became. What was meant to come would eventually come. Since it was a disaster, there was no way to avoid it. There was no way to change anything. Everything could not be reversed. It was like the momentum of heaven and earth. It was like the long river of time. There was no way to stop it from happening. However, this kind of thing was not seen through by the powerful beings who had lived for a long time, let alone the universe masters. Life and death were a kind of reincarnation. It was a kind of law of the universe, a kind of law of reproduction. When ordinary gods and powerful beings died, universe masters could resurrect them if they wanted to. It would not take much effort to resurrect gods, but it would take a lot of effort to resurrect powerful beings. However, this kind of resurrection was meaningless to universe masters. Everything would go according to the normal order of the universe. Especially for the Desolate Landmaster. They had experienced the disaster of the era, the destruction and rebirth of the universe. After going through such a reincarnation, they naturally did not care about life. If one did not become a universe master, everything would be in vain. There was not much meaning to it. It was because of this that universe masters had always been high and mighty. They had always been mysterious. It was very difficult for even a ruler to meet a universe master. Qin Shao was still young. He had not experienced these things, so his understanding of life was still at a lower level. He had not reached a very high level. This kind of thing still needed to be experienced. After living for a long time and seeing more, it would naturally change slowly. When one reached a certain level, they would become indifferent. They would become indifferent to everything and see through everything. Becoming indifferent to life and death was a process. When one reached a certain level, everyone would come to this step. Just like Qin Shao, he was indifferent to the life and death of ordinary mortal spirits. After all, it was too easy for him to resurrect ordinary wind spirits. He did not need to pay any price at all. He could resurrect them without limit. So what did the life and death of ordinary wind spirits mean to him? If they died, they died. If he wanted to resurrect them, he could do it directly. The war went on for another 5,000 years. The final battle had been going on for another 15,000 years. It was already beyond everyone's expectations that they could hold on until now. However, the three holy lands of Nine Dragon Sky Palace, Star Alliance, and the ancient Jiang clan were defeated one after another. They had lost the battle of the rulers. Once they lost the battle of the rulers, the three holy lands basically had no power to fight again. There was only one universe master left to hold the fort. For the time being, the final battle between universe masters had yet to begin. After the three holy lands had completely lost the battle of luck, the war had calmed down. However, the three holy lands were still tightly besieged, and no living beings were allowed to leave. The resources of the three holy lands had been exhausted. Their holy light had declined, and they had lost their luster. The foundation of the holy lands was gone. Even the protective great array had been broken. All that was left was a universe master holding down the fort. Once the universe master fell, the entire Holy Land would be smashed into smithereens and cease to exist. Now, only Heavenly Court Island and Desolate Land, Godly Palace were left. As for Heavenly Court Island, it had entered the battle of the rulers ahead of time. They had used up all their resources in the battle of the great beings. Being able to hold on for another 5,000 years was considered the best result. Heavenly Court Island had entered the battle of the rulers. After another 500 years, the great beings of Desolate Land, Godly Palace were defeated in the battle of the great beings. Among the Almighties, only a small number of them survived. Brother Peerless, Yi Juanhe, Lord Danshun, and the Master of Star Island all lost one of their doppelgangers. There were not many who survived. Unexpectedly, Desolate Land, Godly Palace had lasted the longest in the battle of the great beings. The greatest credit for this battle was Qin Zhao's surprise troops. They had indeed used them well. Otherwise, the Godly Temple of Desolation would have been defeated 3,000 years ago. After the battle of the great beings, it was time to enter the battle of the rulers. However, this battle was even more difficult to fight now. This was because the battle of providence between the Nine Dragon Sky Palace and the other two Holy Lands had ended. All of their powers were focused on Heavenly Court Island and Desolate Land, Godly Palace. The advantage in terms of strength was even more powerful and terrifying. The battle between the sovereigns had begun. Everyone's attention was on the battle. They wanted to see how the final battle would develop. Of course, the godly world would still lose. Now, they wanted to see how the godly world would fight this battle and how long they could last. In the void, Qin Shao and the Master of Desolate Land stood there, looking at the battlefield in the distance. The battle between sovereigns was naturally more intense, more sensational, more violent, and more shocking. It shook the universe even more. When the battle started, the entire territory of Desolate Land, Godly Palace trembled as if it could collapse at any time. Those who hid in Desolate Land, Godly Palace were terrified. They were afraid that the shock waves would spread out. The battle situation on the outside was indeed frightening. The power that erupted from the battle of the rulers was a little too frightening. The expressions of Qin Shao and the Master of the Forsaken Desolation both turned grave and aged. The battle of providence has also entered the final stage. Our godly world is going to lose in the end. The master of Desolate Land shook his head helplessly. It was indeed a helpless situation. The godly world could be said to have given their all. However, there was no other way. They still couldn't stop the tide. The three realms, Eros, the Machine Tribe, and the Warcraft universe. With so many forces joining forces, there was no other way. It was already a miracle that they could fight until now. It was already something that comforted the master of Desolate Land. It could be said that the heroes of the godly world were unafraid of sacrifice and the strength of unity. Only then could such a miracle be achieved. Yes, are we going to lose in the end? It's not enough to rely on just a little bit of foundation and a few tricks. But Big Brother of Desolate Land, it's not like we don't have a chance of winning. Not to mention a chance of winning, it's not like we can't be undefeated. After all, we still have a trump card that we haven't used yet. Qin Shao said. The master of Desolate Land nodded and said, yes, we still have a trump card that we haven't used yet. Our Desolate Land, Godly Palace, and Heavenly Court Island may not lose. Of course, even if we don't lose, we can't possibly win. At most, we'll be undefeated. However, at this point, we've already lost the Battle of Providence. At most, we won't be completely annihilated. We'll still be able to hold on to our last bit of strength and not let the Battle of Providence fall completely into their hands. That's all we can do now. Yes, that's all we can do. There's no other way. There's no need to hide our trump card anymore. Let's just use it. That way, fewer sovereigns will be sacrificed. Qin Shao said. The master of Desolate Land nodded. He also felt that this was the right thing to do. After all, there were only 26 sovereigns in the Desolate Land Godly Palace. Even if the doppelgangers were included, there were only 50 or so sovereigns. Jiang Tai and Emperor Fu Luo were also included. More than 50 sovereigns had the combat strength of over 50 sovereigns. The Heavenly Court Island had more sovereigns. Adding up the strength of the original body and doppelgangers, there were close to 100 sovereigns. Now, the two Holy Lands had about 160 sovereigns. The trump cards that Qin Shao mentioned were naturally the universe treasures that he had previously given to the godly world. They could fully equip every sovereign. Chapter 1441. It's time to end this. Every ruler had at least 2 universe treasures with them. Most of them had 3 universe treasures. It could be said that they were armed to the point of being invulnerable. The power of this universe treasure alone was enough to make the hegemons of Heavenly Court Island and the godly Hall of the Wastes invincible. Even though the enemy had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers, they had an advantage of several times over. However, even such an advantage was crushed by the nearly 500 universe treasures. Furthermore, there were still the 3 rulers, Lord Huayang, Jiang Tai, and Void Luo, who could control the ruler's corpse. It was an even more powerful weapon. Therefore, when all these powers were added together, the combined power of Heavenly Court Island and Desolate Land Temple became extraordinarily strong. Nearly 500 universe treasures. It was too frightening. Everyone was astonished by this. Lord Sky Demon, Lord Eros, and the others were all gnashing their teeth in hatred. However, there was nothing they could do. They all knew that this was definitely Qin Zhao's doing. Only he could do something like this. This made them even more curious. What exactly did Qin Shao obtain from Mount God Soaring? Although they knew that Mount God Soaring might contain the path to the Saint region, they also guessed that the owner of Mount God Soaring might be a celestial venerate from another universe. However, all these were just guesses. They had yet to be confirmed, so no one dared to make any guarantees. They had also tried to see if they could get Qin Shao to cooperate with them, but they had all failed. Since they couldn't find a way to break through Qin Shao, then forget it. They didn't have much hope. Originally, this kind of hope was a little illusory, so it didn't matter. However, from the looks of it now, they realized that they might have been wrong. Qin Shao might really have the path to the Sanctuary Realm. The owner of Mount God Soaring, who had so many universe treasures, should be a celestial venerate. If he was a celestial venerate, it was entirely possible that he knew the path to the Saint region and might have left behind a powerful inheritance. When they thought of this, Lord Sky Demon, Lord Eros, and the others felt an itch in their hearts. Why were they fighting so hard? Wasn't at all for survival, but their ultimate dream was still the sacred domain. If they didn't reach the saint domain, they would at most be able to struggle at death's door for another universe epic. If they really had the confidence to reach the sacred region, then they could give up everything. But how confident were they? No one knew. The Battle of the Sovereigns was a fiery one. Heavenly Court Island and Desolate Land Divine Palace only focused on defense. They didn't take the initiative to attack. All they needed to do was block the enemy's attacks and prevent the three forces from breaking through the two holy lands. Therefore, the battle between the sovereigns had entered stalemate. No matter what means the allied forces of the three forces had, they would be blocked. Although it was disgraceful to only defend and not attack, at this point in the God realm, there was no such thing as disgraceful. As long as he could stall for time, it would be a victory. Time was dragged on just like that. In the depths of the endless sea of darkness, on top of a huge black rock, several figures walked out of the void one after another and gathered together. Sky Demon Master, Eros Master, Devil Ancestor, Yu Huang, Automaton Master, and Devil Beast Knight Master. 6 universe masters had gathered here. However, these 6 powers could actually be divided into 3 camps. One was the camp of the 3 realms, which consisted of Demon World, Abyss Demon World, Eros, and Automaton Race. The last was the camp of the Devil Beast Universe. Devil Beast Universe was definitely the most powerful of the 3, and the camp of the 3 realms and the camp of the other universe should be about the same. The leaders of the 6 powers gathered here to discuss important matters. I didn't expect the God realm to have so many means and such a deep foundation. After fighting for so long, we still can't win the battle of luck. Even if we continue to fight, I'm afraid the result won't be good. With so many universe treasures, it's impossible for us to kill those sovereigns. We can't let this drag on, or it'll only be disadvantageous to us. Sky Demon Master was furious. He was in charge of dealing with Desolate Land God Palace, and he had been unable to take it down. Naturally, he was filled with resentment, especially toward Qin Shao. He hated him even more. Sky Demon Master, you were boasting so loudly at the beginning. Didn't you say you could easily take down Desolate Land God Palace? Now it's good. Our battle has already ended, Demon Ancestor said in a weird tone. Humph. Why don't you Abyss Demon Race try? Sky Demon Master snorted angrily. Why was he making sarcastic remarks at this time? Devil Ancestor sneered. I won't fight with you for this credit, Sky Demon Master. Besides, I'm not going to clean up a mess. Master of Eros said, All right, let's stop arguing. Let's discuss how we're going to fight this battle. I really didn't expect the Master of Sky Mountain to be a celestial master from another universe. Just based on the treasures on him, we can conclude that he must be a celestial master. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible. Master of Eros was also a universe master from another universe, but he had been drifting in the endless universe ocean for a long time. Naturally, he was well aware of this situation. If he was only a universe master, it would be impossible for him to have so many universe treasures. There were plenty of opportunities to pick up universe treasures in Universe Ocean, and there were also plenty of opportunities to be had. However, it was impossible for so many universe treasures to be collected in Universe Ocean. The only possibility was that he was a celestial master from Sacred Domain. Universe treasures were nothing to a celestial master. This was the only possibility. Qin Shao had obtained the inheritance of a celestial master. This was enough to make people jealous. Let's imagine that mountain he obtained the inheritance of the master of Sky Mountain. In other words, he obtained the inheritance of a celestial master. In that case, there should be a path to Sacred Domain. It just depends on whether mountain he can become a celestial master. Once he becomes a celestial master, he can go to Sacred Domain. Sacred Domain? Isn't it our ultimate dreamland? Master of Eros said again. Obviously, he was still fantasizing about Sacred Domain. Magic Beast Knight Lord snorted and said, Why, Eros, do you still want to curry favor with Mountain He? Let him take you to Sacred Domain. Do you think it's possible? The Battle of Calamity has come to this stage. Both sides are already in a situation where only one side will stop until one side dies. Countless people in godly world have died in our hands. Do you think Qin Shao will let you curry favor with him? Now, we have no way out. We can only fight to the end. Besides, how difficult is it to become a celestial master? So what if you get the inheritance of a celestial master? Will you definitely be able to become a celestial master? No matter how much hope there is, it's just a slim chance. For a slim chance, are you going to give up everything you've prepared for an epic? Are you going to give up on this easy victory? Yuan also said, that's right, Eros. Now that things have come to this, there's no need to think about anything else. Let's discuss our next step. Master of Eros shook his head and said, I'm not saying that I want to curry favor with Mountain He. I know that kid's character too. He definitely won't cooperate with us. Forget it, forget it. Let's not talk about this for now. We'll see what happens next. Now, we can't drag this battle any longer. This battle has been dragged on for 5,000 years. It's time to end it. The battle for luck has basically been won by us. We're just missing the last bit. It doesn't matter. The suppression of the universe's origin will on us is less than 10% of what it used to be. This little bit of suppression won't have much of an impact on our strength. I think we should just enter the final battle directly. Yu Wang nodded. That's right. We have the same thoughts too. Since we can't make any progress in the battle of the rulers, forget it. Let's just enter the final battle directly. It's not a good idea to drag this on. There might be unforeseen circumstances. Why don't we take this chance to start the final battle and take down the deity world earlier? Right now, the deity world is already at death's door. They basically don't have much strength to resist. They won't be able to block our attacks. They will definitely lose miserably. The final victory is already in our hands. Hence, there's no need to drag this out any longer. Yu Wang and the others didn't mind. In any case, they were people from the Grand Mist universe. The origin will of the universe wouldn't have any effect on them. Hence, they naturally wanted to enter the final battle directly. It was better to end it quickly. If they dragged this out, they would feel uneasy. The Sky Demon Sovereign and Devil Ancestor naturally agreed with Yu Wang's words. This was especially so for the Sky Demon Sovereign. This battle was too frustrating. He had long wanted to stop fighting. The more they fought, the weaker their morale became. This was something that made him feel very uncomfortable. The Lord of Eros nodded. That's true. Machine Lord, Devil Beast Lord, what do you two think? The hoarse voice of the Machine Lord rang out. Since both of you agree, I naturally have no objections. Let's enter the final battle then. However, I feel that we can't be too careless. Although we still have many trump cards that we haven't used, the deity world's trump cards can't be underestimated either. I keep feeling that the deity world has many trump cards up their sleeves. Hence, we can't be careless. Machine Lord, don't boost the morale of others and diminish our own. The deity world has already been beaten to such a state by us. I don't believe that they still have many trump cards up their sleeves. There's no need for us to talk so much nonsense with them. Let's just go all out and crush them. The Sky Demon Sovereign said. In his heart, he still felt that the deity world wouldn't be able to withstand their power. The Devil Beast Lord's voice rang out through the 9 heavens. Since things have come to this, there's nothing more to say. No matter what, we have to fight no matter what. With the 6 of us joining forces, I don't believe that we can't suppress the deity world. The deity world has their trump cards and trump cards. We have ours too. This is just the final battle. I believe that the final victory will belong to us. This bit of confidence is something that we should have. Hence, there's no need for us to hold back anymore. Let's bring out all the trump cards that we have. In the next few days, we will send our armies to the 5 great saint lands and launch the final battle. We must win this battle. Everyone, prepare yourselves. 100 years later, the final battle will officially begin. Chapter 1442. The last 100 years after Sky Demon Master, Eros Master, and the others came to an agreement, the war between the dominators stopped. 5 years of war had indeed exhausted both sides. One side was defending, while the other side was attacking fiercely. It had been a stalemate, and there was no way to determine the victor. This kind of battle would be very tiring. The war had been going on for 5,000 years, and there were no casualties on either side. Such a war had long wanted to end. The war between the great beings and the dominators had also ended. The entire universe seemed to have returned to peace. However, such peace was especially cold and stifling. The aura of death spread, making it hard for people to breathe. Although the war had ended, it was for an even more terrifying war to come. The final war was about to begin. Soon, the godly realm would enter the final moment of life and death. The fate of the godly realm would be revealed soon. Since the outbreak of the calamity, a total of 370,000 years of war had passed. The ordinary war had been going on for 350,000 years, the war between the great beings for 15,000 years, and the war between the dominators for 5,000 years. In total, the war had been going on for 170,000 years. Originally, he thought that it would take 1,000,000 years to fight this war of calamity, but things were often unpredictable. In the current divine realm, there weren't many people who were still alive. There were only a few people left. Most of the humans had died. Some had died heroically on the battlefield, while others had been cruelly murdered. The scale of this calamity was even more terrifying than the great calamity of the era. The Great War of the Four Realms during the ancient era was not even 1/10,000th of this calamity. Heavenly Court Island, Heartless Island. The seven saints of the godly realm had gathered to discuss important matters. Everyone's expression was very dignified. Of course, they knew about the plan of the three allied forces. Therefore, they needed to discuss countermeasures to deal with the final battle. The final battle was a battle that would determine life and death, a battle that would determine the life and death of the divine realm. Everyone, at this point, there's nothing more to say. Everyone, prepare yourselves for the final battle of life and death. As for Kuanpung, he completed his transformation 3,000 years ago. Although he's not a universe master yet, I'm afraid he's not much weaker than you, Nine Dragons. Kuanping's breakthrough is a great help to us. As for Tianling Zi and Lord Huayong, although they are slightly weaker, they can hold back a universe master together. Mountain River, how are things going on your side? Sky Demon Master asked and went straight to the point. Qin Shao said, My spirit beast Shao Studio is almost done with its evolution. Shao Studio. Studio. Shao Luo Studio. Shao Gu Studio is still with Shao. So I'll go pick it up. The land of reincarnation is quite far away, and it might not be safe for you to head there alone. Why don't you let one of your bodies from Desolate Land go with you? You don't have to worry about anything with the two of you together. Now, we can't be careless. Your original body is dead, and no accidents can happen to your other bodies. Otherwise, the hope of the godly realm will be even slimmer. Desolate Land Master nodded. Okay, I will go with Mountain River. With the Master of the Desolation accompanying him, Qin Shao naturally didn't refuse. After all, it would be dangerous for him to go alone. Sky Demon Master and the others had been keeping an eye on him, trying to find a chance to kill him. There is nothing else. Go back and get ready. The final war will start in 100 years. We only have a short 100 years left, the Master of the Heavenly Court said solemnly. 100 years was too short. Everyone bid farewell and left. Qin Shao and the Desolate Land Lord did not return to the Desolate Land Temple. The Desolate Land Temple had the Lord of Desolate Land's main body, so there would not be any danger. Thus, Qin Shao and the Desolate Land Lord's clone headed to the Desolate Land to bring Shao Gu back to the God Palace. The journey was rather boring. The Lord of Desolate Land asked, Shanha, have you ever calculated the strength of our God realm compared to theirs? Qin Shao nodded and said, I've made a rough calculation. Currently, in the godly world, there are a total of 11 universe masters with combat power. Both Little Gu and I don't have other bodies, and Master of Primordial Chaos has 2 bodies. So, we have a total of 21 universe masters, right? The Lord of the Desolate Land nodded and said, Yes, that is indeed the case. Including the other bodies, we have a total of 21 universe masters. Aside from these universe masters, the top 10 universe masters on the Sky list are armed with universe treasures. 10 universe masters are enough to block 1 or 2 universe masters. All of our universe masters can be equipped with at least 3 universe treasures, which can increase our combat power to a certain extent. After all the calculations, this is all the combat power we have. This is the last foundation of our God realm. Qin Shao nodded. He knew all this and had thought it through. Brother of the desolate landlord, what about the three-way united forces? Qin Shao asked. Qin Shao was not very clear about the foundation of the enemy's power. He only knew some things on the surface. The Lord of the Desolate Land said, as far as I know, there are a total of 6 universe masters in the Devil Beast universe. Other than the 6 universe masters, there are 2 other beasts that are similar to Lord Huayong and have the combat power of universe masters. So for the Devil Beast universe, there are a total of 8 universe masters. As for the 3 realms, there are 3 universe masters, plus Eros and the automaton race. That's a total of 13 universe masters. Including the other bodies, that's a total of 26 universe masters. And as far as I know, the automaton race has a very powerful automaton battleship, which is totally equivalent to a universe master. Plus some other foundation that we don't know about, the three-way united forces is indeed stronger than us. And there are many universe masters in the Devil Beast universe, and many of them are extremely powerful. We can't rule out the possibility that they will send out a large number of universe masters. It's hard to say what other foundation the 3 realms has. An Eros and the automaton race. They might have other hidden foundations. Just based on what we know, the three-way united forces is already much stronger than the God realm. But the only consolation is that the disparity is not too big. It won't make us lose all hope. If we want to fight, we can still put up a fight. Qin Shao nodded and said, yes, if it's just this strength and some foundation, then the advantage won't be too big. If that's the case, then we can still put up a fight. In the God realm, other than the strength that they had calculated, Qin Shao still had other trump cards. His teacher, Red Dust Guest, had already agreed that if Qin Shao really needed help, he would step in. Qin Shao knew Red Dust Guest's strength. After all, he had previously defeated Yu Huang with one move. Red Dust Guest's strength was unquestionable. Other than Red Dust Guest, there was also 100 Rivers Fu Su, who was also an extremely powerful being. And Jing Yang could step in once. With these 3 trump cards, Qin Shao could still see some hope. In the past, he felt that the disparity was huge. But now looking at it, it was actually not that big. That meant there was a chance for him to turn the tide. Yes, the disparity won't be too big, so we still have a great chance, said Qin Shao. But this time we're lucky to have you. It was your growth that gave us this hope. Otherwise, the God realm would have lost without a doubt. The Desolate Land Master nodded. He was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Qin Shao's contribution was indeed huge. If it wasn't for Qin Shao, then firstly, there would be 3 less universe masters. Kunpeng ruler wouldn't be able to advance any further. Without Xiaogu, there wouldn't be Mountain River Master. Secondly, if one didn't have enough universe treasures, one's strength would be greatly reduced, and one might even lose the War of the Sovereigns. If one dared to completely lean towards the allied forces, it would have a great impact. Thus, it could be said that Qin Shao alone had played an extremely important role. Without Qin Shao, the God Realm would have been defeated long ago. It was Qin Shao who gave the God Realm a new hope. It's a pity. At this point, the Desolate Land Master couldn't help but shake his head. His face was full of regret. Qin Shao naturally understood why the Desolate Land Master was feeling regretful. It was because of the death of his original body. Qin Shao actually wanted to tell the Desolate Land Master about this, but he restrained himself. It was better not to tell anyone about this, lest there be more complications. The original body was not dead. Now, it was Qin Shao's final trump card. It might even be his most powerful trump card. As for the original body, he had already cultivated the great path of reincarnation to the extreme. He was only one step away from completing the great path of chaos and becoming the controller of the 6 paths. Once Qin Shao became the controller of the 6 paths, coupled with his heart force, he would be no weaker than the master of the heavenly court. With such power, he could basically turn the situation around. This was an unimaginably powerful force. He could definitely use this as his final trump card. The controller of the 6 paths, the Heart Force Level 6, and the Heart Force Stone. With such power, Qin Shao believed that not many below the Celestial Venerate level could do anything to him. Therefore, for safety's sake, Qin Shao could only keep it a secret from everyone. Moreover, this could also be a surprise move. No one knew that the sudden outburst at the final critical moment might be a good move to catch the enemy off guard. This is fate. Just like the saying in our source world, it's hard to go against the will of the heavens. Even if we become the master of the universe, stand at the peak of the universe, and call ourselves the rulers of the universe, we will still be unable to escape from the origin world. We can't break free from the shackles of this universe. We can't escape fate. Qin Shao shook his head and sighed softly. There was no helping it. The desolate land master waved his hand. Forget it, forget it. Let's not talk about this. I don't want to make you sad. It's already in the past. There's nothing we can do to change it. Right now, we should focus all our attention on this final battle of life and death. Nothing else is important. Let's go. We should be there soon. Chapter 1443. I will always wait for your return. Picking up Xiao Gu went smoothly. With Qin Shao and the Desolate Land Master together, Sky Demon Master and the others did not dare to plot against him. Xiao Gu had completed a complete transformation, from his bloodline to his body to his power to his realm. Xiao Gu had the bloodline of a chaos beast, so he was highly malleable. Xiao Gu had completed his transformation and reached the level of a universe master. His mind had matured, and he was no longer as childish as before. Xiao Gu had fully matured now. However, in front of Qin Shao, he was still like a well-behaved little brother. After picking up Xiao Gu, Qin Shao and the Desolate Land Master rushed back to the godly palace of the Desolate Land as fast as they could. They had to make the best preparations for the final battle of life and death. After returning to the godly palace of the Desolate Land, the Desolate Land Master started to get busy. Qin Shao took a break from his busy schedule. Since the Desolate Land Master was in charge of the arrangements, he did not need to do anything. Hence, Qin Shao had a lot of free time. He could make use of this time to accompany his family and friends. He could also spend time with his brother and sister. Although Qin Shao was somewhat confident that he could win the battle and protect the godly realm, in the eyes of others, the godly realm was at an absolute disadvantage. This battle would not bode well for the godly realm. The life and death of the god realm really made people very worried. Thus, everyone treasured their final moments very much. Because of that, the Desolate Era's shrine was filled with peace and tranquility. Everyone was as close as a family. Even those who had conflicts with each other before had reconciled and let bygones be bygones. Family and friends cherished their last moments and got along well with each other. The entire godly palace of the Desolate Land was shrouded in this thick feeling of affection. This was a feeling that he had never experienced before. Indeed, it made him feel very warm, as if he was at home. Qin Shao was also immersed in this warmth. His body and mind were completely relaxed. This feeling was really wonderful. However, the more beautiful something was, the harder it was to last, and the more likely it was to be broken. Everyone wanted to stay in such a beautiful place. There was a garden in Qin Zhao's cultivation place. It was planted by Yao Shiwelian. Yao Shiwelian was very fond of flowers. She liked to plant a garden no matter where she went. She was usually willing to cultivate in the garden. Yao Shiwelian, Xiao Gu translation. She also translation. She had participated in the battle between the realms. She, and her avatar had. It was indeed rare for a woman to be so righteous. In the garden, in the pavilion in the garden. Qin Shao was Lin. She was translation. Was translation. She is translation. Was Yao translation. Was she translation. Translation she translation. She translation. Gu she translation. was Yi Lady was she. In front of Qin Shao, she was so beautiful. She was so willing to present her everything to Qin Shao. Appreciating the beauty of Yao Shiulian, Qin Shao was unconsciously intoxicated by it. For hundreds of thousands of years, Qin Shao had never been at peace. He had always been in a tense mood. Now, it was a rare moment of peace. In the face of the final battle of life and death, it was peaceful. After dancing for a while, Yao Shiulian stopped and walked over. He sat beside Qin Shao and poured wine for Qin Shao. Qin Shao, do you have any regrets in your life? Yao Shiulian's limpid eyes looked at Qin Shao. Life's regrets? Speaking of regrets, Qin Shao did have, but he wasn't able to wake Gu Lingwei up. Gu Lingwei fell into a deep sleep because of him, and she didn't wake up because of him. Even though he had become a universe master, there was no way he could do this. Perhaps this was the biggest regret in his life. Gu Lingwei would forever be an unspeakable wound in his heart. Yao Shiulian rested his chin on his hands and leaned on the stone table. He looked at Qin Shao affectionately and said in a soft voice, Qin Shao, you must be thinking about little sister Gu Lingwei, right? Yao Shiulian was like a worm in Qin Zhao's stomach. He could see through Qin Zhao's thoughts. After being exposed by Yao Shiulian, Qin Shao didn't express any opinion. He didn't quibble about it either. This was the truth. Yao Shiulian's smile grew wider, and there was actually a hint of envy in his smile. Qin Shao, I don't know how many times I've said I envy little sister Gu Lingwei, but I can't help saying it every time. Indeed, I envy her. I envy that no matter when, the first person you think of is always her. I envy that no matter how good I am to you, your true feelings for Gu Lingwei will never waver. I envy that she will be the regret in your life, but I won't be able to enter your heart. But I'm not jealous of her. Although I don't know little sister Gu Lingwei and have never seen her, I know that she is an amazing woman. She is a woman who loves you very much. She is a woman who would give up everything for you, even her life. Any woman who can do this for a man is great, worthy of respect and true love. Yao Shiulian looked at Qin Shao affectionately. Actually, there was something she didn't say. She could also do this for Qin Shao, but it was meaningless for her to say this now. Qin Zhao's heart had long been occupied by Gu Lingwei. Gu Lingwei had done everything for Qin Shao, so there was no need for her to do anything for Qin Shao. Actually, sometimes I think that if I met you before little sister Gu Lingwei, would you have fallen in love with me first? Yao Shiulian had thought this more than once. In fact, he had thought about it countless times. But fate wouldn't make such an assumption, and time wouldn't turn back. Everything was in the past, and there was no way to change anything. Listening to Gu Lingwei's words and facing Gu Lingwei's affectionate expression, he would be lying to himself if he said he wasn't moved. Qin Shao was indeed very touched, but no matter how touched he was, there was no way to change anything. Speaking of which, Qin Shao was also quite conflicted in his heart. Yao Shiulian was a good girl. This wasn't the first time he said this. But no matter how much he said this, it was pale and powerless. It couldn't change anything. Everything still had to be maintained. If the God realm is really going to be destroyed this time, if we only have these last moments of our lives, then my only regret is that I didn't get to have you. Qin Shao, actually, I've fantasized more than once about obtaining your love, having you, becoming your bride, and even having children for you, and forming a family of our own. But I know that this is an extravagant hope. I can only fantasize about it. Perhaps everyone's life is incomplete. There are some regrets that can only be brought to death. If reincarnation really exists, then I hope that I can meet you sooner in the next reincarnation. Perhaps only then will I have the chance to walk into your heart and become your woman. This is the regret of one reincarnation. I hope that the next reincarnation can help me become a reality. Yao Shiulian saw death, the destruction of the God realm. Her thoughts were also the thoughts of most people in the God realm. Destruction? Qin Shao secretly clenched his fists. No matter what, he would never let the God realm be destroyed. He had many trump cards in his hands. He didn't believe that the God realm would be destroyed. Boom! Suddenly, an incomparably powerful force came from afar. Qin Shao frowned deeply. He raised his head and looked into the distance. A voice sounded in his ears. Shanha, 100 years have passed. We have to go out and meet the enemy. This was the voice of the Lord of the desolate land. The time was up. The final battle was about to begin. Yao Shiwelian saw the change in Qin Zhao's expression. She also felt the powerful force surging toward her. She knew that the final battle was about to begin. Yao Shiwelian looked at Qin Shao. Her eyes were suddenly covered with a layer of mist and crystal. She stood up. Her delicate body trembled slightly. This was the sorrow of parting. This parting might be the last time they parted. This was the last time. Qin Shao stood up. He looked at Yao Shiwelian and said in a deep voice, "The final battle is coming. I have to go out and meet the enemy." Seeing that she was about to leave, Yao Shiwelian grabbed Qin Zhao's hand in a hurry. Qin Zhao's heart was inexplicably touched. He looked at Yao Shiwelian. Perhaps this was the magic between men and women. Yao Shiwelian looked at Qin Shao. She almost shed tears. It was as if she was parting with death. However, this parting could really be a parting of life and death. "I have to go." Before Qin Shao could finish his words, Yao Shiwelian shook her head and said in a choked voice, "Can you give me a hug?" "A hug?" Hearing this, Qin Shao was a little surprised. He had never hugged a woman before. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't know what to do for a moment. Seeing that Qin Shao didn't respond, Yao Shiwelian suddenly moved. She threw herself into Qin Zhao's arms and hugged Qin Shao tightly. The moment she hugged Qin Shao, Yao Shiwelian couldn't help crying. It was the first time in her life that she shed tears. No matter how strong she was, she completely collapsed at this moment. She faced her own death calmly, but she couldn't face the parting with Qin Shao calmly. This pain made her collapse. She wanted to cry. She was helpless, but she didn't have the ability to change this. This was fate. Facing Yao Shiwelian's tenderness and affection, Qin Zhao's heart trembled and melted. Qin Shao wasn't a cold-blooded person. He didn't have a heart of stone. In fact, Qin Shao always had a good impression of Yao Shiwelian. It was just that he couldn't take that step. At this moment, being hugged tightly by Yao Shiwelian and feeling Yao Shiwelian's tears falling on him, Qin Zhao's heart completely melted. Qin Shao couldn't help but hug Yao Shiwelian gently. At this moment, he just wanted to give Yao Shiwelian warmth. This hug made Yao Shiwelian cry even more. "Qin Shao, I like you. If there's another reincarnation, I must be the first to meet you. If you live, I'll wait for you to come back. If you die, I'll be with you. In the reincarnation, I won't let you be alone." Yao Shiwelian said in a sobbing voice. Qin Shao had made a promise to Gu Lingwei. "I won't let you down in this life." Qin Shao also wanted to make a promise to Yao Shiwelian, but he couldn't say it out loud. Qin Shao wanted to say something, but no matter how many words he had, they were useless in front of Yao Shiwelian's true feelings. "Shiwelian, don't cry. Wait for me to come back. I promise you that I won't die. The God realm won't be defeated. The final victory will belong to us," Qin Shao said in a heavy tone. After that, he gently pushed Yao Shiwelian away and left resolutely. Chapter 1444. The wind was rustling. On a desolate planet in the Sea of Darkness, in a simple thatched hut, a man with a small antenna on his head sat there, with a slightly solemn expression. His eyes were like stars as he looked into the distance. It was as if he could see the end of the universe and the depths of the endless sea of universe. In the mortal world, I am an unaffiliated person, returning and returning, reluctant to part with the mortal world. I am the mortal visitor. The man with the antenna muttered as he recalled the past. He recalled how he got the title of mortal visitor. The world of mortals was a memory, a yearning, and a thread of essence that was attached to it. He came from the mortal world and left the mortal world. He had already seen through the world of mortals and everything. There are no longer any restraints. So mortal guest was incomparably calm. He didn't want to get involved in any disputes. He just wanted to enjoy this peaceful life in peace. In his heart, other than the yearning for the sacred realm, he had no other goals. I have lived for more than 30 universe eras. I have seen through everything. To me, the sacred realm is my only goal. If I can't find the sacred realm, Even if I live for another 300 universe eras, it will be meaningless. Now, I see hope in my disciple, Qin Shao, to reach the sacred realm. No matter what, I must ensure my disciple's safety. If he dies, everything will be for naught. The final battle has begun. I should prepare to make my move. The red dust guest's heart was calm. Everything was just an obsession in his heart. With his hope, what harm was there in risking his life? Otherwise, what was the point of living like this? The deity realm, a mustard grain world. Beside a lake, two men were fishing. It was a white-robed man. He had an elegant demeanor and was cultured and refined. He had quite the demeanor. The other was a blue-clothed man. He was restless and couldn't sit there and fish. After a long time without any fish, he couldn't sit still. He kept moving his fishing rod. The white-clothed man moved his rod again. Seeing this, the blue-clothed man got excited. "Big brother, a fish is biting. Hurry up and catch it." As he spoke, the blue-clothed man picked up the rod. However, the fish didn't bite completely. As soon as he picked up the rod, the fish ran away. Seeing the fish run away again, the blue-clothed man was furious. He swung his rod. Why did it run away again? These fish are too cunning. I want to kill them. Seeing the blue-clothed man getting angry, the white-clothed man shook his head. "Second brother, don't do anything rash. Sit first. I told you long ago that you have to be calm when fishing. Don't be too impatient. You're still too impatient. Don't be anxious. Let the fish bite and eat more. Then we'll be able to catch them. Fish are also living creatures, so they definitely won't be stupid. They will definitely test the waters to make sure it is safe. If you pull your rod once the fish, you won't catch." The white-clothed man was the white-clothed man. The blue-clothed man was naturally young Master Yu. Young Master Yu sat down and curled his lips. "Big brother, this game is so boring. I really don't know why the people of this interstitial world like this game so much. I think this game is pretty good. It's just that your heart is too restless. You can't calm down completely. If you calm down, you will realize that this game is quite interesting. Fishing is also about technique. There are many things you have to pay attention to. If you use it well, you can catch a lot of fish. Otherwise, you might not catch a single fish even if you sit here for an entire day. Fishing is a good place for the ordinary mortals of this interstitial world to train their minds. It's not bad," Bai Chuan Fu Su said. Young Master Yu shook his head. "Boring. So what if you catch a lot of fish? They aren't worth anything. We don't eat them. Once you catch them, you'll just put them back. Fish are worthless. What's valuable is the process of fishing. That's where the fun lies," Bai Chuan Fu Su said. Young Master Yu was still not interested, so he stopped fishing. He couldn't catch anything anyway. He laid there lazily with a look of contentment on his face. "By the way, big brother, the final battle between God Realm and God Realm is about to begin. Are you really going to help that kid Qin Shao?" Young Master Yu suddenly asked. Bai Chuan Fu Su nodded. His face turned serious. "How can I treat the things I promised as child's play? I promised to help him. Naturally, I'll do it. But no matter what, Qin Shao still owes us a favor. This is something that I agreed to from the start. And speaking of which, Qin Shao has the hope of entering sacred. Don't you want to find sacred? If we can't enter sacred, then what's the point of living? We've been drifting in the endless universe for so many epochs. Do you want to go through the same pain again?" Young Master Yu immediately shook his head. "No, of course not. Even if you beat me to death, I won't. If it's possible, I'd really like to stay in this universe for the rest of my life. Unfortunately, the Hongmeng universe only has one epoch of life left." "That's right, big brother. If we can't reach sacred, then our lives are meaningless. No matter how strong we are, it's useless. Unless we become celestial masters one day. Only then can we rely on our own strength to find sacred. But we're drifting without roots now. There's no way we can become celestial masters. Unless we have heaven-defying luck and find a newborn universe in the endless universe ocean. We can enter that newborn universe directly. With the help of the universe origin's will, there's a possibility. But we've been drifting in the endless universe ocean for so many epochs, and we don't have such heaven-defying luck." Thinking of this, the hope is still very slim. Who knows, if we enter the endless universe ocean again, there's a high chance we'll die there. Bai Chuan Fu Su nodded solemnly and said, "Yes, second brother, you're right. So to us, there's really a sense of danger. We don't have any other choice. This time, Qin Shao might be our hope, our chance. If we are able to protect him, then there is still hope for him. No matter what, if Qin Shao is in trouble, we have to help. Even if we lose the chance to live in the Hongmeng universe for an epoch, we have to help." Misty thought for a while and nodded. After a while, he said, "Then, big brother, should we rush over now? We can't be too far away. Otherwise, we won't be able to make it in time." Bai Chuan Fu Su said, "Yes, there's no rush. The final battle won't end so quickly. Let's wait for a while and rush over, in case our identities are exposed. Unless it's absolutely necessary, let's try not to make a move. Who knows, the godly realm might have the ability to solve this crisis. I feel that Qin Shao has limitless hope, limitless possibilities. Maybe he can surprise us." Deep in the reincarnation land, the reincarnation clan leader and Hui stood in front of the reincarnation heart, looking at it. The Mountain River Lord is indeed the #1 genius in the Hongmeng universe. He really lives up to his name. As early as 18,000 years ago, he had already cultivated the reincarnation Grand Tao to the extreme. He's only one step away from the great circle of the primal chaos and becoming a reincarnation controller. This step has also trapped the Mountain River Lord for 2,000 years. To cultivate the reincarnation Grand Tao to the extreme in 18,000 years, there hasn't been such a monster in the history of the reincarnation clan, right? Hui said with a look of admiration. Thinking back to the Heavenly Courts banquet, he was also one of the people who competed with Qin Shao. But now, the gap between him and Qin Shao was incomparably huge. There was no way to compare. And Hui was indeed willing to submit to Qin Shao. The reincarnation clan leader said, "He is indeed an unprecedented monster. Our reincarnation clan has never produced such a monster. But the godly realm has already entered the final battle of life and death. This battle shouldn't take too long. In this final moment, it all depends on whether or not the Mountain River Lord can take that final step forward. Our reincarnation clan has already done everything we can. We can't interfere with other matters. It will all depend on the godly realm's fate." Hui sighed helplessly and shook his head. He was indeed helpless. It was indeed unprecedented for the reincarnation tribe to be able to do this. "Clan leader, do you think the Mountain River Lord has a chance of succeeding? I believe that if the Mountain River Lord is given enough time, he can easily become the reincarnation controller. But now, time waits for no man. The Mountain River Lord doesn't have much time left. If the godly realm is in danger, the Mountain River Lord will definitely give up everything to help the godly realm." Hui said worriedly. Of course, he hoped that Qin Shao could become the reincarnation controller, that the godly realm could win. For 8 epochs, the human race in the godly realm had been the ruler of the universe. This kind of rule had always kept the primordial universe stable and peaceful. The reincarnation clan protected the reincarnation cycle. The stability of the universe was naturally the best order. The chaos of the universe made the reincarnation cycle unstable. Therefore, the reincarnation clan naturally hoped that the godly realm could win and continue to lead the universe. Only with the godly realm's leadership could they be at ease. Perhaps it was because of this that the reincarnation heart had given the reincarnation clan leader a hint to help Qin Shao. At this moment, Qin Shao, who was in the reincarnation heart, had reached a bottleneck and was stuck at the final hurdle. The final opportunity, the opportunity to reach the full circle of chaos, was bothering Qin Shao. Looking at the reincarnation flying sculpture, countless thoughts flashed through Qin Zhao's mind, but he couldn't capture them. The final battle is about to start. Time waits for no man. I have to seize the opportunity quickly and take this final step. Although time is tight, I believe that I can do it. I definitely can. The hope of the godly realm, the fate of the godly realm, may be placed on me. For the godly realm, for the human race, for my family and friends, and for my hometown, I have to take this step. I can't panic. I have to be calm, absolutely calm. I've clearly grasped some ideas, but they're all in a mess. Seems like the war in the godly realm has affected me to a certain extent, but it doesn't matter. I can adjust. My heart is as one. No power can disturb me. Qin Shao said in his heart. His heart had always been incomparably firm. Chapter 1445. Hibernation Awakening. The ancient battlefield was left behind by the Great War of the Four Worlds. It was a forbidden land for humans, a forbidden land. No life form could survive there. During the Great War of the Four Realms, the primordial battlefield vitality was completely cut off. A war at the level of universe masters was enough to destroy a large area of territory. Both sides had tacitly chosen the primordial battlefield for this decisive battle. Even if the ancient battlefield was completely destroyed, it wouldn't matter. After all, it was a forbidden land where no life form could survive. The seven saints of the godly world brought 12 fully armed universe masters to the ancient battlefield. They didn't reveal their other powers for the time, being as a last resort. Kuan Peng Ruler was among the 12 universe masters. Apparently, they wanted Kuan Peng Ruler to be a surprise weapon. On the other side, Magic Beast Knight Master and the 5 Magic Beast Universe Masters stood on one side. Sky Demon Master, Demon Ancestor, and Yu Huang stood on the other side. Eros Master and Automaton Master stood on the other side. Other than the 11 Universe Masters, there was also an army of 20 Universe Masters. These Universe Masters all had Universe Treasures or Universe Armors of the Automaton race. Although the Universe Treasures of the 3 allied forces couldn't compare to Qin Zhao's, they were still able to arm 20 Universe Masters. That way, the godly world wouldn't have any advantage in terms of the Universe Masters. Even if they were all armed to the teeth with Universe Treasures, they still wouldn't be able to wield the advantage. Besides, the enemy had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. With 20 against 12, it was almost twice the number of the enemy. Those who could be sent to the battlefield at this time were obviously very powerful Universe Masters. Ordinary Universe Masters didn't even have the right to enter the battlefield. There were close to 100 Universe Masters in the godly world, but only 12 Universe Masters were selected. The ancient battlefield was filled with killing intent. The wind was rustling, and it was cold and oppressive. Before the battle started, the two sides were already at daggers drawn. The flames of war had already been ignited. The forces of both sides were completely unleashed. They were surging and roaring. The ancient battlefield was dark and gloomy, and the sky and earth were silent. Machine Lord, how long have we been waiting for this battle? Lord Erluo's eyes became incomparably gloomy and ferocious, flashing with an eerie light. It's been more than half a universe epoch. We've been waiting for more than half a universe epoch. I wanted to come out during the Great War of the Four Realms, but you stopped me. The facts have proven that you are right. If we had come out during the Great War of the Four Realms, we would have suffered great losses. We've been hiding for half a universe epoch, secretly deploying and accumulating power, which is why we're in such a good situation today. We've basically won the War of Providence. As long as we win the final battle of life and death, the master of this universe will change, and we'll usher in the dawn of victory. We've been waiting for this battle for far too long. We've waited patiently for more than half a universe epoch just for this day to come. Now, this day has finally come. It has finally come. Master of Eros had expressed his anticipation for this battle. Within the cold armor of Automaton Master, his cold eyes shone with a gloomy light. His cold mechanical voice was heard. Yes, we've been waiting for this day for far too long. We've waited patiently for more than half a universe epoch, and now we're finally in such a situation. We're only left with this final battle. After this battle, we'll be the new master of this universe. A new chapter will be opened in history, and our descendants will be able to reproduce and survive in this universe. We'll give them a universe epoch to survive, and our mission will be completed. Let's fight. Let's fight. As invaders, they had no other choice but to be cornered. To them, this battle was a battle of survival. But to the God world, it was a battle of defense. They had to defend the human race, defend their homeland. Let's fight. Everyone in the god world was fearless. Their fighting spirit was high, and their spirits were soaring. The master of the heavenly court was wearing a golden battle robe, and he looked extraordinarily handsome and majestic. He was like a peerless war god, dominating the 9 heavens. He stood there as if his aura alone was enough to deal with all his enemies. The master of the heavenly court was the backbone of the god world. He was the leader of the god world and the leader of all the saints. The master of the heavenly court looked fierce. He looked at the sky demon master and the other 2 and said coldly, "Sky demon, the 3 of you were originally the masters of the primordial universe, but you colluded with the power of the other universe to overthrow the primordial universe. What's the point of your actions to the 3 realms? No matter who the primordial universe recognizes as its master, it has nothing to do with the 3 realms. You're living beings of the primordial universe, and you don't need to be recognized. With the strength of the 3 realms, do you really think that even if the god world is defeated, you'll be able to take over our territory? Let's not talk about whether the devil-beast universe will agree. I'm afraid the automaton race and Eros won't agree to the 3 realms. In the end, I'm afraid the fate of the 3 realms will be the same as before. You'll continue to guard your territory. Your 3 dimensions have exhausted all their resources and sacrificed countless lives just for such a laughable outcome. Don't you think it's pathetic? You're being used by others, but you're still willing to risk your lives. I really feel sorry for you." The moment the master of the heavenly court finished speaking, Master of Eros immediately retorted, "Heavenly court, don't try to drive a wedge between us. We've long been united with the 3 realms. The distribution of benefits is our business. There's no need for you, Master of the heavenly court, to worry about it. Do you really think you can change anything with just a few words? Master of the heavenly court, if you have the time, you should think about the fate of the god world. Or you should think about how you'll die." The master of the heavenly court's expression was as cold as ever, and his voice was even colder. "The fate of the god world has been in our hands since the first universe era. No one, no power, can overturn it or shake it in the slightest. It was like this in the past, and it's still like this now. It will be like this in the future. What I'm thinking about now is how to kill you, how to make you regret it. I'll let you know that the god world is sacred and inviolable. It was like this in the past, and it's still like this now. The devil-beast universe and the 3 realms are merely defeated opponents of the god world. One was sealed in the god-sealing abyss by the god world. The other was suppressed by us to the point that they can't even lift their heads, and the other was so scared by the god world that they're hiding in the dark. You're just a bunch of motley crew. So what if you join forces? The god world isn't afraid of such a challenge." The master of the heavenly court's words were extremely firm, and one could even feel a strong sense of confidence in them. The master of the heavenly court's temperament was indeed strong. At this time, he could still be so heroic and confident. At least, he gave off the feeling that the god world was superior. As the leader of the god world's saints, the master of the heavenly court's imposing manner naturally influenced others and brought more confidence to the god world. Humph! A cold snort like a sudden clap of thunder sounded. The humming voice of the devil-beast supremacy, which was as tall as a mountain, resounded throughout the entire primordial battlefield. "Heavenly court, you're still so conceited. However, don't boast too early. Be careful not to sprain your tongue. The god world will undoubtedly lose this battle. Don't have any delusions. I know the god world's trump cards, and I know that you have some strength that you haven't revealed. However, that's not important. Everything is just a pale and powerless cloud. On the god world side, the master of the heavenly court's strength was the strongest. This was without a doubt. In a 3-way alliance, the devil-beast supremacy's strength was also without a doubt the strongest. The 2 strongest existences stood facing each other, and intense sparks flew from their sharp gazes. In terms of aura, neither of them was willing to concede to the other. "Let's fight!" The master of the heavenly court's figure suddenly moved, and a peerless sharp light shot out from his palm. That sharp light illuminated the entire primordial battlefield, and everyone couldn't help but be shocked when they felt the terrifying power of the sharp light. Heavenly Court, let this master meet the #1 expert of the primordial universe. Let's see if the #1 expert of the primordial universe or the #1 expert of the Devil Beast universe is stronger. The Devil Beast supremacy snorted coldly, and his towering body charged towards the master of the Heavenly Court. The moment the Devil Beast supremacy moved, the entire primordial battlefield trembled. Everyone could clearly feel the void trembling, as if it was about to collapse under the terrifying aura of the Devil Beast supremacy. From this, one could see how powerful and terrifying the power of the Devil Beast Exalt Lord was. Boom! Heaven and earth roared and violently shook. The void collapsed and shattered, revealing a vacuum zone. Haha, Master of Eros, let's take our revenge today. The Master of Sky Demon looked at Master of Eros. Master of Eros nodded, and together with the Master of Sky Demon, he charged towards Qin Shao. Little Shanha, you were lucky to escape last time. This time, you won't be so lucky. The others won't be able to help you. You'd better come out and accept your death. The Master of Sky Demon looked at Qin Shao with a gloomy and twisted expression. He looked as if he was going to eat Qin Shao alive, which showed how much he hated Qin Shao. Faced with the provocation of Master of Sky Demon and Master of Eros, Qin Shao didn't show any weakness. He charged towards them. After all, Qin Shao was a master of 5 paths, and he was very powerful. Even in the face of Master of Sky Demon and Master of Eros, he wasn't afraid at all. Besides, Qin Shao still had the body of Primal Chaos Ancestor and Shao Gu, who were his trump cards. If he really couldn't defeat them, he could use these 2 trump cards to resist them. Master of Sky Demon and Master of Eros had their eyes on Qin Shao, and the other universe masters also started to fight. However, for the time being, everyone had a tacit understanding to only use one body to fight. They didn't use their true bodies and bodies at the same time, and they hadn't used their hidden powers yet. There were 11 universe masters in the allied forces, and there were 7 universe masters in the godly world. Devil Beast Supremacy fought against Master of Sky Court. Master of Sky Demon and Master of Eros fought against Qin Shao. Master of Machine and Yu Huang fought against Master of Primordial Chaos. Ancestor Devil and another universe master fought against Master of Desolate Land. And the remaining 4 universe masters fought against Lord of 9 Dragons, Starry Master, and Archaic Ancestor Jian. Overall, the advantage of the 3 allied forces was not small. Chapter 1446. The final battle begins. The Sky Demon Lord transformed into his demon avatar, and a huge illusory figure shrouded heaven and earth. Dragons and phoenixes appeared, and tens of thousands of demons cried out in unison. Demonic light soared into the sky, and a terrifying demonic power erupted. The demon race had a bloodline inheritance, and it was also a terrifying power. Unlike the Tao might of the great Tao, it was an innate power. Dragons and phoenixes appeared, and tens of thousands of demons cried out in unison. When such a vision appeared, it felt as if heaven and earth were about to collapse. The mighty power of the vision surged toward Qin Shao, and its power was absolutely terrifying. The Sky Demon Lord held a Peerless demon blade in his hand, and tens of thousands of demons cried out in unison. Demonic blood soared into the sky, and the aura of death floated around it. The Sky Demon Lord attacked with all his might, and the entire void was shrouded in his peerless demonic light, so Qin Shao couldn't see what was happening outside. Master of Eros also attacked at the same time. Master of Eros means we're stronger than the Sky Demon Lords. The power of darkness surged like a flood, and in an instant, it engulfed this part of the universe. In an instant, it enveloped Qin Shao, trapping him in that peerless and terrifying power of darkness. The 2 powerful forces intertwined together, but they were able to cooperate very well, and they were overflowing with each other. Obviously, the Sky Demon Lord and Master of Eros had planned to join forces to deal with Qin Shao. so they cooperated very well. Obviously, they had prepared for this. Facing the Sky Demon Lord and Master of Eros, Qin Zhao's eyes were cold, but he wasn't afraid at all. Although he only had one clone now, what was there to be afraid of? Qin Zhao was clad in battle armor, holding a long sword, and the primordial cauldron above his head. He had 3 universe treasures with him, and he was fixed in the light of darkness. The light of the primordial cauldron shot out, trying its best to push away the darkness and eliminate the demonic light. Qin Zhao struck out with his sword, and tens of thousands of swords shone together. The Tao might of the 5 great Daos burst out completely. The power of the 5 great Daos was already terrifying enough. 5 great Daos burst out under Qin Zhao's sword. Heaven and earth roared, and the original will of the universe seemed to be mobilized by Qin Zhao's sword. Qin Zhao's sword, with its supreme sharpness, cut through all power, light, demonic light, darkness, and vision. Illustration of the 9 heavens, mountain and river sword chapter, Great Tao creation technique. Qin Zhao's various techniques were displayed one after another. He did not hold anything back. Facing the crazy Lord of Heavenly Demons and Lord of Eros, he could not hold back. Otherwise, he would be defeated very quickly. In terms of momentum, he could not be weak. He could not allow himself to be suppressed by Sky Demon Lord and Lord of Eros. Therefore, Qin Zhao met them head-on. With the power of 5 Daos Masters, 3 Universe Treasures, and many other tricks up his sleeve, he was able to block Sky Demon Lord and Lord Eros. With his own power, he blocked the crazy attacks of the 2 Universe Masters. Besides, Qin Zhao did not even use his heart force. If he used his heart force again, he would be even more powerful. 5 great Daos Masters were, after all, very powerful. Sky Demon Lord had used his inherited technique, Light of Sky Demon, previously, and he had used up all the power he had accumulated over countless years. Even if he used it again, it would not be very powerful. It would not pose any threat to Qin Zhao. When the Sky Demon Lord saw that his attacks were not successful, he turned to the Lord of Arrow and said, "Arrow, we're already at a time like this. Don't hold back anymore. Hurry up and unleash your most powerful attack." Lord of Eros was surprised, and his eyes were gloomy. However, he also knew that if he did not use his trump card now, he would not be able to win. Lord of Eros's mind surged. An endless light of darkness gushed out of his body. It was as if the exit of a black hole had been opened. The endless light of darkness formed a terrifying power of darkness. It turned into a huge, dark whirlpool, hovering above the void space and enveloping it. The huge, dark whirlpool exuded a powerful and terrifying devouring power. The devouring power of darkness seemed to be able to devour everything. The huge dark whirlpool approached Qin Zhao and smashed down. It was as if it was going to devour Qin Zhao completely. Before the huge dark whirlpool reached him, Qin Zhao already felt a dangerous aura surging toward him. It was bone-chilling. Danger. He did not expect Lord of Arrows to have such a powerful means. It was indeed terrifying. Qin Zhao also felt it clearly. His Hongmeng cauldron started to sway. It was going to be devoured by the dark whirlpool. It was going to collapse. What a terrifying power. Even a universe treasure could not resist it. The light of Hongmeng cauldron dimmed. It was being crushed. The huge dark whirlpool was getting closer and closer, and its power was getting more and more terrifying. "I'll kill you while you're down." "Kill!" Lord of Erluo shouted coldly. He and Lord of Sky Demon attacked at the same time. The 2 of them attacked Qin Zhao crazily. Their faces were ferocious. Clearly, they wanted to take Qin Zhao's life with one strike. In the final battle, whichever side lost a universe master first, that side's gap would be opened. Once the gap was opened, it would be a sign of defeat. Therefore, if a gap was opened in either side, the situation would be very bad. Once Qin Zhao was killed, the power of godly world would be greatly weakened. This was an unchanging law. Once that happened, it would enter a vicious cycle, and the subsequent collapse would be like a landslide. Hongmeng cauldron was swallowed by the huge dark whirlpool. The connection with Qin Shao was cut off, and Qin Shao lost control of Hongmeng Cauldron. A universe treasure had been swallowed by the whirlpool. Although Hongmeng Cauldron was not destroyed, Qin Shao could no longer use it. It was equivalent to losing this universe treasure. "I knew Lord of Eros was extraordinary," said Luo Feng. Indeed, he was hiding something. The power of Lord of Eros is indeed formidable. No wonder he was able to survive in the endless universe ocean. Without some power, it would be impossible. The endless universe ocean was a terrifying place. Universe masters who were weaker would definitely die if they were to enter it. Universe masters who had experienced it had a slim chance of survival. Universe masters who were able to survive in the endless universe ocean were not simple. Like Lord of Eros, Automaton Master, and Red Dust Guest, they were all powerful. They were probably as powerful as Desolate Landmaster. Like Bai Chuan Fu Su and Prince Yu, they were even more formidable. Faced with such a predicament, there was no other way. Even if he knew, he still had to fight. Sky Demon Master and Lord of Eros were extremely powerful. They attacked Qin Shao with their demon blood godly powers and crushed his great path power and techniques. Qin Shao knew that if he did not use some of his trump cards, he would be defeated. Qin Shao did not hesitate. He waved his hand, and Primal Chaos Ancestor flew out. Qin Shao tried his best to control Primal Chaos Ancestor. He and Primal Chaos Ancestor worked together to fight against Sky Demon Master and Lord of Eros. Primal Chaos Ancestor's body was also very powerful. At least, it was not weaker than Sky Demon Master. Besides, Primal Chaos Ancestor was only a corpse. He was not afraid of death, so he could fight Sky Demon Master and Lord of Eros. The moment Primal Chaos Ancestor appeared, the pressure on Qin Shao lessened. Once Primal Chaos Ancestor attacked, it was as if he had turned into chaos. He struck with the power of the sky and the supreme power of chaos. With Primal Chaos Ancestor blocking most of the power, Qin Shao could easily counterattack. The Heavenly Demon Lord was sent flying. He was in a sorry state, and his face was filled with resentment. Lord of Eros was very powerful. He used many techniques, and his darkness godly powers were extremely powerful. He wanted to go against the sky. "Damn it, Humph. I finally forced you to use all your techniques. Let's see what else you have." Sky Demon Master snorted and attacked again. Although Lord of Eros was powerful, Primal Chaos Ancestor was indeed very powerful. Together with Qin Zhao's power, the battle was in a stalemate again. Qin Shao was fighting fiercely, and the other universe masters were also fighting fiercely. The battle between the Lord of the Heavenly Court and the Lord of the Demonic Beasts was so intense that it caused heaven and earth to wail in pain. Primal Chaos Master and Desolate Land Master were also fighting fiercely. Both of them were very powerful. However, both of them were suppressed, and they were at a disadvantage for the time being. Lord of Nine Dragons, Starry Master, and Ancient Jiangzu were fighting against 4 universe masters of Magic Beast. Naturally, it was very difficult for them. They were all universe masters with average power, but Magic Beast Universe had the advantage of numbers, so naturally, they had the upper hand. For against 3, although they did not have a big advantage, they were still able to control the situation. If the battle went on for a long time, their chances of winning would be higher and higher. The battle between the universe masters was not very meaningful. It was more like a symbolic battle between the two sides. The battle between the universe masters was the most intense. Although the godly world was at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers, fortunately, there was a powerful universe master like Kunpeng Great Leader, who blocked most of the pressure. It was a stalemate with the allied forces. Generally speaking, the godly world was at a disadvantage. However, the allied forces did not have a big advantage, and it was not that obvious. From this point of view, this battle was indeed going to continue. If one side did not have an overwhelming advantage, it would be impossible to completely defeat the other side. The battle was extremely fierce, and the ancient battlefield was collapsing piece by piece. Outside the battlefield, people from both sides who were lucky enough to survive were paying close attention to this final battle a battle of life and death, especially those from the godly world. They were all praying silently, hoping that the saints of the godly world would win and protect the godly world so that their home would not be destroyed. This was their last hope. The sound of the sky collapsing could be heard all over the godly world. The ancient battlefield was at the border of the godly world. It was still within the territory of the godly world. Every time there was a huge shock, it was enough to shake people's hearts and make them feel anxious. Earl Luo, this Shauna brat, is really resilient. The two of us are attacking him with all our might, and you've even used your strongest move. Yet, you're still unable to suppress him. Damn it. Sky Demon Lord secretly sent a voice transmission to Lord Earl Luo. The Lord of Luo replied in a low voice, "Yes, Shanha is indeed very powerful. Fortunately, his original body is already dead. Otherwise, today's battle would have been really difficult. After all, Primal Chaos Ancestor was an overlord of the Third Universe era. He was extremely powerful when he was alive, even more powerful than me. Therefore, the body of Primal Chaos Ancestor is naturally difficult to deal with." Chapter 1447. A Fierce Battle. Sky Demon Master had the same idea. Qin Shao was too difficult to deal with. He was very powerful, and he had the corpse of Primal Chaos Ancestor to help him. He was indeed a headache for Sky Demon Master and Master Veros. Hence, if they continued to fight like this, there would be no result. Now, it was time to use some tricks. It was meaningless to drag the battle on. Now was not the time to fight. It was the time to end the battle. It was the time to fight to the death. Everyone was waiting for this day to come. Everyone had to fight for this day. Sky Demon Master's body charged out, and so did Master of Eros' body. With the two clones joining the battle, the pressure on Qin Shao naturally increased by more than double. Originally, he and the Primal Chaos Ancestor's clones were able to deal with the combined power of the Lord of Sky Demon and Lord of Arrow. However, now that the clones of the Lord of Sky Demon and Lord of Arrow had appeared, the balance was instantly broken. Now, Qin Shao was facing the combat power of 4 Universe Masters at the same time. Naturally, he was struggling. If Qin Zhao's original body was here, he might be able to fight. Unfortunately, his original body was not here. Mountain River, be careful. Master of Desolate Land reminded him. He was worried about Qin Shao. The others were not in a good situation. Only Master of Heavenly Court was not at a disadvantage. He was fighting with Magic Beast Knight Master. It was undeniable that Magic Beast Knight Master was so powerful that he could fight Master of Heavenly Court to a standstill. Master of Heavenly Court was the most powerful great being in Hongmeng Universe. Magic Beast Knight Master's power made Sky Demon Master and the others feel some pressure. They knew from the start that the High Lord of the Magical Beast was very strong, but they didn't expect him to be this strong. In that case, even if they came to snatch food after the God Realm was destroyed, it would be very difficult for them to snatch it from the Warcraft universe. However, at this point in the battle, they had no other choice. Without Magic Beast Universe, they would not be able to deal with the godly world. If any of the 3 sides were missing, it would be difficult for them to fight. Only when the 3 sides joined forces would they have a chance of winning against the God world. At this point, there was nothing more to think about. The most important thing now was to take down the Divine Realm. If they couldn't take down the God Realm, then everything was just empty talk. Lord of the Desolate Land, you should be more concerned about yourself. You still have the time to care about others at this moment. Yu Wang coldly laughed. He teamed up with a Universe Master from the Demon Beast universe, and the combined power of the two of them was barely enough to suppress the Desolate Land Master. Furthermore, the Lord of the Desolate Land was only fighting with a clone. His true body had yet to come out, and his strongest power had yet to be unleashed. To them, it was basically impossible to suppress Desolate Land Master. The most they could do was to stall him for now and wait for the other Universe Masters to come and slow him down. Little Mountain and River, I want you dead. The true bodies of the Sky Demon Lord and the Lord of Erluo charged at Qin Shao. Their clones kept Qin Shao in check, and they were able to do so completely. Now that their true bodies were attacking together, Qin Shao was in danger. It was no wonder that the desolate land master couldn't help but remind him. Celestial Court Master, Master of Primordial Mist, and Kuan Peng Ruler were all worried. Master of the mountains and rivers, let me lend you a hand. Kuan Peng Ruler shouted. His true body flew out and no longer held back. He unleashed his power at the level of a universe master and rushed toward Qin Shao to help Qin Shao. Kuan Peng Ruler was able to evolve his bloodline and reach the level of a universe master, and it was all thanks to Qin Shao. Therefore, Kuan Peng Ruler would remember this favor. Seeing that Qin Shao was in danger, Kuan Peng Ruler wanted to rush over to save Qin Shao. Humph! Kuan Peng Ruler, if you want to go over, you'll have to ask for my permission. When Kuan Peng Ruler's true body rushed out, a true body of Eros Master also rushed out. Instantly, his aura soared into the Milky Way and roared. This true body also unleashed power at the level of a universe master, and his aura wasn't any weaker than Kuan Peng Ruler's. He also performed a powerful inherited technique, which was similar to the technique that Master of Eros had used on Qin Shao. A huge dark whirlpool surged out and enveloped Kuan Peng Ruler. It was about to swallow Kuan Peng Ruler and kill him. This was the power that Eros Master had been hiding. Seems like I can't be careless, Kuan Peng Ruler thought. I'm hiding in the team of rulers, and they have universe masters hiding among them. They're waiting for me to make a move. Damn it, I must rush out. Kuan Peng Ruler's eyes turned cold. After pondering for a while, he shook his body. Kuan Peng Ruler spread his wings and transformed into his true body. Kuan Peng body was a huge Kuan Peng undying island. It was covered in dense black feathers and wore a black crown on its head. The moment it spread its wings, they covered the sky and covered the sun. They were 108,000 miles long. The huge wings were like two godly weapons. They were so sharp that they could cut through anything. Kuan Peng Ruler transformed into his true body and tried to break free from the dark whirlpool. However, the dark whirlpool was so powerful that it enveloped the entire void space. Kuan Peng Ruler was unable to break free. Humph! Kuan Peng Ruler, do you really think you can break free? So what if you use your true body? You won't be able to escape from my hands. If you want to save Mountain River Master, don't even think about it. Your battlefield is here, so you can't leave this battlefield. The true body of Eros Master laughed sinisterly and trapped Kuan Peng Ruler. Once Kuan Peng Ruler was trapped, it was impossible for him to escape. Clearly, the enemy had come prepared. They'd made preparations to guard against Kuan Peng Ruler. Qin Shao, the masters of the Heavenly Court, and the Desolate Landmaster were all very surprised to see Kuan Peng Ruler trapped. Although Qin Shao and the others had expected the enemy to have many tricks up their sleeves, they hadn't expected them to be so prepared. What was going on? Only the few of them knew about Kuan Peng Ruler. Logically speaking, they shouldn't have leaked the information. However, Qin Shao didn't have the time to think about this problem for now. Kuan Peng Ruler's support had been severed, and the others were trapped. There was no way they could help him. Even if Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayong hadn't shown themselves yet, the three allied armies still had other tricks up their sleeves. Therefore, even if Lord Huayong and Tian Lingzi appeared, they might not be able to do anything. Qin Shao had no choice but to summon Xiao Gu. Roar! An earth-shattering roar of a beast came from Qin Zhao's internal world. Xiao Gu's enormous body rushed out. The blood energy and the powerful bloodline inheritance transformed into a supreme technique. It made Xiao Gu feel like it was going to crush the firmament of the universe. Xiao Gu was a chaos ancient beast. It was born with a powerful bloodline power and great inheritance techniques. The strength of its body alone was enough to crush the firmament. The immense power emanating from his bloodline caused the entire void to churn as if a dragon was soaring through the four seas. Don't you dare hurt my master, Xiao Gu roared in a low voice. Its voice was filled with extreme anger. A terrifying power surged out of its voice like rolling thunder. The voice of a chaos ancient beast seemed to come from the chaos. It carried a gust of extremely powerful chaos power. Such a sound was enough to easily crush a planet into pieces. Xiao Gu's enormous body charged toward the original bodies of Sky Demon Master and Eros Master. It wanted to fight against the two universe masters by itself. Be careful, Xiao Gu. Don't fight recklessly. Qin Xiao frowned and reminded Xiao Gu. Although Xiao Gu's body was very strong, it was not invincible. Therefore, they had to be careful. If there was no other way, Qin Xiao would have to use his trump card. However, there was no rush. There was still a chance to fight. Master, don't worry about Xiao Gu. I'll be fine, Xiao Gu replied. Xiao Gu replied. In front of Qin Xiao, he was still like a child who had not grown up, a child who needed to be protected. In the past, it had always been Qin Xiao who protected and took care of him. Humph, it's just a chaos ancient beast. Mountain and river, you're really something. You can make a chaos ancient beast evolve into a universe master. However, judging by his appearance, he must have just evolved. Humph, what's the use of a universe master who has just evolved? Do you think he can stop us? You must be dreaming. Get out of my way. The Sky Demon Lord sneered. He and the Lord of Erluo attacked with their full strength. Powerful destructive power, demonic light, the might of the great Tao, the sharpness of treasures, and the power of darkness all smashed into Xiao Gu, bombarding him. Although Little Gu's power was strong, he was no match for two universe masters who had been through a lot. Under this powerful attack, Lil Gu was directly sent flying. However, Xiao Gu's defense was indeed strong. His bloodline was too strong. In the entire Hongmeng universe, there was no other bloodline as strong as Xiao Gu's. The evolution of Xiao Gu's bloodline allowed him to undergo a magnificent transformation. His essence had been raised, and he had become extremely powerful. Therefore, under the attack of Sky Demon Master and Eros Master, Xiao Gu was only sent flying. He was only scratched a few times, but they didn't really hurt him. At most, Xiao Gu felt a little bit of pain. Sky Demon Master and Eros Master saw that Xiao Gu was fine, and they couldn't help frowning. No wonder he's a chaos ancient beast. His bloodline inheritance is indeed very strong. A chaos ancient beast that has evolved to become a universe master is indeed very strong. It's too difficult to kill him with just this body. His huge body can totally stop the two of us. We won't be able to deal with Mountain River. Humph, that Mountain River is really something. I didn't expect him to have such a big trump card. Eros Master, what should we do now? Sky Demon Master clenched his teeth and asked. He was also from the demon race. He also had a very strong bloodline inheritance and extremely strong talent. However, compared to Chaos Ancient Beast, it was obvious that there was a huge gap. Such a situation naturally made him feel very uncomfortable. Their other bodies couldn't do anything to Qin Xiao. Now, their original bodies were blocked by a Chaos Ancient Beast. They felt helpless. Detestable. Too detestable. Chapter 1448. All the avatars were out. The Desolation Master and Heavenly Court Master relaxed slightly when they saw the Chaos Beast stop the Sky Demon Master and Master of Arrow. The Kuan Peng ruler also stopped fighting desperately. He was trapped by Eros Master, and there was no way for him to break free. The godly world was at a disadvantage in the battle between the teams of great beings. It was as if the opponents had been prepared for this. Toward the end of the battle, all the original bodies and avatars were out, but they still couldn't change the situation. Luckily, Kuan Peng ruler was a powerful being, and he was able to fend off the fierce attacks from the allied forces. He didn't let the godly world be defeated. Otherwise, the power of the godly world would have been destroyed. However, their power couldn't affect the entire battle, so they weren't that important. As the two sides kept each other in check, the three allied forces didn't launch any frenzied attacks. As long as they could contain and trap the sovereign of the divine world, that would be enough. The main thing was to trap Kuan Peng ruler and not give him a chance to help the others. Everyone's original bodies and avatars came out, pushing the battle to the limit. The battle between Exalt Demon Beast's main body avatar and Lord of Heavenly Court's main body avatar was still the most intense. Their battle was so intense that the sky turned dark, the sky was destroyed, and the void was collapsing. The primordial battlefield was also sinking piece by piece. The battle between the two wasn't too grand, but it was too terrifying. Hongmeng Master had 3 bodies, but there were also 4 Universe Masters who were dealing with him. They also had some tricks up their sleeves, so they were able to deal with Hongmeng Master. Hongmeng Master would find it difficult to gain the upper hand. As for the Desolation Lord, as soon as his true body's clone appeared, he lost all of his advantages. 9 Skies Master, Starry Master, and the ancient Jiang race were in a worse situation. They were already in a bad situation, and now they were in a worse situation. If they were going to lose, they would be the first ones to lose. The entire primordial battlefield was devastated and in ruins. Heaven and earth rumbled, and the firmament fell silent. With such destructive power, it wouldn't take long for the entire ancient battlefield to be destroyed. Beams of light shot up into the sky and tore through the void with ease. It was extremely frightening. All kinds of secret techniques, the power of the great Tao, the glow of the artifacts, and the rare phenomena of the mystical skills were unleashed. They intertwined with one another, resulting in a series of intense collisions. Sky Demon Master and Eros Master attacked Xiao Gu fiercely again and again, but they were all blocked by Xiao Gu. Even though Xiao Gu's body was covered in wounds, he still stood there, not retreating in the slightest. Sky Demon Master and Eros Master used all their skills, but they still couldn't hurt Xiao Gu. It was almost impossible for them to kill Xiao Gu. Xiao Gu's strength was indeed not that strong. If it was a one-on-one fight, he would probably be slightly stronger than the Sky Demon Lord. However, what was truly heaven-defying about Xiao Gu was his body's defensive ability. It was the inheritance of his bloodline that was too powerful. He was like an impenetrable fortress. No matter how Sky Demon Master and Master Eros Master attacked him, he wouldn't get hurt. He was like a giant mountain that couldn't be scaled. He just stood there, blocking Sky Demon Master and Master Eros Master, preventing them from reaching Qin Xiao. He was completely cut off. With his enormous body, his supreme bloodline power, and his great innate divine ability, he was able to hold back 10,000 men all by himself. Sky Demon Master and Master Eros Master tried to hold Xiao Gu back, while the other went around to deal with Qin Xiao. However, they realized that it was impossible. One person couldn't hold Xiao Gu back. They needed 2 people to hold Xiao Gu back. His skin is extraordinarily thick. We've already attacked him a few hundred times, but he's still only suffered some superficial wounds. It's useless. If we continue fighting like this, we won't be able to defeat this ancient beast. Damn it. Sky Demon Master gritted his teeth. In order to deal with Qin Xiao, they had made all the necessary preparations. This time, no one else had come to help Qin Xiao. However, they hadn't expected another ancient beast to appear. Why was it so difficult to take Shauna's life? Sky Demon Master hated Qin Xiao to the core. He couldn't wait to kill Qin Xiao. Master Eros Master, it's your turn now. Sky Demon Master sent a voice transmission to Master Eros. Unexpectedly, Master Eros Master still had some tricks up his sleeve. Master Eros Master looked at Qin Xiao coldly. He gritted his teeth and said, "No matter how powerful Shauna is, no matter how many tricks he has up his sleeves, he has to die. He has to die." Master Eros Master's expression became even more ferocious and crazy. His sharp eyes emitted a ray of light. Kill! Suddenly, another body flew out from Master Eros Master's body. This time, it flew out from the body that was fighting with Qin Xiao. It pounced on Qin Xiao crazily. "Qin Xiao, I want you to die. I want you to die." Seeing another body of Master Eros Master, Qin Xiao was shocked. Qin Xiao wasn't the only one who was shocked. Everyone else was shocked too. What? Master Eros Master has 2 doppelgangers and 3 bodies? Damn it, this Lord of Arua has really hidden himself well. He actually has 3 bodies, and we didn't even know about it. He's really sinister. Oh no, Qin Xiao is in danger. Qin Xiao frowned. He hadn't expected Master Eros Master to have another doppelganger. He was trapped by Master Sky Demon and Master Eros Master. How could he have the energy to deal with Master Eros' doppelganger? If the Lord of Arrow had managed to reach him, that one strike would have been enough to severely injure him. Qin Shao, the master of Desolate Land, was anxious. However, he couldn't rush out and help Qin Shao. Qin Zhao's eyes became extremely sharp. It seems like I have to use Lord Huayang. Qin Shao released Lord Huayang from his inner world. The master of Desolate Land had expected Qin Shao to receive special treatment. Therefore, he had made preparations. He had let Lord Huayang stay in Qin Zhao's inner world to help Qin Shao at a critical moment. Now it finally came in handy. The moment Lord Huayang came out, he separated his original body and doppelganger and attacked Master Eros Master at the same time. After all, Lord Huayang was only an ordinary universe master. He wouldn't be able to deal with Master Eros Master one-on-one. Therefore, both bodies had to attack at the same time. Besides, both bodies of Lord Huayang were armed to the teeth with universe treasures, which increased his combat power and life-saving ability. At that moment, the two bodies rushed forward to stop Master Eros Master. Huh, Lord Huayang? Master Eros Master looked at Lord Huayang and snorted with disdain. Lord Huayang, no matter how powerful you are, you're only a fourth-step heavenly god. It's hard for you to make up for the difference in level. Although you have the combat power of a universe master, you're still too weak. Do you think you can stop me with just you? What a joke. Lord Huayang didn't hesitate. With a determined face, he said coldly, I have to stop you even if I can't. Besides, we haven't even started fighting. How do you know I can't stop you? Maybe I'll really be able to block it. Humph, you're overestimating yourself. Get out of my way. Master Eros snorted with disdain. The power of darkness surged toward Lord Huayang. The mighty power of darkness roared and crushed the sky. Under the surge of this power, the devouring power that could destroy heaven and earth was going to swallow the entire sky. How terrifying. It was really too terrifying. The light of darkness was going to annihilate everything. This was the technique of Master Eros. The power of the dark cultivation system was different from the power of this world. It was like the invasion of a power from another universe. Faced with this terrifying power, Lord Huayang also sensed danger. However, he didn't hesitate and attacked with all his might. He had been holding back and didn't really reveal his power. He hadn't fought with anyone. This time, it was time for him to shine. It was time for him to prove his power. It was time for him to contribute to the godly world. Even if he died, Lord Huayang wouldn't frown. Lord Huayang held the sword with one hand and flipped the seal with the other. His mind connected to the 9 heavens, and the power of the great path surged out. Endless godly light gushed out from his body. It was going to shake the heavens and fight against the dark sky of the universe. However, the light of Lord Huayang's power was still weaker. Under the crazy attacks of Master Eros, both of Lord Huayang's bodies were forced to retreat. However, no matter how much he retreated, Lord Huayang didn't show any sign of weakness. He still stood his ground and blocked Master Eros' path. Lord Huayang, I didn't expect you to be able to block me. Master Eros was surprised to see that Lord Huayang had blocked his attack. Lord Huayang said, Of course I can block you. I, Lord Huayang, have been holding back for so many years. I have some tricks up my sleeve. I'm not someone you can bully. You're so full of yourself. Do you really think you're strong? I'd like to see how long you can block me. Master Eros snorted and continued to attack Lord Huayang ferociously. However, Lord Huayang still gritted his teeth and held his ground in the face of such a ferocious attack. It was obviously impossible for Master Eros to kill Qin Shao with this doppelganger. It wouldn't be easy to get past Lord Huayang. At least for now, it wouldn't work. Master of 9 Skies and the other 2 were in the worst situation, especially Lord of 9 Dragons. He was already showing signs of being defeated. He was injured and sent flying a few times. If this continued, Lord of 9 Dragons might be the first universe master to be sacrificed. Just at this critical moment, Tian Lingzi brought along a peerless long spear. He was like a peerless war god descending from the sky. His original body and doppelganger charged out at the same time to help Lord of 9 Dragons and the others. Seeing that Tian Lingzi had arrived, Lord of Nine Dragons was so excited that he was about to cry. Tian Lingzi, you're finally willing to come out, Lord of Nine Dragons said. If you don't take action now, I'm going to die here, the Lord of Nine Dragons said. Tian Lingzi looked at Lord of Nine Dragons coldly and said, don't make it sound so weak. Otherwise, people will laugh at you. Lord of Nine Dragons, why don't you go to one side and take a rest? Leave this to me. When Tian Lingzi's original body and doppelganger teamed up, they were also very powerful. They were even more powerful than Lord Huayang. In fact, they wouldn't lose to Lord of Nine Dragons. With Tian Lingzi's help, the situation was naturally reversed. At least in terms of numbers, they were now on par with the allied forces of the three forces. In terms of power, they weren't weak. Chapter 1449. A New Tactic. This decisive battle was indeed earth-shattering. The firmament was destroyed. The heavens were silent. The great Tao was about to collapse. The forces of the 5 holy lands of the divine realm were fully invested. Many of their trump cards were also brought out. Kuan Peng ruler, Xiao Gu, Tian Lingzi, and Lord Huayang were all involved. All of their tactics were brought out. The allied forces of the three parties had also used all their tactics. Unexpectedly, they were only on par with the divine realm. Such a situation was naturally out of the expectations of the allied forces of the three parties. The allied forces of the three parties had thought that they had a great advantage and could completely crush the divine realm. Unexpectedly, the situation was not so simple. Your divine realm's foundation is really deep. I did not expect you to have so much hidden strength. It's a good thing that your original body is already dead, you brat. Otherwise, with your original body, you'd be even more powerful. That would be a real headache. The Lord of Arrow snorted angrily. He had used all 3 bodies, but they could not do anything to Qin Shao. This made him very unhappy. We have to have some trump cards. Otherwise, won't we be at the mercy of the allied forces of the 3 parties? Our divine realm has been the ruler of the primordial universe for 8 eras. Our position has never been shaken by anyone. Naturally, we have some trump cards. I'm afraid the wishful thinking of the allied forces of the 3 parties has failed. Do you think it's that easy to destroy the divine realm? Given the current situation, the allied forces of the 3 parties cannot win at all, let alone destroy the divine realm. Qin Shao replied coldly. Lord of Arrow sneered. His face was ferocious. Little Shanha, don't be happy too early. What other trump cards do you have? Bring them all out. However, I don't think the divine realm has any more trump cards. Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang, the 2 hidden trump cards, have already been brought out. What other trump cards does the divine realm have? If this is all the divine realm has, then prepare to be destroyed. Qin Zhao's expression changed. He had been trying to sound out the Lord of Arrow. How could Qin Shao not know that the means of the 3 allied forces had not been fully used at all? They must have left a lot of means behind. The overall strength of the 3 allied forces was definitely above that of the God realm. There was no need to doubt this. If the 3 allied forces only had this much strength, then they wouldn't have the courage to invade the God realm. Therefore, it was clear that the 3 allied forces still had some tricks up their sleeves. Qin Shao could tell from Lord of Arrow's words that this was indeed the case. The calamity of the God realm was simply too difficult to overcome. However, Qin Shao was also ruthless in his heart. The 3 allied forces still had some tricks up their sleeves that they had yet to use. However, he still had some tricks up his sleeve that he hadn't used yet. He still had his final trump card. In the end, if they really had to fight, Qin Shao might not necessarily be afraid of the 3 allied forces. Therefore, he had to think of a way to force the 3 allied forces to use all their tricks. Therefore, Qin Shao pretended to say, Lord of Arrows, don't bluff. Do you think you can scare us with this? I think it's better not to use such a despicable trick. The 3 allied forces have already used all their tricks. I don't believe that you have any more tricks up your sleeves. The God realm has been watching you all this time. We know you all quite well. You have placed many pawns in the God realm. Do you think that the God realm hasn't placed pawns among you? We are also very clear about the situation of the three allied forces. If you have any more tricks up your sleeves, then don't hide them. Hurry up and use them all. Otherwise, with your current strength, you won't be able to take advantage of us at all. Lord of Arrows smiled slyly and revealed the face of an old fox. Little Shanha, you are really boring. Do you really think that I will believe you with such a despicable trick? After all, you are still too young and don't have much shrewdness. Only a kid like you can use such a child's provocation. Qin Shao didn't feel awkward after being seen through by Lord of Arrows. Instead, he sneered and said, "But sometimes such a despicable trick is more useful." At this point, there is no need to use any profound tricks. It's better to be straightforward. If you want to fight, the God Realm will accompany you to the end. If this continues, we will only end up with both sides suffering losses. The God Realm will still be safe. Therefore, if you want to fight, then be straightforward and use all your tricks. The God Realm has indeed used up all our resources. This is all we have. However, I don't think the situation of the three allied forces will be any better. It was still a provocation. Although it was very simple, everyone could understand it. However, just as Qin Shao said, sometimes the simplest things were the most effective and direct. The battle was indeed in a stalemate. No one could gain the upper hand. Although the battle was earth-shattering, there wasn't any substantial progress. The strength of both sides was more or less balanced. Under such circumstances, if they were to continue fighting, both sides would suffer heavy injuries in the end. Lord of Magical Beasts, if you have any other tricks, just use them. There is no point in continuing this battle. If this is all you have, I advise you to stop the battle as soon as possible. The Lord of Heavenly Court finally spoke. Since this battle was unavoidable and everyone's morale was high, it was better to end it directly. The God Realm had indeed used up all their resources. Now it was time to see how much resources the three allied forces had. If this was all, then the God Realm's safety would be assured. However, the Lord of Heavenly Court was also clear that the three allied forces had more resources than this. If this was all, the three allied forces didn't have the confidence to fight the God Realm. Lord of Heavenly Court, it seems like you are in a hurry to lose. Since you are in such a hurry, then we shall fulfill your wish. Lord of Magical Beasts said in a booming voice. He then said to Machine Lord, "Machine, now is the time for you to shine." Machine Lord had already sent out a clone. Now that the Lord of Heavenly Court said that he would let Machine Lord shine, what other tricks did Machine Lord have up his sleeves? Leave it to me. Machine Lord's cold voice rang through the entire primordial battlefield. Hearing Machine Lord's words, everyone in the God Realm was startled. They all looked over. This was a moment that concerned the life and death of the God Realm. Boom, boom, boom. With a loud boom, 4 figures flew out from the Machine Lord's body. These 4 figures were wearing the same battle armor as Machine Lord. They gave off an aura that wasn't any weaker than Machine Lord's. Moreover, the most shocking thing was that this aura was the aura of Machine Lord. The 6 figures stood in the void, shining brightly. The aura of Machine Lord gave off a cold chill. It was extremely frightening. The most frightening thing about Machine Lord was his battle armor. It was extremely powerful and frightening. In terms of strength, Machine Lord wasn't any weaker than Lord of Arrows. The Lord of Arrow had 2 major doppelgangers and 3 bodies. This was already an extremely terrifying level of power. However, no one expected Machine Lord to be even more frightening. What? The Machine Lord had 5 doppelgangers? How is that possible? How can he have so many clones? This is bad. I didn't expect Machine Lord to have hidden himself so well. This is too frightening. 5 clones, plus the original body's 6 bodies. What kind of power is this? I knew that Eros and the machine race had hidden themselves well. However, I didn't expect them to be so well hidden. Good move. This is really a good move. No wonder the Allied forces dared to attack the God Realm. Looks like they came prepared. This battle is going to be troublesome. No matter how troublesome it is, we still have to fight. We can't admit defeat. The worst that can happen is death. Even if we die, we have to drag someone down with us. That's right. We will never bow down. We will never back down. We have no way out. Behind us is the life and death of the God realm. We are the last hope of the God realm. We can only fight to the death. The appearance of Machine Lord's 5 clones was a huge blow to the confidence of the God realm. In terms of momentum, the tables were turned. The original balance of the situation was broken instantly. It was tilted in favor of the Allied forces. Hee hee, little Shanha. Now you know what we are capable of, right? However, do you think that this is all we have? Then I can tell you clearly that we have more powerful moves that we haven't used yet. This is only the first move. However, this is enough. It is enough to deal with the God realm. You should surrender obediently. It's useless. You will definitely lose. The God realm won't be able to survive. Lord of Eros laughed arrogantly. Qin Shao gritted his teeth secretly. Indeed, Qin Shao did not expect Machine Lord to send out 5 clones at once. It was not easy to refine another clone. It was not something that could be done just by talking about it. Generally speaking, one would only refine 1 clone. This was the best combination. Only under extremely rare circumstances would someone refine 2 clones. For example, Lord of Eros and Master of Primordial Chaos. Furthermore, these were the only 2 examples. They were the only ones who had 2 clones. The Lord of Desolate Land and Master of Heavenly Court only had 1 clone. When one was weak, refining another clone would cause great damage to one's soul. The price to pay was too high. Moreover, it would affect one's cultivation potential. Therefore, most people would not choose to refine 2 clones. Unless one of their clones was killed, they would have no choice but to pay the price. If he was strong enough, he would have to pay a huge price to refine another doppelganger. Because of this, very few people would be willing to refine more clones. For example, if a universe master were to refine another clone, the price to pay would be unimaginable. Moreover, refining another clone would greatly affect one's cultivation potential. Generally speaking, 1 clone was the best combination and the best result. Unless there were some crazy people who were willing to sacrifice everything and cut off their own cultivation potential to refine more clones. For example, Machine Lord had 5 clones all at once. It sounded scary and crazy. Once 6 clones appeared, it would be enough for Machine Lord to suppress Master of Heavenly Court. Just the Machine Lord alone was enough to make him a formidable foe. Chapter 1450. A guest in the mortal world. Theoretically speaking, every living being could cultivate up to 8 bodies, and together with the original body, they would form 9 bodies. 9 was an extreme number, the largest number, the ultimate number in the Great Thousand World. However, theoretical things were only theoretical things. In reality, there was no one who could reach such an extreme, unless, of course, an ordinary god was willing to sever their own cultivation potential and wholeheartedly focus on cultivating a clone. That was possible, but the lifespan of an ordinary god was only 84 billion years. No one will be so stupid and crazy as to cultivate 8 bodies. Moreover, cultivating a doppelganger required a great price. Even if it was just an ordinary god, the price he had to pay might not be something he could bear. Under such circumstances, there were not many people who would cultivate more clones. At the very least, based on what Qin Shao knew, hegemons who possessed 2 clones were exceedingly rare existences. A supreme ruler who had 3 bodies only existed in the historical records. There are no living beings. At least, Qin Shao did not know of any. The fact that Automaton Master had 5 bodies was indeed frightening. After all, Automaton Master was a universe master. The higher his level, the more powerful he was, and the more difficult it was to cultivate another body. The moment Machine Master's 6 bodies appeared, his aura suppressed the heavens. The saints in the godly world felt suffocated. They could clearly feel the immense pressure. Danger once again descended upon them. Although everyone was mentally prepared, they still yearned to be able to resist the allied forces of the 3 parties and protect the godly world. Even if they had to sacrifice a little, it would be worth it if they could protect the godly world in the end. However, the current situation was developing in a bad direction. Besides, Master of Eros had said that this was not all the trump cards of the allied forces. There were still other trump cards that had not been used. Master of Eros's words might not be true, but they still felt that it might be true. Besides, the possibility of it being true was relatively high. Hence, they had no choice but to be cautious. Machine Master, I expected you to have some tricks up your sleeves, but I did not expect you to have 5 bodies. You are from the machine race. Your power comes from the machine race, from the power of technology. This is a kind of power of knowledge, an invisible power. It does not require you to reach a certain level. You only need to have supreme technological knowledge to control this universe master level armor. Then you can have great power. The armor is the crystallization of your technology. It is where your power of knowledge lies. Hence, it does not require much of your body. That's why you're able to refine 5 clones, and all of them possess such great strength. Desolate Land Master thought about it, Machine Master of God World Studio, and Sky. The reason why the Automaton Lord was so powerful was because he was a member of the Automaton race. Machine race. They practiced the cultivation system of science and technology civilization. Science and civilization was desolate, using technology and knowledge to create weapons desolate world, like armor, battleships, guns, and so on. They could create all kinds of things. Previously, Qin Shao had also destroyed a nest of the mechs and obtained quite a number of battle armors. Any living being could control those armors. Hence, Machine Master of Machine Master's weakness was the Universe Master level armor that he was wearing. If he took off this armor, Machine Master would not have much power. Of course, when it came to Universe Master level armor, others would not be able to control it even if they got their hands on it. The more powerful a technological weapon was, the harder it was to control it. If it was simple, it would be easier to learn and easier to master. Desolate Land Master, you know quite a lot, said Machine Master of God World Studio. But it is useless even if you know. Saint from the godly world, come and die. If the 3 of us can't destroy your god realm, even after joining forces, wouldn't that be the biggest joke in the world? No matter how strong the godly world is, it will not be able to resist the combined forces of the 3 of us. The fact that the godly world has been able to fight until now is already not bad. But it is only not bad. It will not affect the final result at all, said Machine Master of God World Studio coldly. The 6 bodies opened their mouths at the same time, and their murderous auras soared to the sky. Everyone, be careful, said Machine Master of God World Studio. If we die together. We will not be alone on the road to the underworld. Kill. There was a fierce determination in the eyes of Desolate Land Master of God World Studio. Death. Everyone had been prepared for it. A body of Machine Master of God World Studio charged toward Desolate Land Master of God World Studio. His cold voice came from afar. Actually, why bother? It is not easy to cultivate to the level of a universe master. If the saints from the godly world surrender obediently, it may not be impossible. Machine Master, you talk too much nonsense. Why do you have to talk so much nonsense? If they do not die, how can we live in peace? Magic Beast Master of God World Studio's eerie voice came. There is no way out for the saints from the godly world studio. However, the saint from the godly world did not need such a way out. If they wanted to live on while at death's door, they would rather die with a bang. No one was afraid of death. They were all prepared for it. Kill. A body of Machine Master of God World Studio charged toward Qin Shao, another toward Heavenly Court Master, and another toward the Lord of 9 Dragons. Only Grand Mist Master's power did not increase. However, Grand Mist Master could not gain any advantage. He could only barely block the enemy's attacks, but he could not gain the upper hand. For bodies of Machine Master of God World Studio charged out, which naturally broke the original balance. It also pushed the godly world to the edge of danger. Machine Master of God World Studio's cold eyes shot a cold light from afar. It was bone-chilling, and it instilled fear in the hearts of those who looked at it. Little Mountain He, you have been able to escape from our hands a few times. Your power has grown to such a level. You are indeed heaven-defying. However, today is the day you die. Let's see what other tricks you have. Machine Master of God World Studios' cold voice came from afar. Qin Shao indeed had many tricks up his sleeve. First, it was the chaos ancient beast Little Gu. Then, it was Lord Huayang. Both times, he had used his tricks to block the ferocious attacks of the Sky Demon Lord and the Lord of Erluo. This time, he wanted to see what other tricks Qin Shao had up his sleeves. Machine Master of God World Studio attacked with all his might. His cold armor emitted a cold light. This cold light emitted an incomparably powerful cold energy. It was an extremely powerful energy. Machine Master of God World Studio held a giant sword made of terrifying energy in his hand. He slashed it at Qin Shao from afar. Although he was far away, Qin Shao could still feel the terrifying power from this sword. This was the power of technology. It was a terrifying power. It was different from any power Qin Shao knew of. It was different from the power of Tao. It was different from the power of true meaning of power. It was different from the power of heart force. It was also different from the power of sword cultivation. This was a completely new kind of power, a mysterious power, and a powerful power. This power was not inferior to the full power of Lord Eros' attack. Therefore, this sword attack was naturally very terrifying. It made Qin Shao smell the scent of danger. It was already strenuous for Huayang Jun's avatar to hold off one of Lord of Erluo's avatars. Xiao Gu was also strenuously holding off Lord of Sky Demon and Lord of Erluo. He was risking his life. If Xiao Gu's body was not so strong, he would have died in the hands of Sky Demon Master and Lord Eros. He would not have been able to hold on for so long. Qin Shao was trapped by the Lord of Sky Demon and the Lord of Arrow. She couldn't split herself up and could no longer spare any energy. Therefore, Qin Shao felt bitter in the face of Machine Lord's ferocious attack. There was no other way. It seemed like he had no other choice. He had to use his last trump card. This was the trump card that Qin Shao was not willing to use. However, he had to use it now. Otherwise, he would definitely die here today. Just as Qin Shao was about to ask his master for help, a ray of red dust light tore through the void. This ray of light seemed to transform into a huge golden fist. It struck across the endless void. A figure walked out of the void and charged straight at the Machine Lord's doppelganger. The person who had charged out was naturally none other than Red Dust Guest. Red Dust Guest, it's you again. Seeing Red Dust Guest, Machine Lord, Sky Demon Master, and Lord Eros gnashed their teeth in anger. If Red Dust Guest had not intervened in the space at the end of the universe, Qin Shao would have been killed by them. It was because of Red Dust Guest that their plan had failed. It had become the greatest humiliation of their lives. Who would have thought that Red Dust Guest would come out to save Qin Shao again? Damn it. Machine Lord did not dare to be careless in front of Red Dust Guest. He went all out to meet him. Red Dust Guest's huge golden fist met Machine Lord's huge energy sword. The two forces collided violently in the void. A dazzling light burst out and the sky rumbled. A patch of the void was shattered directly. Red Dust Guest's strength was indeed terrifying. He had actually forced Machine Lord to retreat 1,000,000 miles with a single punch. Red Mage stood in the void and looked at the Machine Lord coldly with a frown. There was a sense of supremacy about him, as though he was looking down on the heavens. His aura shook the heavens. It was as if as long as Red Dust Guest fought, he would be able to draw out a forbidden area. Red Dust Guest, do you really want to be enemies with us? Machine Lord's angry voice rang through the 9 heavens and shook the entire ancient battlefield. His angry voice was obviously filled with warning. A strong wind blew, blowing Red Dust Guest's long robe. Red Dust Guest looked at Machine Lord coldly and said, I am a guest in red dust. I have already transcended red dust, but now I have fallen into red dust. I have taken Qin Shao as my disciple. Master and disciple for a day, master and disciple for life. Therefore, I have made myself very clear. No matter who it is, if anyone dares to hurt Qin Shao, they will be my enemy. I will not care about anything else. In today's battle, I am fighting for my disciple and for Red Dust Guest. If you let my disciple go, I will not be enemies with you. Otherwise, I can only fight with my life on the line. Red Dust Guest's intervention naturally angered the people of the three allied forces. Machine Lord snorted coldly. Red Dust Guest, you should know your disciple's character very well. Even if we are willing to let him go, he will not stand idly by. Chapter 1451. Stubborn Bastard. Master of Arrows said angrily, Master of Mountains and Rivers, if you really don't want to get involved in this battle, why don't you persuade your disciple? As long as he's willing to stop and leave, we won't make things difficult for him. We only want the realm of the gods. Letting him go won't make a difference. If you, Red Dust Guest, really dare to get involved in this battle, I'd advise you to think twice. No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to change anything by yourself. In the end, you'll just die with the realm of the gods. You, Red Dust Guest, don't have the ability to turn things around. I'd advise you to be tactful. Otherwise, there won't be anything to discuss. Red Dust Guest shook his head and said, I'm only fighting for my disciple. He has something he insists on. He has something he wants to protect. He has a reason to fight with his life on the line. As his master, I can't ask him to give up anything. I can only support him silently. If he wants to fight, I'll accompany him. If he dies, I'll accompany him to the end. Master of Arrows was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. His whole body was shaking. What a stubborn old man. You're really stubborn. For your disciple, you're really willing to give up everything. You're even willing to give up your life. If you, Red Dust Guest, had stayed out of this matter, we wouldn't have done anything to you in the end. You would have been able to spend another universe epic peacefully in the primordial universe. Isn't that good? You're courting death if you insist on being our enemy. Red Dust Guest was still determined. He didn't waver at all. Even if I'm courting death, I'll do it without hesitation. I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. Let's see how strong you are. The Machine Lord snorted coldly and charged at Red Dust Guest again. Red Dust Guest threw out another punch. Red Dust Guest cultivated the true meaning of strength. Strength was Red Dust Guest's strongest move. Strength was the foundation of everything. Therefore, Red Dust Guest did not use any fancy moves. He simply threw a punch at the Machine Lord. However, this punch contained an incomparably powerful force. All of his strength was contained in this punch. It was straightforward, without any fancy moves. The Machine Lord had just taken a hit. Although it did not do much damage to him, it was clear that he was at a disadvantage. This time, he gritted his teeth and unleashed his full strength. However, Hong Chun-Ku's punch once again forced him back. This time, he looked even more pathetic than before. Damn it! Again. Once again, the Machine Lord charged forward, but once again, it was beaten back by the transient guest. In terms of strength, Red Dust Guest was completely superior. The power of the Machine Lord was actually a little similar to that of the Red Dust Guest. It was also a direct power, unlike the Great Path cultivators who had all sorts of wondrous techniques that could be used in different ways. They were different. They all relied on direct power. They all relied on great power to break through everything. They used brute force to break through all techniques. There was no need for anything fancy. Power was supreme, and power was unique. In a clash of such strength, the Machine Lord was clearly no match for it. After beating the Machine Lord back a few times, Red Dust Guest glanced at him and said sarcastically, Your strength is only SOSO. Your only advantage is that you have more doppelgangers. You dare to boast in front of me? Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? Being humiliated in such a way, the Machine Lord was even more furious. He roared repeatedly. Red Dust Guest, don't be so arrogant. The Machine Lord roared. He actually pulled back the doppelganger that was dealing with the Master of the Heavenly Court and joined the team that was dealing with Red Dust Guest. Two doppelgangers came to deal with Red Dust Guest at the same time. It was 2 against 1. Only then did they turn the situation around. Haha, Red Dust Guest, I knew that you only have one body and no doppelgangers. You are a cultivator of the true meaning of power system. Power cultivates the body. It is too difficult to cultivate a doppelganger. It is even more difficult for a doppelganger to reach the strength of the original body. Therefore, cultivators of the true meaning of power like you rarely have doppelgangers. You don't even have a doppelganger. Let's see how you can still jump around. The two doppelgangers joined forces to suppress Red Dust Guest. The Machine Lord laughed proudly. The situation that had been a little tense was once again suppressed. Qin Shao couldn't help but frown. Master didn't have a doppelganger? Qin Shao had never asked about this before. After all, it was normal for a cultivator to have a doppelganger. After all, if the cultivator had two bodies, the chances of survival would be many times greater. The path of cultivation was so difficult. Staying alive was the most important thing. Therefore, it was especially important to have a doppelganger. This was a choice that all living beings would make. Moreover, if one only cultivated a doppelganger, it wouldn't have much of an impact on one's cultivation. Therefore, almost all cultivators would have a doppelganger. Someone like Red Dust Guest who didn't have a doppelganger was indeed very rare. It was so rare that it wasn't any less rare than having two doppelgangers. Master didn't have a doppelganger. Being suppressed by the Machine Lord's two doppelgangers was indeed a little troublesome. Fortunately, Red Dust Guest's body was also terrifyingly strong. He was comparable to Xiao Gu. Therefore, even though Red Dust Guest was being suppressed by the Machine Lord's two doppelgangers, he was still able to hold his own. He still wouldn't be easily defeated. The true meaning of power cultivation system was to temper the body. Therefore, one's body was naturally very strong. The strength of Red Dust Guest's body was comparable to that of a universe treasure. Therefore, it was naturally very difficult to injure him. If they wanted to kill him, it would be even more difficult. Red Dust Guest, your body is very strong. No wonder you're so fearless. You know that I can't hurt you. But that's fine. As long as I can suppress you, that's enough. Once the other battles are over, I'll naturally be able to deal with you easily. You can resist two of my doppelgangers, but can you resist all of us? I really don't understand. Where did you get the courage to court death, Red Dust Guest? Do you really think we can't kill you? The Machine Lord was now full of confidence. Naturally, he retorted sarcastically. Red Dust Guest's cold face didn't change in the slightest. He said calmly, "To an old man like me who has lived for dozens of epochs, what does death count for? Life and death, I've long been indifferent to it. Sometimes, death may not be a form of release. There should be many things in life that are worth remembering. There should also be many things that are worth risking your life for. There are many things that should be more important than life. Just like you, you're risking your lives for your living space. You're risking your lives for an epoch of space for your people to reproduce. You have things that you're risking your lives for. I have them too. Why should I fear life and death?" The Machine Lord was momentarily speechless. That was indeed the case. With Red Dust Guest's intervention, the balance was slightly pulled back. However, the divine world was still at a disadvantage. On the side of the Lord of Nine Dragons, the situation was very bad. With the addition of the Machine Lord's doppelganger, the situation was completely one-sided. The Master of Desolate Land was also at a disadvantage. He was being suppressed. If this continued, he would be completely defeated sooner or later. Only the Master of Primordial Chaos and the Master of Heavenly Court were still able to hold their ground. However, overall, the Divine World situation was not good. If the Lord of Nine Dragons and the others were defeated, the balance would be broken once again. It would form a vicious cycle that would accelerate the Divine World's defeat. The situation seemed to be in a stalemate, but the Divine World was already in danger. Haha, little Shanha, let's see what other tricks the Divine World has. You've even brought out your master. What other tricks do you have up your sleeves? The Master of Arrows sneered. Qin Shao remained silent. He did have other tricks up his sleeves, but he would not use them easily. If that was the case, Qin Shao was confident that he could win. At the moment, the three-way alliance did not have a huge advantage. They only had the advantage of the two doppelganger of the Machine Lord. This advantage was not overwhelming. However, if they continued to fight, the advantage might be widened. Even if the advantage was widened, the Divine World would not be defeated easily. Even if they were defeated in the end, they would definitely be able to make the three allied forces pay an extremely painful price. In the end, Even if both sides didn't suffer heavy losses, the three allied forces wouldn't have an easy time either. Such an advantage didn't count for much. Qin Shao still had 2 trump cards that he had not used. It seemed like he only needed to use one of his trump cards to turn the situation around. Therefore, Qin Shao naturally ignored the Master of Eros' taunts. Qin Shao was still waiting. He was not in a hurry to make his move. He had a feeling that this was not all the trump cards that the three-way alliance had. He had a feeling that the three-way alliance had other trump cards up their sleeves. Therefore, Qin Shao was not in a hurry. He wanted to wait for the other party to reveal all their trump cards. Then, he would see how to use them. Although the Desolate Landmaster was at a disadvantage, the Desolate Landmaster's trump cards were still very powerful. Therefore, it was impossible to defeat the Desolate Landmaster in a short period of time. The 4 Masters of 9 Heavens gritted their teeth and tried their best to resist the ferocious attacks of the Machine Lord. The 8 bodies of the 4 Masters of 9 Heavens Master formed a tight circle and exerted their power to the maximum. It wasn't that easy to break through their defenses and kill them. After all, they were Universe Masters. Their life force was very strong. They would not be killed so easily. Therefore, it was not so easy for the three-way alliance to break the situation. If Red Dust Guest was not there to block the 2 doppelganger of the Machine Lord, they might be able to do it. But now it was very difficult. Haha, Red Dust Guest. You and I can be considered to have known each other for a universe epoch. Your indifference is something I've always envied and admired. I didn't expect that you would be willing to sacrifice yourself to help our God Realm. The entire God Realm will remember this kindness in our hearts. With you around, our God Realm has a bit more hope, the Desolation Lord said with a hearty laugh. In his heart, he was truly grateful to Red Dust Guest. With Red Dust Guest around, the godly world would not be defeated so easily. I am not doing this for the godly world. I am doing this for my disciple, Qin Shao, Red Dust Guest replied nonchalantly. Chapter 1452. Magic Beast Night Master's Technique. Begging for flowers. Haha. Desolate Landmaster let out a long laugh. He was in a good mood. Awesome, awesome. You, Red Dust Guest, are willing to step forward and fight for the godly world. Why shouldn't the godly world fight for us? Let's show off our abilities in this battle. Haha, let's fight to our heart's content. Let's see what else you have up your sleeves. Desolate Landmaster's heroic spirit soared to the 9 heavens. His brilliance covered the firmament. His aura suddenly increased by a lot. Once his aura increased, his power naturally increased as well. He became abnormally powerful. Desolate Landmaster was being suppressed by Automaton Master and Demon Ancestor. He was at a disadvantage. Now that Desolate Landmaster's aura increased, he actually turned the situation around in an instant. It could even be said that they were faintly gaining the upper hand. Such a situation caused everyone to be astonished. No one had expected Desolate Landmaster to have hidden his power and to be able to unleash it at a time like this. Even with such power, he still seemed to be gaining the upper hand. One had to know that there were a total of 5 Universe Masters dealing with Desolate Landmaster. In terms of numbers, the opponent had an absolute advantage. However, Desolate Landmaster's aura shook the heavens. His fighting spirit shook the firmament. He used all his techniques. He covered the sky with a flip of his hand and destroyed the earth with a flip of his hand. He was indeed too powerful. The strength of Desolate Landmaster was indeed beyond everyone's expectations. Even Qin Shao was slightly surprised. He indeed did not expect Desolate Landmaster to be so powerful. The undisputed number 1 person in the godly world, and even the entire Hongmeng universe, was still the master of Heaven Palace. He was the most powerful being. No one could shake his position as the master of Heaven Palace. However, the battle for number 2 had always been debated. Some said it was Grand Mist Master, some said it was Desolate Landmaster, and some even said it was Demon Ancestor. However, now it seemed that the number 2 was Desolate Landmaster. The radiance emitted by the Master of Desolate Land had indeed overshadowed everything, even the Grand Mist Master and the Archdevil Ancestor. The true strength of the Lord of the Desolate Land was finally revealed. Ha! Desolate Land, You really hid your strength well. Even I didn't know you were this strong. Not bad, not bad. Our God Realm's confidence has increased by a bit. Ha ha, fight, fight. Let's see what other tricks you have up your sleeves. You want to destroy my God Realm with just these? What a joke. Although the Lord of Nine Dragons was a little embarrassed at the moment, the Lord of the Desolate Land's outburst made him very happy. He clapped his hands and praised. How satisfying. The Lord of the Desolate Land had indeed given the God Realm a lot of confidence and hope. This made the saints of the God Realm even more confident and full of fighting spirit. The Lord of the Desolate Land's sudden burst of power had greatly reduced the gap between the heavenly realm and the allied forces of the three forces. Now, the only ones who were still at an absolute disadvantage were the Lord of Nine Dragons and a few others. However, their disadvantage would not affect the entire battle for a while. Moreover, although they were at a disadvantage, they were still able to withstand the waves of ferocious attacks from the allied forces of the three forces for the time being. They would not be defeated easily. As long as they still had a breath left in them, they would definitely fight to the death. Hence, in order to end the battle, they had to kill them. However, to kill them was easier said than done. Any universe master would not be killed so easily. The situation had once again entered a state of stalemate. The allied forces of the three forces had a slight advantage, but it was not by much. Such a situation made the universe masters of the allied forces of the three forces so angry that they were gnashing their teeth. They had originally thought that victory was in their grasp, but they did not expect that there would be unforeseen events time and time again. How are they going to fight now? Obviously, it was not a good idea to continue fighting like this. If they were to continue fighting like this, the allied forces of the three forces would have to pay an unimaginable price in the end. This was unimaginable. Machine Master had used all 6 bodies, and Master of Arrows had used all 3 bodies. However, they were still unable to win this situation. Machine Master finally could not hold it in any longer. He shouted at Magic Beast Knight Master, "Magic Beast Knight Master, if you still do not make a move, you will not be able to change the situation at all. We have already been forced to this point. Do not hold back anymore." Machine Master's words shocked all the saints of the heavenly realm. What? Magic Beast Knight Master still had more tricks up his sleeve? Obviously, the more powerful his tricks were, the more lethal they would be. Machine Master's 4 bodies had already been terrifying enough. Could it be that Magic Beast Knight Master still had more terrifying tricks up his sleeve? If that was the case, then it would be too dangerous. The Master of Heavenly Court stared at the Devil Beast universe with cold eyes. His 2 bodies were completely blocked by the Devil Beast Supremacy's 2 bodies. He couldn't gain the upper hand at all. Magic Beast Knight Master's power was indeed too strong. It was no wonder that Magic Beast Knight Master could unify the entire Magic Beast universe and become the supreme ruler of Magic Beast universe. He was the supreme ruler of this era, and that was how he gained the title of Magic Beast Knight Master. Even the other universe masters of Magic Beast universe had to address him as Knight Master with the utmost respect. The power that Magic Beast Knight Master had displayed was already so powerful that even Master of Heavenly Court could not suppress it. If Magic Beast Knight Master still had more tricks up his sleeve, how terrifying would that be? Under such circumstances, Master of Heavenly Court had no choice but to take this seriously. His eyes turned cold and sharp. Qin Shao also looked toward Magic Beast Knight Master. If Magic Beast Knight Master really had more powerful tricks up his sleeve, then he had to be prepared. Hence, Qin Shao was prepared to ask Senior Baichuan Fu Su for help at any time. If there was any danger, then he could not hesitate. However, Qin Shao was not worried. After all, he still had 2 trump cards up his sleeve. One was Senior Baichuan Fu Su, and the other was Jing Yang. Of course, if he really wanted to talk about it, he actually still had a trump card, and that was his original body. However, his original body was now at the final critical moment. Once his original body had a breakthrough and became a Samsara controller, then with the power of 6 Paths controller, he would be able to take charge of a region. Furthermore, his original body was getting closer and closer to a breakthrough. He could clearly feel that it was getting closer and closer. He still had 3 trump cards up his sleeve. What did he have to fear? The allied forces of the 3 forces should have used up all their tricks. Once the allied forces used up all their tricks, then the situation would be completely reversed. Now it was time to see what other tricks the allied forces had up their sleeves. Now, it was Magic Beast Knight Master's turn to use his tricks. Looking at the situation, the allied forces should be out of tricks. Forget it, forget it. Magic Beast Knight Master's loud voice rang out. I originally thought that I wouldn't need to use my trump card. I didn't expect that I would be forced to this point. Master of the Heavenly Court, your God Realm really has a lot of experience. Your foundation has far exceeded our expectations. I originally thought that we could easily take down your God Realm. At most, the Machine Lord would have to use his trump card. It wouldn't be my turn to make a move. But I didn't expect that you would force us to this point. Not bad, not bad. You should be proud. The strength of your God Realm is largely due to that kid, Shan He. With his own strength, he has brought too much power and too much hope to the God Realm. If not for him, your God Realm would have been destroyed by us long ago. The heavens sent him to save your God Realm, but he can't save your God Realm. No matter what, your God Realm can't escape the fate of destruction. This is your destiny. Magic Beast Knight Master's words were filled with a strong sense of confidence. Qin Shao had indeed brought a lot of hope to the God Realm. Without Qin Shao, the power of the God Realm would have been greatly weakened. Kuan Peng Ruler couldn't have evolved, and he couldn't have the power of a true Universe Master. Without Little Gu and Qin Shao, Red Dust Guest wouldn't have made a move. Without so many universe treasures, the power of the God Realm would naturally be greatly reduced. If that had been the case, the God Realm might have been destroyed long ago. Qin Shao had tied down too much of the allied forces. Just Qin Zhao's influence alone was probably around 30% of the allied forces' strength. If Qin Shao hadn't been there, the contrast would have suffocated the God Realm. It would have been completely crushed. Qin Shao did indeed have the light of a savior. Magic Beast Knight Master, if you have any other tricks up your sleeve, just use them. There's no need to talk so much nonsense here. Do you think it's that easy to destroy my God Realm? Show us what you've got first, Heavenly Court Master said coldly. Although the situation wasn't looking good for the God Realm, they couldn't back down in the slightest. Heavenly Court Master, you're still so arrogant. You're the strongest in the Hongmeng universe, and I'm the strongest in the Magic Beast universe. This is a battle between the strongest in our universes. However, today I'm going to tell you that you don't live up to your reputation. Magic Beast Knight Master sneered, and as soon as he finished speaking, a doppelganger suddenly walked out from his original body. He held a long halberd that emitted a monstrous demonic aura in one hand, and a long black iron chain in the other. Demonic aura soared into the sky, and the powerful aura it emitted was somewhat terrifying. Another doppelganger. Such a situation indeed caused the hearts of all the saints of the God Realm to be fiercely shocked, and they immediately fell by half a step. This was the clone of Exalt Magical Beast. Exalt Magical Beast strength was obvious to all. At such a level of power, having another doppelganger was a very frightening thing. The situation didn't look good again. The threat of Magic Beast Knight Master's doppelganger was indeed stronger than the 4 doppelganger of the Machine Lord. Although the 4 doppelganger of the Machine Lord might not be a match for Magic Beast Knight Master if they joined forces. But after all, a single doppelganger wasn't strong enough. The doppelganger of Magic Beast Knight Master was extremely powerful, terrifyingly powerful. This was a terrifying force. No matter which group they joined in the battle, they could immediately reverse the entire situation and determine victory or defeat. Therefore, this was definitely a terrifying threat. It was like a sharp knife that was going to pierce into the lifeline of the God Realm. The saints of the God Realm couldn't help but look a little gloomy. Heavenly Court Master's brows were heavy, and he stared coldly at Magic Beast Knight Master. Li Shi, I'm really impressed. With such strength, you can actually still have 2 doppelganger. I'm indeed ashamed of my inferiority. Heavenly Court Master had no choice but to admit it. In fact, he had been trying to refine another doppelganger, but he didn't dare to rashly do it. Firstly, the price he had to pay was too great, so great that he couldn't bear it. Chapter 1453. Fall. Your godly world can't escape the fate of destruction. No matter how much you struggle, the end result will still be the same. The demonic beast, Sovereign Lord, sneered. His aura soared to the sky. Endless demonic energy surged, and a mighty power annihilated the entire primordial battlefield. The clone of the High Lord of the magical beasts made his move. He picked the weaker ones and went straight for the Lord of Nine Dragons. The murderous intent surged. Lord Nine Dragons and the others, who were already at a disadvantage, felt bitter. The moment of life and death had finally arrived. They had no choice but to grit their teeth and fight. Kill. The saints of godly world felt their hearts sink. The moment of life and death had finally arrived. They tried their best to turn the situation around and protect godly world from defeat. But now, it seemed that there was no other way. In a situation where the God realm was already at a disadvantage to begin with, the appearance of High Lord Magical Beast's second avatar naturally brought forth a destructive power. The defensive power of the God realm was instantly struck, and a hole was created in it. Magic Beast Knight Master charged toward Lord Nine Dragons and the others with an unstoppable force. Just this force alone was enough to make Lord Nine Dragons and the others tremble. Facing such a strong enemy, it was simply a test of their courage. Even if the four of them attacked together, they might not be able to do anything to Magic Beast Knight Master. The gap between the strongest great being in the universe and an ordinary universe master was still huge. Let me do it. Tian Lingzi didn't hesitate. He took the lead and charged out to meet Magic Beast Knight Master. This was clearly a type of fearless spirit, one that was willing to sacrifice oneself for righteousness, to dedicate oneself, to make a heroic sacrifice. Tian Lingzi's original body withdrew and charged toward Magic Beast Knight Master at the same time. Machine Master and the others didn't stop Tian Lingzi. Instead, they were happy to watch all this. You overestimate yourself. Demon Beast High Lord sneered in disdain. Dark and destructive power surged out and smashed heavily on Tian Lingzi's body. The unparalleled power crushed everything. Tian Lingzi's power of the Great Path, the power of the technique, the light of the universe treasure, and the secret techniques couldn't stop Magic Beast Knight Master's attack. After one exchange, the difference in power was obvious. They weren't on the same level at all. They were completely crushed. One attack suppressed Tian Lingzi's original body, and he spat out blood. One attack shattered Tian Lingzi's godly body. He was badly injured. Powerful. Knight Master was really too powerful. Tian Lingzi's power was only at the level of an ordinary universe master. Facing Magic Beast Knight Master, who stood at the pinnacle of universe masters, he was powerless. Tian Lingzi. Seeing that Tian Lingzi was injured by the Devil Beast Sovereign Master with a single strike, the people from the divine world started to worry. At this rate, Tian Lingzi would soon be killed by Magic Beast Knight Master, and he would become the first universe master to be sacrificed in the godly world. Such a situation naturally caused the people of the divine realm to be worried, angry, and anxious. However, they also felt a sense of helplessness. What could they? Everyone was pinned down, and they couldn't spare any energy to help Tian Lingzi. Moreover, the only one who could resist the demonic beast supremacy was the Heavenly Court's Lord. But Heavenly Court Master was entangled by the two bodies of Magic Beast Knight Master. He couldn't free himself. Tian Lingzi was in danger. The saints of a divine world had basically walked through the end of the previous universe era together. They had experienced the great calamity of the era, the birth of the universe, and the growth of the grand mist universe from small to large, from weak to strong, from the beginning to prosperity. They'd also experienced many hardships and battles. They'd persevered for countless years. Like Heavenly Court Master and Desolate Land Master, most of them hadn't married or had children. They'd always been alone. Therefore, their relationship was very good. They were as close as brothers and as close as brothers. If anyone were to be sacrificed, the others would be heartbroken. Tianlingzi, I'll help you. Lord Nine Dragons roared. He wanted to break out of the encirclement and help Tianlingzi. But where did the Lord of the Nine Dragons reappear? Previously, when Tianlingzi was around, they had been completely suppressed by the Machine Lord and the others. Now that Tianlingzi was gone, their strength was even weaker. How could they escape from the situation? A mocking smile appeared on Yo Wang's face. Zhulong, you can't even protect yourself. Don't indulge in wild fantasies. You better think about your current situation. Ignorant fools, all of you shall die. The Machine Lord's doppelganger sneered, his face full of mockery. The current situation was already very clear. Lord Nine Dragons and the others were completely suppressed. They could kill them one by one. As long as they killed Lord Nine Dragons and the others, it'd be much easier to deal with the others. The situation was getting worse. As long as this gap was opened, it'd only get bigger. You want us to die? Not so easy. Even if we die, we'll take you down with us. Star-Lord gritted his teeth. Madness was written all over his face. When a man was about to die, he'd go crazy. Let's go all out. We'll take them down with us. It's not a loss. Jiangzu's aged face was cold. There was madness in that coldness, a madness to fight for their lives. At this point, they could only fight for their lives. They could foresee that the celestial realm would be defeated, and they would die. But before that, they'd kill as many as they could. They'd drag as many of them down with them as they could. That way, they wouldn't die in vain. Death, to them, wasn't scary. What was scary was that they'd let these people get away with it. If they could be burned alive, then it'd be worth it. Tianlingzi, Lord Huayang's eyes became extremely deep, with sparkling and translucent lights flashing in the depth of his eyes. Tianlingzi and Lord Huayang were the same kind of people. They both wanted to walk the path of the Lord of Death. Two very special people. They were fourth-step celestial gods who'd transcended the river of time. They'd lived from the previous epoch to the present. Therefore, the two of them appreciated each other the most and had the deepest feelings for each other. Tianlingzi's life was hanging by a thread. Lord Huayang was naturally in pain. He wanted to help Tianlingzi, but he was suppressed by the clone of Automaton Lord. He couldn't get away at all. He wanted to, but he couldn't. Therefore, he could only feel pain and anger in his heart. And this anger was transformed into strength. The strength to fight for their lives, the strength to go crazy. The celestial realm was forced to this point. There was no other way. They could only fight to their deaths. Perhaps everyone had already expected such an outcome, so they weren't surprised at all. Boom! Tianlingzi's original body clone was once again pushed back by Lord Magical Beast. He spat out blood again. Blood splattered across the sky, dyeing it red. How miserable was this? Pung! Another attack. Pung! Lord Magical Beast attacked for the fourth time. If Tianlingzi didn't have a universe treasure, he would have died at the hands of Lord Magical Beast. For the fifth attack, Lord Magical Beast attacked Tianlingzi's clone with all his strength. He wanted to kill Tianlingzi's clone first. Faced with the madness of Lord Magical Beast, Tianlingzi didn't have any strength to resist. He could only watch as Lord Magical Beast attacked. The fifth attack was a fatal one. It was a blow that gathered all his strength. Tianlingzi knew that his clone was about to die, but he wasn't afraid. Instead, he laughed. Ha! It's enough to live for one universe era. I have no regrets in this life. Ha ha! Brothers, I'll take my leave first. Boom! Another heavy blow came. Tianlingzi's doppelganger was directly shattered under the destructive dark energy of the Devil Beast High Lord. The dark energy devoured everything. Godly body, soul, and will. Tianlingzi didn't have the chance to restore his body. He was killed in one blow. Tianlingzi's clone was dead. Tianlingzi, damn it, I'll fight it out with you. The death of Tianlingzi's clone was the prelude to his death. Tianlingzi, seeing Tianlingzi's clone die in the hands of Lord Magical Beast, Qin Shao felt a stab of pain in his heart. This feeling was really unbearable. Qin Shao didn't have much contact with Tianlingzi. They only met a few times. However, Qin Shao still respected Tian Lingzi. Now that Tian Lingzi's clone was dead, he couldn't hesitate anymore. Seems like there's really no other way. The foundation of the divine world should be exhausted. Lord Magical B's strength is really too strong. He's too domineering. There's no other way. I can only use my trump card. My original body hasn't broken through to become a reincarnation controller. My reincarnation, Dao, isn't too strong now. Even if I use all my strength, it might not be useful. So, I can only ask Senior Baichuan Fusu for help. Qin Shao calculated in his heart. Now that he had no other choice, this was the only way. Senior Baichuan Fusu, please help me this time. Qin Shao will remember this great kindness in his heart. This was the first time Qin Shao had asked for help from others. All this time, he didn't even ask his master for help. Asking for help was a huge favor. Qin Shao didn't like to owe others favors. He didn't like to ask for help. But this time, for the safety of the divine world, for the survival of the divine world, for Tian Lingzi's life, he could only go all out. He didn't care about his reputation. Qin Shao, I've been waiting for you to ask. Don't worry, leave it to us. Baichuan Fusu's words came immediately. Qin Shao could feel a strong sense of confidence from his voice. It seemed that Senior Baichuan Fusu was already prepared to help. With such confidence, it seemed that his strength wasn't any weaker than Lord Magical Beast. With such a strong force, Qin Shao could rest assured. Lord Magical Beast, how about I take you on? Just as Lord Magical Beast was about to attack Tian Lingzi's original body, a loud voice came from far away. It penetrated the endless void and came from far away. Just by listening to this voice, one could feel the strong aura of the person who spoke. This person's strength was definitely not ordinary. Hearing this voice, everyone was shocked. They looked at the distant void in confusion. This voice was unfamiliar to everyone. No one could tell who it was. And from the meaning of this voice, it seemed to be someone from the divine world. He was here to help the divine world. But the master of the heavenly court and the master of the desolate land frowned deeply. They couldn't tell who this voice belonged to. Chapter 1454. Prince Yu makes a move. Amidst everyone's confusion, two figures walked out of the void space. One of them was a white-clothed man with an elegant demeanor. He held a fan in his hand, and one couldn't sense any aura from him. He was just like an ordinary person. The other was a blue-clothed youth. His face exuded a sense of arrogance, and his lips curled into a playful smile. His face was filled with excitement, and his fighting spirit was soaring. He held a golden longsword in his hand, and his gaze locked onto Magic Beast Knight Master from afar. Obviously, the one who had spoken was him, Prince Yu. Seeing Prince Yu take the initiative to make a move, Qin Shao was a little surprised. Prince Yu had always been at odds with him. He didn't expect him to take the initiative to make a move this time. The appearance of Baichuan Fusu and Prince Yu instantly plunged the ancient battlefield into silence. All the saints from the allied forces of the three parties looked solemn as they stared at Baichuan Fusu and Prince Yu. Obviously, I didn't know who these two were, but judging from their auras, they felt that they were very powerful. They were definitely not weaklings. And to be able to hide so deeply within the Hongmeng universe without being discovered by them, they were definitely extraordinary. They had to be top-tier universe masters. Or to say, their powers weren't any weaker than Magic Beast Knight Master. These two were obviously universe masters from other universes. All the saints from the godly world were also puzzled. They looked at each other, then at Baichuan Fusu and Prince Yu. They had no idea who these two universe masters from other universes were. They had never discovered traces of these two before. It was as if great beings had walked out of thin air. It was too strange. The wind howled, and there was silence. Qin Shao finally broke the silence. Elder Baichuan, Elder Yu, thank you. Baichuan Fusu nodded slightly at Qin Shao and said, We'll do what we promised you. Don't worry, just leave it to us. Young Master Yu puckered his lips, glanced at Qin Shao, and said, Qin Shao, I'm not helping you. My hands are just slightly itchy, and I want to find someone to fight. In the past, when I wanted to fight, Big Brother would always stop me. This time, Big Brother finally allowed me to fight. I'm so happy. So don't thank me. Thank my Big Brother. Qin Shao laughed in his heart. Even though that was what Prince Yu said, Qin Shao knew that Qin Shao Fu Su was Yu was helping him. Young Master Yu, how should I put it? His heart is indeed not bad, and his character is also relatively good. But his character was a little strange. But how? If he was familiar with him, he wouldn't feel that way. Mr. Yu didn't like Qin Shao, mainly because of some things that happened in the sword cultivator world. Prince Yu was Feng, Prince Yu Shao Studio Fu Su. Prince Yu, to put it bluntly, was a playful person. He seemed to be joking and willful, but he wasn't a bad person. So, Qin Shao didn't have any opinions about Prince Yu. After interacting with him for a long time, he felt that he was all right. What? Shani's helpers? Haha, looks like the heavens haven't forsaken our realm of the gods. Great, great. Shanhe, you're really good. You're a blessing to our realm of the gods. I can tell that the two of them are extraordinary. Who knows how long they've been hiding in our Hongmeng universe? We didn't even notice them. What good method. We're so lucky that such experts are willing to help our realm of the gods. This gives us hope. When the saints of the realm of the gods knew that by Chuan Fu Su and Prince Yu were the helpers Qin Shao invited, they were all excited. There was hope for the realm of the gods. Everyone was in despair and prepared to fight with their lives on the line. They didn't expect things to take a turn for the better. It was a joyous thing. Shanhe, I didn't expect you to have such a powerful backup plan. You've been hiding it from us all this time. The voice of the desolate land, Lord, sounded. However, there wasn't a trace of blame in his voice. Instead, there was joy. With such a good thing happening, the desolate land, Lord naturally couldn't blame Qin Shao. Qin Shao laughed bitterly and replied, Big brother of the desolate land, I'm really sorry. I promised Senior Bai Chuan to keep this a secret. So, I didn't tell anyone. Haha, it's fine. Since it's Senior's order, I naturally can't go against it. It's good to keep it a secret. The desolate land, Lord laughed. He wasn't angry. He asked again, Shanhe, what's the background of these two seniors? If I'm not wrong, these two seniors should be related to the time you disappeared in the God-sealing abyss, right? The incident back then was very strange. You didn't mention it, and I didn't ask too much. Although I felt that it was strange, I didn't think too much about it. Now that I think about it, I have some clues. At this point, Qin Shao naturally didn't hide anything. He nodded and said, Yes, big brother of the desolate land. It's indeed something that happened after I went missing in the sealed God's abyss. As for the details, I'll explain it to you later. All right, that's fine. I'm just asking. The desolate land Lord nodded and didn't say anything else. The situation was reversed because of the appearance of Bai Chuan Fu Su and young Master Yu. Both sides seemed to be fighting a tug of war. Both sides kept using their trump cards, and the scales kept tilting towards both sides. On the side of the three-way alliance, everyone's expression changed. The situation was about to end, but there was a new change. And all of this was because of Qin Shao, the Mountain River Lord. What kind of monster was Qin Shao? The demon beast lord looked at young Master Yu, who was full of fighting spirit. His demonic aura soared to the sky, and his cold voice was like a sharp sword. May I ask who you are? The two of you should be from another universe, and have nothing to do with the divine realm. Seeing that the two of you are all alone, I don't think you're excited about the divine realm. This battle is a life and death battle between us and the divine realm. I hope the two of you won't interfere. There was a hint of threat in the demon beast lord's words. However, young Master Yu wasn't polite at all. He curled his lips and said, Tion, if you want to fight, then fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Why do we need to explain anything to you? Who do you think you are? You're just a barbarian who's a little older, a little uglier, and a little fiercer. Do you really think you're some bullshit lord? When this young master was rebuking the universe, who knows where you were? Don't think that this young master won't beat you just because you're ugly. Although it's a little dirty, this young master will still beat you. Come. Show me what you're capable of. Don't make this young master feel bad. If you make this young master feel bad, then this young master will be angry. After saying that, young Master Yu drew his sword without saying another word. The sword shook the 9 heavens, and the light of the sword illuminated the entire firmament. The boundless might of the sword was vast and mighty, as if it was going to devour the entire ancient battlefield in an instant. What a powerful sword! What a domineering sword! What a sharp sword! What a pure sword! This wasn't the ultimate sword Dao, nor was it a secret sword technique. It was a pure sword, a sword that was interpreted in a new way. It was different from the sword Dao of the primordial universe. This was the sword cultivation Dao, a different cultivation system. However, there were some shadows of the ultimate sword Dao in the sword cultivation Dao. It was just that the sword cultivation Dao was purer than the ultimate sword Dao. It was more profound and powerful. At this moment, the sword that young Master Yu unleashed was enough to make the entire heaven and earth dim. It was as if the entire world had sunk into darkness. The moment young Master Yu made his move, it shocked everyone. They could see that young Master Yu's strength was very, very strong. He was definitely qualified to compete with Supremacy Magical Beast. Qin Shao also watched young Master Yu make his move. He had always guessed the strength of young Master Yu and Baichuan Fusu. Now that young Master Yu made his move, Qin Shao could feel that his strength wasn't any weaker than Supremacy Magical Beast. He was definitely on the same level as the Master of the Heavenly Court. Moreover, he didn't know if he was hiding his strength. Just based on what he displayed, it was already very terrifying. He had reached the pinnacle of the universe. If young Master Yu was so strong, then how strong was Senior Baichuan Fusu? Qin Shao finally understood why Senior Baichuan Fusu said that he couldn't make his move. If he did, he would be pushed out by the original will of the universe. In other words, Senior Baichuan Fusu's strength should be enough to threaten the safety of the universe. That was why the original will of the universe had pushed him out. Logically speaking, only celestial masters could pose a threat to the universe. However, Qin Shao felt that Senior Baichuan Fusu shouldn't be a celestial master. If he really was a celestial master, he wouldn't have drifted in the endless universe ocean for so long. And if he was a celestial master, he should have a way to enter the universe. Hence, Qin Shao felt that the greatest possibility was that Senior Baichuan Fusu's power had already reached the level of a celestial master. It was just that he was still at the level of a universe master. Just like Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang, although they were only at the level of a fourth-step celestial god, their power had already reached the level of a universe master. Of course, this level was definitely very low. They definitely couldn't defeat a real universe master. Senior Baichuan Fusu's situation should be like this. His power had reached the threshold of a celestial master, but he definitely couldn't be a match for a real celestial master. Perhaps it could be said that he had the power of a half-step celestial master. As for the Master of the Heavenly Court and Supremacy Magical Beast, they hadn't reached the power of a half-step celestial master. They were just infinitely close. However, even though they were so close, they still couldn't take that step. Prince Yu's power was slightly weaker than Senior Baichuan Fusu, but he was still able to fight against the Master of the Heavenly Court, Supremacy Magical Beast. These two brothers were really powerful. Who knew which universe could produce two such powerful beings at the same time? After gaining some understanding of Baichuan Fusu and Prince Yu's power, Qin Shao felt more at ease. Just the presence of these two powerful existences was enough to turn the tide. Senior Baichuan Fusu might not be able to unleash his full power, but he should be able to control his power to the level of the Master of the Heavenly Court, right? As long as he could maintain this state, it would be enough. Prince Yu made his move. The powerful sword aura was enough to excite the saints of the godly realm. This was simply the power to break the ice and turn the situation around. Oomph! Supremacy Magical Beast snorted coldly. His expression had already turned dark and gloomy. His heart was heavy. Not only Supremacy Magical Beast, the others were the same. To them, this wasn't good news. The situation was there really going to be a change. Chapter 1455. Darkness is coming high, Lord Magical Beast and Young Master Yu clashed fiercely. Young Master Yu's sword was too sharp and brilliant. His sword shook the firmament and broke through the 9 heavens. When his sword struck out, heaven and earth fell silent and the void was destroyed. Young Master Yu's sword had reached a terrifying level. It was a perfect sword with extreme sharpness. Sword cultivators were different from Great Tao cultivators. Great Tao cultivators could mobilize the Great Tao's supreme Tao might and strike out with the power to destroy the universe. It was a terrifying energy. Young Master Yu's sword was purely the sword's brilliance, the sword's sharpness, everything about the sword and the sword's Tao. The sword was the Tao, and the Tao was the sword. The sword was the sharpness, and the sword was everything. All of his power was contained within this sword. High Lord Magical Beast was also abnormally strong. He had cultivated the power of darkness to the extreme. When his power was unleashed, darkness engulfed the universe and the firmament. It destroyed the ancient battlefield and rushed in all directions. The power of darkness devoured everything. The Magical Beast universe was a dark cultivation system. They cultivated the power of darkness. The power of darkness was strange and eerie. It could devour everything. One was devouring the firmament, while the other was destroying everything with his sword. This made the battle between High Lord Magical Beast and Young Master Yu abnormally intense. Young Master Yu was really strong. He was actually able to gain the upper hand against High Lord Magical Beast. Although the advantage was negligible, it was still a slight advantage. This showed that Young Master Yu still had some advantage against High Lord Magical Beast. One couldn't help but admire Young Master Yu's strength. This made Qin Shao even more certain of the strength of Senior Fu Su of 100 Rivers. It seemed like he didn't even need to use his trump card, Jing Yang. Just Senior Fu Su of 100 Rivers and Mr. Yu were enough. Moreover, his original body was about to break through and become the Samsara controller. He would eventually become the six-path controller. Once he reached this step, Qin Zhao's strength wouldn't be any weaker than the Heavenly Court's master. After all, in the 8 epochs of the primordial universe, only the Lord of Death had reached this step and become the six-path controller. Thus, no one knew exactly how strong the Samsara master was. However, it was generally accepted that the controller of the 6 paths had the power of a half-step celestial master at the Great Circle of Chaos. If he really was a half-step Empyrean, then his strength would be above the master of the Heavenly Court. Seeing Young Master use powerful strength, the saints of the divine world also felt relieved. Indeed, they saw hope, which made everyone feel very happy. Young Master, you had only sent out one of his bodies. He definitely still had a clone. Furthermore, there was also that elegant and graceful Baichuan Fu Su. Looking at his aura, one could tell that his strength was above Mr. Yu. This person hadn't even made a move yet. With such power, it would be enough for the God Realm to turn the tide. Haha, Machine Lord, I told you not to be so arrogant. Now you've cut your own tongue, haven't you? Do you think it's that easy to destroy our God Realm? The ones who should be destroyed are you. The Lord of 9 Dragons laughed wantonly. His repressed emotions were finally vented. How satisfying. He really didn't expect that the primordial universe was actually hiding 2 great figures. The aura of the God Realm rose, and the aura of the 3 allied forces naturally weakened. Ha! Machine Lord, come. Let's have a good fight again. The Master of the Desolate Land was in high spirits as he pointed his sword at the Machine Lord. The Machine Lord's face was gloomy as he said coldly, Master of the Desolate Land, don't be happy too early. The methods at your God Realm are indeed things that we did not expect. However, the methods that we have are also things that your God Realm did not expect. Humph. Do you really think that your God Realm is going to win? Do you see victory? Stop dreaming. So what if your God Realm has 2 more powerful helpers? Don't even think about changing the final outcome. Hearing the words of the Machine Lord, the Master of the Desolate Land couldn't help but frown deeply. From the sound of it, the Machine Lord didn't seem to be bluffing. Furthermore, at this point, bluffing was useless. Therefore, it didn't seem like he was bluffing. This made the Master of the Desolate Land's heart skip a beat. Could it be that the 3 allied forces really had something even more terrifying up their sleeves? Qin Zhao's heart also sank slightly as he pondered over the words of the Machine Lord. A trump card that had the confidence to suppress Senior Baichuan Fu Su and Young Master Yu. What kind of terrifying trump card could it be? What kind of trump card did the three allied forces have yet to use? This sounded a little inconceivable, but Qin Shao had no choice but to accept it. Furthermore, Qin Shao had always had a bad premonition in his heart. This premonition had always been there. Could it be that the final trump card of the three allied forces had something to do with the bad premonition in his heart? Furthermore, this premonition was something that the Master of the Desolate Land had mentioned to Qin Shao before. Therefore, Qin Shao and the Master of the Desolate Land couldn't help but feel a little more solemn. Qin Shao transmitted his voice to the Master of the Desolate Land. Brother of the Desolate Land, previously you said that you had deduced that the godly world was in danger. I've always had this bad premonition. Perhaps there really is a great danger that we don't know about lurking in the dark. The Master of the Desolate Land's solemn voice quickly transmitted over. Yes, Mountain River. I've been worried about this matter before. Now it seems that there is indeed a hidden danger lurking in the dark. However, what kind of danger is lurking in the dark? It shouldn't be a celestial master. If there really is a celestial master, there wouldn't be a need for all this. I can't figure it out. I really can't figure it out. Qin Shao said, it definitely can't be a celestial master. If a celestial master was born in the Hongmeng universe, there's no way we wouldn't know. This kind of thing can't be hidden. Let's not talk about a celestial master. A normal Dao integration cultivator who becomes a universe master would cause a commotion in the entire Hongmeng universe. The willpower of the universe origin would descend, and the laws would strengthen the cultivator. If a celestial master was born, I'm afraid the entire Hongmeng universe would be blooming with light. It's impossible to hide it. If it's a celestial master from another universe, then it's impossible for him to enter our Hongmeng universe, right? At most, he would use an energy clone to enter. If it's an energy clone, it definitely won't be too powerful. It's also impossible for him to pose a great threat to us. In fact, Qin Shao had thought about these situations before. It was just that he couldn't figure it out. No matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't figure it out. However, judging from the current situation, no matter how he couldn't figure it out, there was definitely a terrifying power lurking in the dark. Just take a look and we'll know. Just like these two seniors, only you know of their existence. None of us know of their existence. It's also possible that they have a similar terrifying power that has always been lurking in the dark without us knowing. The Master of the Desolate Land had a guess. Judging from the current situation, this guess was the most likely. Only this conjecture could explain a little. Anyway, Qin Shao and the Master of the Desolate Land couldn't think of any other possibilities. However, regardless of which possibility it was, Qin Shao and the Master of the Desolate Land sensed danger. It seemed that this disaster wouldn't be so easy to reverse. However, Qin Shao still had some confidence in his heart. After all, he still had two trump cards. If it really came to that, then the last two trump cards would all be used. Unless the three-way alliance had the ability to suppress Qin Zhao's last two trump cards, then Qin Shao really had no other way. However, judging from the current situation, the situation shouldn't be that bad. Qin Shao still had a lot of faith in the strength of Senior Baichuan Fusu and Young Master Yu. Qin Shao really didn't believe that the hidden power of the three-way alliance could really suppress Senior Baichuan Fusu and Young Master Yu. Now, he could only wait for the three-way alliance's hidden power to find out. Machine Master, since you're boasting so much, why don't you show us everything you've got? Let's see if the Celestial Realm can stop you, Qin Shao said. Clearly, he was trying to provoke the Machine Master. The Machine Master laughed coldly. Don't be hasty. I'll let you see. Qin Shao looked coldly at the Machine Master and said, since you're not going to show yourself, then we'll start the massacre first. After saying that, Qin Shao looked at Baichuan Fusu and said, Senior Baichuan, please make your move. Baichuan Fusu nodded slightly at Qin Shao. However, before he could make his move, a loud voice came from Young Master Yu's mouth. Such a small matter, there's no need for my big brother to make a move. As he said that, a figure flew out from Young Master Yu's body. Young Master Yu's clone came out. The original body was dressed in blue, while the clone was dressed in golden armor. It looked especially majestic, like a peerless god of war that could destroy the heavens and earth. Young Master Yu's clone directly charged towards the Machine Master's clone on the side of the Lord of Nine Dragons. Such an action shocked the Machine Master's clone. Young Master Yu's strength was obvious to everyone. Even the Supreme Lord of the Magical Beasts could not do anything to him and was at a disadvantage. How could he, the Machine Master, be a match for young Master Yu? Therefore, the Machine Lord could only whine in pain. His expression turned unusually ugly as he faced young Master Yu, who was charging at him with such ferocity. Machine Race Brat, you were very arrogant just now, weren't you? Did you think that no one could stop you? Come. Let me see how capable your technological cultivation system is. Let's see if my sword is sharper or if your mechanical armor is tougher. Young Master Yu's sharp blade came at him, and the Machine Master was scared out of his wits. He fled in a panic, not daring to confront young Master Yu head-on. But young Master Yu would not let him escape. He chased after him and smiled. Machine Race Brat, don't run. Are you still a man? Don't you feel ashamed? You are a universe master, the leader of the machine race. Do you have to run away in fear? Don't run. Have a good fight with me. I promise I won't kill you so quickly. Really? The Machine Master was about to vomit blood. He felt that he was being toyed with. He wanted to escape, but he could not. Young Master Yu was too fast, and he caught up with him. Endless sword aura rushed toward the Machine Master. The power of Ling Tian's sword made the Machine Master feel that he had nowhere to run. He could only brace himself and face the attack. At the same time, the Machine Lord shouted anxiously in a certain direction. Darkness, it's time for you to stop hiding. Come out now. If you don't make a move, this body of mine will be annihilated. Darkness? Qin Shao and the desolate land master frowned at the same time and looked at each other. Chapter 1456. It's you. It's no use crying for your parents. None of the prey that I have set my eyes on can escape. Machine Brat, don't run. Come here obediently and let me kill you. After all, you have 5 clones. It's no big deal to sacrifice one. Young Master Yu's words were full of playfulness. Young Master Yu had always been a playful person. In his own words, he had been holding it in for too long. This was indeed a kind of torment for those who were playful. It was a kind of torture. Otherwise, young Master Yu would not have played around with Qin Shao and the others in the sword cultivator world. This time, Baichuan Fusu finally allowed him to fight to his heart's content. Naturally, he wanted to play to his heart's content. His original body was suppressing the demonic beast supremacy and fighting to his heart's content. His clones were more than enough to deal with the Machine Lord. It was a piece of cake. Therefore, the Machine Lord became his prey. He wanted to toy with him in the palm of his hand. The Machine Lord wanted to cry, but had no tears. He could only ask for their final trump card. However, the power of darkness did not come out immediately. This made the Machine Lord's clone feel despair. If no one came to save him, he would definitely die in young Master Yu's hands. There was no suspense at all. Although it was only a clone, it was still a heartache to sacrifice it. Yu Gongzi's sword surged over. How could the doppelganger of the Machine Lord withstand this extreme sharpness of the sword? He did not have much power to resist. His divine body was quickly shattered by young Master Yu. The mechanical armor was also being destroyed piece by piece. It was slowly being destroyed. Once the mech armor was completely destroyed, the mech lord would not be able to resist at all and would be easily killed. If this continued, the Machine Lord would definitely die in young Master Yu's hands in less than 20 breaths of time. Machine Brat, I told you not to run. Look, you can't run away. Why waste your energy? Don't make any useless struggles in front of me. Just come out and accept your death obediently. Young Master Yu continued to tease. The Machine Lord had long been unable to utter a single word. At this moment, he only wished for the darkness to quickly come out and save him. However, the darkness did not move, as if it had no intention of saving him. This made the Machine Lord a little anxious. After 10 breaths, the Machine Lord finally couldn't take it anymore and asked again, Darkness, do you really want to see my clone die? If my clone dies, it'll be a loss to our strength. Hurry up and save me. Hurry up. What time is it now? Stop hiding. It's time to reveal your true face. The saints of the divine world also looked around, trying to find darkness. Who is darkness? Judging from a machine lord's tone, the darkness should be hiding among them. Who could it be? After another 3 breaths of time, or at most 6 breaths of time, the machine lord's doppelganger would be killed. The machine lord wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Losing a doppelganger was enough to cause him pain. Lord of Eros finally couldn't take it anymore. He looked in a certain direction and said, "Darkness, stop acting. You'd better show yourself. Otherwise, we'll really lose. When that happens, none of us will be able to gain anything." Following Lord of Eros's gaze, the saints of the divine world looked over and saw a familiar figure. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the figure, and his eyes turned cold. He stared at the other party and said coldly, "Master of Grand Mist, it's you. You're the darkness that the Machine Lord and Lord of Eros spoke of? Grand Mist, why are you here? The Master of the Heavenly Court, the Master of the Desolate Land." Everyone looked at the Master of Grand Mist in shock. Disbelief was written all over their faces. For a moment, the saints of the divine world were completely dumbfounded. They were shocked as they stared at the Master of Grand Mist. What was going on? What in the world was going on? This situation was completely out of everyone's expectations. They couldn't figure out. The Grand Mist Master had always been a person that everyone respected, and he was respected by everyone. The Master of Grand Mist had sacrificed his life for the divine world. He had made great contributions to the divine world. If it weren't for the Grand Mist Master's painstaking efforts to guard the sealing god abyss, how could the divine world be so peaceful? Even at this moment, the saints of the divine world found it hard to believe that the Master of Grand Mist was a traitor. How could he be in cahoots with the allied forces? Ha ha ha. The Master of Grand Mist threw his head back and laughed loudly. He took a step and soared into the 9 heavens. His 3 avatars stood there, and their auras rose crazily. The terrifying aura instantly annihilated the entire ancient battlefield and shrouded it in a sea of aura. This aura even caused the origin of the universe to tremble, causing the entire primordial universe to tremble. What a powerful aura, what a terrifying aura. What kind of power is this? No, the Master of Grand Mist strength is much stronger than what he's shown. How can his aura be so strong? How could he be so much stronger than the Master of the Heavenly Court? Sensing the Master of Grand Mist's powerful aura, the saints of the divine world were shocked. The Master of the Desolate Land and Master of the Heavenly Court looked at the Master of Grand Mist with a strange light in their eyes. They could feel the danger from the Master of Grand Mist's aura. Half-step Heavenly Venerate. Very quickly, the Master of the Heavenly Court and Desolate Land exclaimed at the same time. The moment these words came out, everyone was shocked and their hearts trembled. Half-step Heavenly Venerate? The Master of Grand Mist was actually a half-step Heavenly Venerate? Wasn't this too terrifying? Half-step Heavenly Venerate, ah? Even a Master of the Heavenly Court, Sovereign Lord Magic Beast, wasn't a half-step Heavenly Venerate. He was still quite a distance away from that. Half-step Heavenly Venerate. That was an existence that could erupt with the power of an Heavenly Venerate. The Master of Grand Mist had 3 avatars. If he was really a half-step Heavenly Venerate, then it was really too terrifying. If that was really the case, it was no wonder the Machine Lord and the others were so confident. They didn't put Bai Chuan and Young Master Yu in their eyes. Grand Mist, you're actually a half-step Heavenly Venerate? When did you become a half-step Heavenly Venerate? You and I have known each other for so many years. We've known each other since we were weak. Along the way, we established the Heavenly Court Island. I've always been very clear about your strength. How could you be a half-step Heavenly Venerate? The Master of the Heavenly Court frowned, and his face was filled with confusion. He and the Master of Grand Mist had known each other since they were still ordinary gods. They had become brothers, and the 2 of them had encouraged each other. Step by step, they had finally become masters of the universe and established the Heavenly Court Island. Under their hard work, the Heavenly Court Island had become the undisputed number 1 holy land in the Grand Mist universe. He was the master of the heavenly court, and also the #1 master in the Grand Mist universe. As for the master of Grand Mist, he was the only master of the universe who had 2 avatars. Both of them had become #1. However, the master of the heavenly court had never imagined that the master of Grand Mist would become a half-step heavenly venerate. This was the goal that he had been working hard towards, but he had never been able to reach it. He had never been able to take another step forward. When did the master of Grand Mist reach this step? The saints of the divine world couldn't understand. They found it inconceivable and unbelievable. The master of Grand Mist has actually become a half-step heavenly venerate. Inconceivable. Too inconceivable. We've known each other for so long, and I thought that I knew everything about him. However, I really didn't expect him to secretly become a half-step heavenly venerate. The master of the desolate land shook his head, unable to comprehend the situation. In terms of talent and potential, the master of the desolate land believed that he wasn't inferior to the master of Grand Mist. However, he hadn't expected the master of Grand Mist to have taken this step so early. Qin Shao also hadn't expected the master of Grand Mist to be a half-step heavenly venerate. He had actually been hiding his strength all this time. The master of Grand Mist that he respected had actually walked down the path of evil. Yes, half-step heavenly venerate. I, Grand Mist, have been a half-step heavenly venerate for a long time. Heavenly Court, do you really think that you are the undisputed #1 master in the Grand Mist universe? In fact, I am the #1 master. It's just that I've been too lazy to compete with you. The master of Grand Mist's aura shook the heavens as he looked down on everyone. His aura was enough to suppress everyone. The sharpness of a half-step heavenly venerate was indeed unrivaled. This was a living, breathing half-step heavenly venerate. However, this half-step heavenly venerate no longer belonged to the divine world. He was the most terrifying force of darkness. It was only now that the master of the desolate land finally understood why he had divined that there was a terrifying danger lurking in the dark in the divine world. It turned out that the master of Grand Mist had been hiding in the dark all this time. Grand Mist, I really don't understand. Why did you do this? Before this, there were many things that I didn't understand. Now, I finally understand everything. I understand why you insisted on your 2 avatars guarding the God-sealing abyss. I understand why Qin Zhao's main body was found in the space at the end of the universe and almost lost his life there. I understand why Qin Zhao's main body was forced to self-destruct. I also understand why the Devil Beast universe was able to join forces with the 3 realms Otherverse so quickly. It turns out that everything in the dark was your doing. Although I had some suspicions in the past and knew that there were many spies in the divine world, I didn't think of you. I don't understand. I really don't understand. We grew up together, walked together, founded the heavenly court together, and protected the divine world together. We are humans, and the God realm is our home. It is the result of our hard work and hard work. It is the result of our collective efforts. And now, instead of protecting it, you want to help outsiders destroy it? All of this, what is the reason? We have known each other for an epoch. I really don't understand why you, Grand Mist, are doing this. What is worth it for you to do this? The master of the heavenly court spoke. At this moment, he felt as if a knife was twisting in his heart. The master of Grand Mist was his best brother. The master of Grand Mist was the divine world's guardian. But now, the master of Grand Mist wanted to turn the tables on the divine world. What was the reason? The master of the heavenly court didn't understand. The saints of the divine world also didn't understand. They couldn't think of any reason. Based on the divine world's current situation, even if the master of Grand Mist didn't make a move, the divine world would still win. The master of Grand Mist had the strength of a half-step heavenly venerate. If he made a move, he could completely annihilate the 3 allied forces. At that time, only the divine world and the human race would be left in the Grand Mist universe. Then, the divine world would be able to unify the entire Grand Mist universe. What was the master of Grand Mist planning? If he wanted the entire universe, he didn't need to betray the divine world. Therefore, the saints of the divine world couldn't figure out the reason. They were really puzzled. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the master of Grand Mist. Chapter 1457. The master of Grand Mist's identity. The master of Grand Mist looked at the master of the heavenly court, who was grieving, and sneered. That only proves that you, the master of the heavenly court, don't know me. Are you sure you know me? Don't know him? What did he mean? Hearing the master of Grand Mist's words, all the saints of the divine world frowned. The meaning behind his words was very intriguing. If the master of the heavenly court didn't know the master of Grand Mist, then there was probably no one in the divine world who knew the master of Grand Mist. If that was the case, then the master of Grand Mist had hidden himself very deeply from the beginning. But that didn't make sense. The master of the heavenly court had known them when they were still ordinary gods. What was there to hide at that time? No. The master of Grand Mist's words had a deeper meaning. Reincarnation. Soon, everyone thought of a possibility, and a bold idea popped up in their heads. This was the only possibility that made sense. Ordinary gods could enter the cycle of reincarnation. It was just that the chances of ordinary gods entering the cycle of reincarnation were extremely low. It was probably less than 1 in 100 million. Moreover, even if they succeeded, they might not be able to grow. Even if they could grow and awaken the memories of their previous life, they might not be able to go further than their previous life. A fourth step, heavenly god, entering the cycle of reincarnation, naturally wanted to become an almighty. But how difficult was it to become an almighty? Some lucky people succeeded in reincarnation, but in the end, they were unable to break through and were stuck at the fourth step, heavenly god realm. In other words, it was equivalent to living an extra life. Therefore, there were indeed many people who entered the cycle of reincarnation. However, those who could truly succeed were as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilean horns. Of course, in the historical records, there were indeed some people who succeeded in reincarnation. Therefore, when one became an almighty, there was no need to enter the cycle of reincarnation. If the master of Grand Mist was reincarnated, then the master of reincarnation should have been an extremely dangerous existence in his previous life. At the very least, he should have been a peak ruler, right? A peak ruler's reincarnation could indeed succeed in becoming a master of the universe. However, even if he had reincarnated, the Grand Mist Master should have been a human in his previous life. Generally speaking, the reincarnated person would be reincarnated into a member of the same race. It was impossible to reincarnate into a human from the demon race. In other words, even if the Grand Mist Master was reincarnated, there was no reason for him to go against the divine world and the human race, right? This question was truly puzzling. Qin Xiao couldn't figure it out either. Who are you? No matter who you were in your previous life, you were definitely a human. If you're a human, why are you making an enemy of the God realm? Why are you colluding with the outsiders? What do you want? To conquer this world? The hegemony of the universe? Or is it because of the supreme position of this generation? If you want these things, why do you need to make an enemy of the God realm? Wouldn't standing on the side of the God realm be easier to obtain? The master of the heavenly court asked once more. He truly could not understand. The Grand Mist Master's actions definitely had a motive. However, the master of the heavenly court couldn't figure out what the Grand Mist Master wanted. What kind of temptation would make him an enemy of the God realm? Betraying his own human race. As the saying went, men didn't care about betrayal. The only thing that mattered was whether the price was high or not. As long as the price was high enough, why would it be called betrayal? Who am I? The Grand Mist Master rubbed his temples, looking as if he was deep in thought. He said, "You can call me High Lord Heian, Ancestor Primal Chaos, or even the Grand Mist Master. A name is just a code name. I have lived 3 lifetimes, 3 times as the Master of the Universe. Today, I can finally reach the half-step Heavenly Venerate realm in this lifetime and wash away the hatred of my lifetime. How can you, the Master of the Heavenly Court, think about what I'm after? How can you understand? Why would I need to explain anything to you when I'm doing things? Why do I need you to understand anything? How could this mere primordial universe be what I'm after?" The Grand Mist Master's words were extremely domineering and intimidating. The saints of the God realm were in an uproar when they heard it. They were shocked. What? Ancestor Primal Chaos? Qin Xiao was really shocked. He didn't expect the Grand Mist Master to be Ancestor Primal Chaos in his previous life. Qin Shao wasn't familiar with many of the Masters of the Universe in the previous universe epics. He only knew the Lord of Death and Ancestor Primal Chaos. Qin Shao and Ancestor Primal Chaos had a very deep relationship. After all, Qin Shao had obtained the inheritance left behind by Ancestor Primal Chaos. Moreover, Ancestor Primal Chaos corpse was still in Qin Shao's possession. From the bottom of his heart, Qin Shao was rather grateful and respectful towards Ancestor Primal Chaos. If it weren't for Ancestor Primal Chaos, Qin Shao might not have been able to successfully become the controller of Primal Chaos. However, Qin Shao didn't expect Ancestor Primal Chaos to be the Grand Mist Master's previous life. How could this be? According to the historical records, Ancestor Primal Chaos' reputation should be quite good. Ancestor Primal Chaos was the overlord of the third universe epic. He was even regarded as the second person in the 8 universe epics of the Grand Mist universe. He might not be second, but he definitely had no problem being in the top 3. Ancestor Primal Chaos' strength alone was above the Master of the Heavenly Court. The Grand Mist Master could actually reincarnate 3 times. Moreover, he succeeded. In the end, he even reached the half-step Heavenly Venerable level. It was really terrifying. It sounded like Ancestor Primal Chaos was a legend. High Lord Heian. This name didn't exist in the historical records of the Grand Mist universe. You weren't from the Grand Mist universe in the beginning, were you? In the first and second universe epochs, I didn't know about High Lord Heian. Are you a guest from another universe? The Master of the Heavenly Court frowned coldly. Ancestor Primal Chaos didn't comment and said, "Yes, you're right. I am indeed a guest from another universe. I, Heian, have drifted in the endless universe sea for dozens of universe epochs. I have experienced many hardships and tribulations. I have encountered several dangerous situations. Finally, I obtained the inheritance of a Heavenly Venerable in a secret realm in the universe sea. Finally, I was fortunate enough to enter the Grand Mist universe. With the suppression of the origin will, I couldn't cultivate to become a Heavenly Venerable in the Grand Mist universe. Therefore, I could only enter the cycle of reincarnation and start over from scratch. However, this second life didn't allow me to become a Heavenly Venerable. I entered the cycle of reincarnation again and finally had this third life, reaching the half-step Heavenly Venerable level. This is also the first time I have been so close to becoming a Heavenly Venerable. In this life, I must shine brightly and burn the flames of my 3 lives. When I become a Supreme Heavenly Venerable, what will everything in this world mean to me? My goal is the sacred region, the vast sea of stars, and the boundless universe. The Grand Mist Master's words were sonorous and forceful. His heroic spirit swallowed the clouds and shook the heavens. His goal was the goal that everyone dreamed of. It was the realm that everyone wanted to reach. The saints of the divine world finally understood the Grand Mist Master's intentions. However, they still didn't understand. What did this have to do with him going against the divine world? Grand Mist Master, even so, why do you want to go against the divine world? The Master of the Heavenly Court asked again. The Grand Mist Master laughed heartily. If I don't do this, how can I hasten the Grand Mist universe's epic destruction and start a new epic? The start of a new epic is when the origin will of the universe is at its weakest. It is the easiest time to control it. Under such circumstances, my chances of becoming a Heavenly Venerable will be greater. If the divine world wins, the origin won't fall further. It won't collapse and will operate normally. Although it will hasten the arrival of the epic destruction, it won't happen immediately. I have already waited for dozens of universe epics. I don't have the patience to wait any longer. To this exalted Lord, waiting another 1,000 years is a kind of torment, a kind of torture. Therefore, why should I be afraid of going against the divine world? So what if the divine world is destroyed? So what if all of you die? What does it have to do with me? As long as I can become a Heavenly Venerable, I can disregard everything and do anything. To me, all of you are just ants. I don't need to care about you. The Grand Mist Master's words shocked everyone. It was hard to imagine that the Grand Mist Master would say such words personally. For his own selfish interests, he could disregard the divine world and the survival of the entire human race. How could a person be so selfish to such an extent? Eros, the machine race, and the devil-beast universe had attacked the divine world. At the very least, they had carried out the mission of their race. The master of Eros and the others hadn't lost their most basic human nature. However, according to the Grand Mist Master's words, they had completely lost their most basic human nature. A person could actually do such a thing for their own selfish interests. Grand Mist Master, I really didn't expect you to be the primal chaos ancestor in your past life. I have some ties with the primal chaos ancestor. Originally, I was very respectful and grateful to the primal chaos ancestor. Now, it seems that this is the biggest humiliation of my life. Just because you didn't want to wait a little longer, you want to destroy the divine world. Grand Mist Master, you are also a human. Your first and second lives were also human. Even if you're not a native of our primordial universe, you've still reincarnated into our primordial universe and grew up in our divine world. Right now, the blood of the divine world's human race flows in your body. As a human, you were selfish enough to want to destroy the divine world just because you didn't want to wait a little longer. If you stand on the side of the divine world and protect it, you will be the pride of the divine world when you become a supreme heavenly venerable. You will be the pioneer of all of us. But you, Grand Mist Master, are the same. Saying that you are worse than a pig or a dog is already a compliment. Qin Shao snorted coldly. The anger in his heart had reached a boiling point. He stood out and pointed at the Grand Mist Master's nose and scolded him. This ancestor that he respected so much, he was now filled with resentment. By now, Qin Shao also knew that the Grand Mist Master was the one who had plotted everything behind the scenes. It was no wonder that the Grand Mist Master had been so close to him in the Sealing God Abyss. He had even personally gone to his camp to talk to him and ask about the situation. It turned out that he had ulterior motives. The Grand Mist Master looked at Qin Shao, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a disdainful smile. Young man, don't waste your breath. It won't change anything. Chapter 1458. The God World United. If we're talking about talent and potential, you, Shanhe, are indeed above me. I can't help but admire you for that. From what I see, even the Lord of Death's talent and potential may not be higher than yours. The Lord of Death is just a lucky guy. Otherwise, how could he have become a celestial venerable? However, your luck is also heaven-defying. I know you have obtained many heaven-defying opportunities and found your way to the Saint region. However, this is not important to me. I already know the way to the Saint region, so I don't need to know about you. Therefore, you don't have much value to this exalted Lord. I'm just saying that your potential is still worth nurturing. If you're given a chance, you may be able to become a celestial venerable in the future. The Master of Primordial Chaos was full of praise for Qin Shao. The Master of Primordial Chaos was full of disdain for the Lord of Death, but his evaluation of Qin Shao was so high that it was even higher than that of the Lord of Death. The Lord of Death was the first being in the Primordial Chaos universe to become a celestial venerable. He was recognized as the first being in the 8 universe eras of the Primordial Chaos universe. However, the Master of Primordial Chaos's words were full of jealousy. Of course, this was understandable. After all, the Master of Primordial Chaos must be jealous of the Lord of Death. However, Qin Shao was disgusted by the Master of Primordial Chaos's admiration. Master of Primordial Chaos, you are wrong. You better not admire me. Otherwise, I will be disgusted by you. Qin Shao replied coldly. He directly indicated that he was drawing a clear line with the Master of Primordial Chaos. The Master of Primordial Chaos clicked his tongue and shook his head. Young man, don't be too hot-blooded. You will be at a disadvantage. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. There are so many universe masters here, but only you, Shanhe, are worthy of my attention. It is indeed a pity to kill you. Kid Shanhe, I'll give you a chance. If you swear a life-bonded oath to follow me, I'll take you in. When I become a supreme celestial venerable, I will bring you to the Saint region and enter the land of Saint God in the great thousand world. Shanhe, this is a chance. Humph. Qin Shao, however, snorted coldly. I don't have the fortune to enjoy your opportunity. You can leave such an opportunity to the Lord of Arrow and the others. Qin Shao, disdains such an opportunity. If I want to go to the sacred region, then I will do it with my own efforts. I will not borrow the strength of others. Master of Primordial Studio, Primordial Chaos Universe Studio, Master of Primordial Chaos Master. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Since you're a half-step Empyrean, we saints of the God world will not lower our heads to you. Even if I die here, I will fight you to the death. Ha ha ha. The Grand Mist Master laughed mockingly, and a playful expression appeared on his face as he said, Kid Shanha, you're really lovable and annoying at the same time. You really don't know what you're talking about. Since you insist on courting death, I shall grant you your wish. However, just because you're unwilling doesn't mean that others are unwilling. As he spoke, the Grand Mist Master's gaze swept across the divine world. Saints, don't say that I didn't give you a chance. As long as you follow me obediently, I can spare your lives. In fact, it might even bring you into the saint level. Grand Mist Master, dream on. We divine world saints would rather die than submit to you. We definitely won't give in to you. If you want to kill me, then just do it. What's with all this nonsense? What's there to show off? Bah, you piece of trash. The Lord of Nine Dragons was a little hot-tempered, and he immediately scolded back. The Lord of the Desolate Land also said coldly, Grand Mist Master, even if we divine world saints die today, we won't cheat you. All of us are of one mind. We will absolutely not be as heartless and unscrupulous as you, forgetting our ancestors and selfishness. You are worse than a beast. The Lord of the Heavenly Court was also angry. Grand Mist Master, stop talking nonsense. Make your move. We divine world saints are all willing to die standing. We won't live kneeling. It's impossible for us to show weakness to you. What does life and death mean to us? Let's fight. 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 The divine world's saints shouted loudly, expressing their determination to fight to the death with the Grand Mist Master. Although life was important to the divine world saints, there were things more important than life. Everyone is selfish, but everyone can have a great side. Even the weakest and most humble person can have a great side. Nobility didn't have a difference in strength or level. No matter who you were, you could be noble. As long as you were willing to be noble, you would be noble. Haha, a bunch of reckless fools. You're about to die, yet you're still so stubborn. Let's see how long you can be so stubborn. I don't believe that all of you are not afraid of death. The Lord of Eros laughed loudly as he looked at the divine world's saints with disdain. Finally, his gaze fell on Qin Shao. Little Shanha, High Lord Heian gave you a chance to live, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Do you think anyone can get this chance? You don't know what you're talking about. You'd better die. Qin Shao stared coldly at the Lord of Eros and said coldly, Before I die, I'll drag you down with me. Lord of Eros, I think you're the one who's celebrating too early. If I'm going to kill someone later, you'll be the first one I kill. Let's see how capable you are to stop me. Upon hearing Qin Zhao's words, the Lord of Eros's face turned ugly. He felt as though he had been severely humiliated. The Lord of Eros gritted his teeth and stared fiercely at Qin Shao. He said furiously, What a sharp-tongued little brat. You want to kill me? I'm afraid you don't have the strength or the opportunity to do so. You're about to die, yet you're still so arrogant? I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Qin Shao didn't say anything else. He couldn't be bothered with such a person. However, Qin Shao had already made up his mind. The first person he would kill later would be the Lord of Eros. Qin Shao dared not guarantee anything else, but if he really wanted to kill the Lord of Arrow at all costs, he would definitely be able to do it. The current situation was indeed very bad. However, it wasn't to the point of despair. They could still give it a try. No matter what, there was still a little bit of hope. After all, Senior Baichuan Fusu had yet to make a move. Qin Shao guessed that Senior Baichuan Fusu's strength should be at the half-step heavenly venerate level. There was also Jing Yang, the biggest boss, who had yet to make a move. Jing Yang was a genuine heavenly venerate. A genuine heavenly venerate wasn't something a half-step heavenly venerate could compare to. Of course, although Qin Shao still had two such great trump cards, these two trump cards also had their limitations. Whether it was Baichuan Fusu or Jing Yang, both of them only had one chance to attack. Once they revealed their full strength, they would definitely be pushed out of the primordial universe by the origin intent of the primordial universe. What could a single chance decide? Baichuan Fusu obviously didn't have any advantage in a battle between a half-step heavenly venerate and a half-step heavenly venerate. He probably wouldn't be of much use. Jing Yang had an absolute advantage in terms of strength. However, what could a single move change? Could he kill one of the Master of Primordial Universe's avatars? The possibility of that happening was minuscule. After all, a half-step heavenly venerate strength had already reached the threshold of a heavenly venerate. It wasn't easy for a heavenly venerate to kill a half-step heavenly venerate. Therefore, the possibility of Jing Yang killing one of the Master of Primordial Universe's avatars with a single move wasn't very high. There was a possibility that he could do it, and there was also a possibility that he couldn't. Taking a step back, even if he could really do it, what could he change? Even if one of the Master of Primordial Universe's avatars was killed, there were still two of them left. Two half-step heavenly venerate bodies were enough to make anyone despair. The Master of Primordial Universe's two great avatars and three half-step heavenly venerates were too terrifying. Therefore, Jing Yang and Baichuan Fusu, these two trump cards, simply couldn't play a decisive role. Relying on these two trump cards alone wasn't enough. The Master of Primordial Universe wouldn't be suppressed by the origin will of the universe. Therefore, his strength could erupt endlessly and he could fight endlessly. Qin Zhao's head hurt when he thought about it. It was indeed a headache. Qin Zhao hadn't expected such an unforeseen event. The sudden emergence of a half-step heavenly venerate was really beyond everyone's expectations. However, even if there was no hope, he could only grit his teeth and fight. However, that didn't mean that there was no hope at all. Qin Zhao's original body was about to break through and could take this step at any time to become the controller of the six paths. Once he became the controller of the six paths, his actual strength should be comparable to a half-step heavenly venerate, right? In that case, it wasn't impossible for him to fight. Therefore, Qin Zhao's original body was even more eager to break through and take this step. The pressure in his heart was too great, and it deeply stimulated Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao secretly clenched his fists and secretly encouraged himself to break through as soon as possible. No matter what, he had to fight until the end. Even if there was no hope, he had to fight. Moreover, it wasn't that there wasn't a trace of hope. It was just that it was too slim. Oomph. Do you still want to continue fighting with me? If you dare to attack again, you'll die miserably. The Machine Lord's avatar looked at young Master Yu with great confidence. So what if young Master Yu was strong? He was still too weak in front of the Master of Primordial Universe. Young Master Yu curled his lips and snorted lightly. You're too long-winded. Killing you is just like killing a chicken. You'd better die. After saying that, young Master Yu really attacked. How fierce! Young Master Yu actually dared to attack. Lunatic! The Machine Lord jumped in fright and cursed in his heart. He regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. He shouldn't have provoked young Master Yu. Great! Now he had met a lunatic. The Machine Lord's avatar also hurriedly begged the Master of Primordial Universe for help. High Lord Heian, quickly save me. However, the Master of Primordial Universe didn't care about the Machine Lord. He only glanced at him coldly and scolded. Trash! Trash? The Master of Primordial Universe's words almost made the Machine Lord vomit blood. The Master of Primordial Universe actually called him trash? He, the dignified Machine Lord, was actually being insulted like this. Chapter 1459. Blood Chi skyrocketed 3 breaths of time. In just 3 breaths of time, Machine Master's body had died under Prince Yu's sword. Prince Yu's sword had shocked everyone. It was too sharp, too powerful, and too domineering. It was a pure sword, a sword with unparalleled sharpness. If Master of Grand Mist didn't make a move, no one else could. The saints of the divine world naturally wouldn't give anyone else the chance to save Machine Master. Machine Master's body was nothing to Master of Grand Mist. It didn't matter if he died. The body of Automaton Master was the second Universe Master to be annihilated after the body of Nine Dragon Master. Heaven and earth were dark, the universe was vast, and Grand Mist was like an ocean. Blood was everywhere. Thick blood chi and dark murderous aura filled the entire world, annihilating this part of the sky. The radiance of the sun and moon dimmed. All the light gathered on Master of Grand Mist's body, illuminating the sky. With Master of Grand Mist around, the light of the three allied forces was completely dimmed. They were suppressed by Master of Grand Mist alone. After Mr. Yu killed the Machine Lord's doppelganger, he stopped fighting. The others also stopped and did not continue to fight. All eyes were on Master of Grand Mist. Master of Grand Mist's gaze fell on Baichuan Fu Su. His lips curled into a cold smile. Baichuan Fu Su, you should be a half-step heavenly master, right? Baichuan Fu Su looked at Master of Grand Mist calmly. He didn't answer Master of Grand Mist's question directly. Instead, he said, after 3 reincarnations, you finally became a half-step heavenly master. Your unparalleled perseverance is truly admirable. If it were me, I wouldn't have the perseverance to do this. The risk of reincarnation is too great. Once you fall, it's a complete death. It's a miracle that you were able to reincarnate 3 times. Although I do admire you in this aspect, as a human, you want to go against the divine world. You don't care about the survival of the divine world's human race. Do you really think it's great and honorable to do anything for your own selfish interests? People can be selfish, but I feel that the most basic human nature cannot be extinguished. If you can't even disregard your own race and throw away the lives of billions of people, then what's the difference between you and animals? Baichuan Fusu's words were very calm, but they were very sharp like needles that could cause blood to flow. Although he didn't answer the Grand Mist Master's question directly, his aura wasn't any weaker than the Grand Mist Master's. It was obvious that Baichuan Fusu was indeed a half-step heavenly venerate. Since they were both half-step heavenly venerables, the Grand Mist Master would not be able to do anything to Baichuan Fusu. Of course, Baichuan Fusu wouldn't be able to do anything to the Grand Mist Master. Moreover, Baichuan Fusu clearly had no advantage in a real fight. After all, if Baichuan Fusu dared to use his half-step heavenly venerate strength, he would immediately be expelled from the primordial universe by the primordial universe's origin intent. If he limited his strength to the level of a top-tier universe master like the Heavenly Court Master, he wouldn't be a match for the Grand Mist Master at all. He would only be tortured. The 2 half-step heavenly venerates looked at each other, and the sharp glint in their eyes seemed to be able to refine the entire world. Baichuan Fusu, don't be so full of yourself. You are suppressed by the primordial universe's origin intent, and you are no match for me. You can't use your half-step heavenly venerate strength here. Humph! That's why I advise you 2 brothers to be tactful and stand aside to watch the show. If you don't fight, I can let you go and not bicker with you. If you want to fight, then I'll send you out of the primordial universe, and you won't even have the chance to live for a universe era. The primordial universe is just a passerby to you, and it's not worth your nostalgia. Everything here was nothing more than a fleeting cloud. What's there to pity about the lives of some weak creatures? If you're willing to stand on my side, then I can consider bringing you to the sacred region. Baichuan Fusu said coldly, you speak as if you can really find the sacred region. The path to the sacred region isn't as easy as you make it out to be. Humph! If I can't become a heavenly venerate, then it's naturally impossible. But if I become a heavenly venerate, then I can naturally go to the sacred region. You have no choice but to believe me. Baichuan Fusu, I'm only giving you one chance. Don't you know how to cherish it? I don't understand why you're fighting so hard for some irrelevant people. The Grand Mist Master sneered. It was obvious that he was determined to become a heavenly venerate. Who knew where the Grand Mist Master's confidence came from? What methods did he have to become a heavenly venerate? Baichuan Fusu had been stuck as a half-step heavenly venerate for God knows how many universe eras. He had been working hard, but he hadn't been able to take that step. However, the Grand Mist Master was brimming with confidence. This puzzled Baichuan and Fu Su. What did the Grand Mist Master's plan have to do with the destruction of the divine world? Why did the Grand Mist Master have to be enemies with the divine world? Moreover, it was obvious that this matter had been planned long ago. All along, the Grand Mist Master had been working in the shadows with the three allied forces. Did this mean that the three allied forces were able to unite so quickly this time around, and it was related to the Grand Mist Master? What was the Grand Mist Master's goal? What was the opportunity to become a heavenly venerate? This question was really troubling Baichuan Fusu. If it was about the heavenly venerate realm, Baichuan Fusu naturally yearned for it, and he was filled with burning thoughts. Don't say such empty words. I'm not like you. To me, there are many things in life that are important. Baichuan Fusu said decisively. He naturally wouldn't be roped in by the Grand Mist Master. The Grand Mist Master shook his head regretfully and said, "Since our paths are different, then there's no need for us to work together. The two of you won't be able to affect my plan at all. If you insist on humiliating yourselves, then don't blame me." Plan? What kind of shocking plan did the Grand Mist Master have? Kill. The Grand Mist Master's voice suddenly became incomparably cold, and it was filled with endless killing intent as he gave the order to the allied forces. At the Grand Mist Master's command, the Saint Realm experts from the three allied forces didn't hesitate as they charged towards the Divine World's Saint Realm experts. The three Universe Masters who were originally dealing with the Grand Mist Master also charged towards the Divine World Saints, and Demon Ancestor joined in the battle against the Divine World Saints. With the addition of these powers, the Divine World naturally fell into a disadvantageous position. Even with Mr. Yu's help, the situation remained the same. Mr. Yu's original body was entangled with Magic Beast Knight Master's body, and he definitely couldn't escape for the time being. As for Baichuan Fusu, he was being watched by the Grand Mist Master, so naturally, he couldn't make a move. The moment Baichuan Fusu made a move, the Grand Mist Master would definitely make a move as well. The Grand Mist Master and Baichuan Fusu both stood high in the nine heavens, and the flames of war didn't burn them for the time being. Both sides tacitly avoided the two of them, not daring to clash head-on. The flames of war this time around were unusually fierce and turbulent. Everyone was giving their all, and everyone was burning their lives. Tian Lingzi's body was already dead, and Automaton Master's body was also killed. In the following battles, there would definitely be more bloodshed. Everyone was giving their all, and everyone was preparing for the final battle. Mr. Yu, on the other hand, was incomparably valiant and victorious. He was practically invincible, and he was like a peerless war god. However, no matter how much Mr. Yu fought, he was quickly trapped by the allied forces of the three allied forces, and the chains wouldn't be broken through. The situation in the divine world was getting worse and worse. Qin Shao could only send a message to Baichuan Fusu for help. "Senior Baichuan, I wonder if you have a way to deal with the Grand Mist Master?" Baichuan Fusu's somewhat helpless voice transmitted over. "Qin Shao, I really don't have a way to deal with this. In terms of power, I definitely wouldn't be afraid of the Grand Mist Master. It's just that there are too many restrictions in the Grand Mist universe, and there's no way for me to unleash my full power in the Grand Mist universe. The Grand Mist Master is a reincarnated person, and he's considered a native of the Grand Mist universe. Hence, he won't be restricted in any way and can unleash his full power. Furthermore, he can mobilize the great Daos of the Grand Mist universe and the willpower of the origin for his use, which makes his battle power even stronger. In the Grand Mist universe, there's no way for me to deal with him." Actually, Qin Shao had already expected this outcome, but he was still a little reluctant to give up and asked. Baichuan Fusu was definitely still unable to deal with the Grand Mist Master, and there was no need to even think about it. "Qin Shao, even if I were to unleash my full power, I still wouldn't be able to do anything to the Grand Mist Master. Even if I were to unleash my full power, it would still be difficult for me to hurt him. And there's only one chance for me to unleash my full power. Hence, to the Grand Mist Master, my attack would be of no use. On the contrary, if I were to suppress my power to the level of a top-tier universe master, I would be able to fight for a while longer. However, with that level of power, I wouldn't be able to stop the Grand Mist Master, and it would be very difficult for me to fight him. Baichuan Fusu added, and his words expressed his helplessness. He was indeed helpless. Qin Shao shook his head inwardly. It seemed like it was impossible to pin all his hopes on Baichuan Fusu. Since this path didn't work, he could only take other paths. The biggest problem now was how to deal with the Grand Mist Master. As long as he could deal with the Grand Mist Master, everything else would be much easier. However, this was too difficult. Hence, there was no other way. Qin Shao could only ask Jing Yang for help. Within the world of his original body, an energy clone descended on Sky Mountain and found Jing Yang. Young Master, it seems like you have encountered a huge problem. Before Qin Shao could say anything, Jing Yang already knew everything. Qin Shao wasn't surprised. Jing Yang was a heavenly venerate, so it was normal for him to know everything. Everything that Qin Shao had done previously hadn't escaped Jing Yang's eyes. Qin Shao nodded noncommittally and said, "Yes, Jing Yang, you have indeed encountered a huge problem. You should know everything, so I won't repeat it. Do you have any good solutions?" Jing Yang shook his head and frowned slightly. His expression was grave as he said, "Young Master, this problem of yours has also stumped me. The Grand Mist Master is indeed a half-step heavenly venerate. A half-step heavenly venerate has the combat power of a heavenly venerate. It's not as simple as being infinitely close to a heavenly venerate. He does indeed possess the combat power of a heavenly venerate." Chapter 1460. Falling one after another, Qin Shao was naturally aware of this situation. If that wasn't the case, how could he and Baichuan Fusu be stumped? It was precisely because of this problem that Qin Shao had come to Jing Yang for advice. After all, Jing Yang was someone who had seen a lot of the world. Perhaps he had some ideas. However, Jing Yang's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Qin Shao's hopes. Although I am a heavenly venerate, I only have one chance to make a move. If I make a move, I can indeed suppress the Grand Mist Master. However, even if I only make a move once, I won't be able to kill all of the Grand Mist Master's clones. At most, if I use all my means, I might be able to kill one of the Grand Mist Master's clones. However, it will only be one clone. The Grand Mist Master has 2 clones and 3 bodies. How can I deal with all of them? Qin Zhao's brows were deeply furrowed. After thinking for a while, he asked, "You don't have any clones?" If Jing Yang had 2 avatars attacking at the same time, he would be able to kill or severely injure the Grand Mist Master's 2 avatars. Then, there was still a way to deal with the Grand Mist Master's remaining avatars. After all, Qin Zhao's main body was about to break through. Once he took that step and became the controller of the 6 paths, he might be able to fight the Grand Mist Master. However, he had to think of a way to keep the Grand Mist Master in check. After all, his main body hadn't taken that step yet, and hadn't become the controller of the 6 paths. Jing Yang laughed bitterly and shook his head. "I used to have clones, but they died. Now, only my main body is left. Since I've been staying on MT, Soaring God, I naturally can't cultivate a new clone. Young Master, in fact, most people who roam the outside world only have one body. Take Baichuan Fusu, for example. He only has one body. He doesn't have any clones. That young Master Yu is an exception. He has a clone with him. Only one body when roaming the outside world?" Qin Shao frowned slightly. He didn't understand. However, after thinking about it carefully, he immediately understood. That was indeed the case. For example, if he could leave the primordial universe one day to search for a sacred domain, then Qin Shao would definitely send his avatar over. His true body would remain in the primordial universe. This method was also the safest. For example, when Qin Shao left the source world, it was the same. His clone also entered the divine world to explore, but his original body remained in the source world. In that case, even if the clone died, it wouldn't affect the main body. He could still cultivate another clone. Therefore, it was very rare for people to bring their clones with them when they were traveling outside. The Lord of Eros and the Lord of Machinery were considered exceptions. After all, they were forced to enter the endless universe, when their universes entered the great chaos calamity. After drifting for a long time, they finally arrived in the Grand Mist universe. Under such circumstances, they could only bring all their clones with them because they had no other choice. Their clones didn't have a better and safer place to stay. High Lord Heian probably only had one main body. That was why he had entered the reincarnation cycle and reincarnated as the ancestor of primal chaos. Then, he reincarnated again and became the current Grand Mist Master. The Grand Mist Master, on the other hand, had two main clones. This was obviously part of High Lord Heian's plan. Jingyang only had one main body and could only attack once. Even if he gave it his all, he would only be able to kill one of the Grand Mist Master's clones. In this way, the effect wasn't that great. After getting rid of one clone, there were still two main bodies that could release boundless battle power. Big trouble. Really big trouble. Qin Shao suddenly felt a headache coming on. Senior Baichuan Fusu was helpless, and Jingyang didn't have any good ideas. Where was the hope of the divine world now? How much hope did the divine world have? It hadn't been easy to reach this step. Qin Shao had already prepared for everything. He had many trump cards in his hand, which made Qin Shao very confident. He felt that he could give it a try. He felt that the final victory would belong to the divine world. But now, it seemed that he had been too naive. Could it be that the divine world's fate couldn't be avoided? Just like what the Lord of Desolate Land had deduced, this was the divine world's calamity. It was just that Qin Shao was still somewhat unwilling in his heart. He would never accept his fate, nor would he believe in it. Jingyang, if I become the master of 6 paths, what do you think my chances of dealing with the Grand Mist Master will be? How much weaker is the master of 6 paths compared to the Grand Mist Master? Jingyang looked at Qin Shao and smiled bitterly. Young master, I know what you're thinking, but you've just become a master of 6 paths. If you fight with the Grand Mist Master, you'll definitely be at a disadvantage. If you want to say that I'm weak, then I'll be relatively weak. Jingyang, are you saying that even if I become the master of 6 paths, I might not be able to save the divine world? Qin Shao frowned and asked. Jingyang nodded noncommittally. Yes, you can understand it that way. The chances aren't that great. Qin Shao was still unwilling to give up. Isn't the master of 6 paths a half-step heavenly venerable? Even I can't stop the Grand Mist Master? Jingyang said. The master of 6 paths is indeed a half-step heavenly venerable. However, you've just become a master of 6 paths, so you'll definitely be weaker. Moreover, the Grand Mist Master has lived for too long. He obtained an opportunity in the cosmic sea and is currently meticulously planning. He also has a lot of tricks up his sleeves. Therefore, the chances of young master stopping him aren't that great. Of course, the specific situation depends on how many tricks the Grand Mist Master has up his sleeves. In fact, I haven't completely figured out his methods yet. If I can figure out his methods, maybe I can think of a way. For the time being, I'm having a headache. Qin Zhao's frown deepened. Even Jingyang hadn't figured out the Grand Mist Master's methods. It seemed like this matter wasn't simple. Qin Shao thought for a while and asked, Jingyang, based on your experience, what methods can the Grand Mist Master use to ascend to the heavenly venerable rank? What does it have to do with destroying the divine world? You're experienced and knowledgeable, so you should be able to make some rough guesses, right? Jingyang frowned slightly and shook his head. Young master, although I'm experienced and knowledgeable, how big is the vast 1,000 domains? How many secret methods are there? The Grand Mist Master must have obtained an opportunity in the cosmic sea. He must have obtained a special method. I can't figure out what the Grand Mist Master's methods are for now, but I have a feeling that it has something to do with destroying the divine world. Destroying the divine world is the key, but it shouldn't be the entire key. Perhaps the Grand Mist Master needs an endless amount of resentful spirits. I have a feeling that his methods are more sinister. Perhaps he wants an endless amount of blood, resentful spirits, and murderous aura. He wants the Grand Mist universe to weaken to its weakest state. For the time being, this is all I can analyze. However, I can't think of a more specific method for the time being. If even Jing Yang couldn't figure it out for the time being, then he could only make a guess. It seemed like this matter had to be observed as it progressed. There was no other way. There was no way to guard against it. He could only counter soldiers with arms and water with an earth weir. Young master, there will be more hope for your original body to break through quickly. When you need me to take action, just let me know. The rest will depend on the divine world's own luck. Jing Yang said. Qin Shao nodded. This was the only way. No matter what, the breakthrough of his original body was the most important. His own strength was the most important. There shouldn't be any problems with his original body's breakthrough. It just depended on when he could take this step. Although he was very, very close, he was still one step away after all. He might have a flash of inspiration and break through instantly, or he might have to trouble Qin Shao for a while. Breaking through couldn't be rushed. In the primordial battlefield, the situation was getting more and more intense. Now, everyone was fighting to the death. Blood soared into the sky as the battle raged on. The Grand Mist Master and Baichuan Fu Su still dominated one side of the battlefield, looking down on the nine heavens. These two half-step heavenly venerables each ruled over an area, and each guarded the Tai Sui year. But in terms of momentum, it was obvious that the Grand Mist Master had the upper hand. After all, the Grand Mist Master was a universe master recognized by the Grand Mist Universe. His strength wasn't affected by anything. The universe masters on both sides were fighting with all their might. Following that, one after another, universe masters were annihilated. The universe masters also fell one by one. In the end, only Kuan Peng Ruler and Eros's universe master were left. Both of them had the combat power of a universe master. Kuan Peng Ruler was indeed powerful. He blocked the attacks of the three allied forces by himself. Even until now, he hadn't been defeated. He was just at a disadvantage. The body of the primordial Jiang clan fell. Yu Huang's body was killed, and the original body of a demon beast universe master was killed. It was incomparably intense and tragic. The more blood energy soared, the crazier the battle between the two sides became. Looking at these universe masters who had sacrificed themselves heroically and died in silence, Qin Shao felt rather helpless. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Baichuan Fu Su couldn't easily make a move. He was being watched by the Grand Mist Master. Jing Yang was the biggest trump card, and he had to save it for the Grand Mist Master. Naturally, he couldn't make a move. Hence, Qin Shao could only watch as the bodies of the primordial Jiang clan, the Lord Nine Dragons, Tian Lingzi, and Lord Huayang fell one after another. Haha, my friends, I'll make a move first. If there's reincarnation, we'll meet again in the next life. Tian Lingzi laughed heartily. As the last trace of his will shattered, his true body also fell. Tian Lingzi was the first among the saints in the godly world to have both his original body and body fall. Tian Lingzi's complete fall made all the saints in the godly world grieve. Tian Lingzi, Qin Shao felt as if a knife was twisting in his heart. He didn't have much contact with Tian Lingzi, but Qin Shao still respected Tian Lingzi. Tian Lingzi was the first to sacrifice his precious life for the godly world. How heroic was that? Tian Lingzi was the hero of the godly world, the glory of the human race. This anger also transformed into endless rage, causing the saints of the God realm to become even more frenzied. The saints of the godly world were crazy, and so were the allied forces. She was the first universe master from the allied forces to have both her true body and avatar perish. Hence, the death of her caused the allied forces to be worried. Chapter 1461. Turning into a chess piece, the Grand Mist Master glanced at Lord Eros coldly and said, "When there is a battle, there will be sacrifices. Small sacrifices can be exchanged for big victories. When the time comes, I will naturally make a move. If you can't even defeat the divine world, you don't have the qualifications to rule over Hongming." Hearing the Grand Mist Master's words, the saints of the three allied forces were dumbfounded. They looked at the Grand Mist Master in a daze. What did he mean? Did he not care about their lives? Did he want them to fight to the death with the divine world? Both sides would suffer losses. Based on the current situation, if the Grand Mist Master didn't make a move, it was impossible for them to destroy the divine world. In the end, both sides would suffer heavy casualties. Both sides would suffer heavy casualties. It would be a miserable ending. The Lord of Arrow's expression turned dark and gloomy. He said, "Darkness, this isn't what we agreed on. It's fine if we lose one of our doppelgangers. But now that Hades Emperor's main body has fallen, our main bodies are also in danger. If both our true bodies and our avatars die in battle, then what's the point of us waging war against the God realm and starting this calamity? We have paid an endless amount of blood and the lives of countless of our people, all for the sake of the final victory. If we die, what does the final victory have to do with us? Darkness, you can't go back on your words. You can't go back on your words." Ha ha ha. The Grand Mist Master laughed wantonly, but his laughter was filled with disdain and playfulness. "Ignorant fools, what does your life have to do with me? Do I have to do what I've promised? You can only blame yourselves for being too ignorant. If you are able to survive, then I will naturally fulfill my promise to you. However, if you are to die, then you cannot blame me. Without strength, what can you do in the Saint region? Aren't you just living like an ant? Aren't you just going to die?" What? The Saint Realm experts from the Three-Way Alliance turned pale with fright. They hadn't expected the Grand Mist Master to say such words. "Grand Mist Master, you..." Master Eros was so angry that his face darkened. The demon beast sovereign also said furiously, "Darkness, do you want to be a shameless villain? Are you not going back on your word when you promised us everything? If it weren't for your promise, I wouldn't have invested all my power in this. Now that the battle has reached such a stage, our sacrifices are incomparably great. We are already at the final step, and you still want to risk our lives while you sit here and watch the show? Darkness, you can't be too shameless. Darkness, if you don't do anything, will stop as well. You'll be the one to clean up this mess." The Machinery Lord was already filled with anger towards the Grand Mist Master. Now, he was even more enraged as he gnashed his teeth in hatred. The Grand Mist Master, a half-step heavenly venerable, actually went back on his word. The reason why they were so confident, why they were able to unite so quickly, and why they were able to mobilize all their strength to start this calamity was because of the Grand Mist Master behind them. It was precisely because of the Grand Mist Lord, a half-step heavenly venerate, behind them. It was precisely because the Grand Mist Lord had given them too many promises, too many beautiful promises, that they were willing to throw caution to the wind. If they were asked to sacrifice one of their clones, they wouldn't hesitate at all. They definitely wouldn't have the slightest bit of hesitation. However, looking at the current situation, it seemed like the Grand Mist Master didn't care whether they lived or died. Therefore, they naturally felt like they had been duped and used. Faced with such a situation, the Saint Realm experts naturally couldn't tolerate it. They wanted to revolt. Ha ha ha. The Grand Mist Master wasn't angry. Instead, he laughed mockingly. "You want to stop? Things have already reached this stage. Do you think you can still stop? If you're willing to stop, do you think the divine world will let you go? At this point, we won't stop until one of us dies. No one can escape, no one can struggle, and no one can escape unscathed. This exalted Lord has his own plan. Now is not the time for this exalted Lord to make a move. Why are you in such a hurry? You still have so many people and so much strength. Are you really afraid that you'll die? Only those who have the ability to survive are qualified to chase after the stars and the sea, and only then are qualified to go to the holy region. If you die, you can only blame yourselves for not being strong enough. Are you still going to blame this exalted Lord for not keeping his promise? This exalted Lord never promised to protect your lives, right? This calamity war must be fought. Blood must be shed, sacrifices must be made, and there must be people who fall. You are the same, and the divine world is the same. If we want to destroy the divine world, we must kill all their Saint Realm experts. This exalted Lord will naturally take care of the bones that are hard to chew. Do you need this exalted Lord to take care of ordinary people? Then what use does this exalted Lord have for you? This exalted Lord might as well do it alone. Without any sacrifice, you still want to follow this exalted Lord to the holy region? Don't you think it's ridiculous? The Grand Mist Master's words were as sharp as a blade, and the Saint Realm experts of the three allied forces were speechless. There was nothing wrong with his logic, but they felt like they were being toyed with. This matter was definitely not as simple as they thought. They had a bad premonition. But what could they do now that things had come to this? They were powerless to resist. They could only brace themselves and continue fighting. Even if they were willing to give up, would the divine world let them go? That was obviously impossible. The divine world's battle intent was soaring to the heavens. It was impossible for them to give up. Therefore, they were riding a tiger, and there was no way to get off. There was no way to leave. They could only fight to the death. There was no other way. Fight! Humph. You're being used. You're being used as pawns, and you don't even know it. I really feel sorry for you. You like to plant pawns, but now you have become someone else's pawns. Don't you think it's ironic? Qin Shao sneered. Ha ha, Machinery Master, Archdevil Lord, I really pity you now. I feel that you are very pitiful and sad. You have paid so much blood and sacrificed so many of your people. Who would have thought that in the end, you would be used by others? Ha ha, delightful. This is delightful. The Master of Desolate Land also laughed loudly, and his words were full of ridicule. The Saint Realm experts of the divine world also laughed and mocked. Attacking the Saint Realm experts of the three allied forces with words was a good counterattack. Such a situation naturally made the Saint Realm experts of the divine world happy to watch a good show. It was indeed delightful, and they really felt that the Saint Realm experts of the three allied forces were laughing. These people had been scheming against the divine world, but in the end, they were the ones being schemed against. If this wasn't mockery, then what was? Humph. You want to give up? Do you think our divine world will do as you wish? Things have come to this point. Our divine world has no other way out. You are willing to give up, but the Grand Mist Master is unwilling to give up. If that's the case, why don't we fight to the death with the allied forces of the three allied forces and kill a few more of you first? Ha ha, fight. As the battle continued, there would naturally be more deaths. It was extremely tragic. The original body of a universe master from the Devil Beast universe was killed, and he became the third true death. Another body of Automaton Master was killed. Out of 5 bodies, 2 had already been sacrificed. Prince Yu was an exceptional war god, and 2 of Automaton Master's bodies had been killed by him. Automaton Master wanted to cry, but had no tears. There was no way to ask for help. He had asked the Grand Mist Master for help, but the Grand Mist Master didn't care whether he lived or died. He had asked for help from others, but others couldn't even protect themselves. How could they come to his rescue? Therefore, Automaton Master could only grit his teeth and fight to the death. Fortunately, he had enough bodies, so he had a great advantage over others. The ancient Jiang race had also been truly annihilated. One of the Sky Demon Lord's clones was killed. One after another, Universe Masters were annihilated. How magnificent, how tragic, and how magnificent was this? These were Universe Masters, who were known to be immortal and indestructible. However, in this war of calamity, they were annihilated one by one, as if they were worthless. This made Qin Shao understand why the Universe Masters of the other 8 universe eras of the Grand Mist Universe had all been annihilated. None of them had survived. Even the Universe Masters of the 7th Universe era hadn't survived. Theoretically, Universe Masters were immortal and indestructible. They wouldn't die even during the great calamity of an era. Now he understood that Universe Masters could also be annihilated in such a war of calamity. It was too tragic. Finally, Lord Huayang's body was annihilated. Brother Huayang. Seeing Lord Huayang's body being annihilated, Qin Zhao's eyes turned red. Qin Shao didn't interact much with the other Universe Masters, so he didn't have a deep relationship with them. However, he was different from Lord Huayang. Therefore, when Lord Huayang's body was annihilated, Qin Shao was extremely angry and distressed. Ha ha ha. Mountain River, I'm fine. It's just that one of my bodies has been annihilated. My original body is still here, so I can still fight. Don't worry about me. Lord Huayang was quite carefree. His original body immediately said to Qin Shao. Although his original body was still here, he was severely injured. If this went on, his original body would be in danger of being annihilated. Kacha! Kacha! Qin Zhao's anger had reached its peak. Seeing the universe masters of the godly world being annihilated and sacrificed so heroically, he was greatly provoked. Power! 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 Breakthrough! I must make a breakthrough as soon as possible. Otherwise, not many of the saints of the godly world will be able to survive. This is really pushing us to a dead end. Qin Shao made up his mind and stimulated his infinite potential. Grief and indignation were also powerful forces. This kind of power often helped Qin Shao break through. Boom! Starry Master's body was annihilated. With the death of Star-Lord's doppelganger, only Celestial Court's doppelganger and Desolation Lord's doppelganger remained unscathed. Qin Zhao's original body was not here, so he was not included. One of the avatars of the Kunping Hegemon had perished together with the Hegemon of the Lord of Arrow. Therefore, the power of the godly world was greatly weakened. However, the allied forces of the three forces were not faring much better. Their forces had also been decimated. Both sides were in a miserable and tragic state. Blood and resentment soared to the sky. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot, and they had become incomparably frenzied. Even Desolate Land Master and Heavenly Court Master were in a frenzy. Grandmist Master, hurry up and do something. Darkness, hurry up and do something, or we'll all die. I've lived for so long to become a saint. I don't want to die here. I don't want to. Chapter 1462. The shrill cries of the saints' universe masters from both sides fought to their deaths on the battlefield. Both their original bodies and avatars were destroyed, and they completely disappeared from this world. Their souls and willpower had completely dissipated, and there was no trace of them in the river of time. There was no possibility of resurrection. Even a celestial master could not resurrect a universe master. If a powerful being died, there was still a way for a universe master to be resurrected. If a ruler died, a celestial master could still resurrect him. However, once a universe master died, he was truly dead, and there was no possibility of resurrection. Even a celestial master could not do that. This kind of death meant that one would completely disappear, and all traces would be completely erased. On the side of the godly world, the first to truly die was Tian Lingzi, the second was Archaic Ancestor Jiang, the third was Lord Nine Dragons, the fourth was Starry Sky Master, and the fifth was Kun Peng Ruler. Among the saints in the godly world, only Heavenly Court Master, Desolate Land Master, Qin Shao, Lord Huayang, and Little Gu were left. If it weren't for Xiaogu's incredibly powerful defense, he probably would have died at the hands of the Lord of Arrow. Lord Huayang's avatar was also dead, and only his original body was left. The godly world had sacrificed a lot, but the situation of the allied forces was not much better. Machine Master's 5 avatars were killed, and only his original body was left. Sky Demon Master was left with his original body. Yu Huang and Ancestor Devil were truly dead, and Master Eros was left with his original body. On the side of the Devil Beast universe, only Devil Beast Knight Master was left. All in all, the casualties of the allied forces were no less than those of the godly world, and they were basically fighting with all their might. Master of Grand Mist still had no intention of making a move. Bai Chuan Fu Su also stood with his hands behind his back, facing Master of Grand Mist. Princey was fighting to his heart's content. His original body and avatar were not sacrificed, but his avatar was severely injured, so his original body took it back. But even so, young Master Yu's face was still full of fighting spirit. He was still incomparably delighted. Haha, it's been a long time since I've had such a great battle. So satisfying, so satisfying. After holding it in for so many universe epochs, I'm going to die from holding it in. Come. Machine Lord, don't run. Fight me again. Ah, although you're too weak, I'm still willing to take advantage of you. The machine lord felt like vomiting blood. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Why did he have to meet a lunatic like young Master Yu? Out of his 5 doppelgangers, 4 of them had died under young Master Yu's sword. Hence, the machine lord was wary of young Master Yu. His heart was filled with dread. Now that young Master Yu had set his sights on him, the machine lord naturally wanted to hide as far away as possible. But now, where could he hide? There was no one left. Young Master Yu went on a killing spree and set his sights on the machine lord. Qin Shao fought against the Lord of Arrows and the Lord of Sky Demon. The Lord of Desolate Land and Lord Huayang fought against the Archdevil Lord and the Beast Lord. The battle had reached a stalemate. Everyone had suffered heavy injuries, and they were left with only 50% of their strength. If they continued to fight like this, it would be the end of the Jade Dreamcaster. But the Grand Mist Master still had no intention of making a move. The Machine Lord and the others were incomparably crazy, and they had fallen into despair. On the other hand, revered Lord Magical Beast hadn't placed all his hopes on the Grand Mist Master. Therefore, he didn't despair. He was still crazily fighting. He was fighting for the survival of his magical beast cosmos. He was fighting for his firm belief. But until now, both sides had sacrificed too much, and it had far exceeded revered Lord Magical Beast's expectations. But no matter how great the sacrifice was, revered Lord Magical Beast had no other choice. He could only fight. He had to fight. If he didn't fight, the magical beast cosmos would face a chaos catastrophe, and it would be completely destroyed. Everything would cease to exist. Even if he could survive, the magical beast cosmos would cease to exist, and the countless living beings in the magical beast cosmos would go extinct. His magical beast race was on the brink of extinction. He was fighting for his magical beast race. Therefore, no matter how great the sacrifice was, he had to fight. Having fought to this extent, it was indeed very mournful. The universe masters had sacrificed so much, and this was the mournful cry of all the saints. Such a tragic situation had never happened in any other universe epics. Grand Mist Master, are you waiting for all of us to die before you make a move? The way I see it, you're just using us. You want us to fight it out with the God Realm so that you can easily clean up the mess. You don't have to fulfill your promise to us, do you? The Lord of Arrow said coldly. His voice was filled with anger. Grand Mist Master glanced at Master of Arrows. He didn't say anything, but his eyes were filled with contempt and disdain. Grand Mist Master, you have indeed calculated well. You wiped out all the forces of the 2 universes effortlessly. You've been using us from the very beginning. Everything you promised us was empty. You are so insidious, so vicious, and so shameless. You want us to fight to the death with the godly world. Now that we are in such a state, you come out to clean up the mess and reap the fruits of victory. You don't even have to do anything. Ha ha! We were too stupid, too stupid, too stupid. We were so stupid to believe you. We were so stupid to think that as a half-step celestial master, you wouldn't lie to us and not fulfill your promise. But we didn't expect you to be so insidious and cunning. You have deceived us all. Shameless. You are truly shameless. The Master of Arrow laughed maniacally, his face filled with madness. But what was the use of knowing now? It was too late. There was nothing they could do to change the situation. They could only blame themselves for being too stupid. Yes, they were too stupid. No matter how smart they could be in danger of being bitten by the wolf. The wolf's nature was there. How could it become a docile sheep? This was the path they had chosen and the fruit they had planted themselves. Thus, they could only bear the consequences of their actions. You are indeed too stupid. Why did you have to be enemies with the godly world? Why did you have to destroy the godly world? The godly world is the biggest victim. There's a saying in my hometown, a pitiful person must have something to hate. You are pitiful people, but you are even more hateful. No matter how pitiful you are, you don't deserve our sympathy. You asked for it. You can only bear the consequences of your actions, Qin Shao said coldly. In other words, they deserved it. They really deserved it. If they hadn't started a war with the godly world, they could have lived in peace with the godly world. Although it was impossible for the godly world to give up its territory to the three worlds and the power of the universe, the Hongming universe and the boundless universe could still be inhabited and reproduced. It was just that the conditions would be slightly worse. But even if they fought like this, they would still end up dead. What was the point? You want me to take action? The Grand Mist Master finally spoke. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then I will do as you wish. Hearing the Grand Mist Master's words, Master of Arrows, Master of Machinery, and the others' eyes lit up. It was as if they had found a life-saving straw. They looked at the Grand Mist Master. Was the Grand Mist Master finally going to take action? This was something they had been waiting for. Was it finally going to happen? Baichuan Fu Su's eyes darkened. He looked at the Grand Mist Master with a sharp gaze. Qin Shao also stared at the Grand Mist Master. Was he going to take action? His true body hadn't even taken that step yet. If he only relied on Baichuan Fu Su and Jing Yang, it would be too much. He needed his original body to break through. Only then would there be hope. The Grand Mist Master had taken action. The pressure on Qin Shao increased. He needed to break through. He needed to break through quickly. Otherwise, the godly world would be in danger. Qin Zhao's heart was in his throat. He couldn't help but feel nervous. He hadn't felt so nervous in a long time. Qin Shao was also prepared to let Jing Yang take action at any time. His desire for a breakthrough grew stronger. He was forcing himself to break through. He had to break through. Time waits for no one. The pressure was increasing. It stimulated him and stimulated him. Since the Grand Mist Master had made his move, the others naturally stopped fighting as well. However, they had all suffered serious injuries. Their bodies were shaken, and their strength was greatly reduced. Now, it all depended on the Grand Mist Master's methods. Boom! The Grand Mist Master's three bodies exploded with powerful auras. Majestic auras soared into the sky. The terrifying Grand Mist aura surged, shaking the heavens and earth. It shocked the universe. The aura shook the heavens. The terrifying aura was enough to suppress others. It made it hard for them to breathe. The full power of a half-step heavenly venerate was naturally terrifying. The three bodies exploded at the same time. It was as if the heavens and earth were about to collapse. The great Tao of the universe trembled. Even the laws seemed to be shaken. The Grand Mist Master's strength was undeniable. The power of a half-step heavenly venerate was enough to deter the origin will of the universe. It was enough to disrupt the order of heaven and earth. It was enough to destroy the great Tao. This was supreme power. So strong, so strong. Feeling the aura of the Grand Mist Master, Qin Shao felt the gap between them. The gap was huge. He was indeed weak in front of a half-step heavenly venerate. If he didn't become the controller of the six paths, he wouldn't be able to go against the Grand Mist Master. If he wanted to fight the Grand Mist Master now, he would be asking for a beating. As for his main body, he had to break through quickly. He had to. The obsession in Qin Zhao's heart and his strong willpower forced him time and time again, stimulating his unparalleled potential. Shoo! Shoo! Young Master Yu walked over with his sword in hand. He stared at the Grand Mist Master with battle intent. It was as if he wanted to fight the Grand Mist Master. However, the Grand Mist Master looked at young Master Yu with disdain. He glanced at young Master Yu and ignored him completely. Second brother, don't be rash. You're not his match. Come back. Shoo! 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 Chapter 1463. You can't stop Meth Grand Mist Master didn't mind Baichuan Fu Su's powerful aura at all. Instead, a strange smile appeared on his face. Other than the Grand Mist Master and Baichuan Fu Su, everyone else was severely injured. Even if all of them worked together, they still wouldn't be a match for the Grand Mist Master. At this point, the Grand Mist Master was in complete control of the situation. The Lord of Arrow and the others wanted to resist the Grand Mist Master, but they realized that they were powerless. There was no way to resist. At this point, they could only blame themselves for trusting the Grand Mist Master too easily. Now, they had no way out. They could only grit their teeth and hold on. The Grand Mist Master looked at Baichuan Fu Su with a mocking gaze and said, Baichuan Fu Su, do you really think you can stop this reverend with just you? You can't even use much of your strength here. How dare you try to stop me? Bai Chuan Fu Su looked at the Grand Mist Master coldly and said, I have to stop you even if I can't. Whether I can stop you or not, we'll only know after we try, right? Hee hee, don't overestimate yourself, Bai Chuan Fu Su. I know what you're capable of. You can't even use your strength in the Grand Mist universe. Do you really want to fight me under such circumstances? Do you want to be humiliated? The Grand Mist Master didn't think much of Bai Chuan Fu Su. However, this was normal. After all, Bai Chuan Fu Su was suppressed by the Grand Mist Universe's origin will. If he didn't dare to use his full strength, he would naturally be at a disadvantage. Bai Chuan Fu Su, I really don't understand you. The Grand Mist Master wasn't in a hurry to attack. Instead, he started chatting with Bai Chuan Fu Su. You're a half-step heavenly venerate. Do you really want to be my enemy? What does the life and death of the divine world mean to you? Bai Chuan Fu Su snorted coldly and said, Everyone has their own ambitions. Don't try to use your ideas against me. If I think it's meaningful to me, then it's meaningful. Grand Mist Master, I don't think you should waste your breath. If you want to fight, just do it. Everything that happened in the God Realm had nothing to do with Bai Chuan Fu Su. Indeed, he didn't care about anything in the divine realm. However, he also had things that he insisted on. Since she had promised Qin Shao, she naturally had to keep her promise. The Grand Mist Master shook his head, and a look of pity appeared on his face. Since you insist, I'll do as you wish. The real war was about to start. Qin Shao couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Senior Bai Chuan Fu Su might be able to hold the fort by himself, but the enemy he was facing was too strong. The Grand Mist Master's 3 bodies stood there. No matter how strong Bai Chuan Fu Su was, he only had 1 body. 3 against 1. This was an overwhelming advantage in itself. Clang, clang, clang. 9 swords flew out from Bai Chuan Fu Su's body and formed a sword shield. These 9 swords were all exquisite universe treasures. They exuded an incomparably powerful sword aura that lit up the sky. As a half-step heavenly venerate, Bai Chuan Fu Su's sword cultivation had already reached an extreme level. His sword had also become peerlessly terrifying. Just the sharpness of his sword aura alone was enough to make people's hearts tremble. The Grand Mist Master sneered disdainfully. Bai Chuan Fu Su, if we weren't in the Grand Mist universe, I might really be a little afraid of you. I can feel that your sword is very powerful and very sharp. To be able to reach such a level on the sword cultivation path, you are indeed a rare genius. I have experienced 3 reincarnations and used up all my luck to fight for a chance to succeed. You, on the other hand, have not experienced reincarnation, yet you are able to cultivate to such a level. It is indeed admirable. If it weren't for the lack of a good environment, you might not have no hope of becoming a heavenly venerate. If you had gone to the Saint region, you would have easily become a heavenly venerate. All you want now is to go to the Saint region. I have the confidence to go to the Saint region, but you still want to go against me and gamble your life's hopes. Sometimes, I really do admire people like you, but it's useless. Everything still depends on strength. In the Grand Mist universe, no one could do anything to me. Not even you, Bai Chuan Fu Su. Bai Chuan Fu Su frowned slightly. He naturally knew that he couldn't stop the Grand Mist Master. But even if he couldn't stop him, he had to make a move. He couldn't back down in the slightest. This was how a person should be. Losing was losing, but he wasn't afraid of a battle. Rumble. The Grand Mist Master finally made his move. With a flip of his hand, boundless power surged out. There was the power of primordial chaos, the power of primordial chaos, the power of reincarnation, and the power of darkness. The Grand Mist Master was a chaos controller and reincarnation controller. He had long mastered reincarnation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to reincarnate so easily. All the Daos in the universe converged into one body, and in the hands of the Grand Mist Master, he had reached an extremely powerful state. The moment the Grand Mist Master made his move, everyone felt as though the entire sky had dimmed and a world had fallen into darkness. At this moment, the Grand Mist Master seemed to be the master of the Grand Mist universe. If he wanted the world to be dark, then it would be dark. If he wanted the world to be destroyed, then it would be destroyed. All the power in the universe was at his disposal. Half-step Heavenly Venerate. He had 1 foot in the door of the Heavenly Venerate. His control of the Daos had almost reached the level of the laws. It could be said that the Grand Mist Master had touched the first step of the laws and could unleash some of the power of the laws. The laws surpassed everything and were the foundation of the universe. There was no need to say more about the power of the laws. The moment the Grand Mist Master made his move, the light became even brighter, and it suppressed Baichuan Fusu's sword formation. The light of the 9 swords dimmed, and their sharpness was obviously suppressed. The moment he made his move, Baichuan Fusu was forced to take a few steps back, and the saints of the God world were worried. Looking at the situation, it was obvious that Baichuan Fusu would not be able to block the Grand Mist Master's attack. The Master of the Heavenly Court, the Master of the Desolate Land, and Lord Huayong looked at each other expressionlessly. Their faces were filled with the vicissitudes of life, helplessness, anger, and pain. There was no hope at all. The Master of the Heavenly Court could not help but shake his head. I really did not expect this battle to reach such a stage. We worked as one, creating miracles time and time again, surprising all of us time and time again. However, the result was still the same. It was still useless, and we still reached such a stage. No one expected the Grand Mist Master to be a chess piece. Helpless, they were really helpless. They were all cultivators who had reached the pinnacle of the universe, but in the face of such a calamity, they were still too insignificant, too weak. Their homes, their people, they could not protect them. The Master of the Heavenly Court looked at Qin Shao and shook his head with a sigh. Shanhe, you don't have to care about us anymore. Leave with Baichuan Fusu and the others. I'm afraid the God world cannot be saved. We have lived for more than a universe epoch. If our country is destroyed, we will not have the face to continue living. Life and death, we have long been out of the picture. I'm afraid we have already reached the end of the path of cultivation. We just do not want to admit it. Forget it, forget it. We have tried our best, and at least we are worthy of this world and have a clear conscience. We have sacrificed ourselves, but you, Shanhe, still have great potential here. Baichuan Fusu is a half-step Heavenly Venerate. Even if he cannot defeat the Grand Mist Master, his life will not be in danger. Ask Baichuan Fusu to stop now, and then leave the Grand Mist universe with him. I believe the Grand Mist Master will not stop you. The 3 of you, hurry up and leave. Even if the endless universe ocean is filled with endless dangers, at least there is some hope. Who knows, you might have a chance to find the sacred region. Enter the sacred realm. Once you enter the sacred realm, your chances of becoming a celestial sovereign will be very high. As long as you can enter the sacred region and become a Heavenly Venerate, everything will be worth it. Hearing the Master of Heavenly Court telling him to leave, Qin Shao naturally would not agree. He immediately shook his head resolutely and said, "Big brother Heavenly Court, let's not talk about this anymore. I will not leave alone. I have my principles, and I have my bottom line. I will not abandon the God world, the human race, and even more so, I will not abandon you. If we want to fight, then we will fight together. If we want to die, then we will all die together. Shanhe, I know your heart, but it is not worth it to make such a fearless sacrifice. Listen to me. Hurry up and leave with Baichuan Fusu and the others. I think Baichuan Fusu will not be able to last much longer." The Master of Heavenly Court said again. However, Qin Shao still shook his head, and he did not waver. "Shanhe, listen to the Heavenly Court. Hurry up and leave with Baichuan Fusu and the others. As long as you are still alive, there is still hope for the God world. Even if we all die, at least you are still alive. As long as you are alive, the flames of our world will not be extinguished." The Master of Desolate Land said with deep emotion. Lord Huayong also came up to advise Qin Shao. The 3 of them also advised Qin Shao to leave. For the 3 of them to fall into such despair, it was clear how far they had come. Qin Shao said, "If sacrifice is meaningless, then Big Brother Heavenly Court, Big Brother Desolate Land, Big Brother Huayong, why did you all stay and sacrifice yourselves? Why didn't you all say you would leave with me? You all have divine envoys, unyielding principles, and steadfast beliefs. Do you think I, Qin Shao, don't have them? I still say the same thing. If we leave, then we leave together. If we live, then we live together. If we fight, then we fight together. If we die, then we die together. I, Qin Shao, will never be a deserter, nor will I be a despicable person. There is a part of the God world that I am protecting, and there is a reason for me to risk my life. Hearing Qin Zhao's incomparably resolute words, the master of Heavenly Court gave up. Forget it. It seems like we can't persuade you. If that's the case, then let's fight together. Whether we live or die, at least we fought, and worked hard. We have a clear conscience to the heavens and to ourselves. That is enough. Chapter 1464. Baichuan Fusu was defeated. Boom! The Grand Mist Master's terrifying power caused Qin Shao and the others to feel extremely uncomfortable. They could feel their divine bodies trembling. Even though Baichuan Fusu had blocked the majority of the power, Qin Shao and the others could still feel the terror, the extreme terror. As expected of the Grand Mist Master, a half-step heavenly venerate, a supreme existence that could make the universe tremble. If he took a step further, he would be an invincible existence that could trample on this universe. Baichuan Fusu was forced back time and time again, unable to block the sharpness of his sword. Baichuan Fusu, I already said that you can't stop me. You can't use your strength at all. Do you think you can stop me by suppressing your strength? The Grand Mist Master sneered, his voice filled with mockery. Baichuan Fusu frowned. He naturally knew that he was no match for the Grand Mist Master if he didn't use his full strength. However, he only had one chance to use his full strength. Hence, he wanted to try and see if he could stop the Grand Mist Master. Reality proved that it was indeed too difficult for him to stop the Grand Mist Master. Moreover, the Grand Mist Master hadn't used his full strength. Of the 3 bodies, only one of them had been sent out. Even the clone hadn't used his full strength. Qin Shao, I can't stop the Grand Mist Master. I only have one chance to use my full strength. If you're willing to come with me, I will bring you away. That way, at least you have a chance to live. At worst, we can continue to wander the endless universe. See, who knows, there might be some opportunities. Moreover, you have the path to the Saint Realm. Although we are not heavenly venerates, it doesn't mean that we can't search for it. No matter what, as long as you are alive, there is still hope. The current situation of the divine world is indeed not good. Against a half-step heavenly venerate, there is no other way. I have tried my best. No matter how long I hold on, I can't stop the Grand Mist Master for more than a few breaths. You have to make a decision quickly. Baichuan Fusu transmitted his voice to Qin Shao. The situation had reached a point where there was no room for delay. Qin Shao did not need to consider anything else, and directly said to Baichuan Fusu, I appreciate Senior's good intentions, but I have already decided that I will live and die with the God Realm. Therefore, I will not leave. Senior, please leave first. If I, Qin Shao, am able to survive, I will search for the sacred domain with you. If I don't have the life to live, then let me perish with the God Realm. Life is indeed precious, but I feel that there are still things worth risking one's life to protect. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Baichuan Fusu didn't say anything else. Fine, Qin Shao, you have your reasons. I knew you would say that. Indeed, people do have things that are worth protecting with their lives. If I were you, I would do the same. I want to help you, but I'm powerless to do so. I'm truly helpless. Ha! Big Brother Baichuan has already helped me enough. I will remember it in my heart. Qin Shao was carefree and laughed heartily. Baichuan Fusu shook his head slightly. There was no other way. He could only make the final move. Everyone back off. A sharp voice came out from Baichuan Fusu's mouth, carrying with it an unparalleled authority. Baichuan Fusu seemed to have changed into a different person. When the Heavenly Court Master and the others heard this, they did not dare to hesitate, and immediately retreated, knowing that Senior Baichuan Fusu was about to use his full strength. When a half-step heavenly venerate attacked with his full strength, it was naturally terrifying. The Grand Mist Master's eyes lit up and sharpened as he stared at Baichuan Fu Su. However, there was still a hint of playfulness on his face. Baichuan Fu Su, half-step heavenly venerate, let me see how strong you are. Ever since I became a half-step heavenly venerate, I have never met anyone who could make me go all out. Today, it seems like I'll have to go all out. The Grand Mist Master's arrogance was still as strong as ever. Baichuan Fu Su's sword once again emitted an endless amount of light, illuminating the 9 heavens. The sharpness of the sword light instantly lit up the entire universe, illuminating the land. The sword aura surged wildly, and the aura was monstrous. Baichuan Fu Su's entire body suddenly became strong and imposing, and his aura soared, resonating with the heavens and earth. Illuminating the heavens, the sword shook the Grand Mist Master. When Baichuan Fu Su released his aura without holding back, the powerful energy was enough to affect the will of the universe's origin, shaking the laws. Too strong, too strong. The Heavenly Court Master and Desolate Land Master felt inferior when they sensed this terrifying aura. The Heavenly Court Master's strength had reached the pinnacle of the universe, and he was publicly acknowledged as the #1 person in the Grand Mist Master universe. However, in front of Baichuan Fu Su, he was too weak. This was the strength of a half-step heavenly venerate. The strength of a half-step heavenly venerate. This was the step that the Heavenly Court Master had always dreamed of taking. Now that he was a half-step heavenly venerate, was he still far from becoming a heavenly venerate? All this while the Heavenly Court Master had thought that if he took another step forward, he would be able to break through to the heavenly venerate realm. Now he realized that he was still a long way from becoming a heavenly venerate. If he took another step forward, he would be a half-step heavenly venerate. Once he became a half-step heavenly venerate, he would be a heavenly venerate. How could it be easy to become a true heavenly venerate? He had worked hard for an entire universe, but he hadn't made much progress. Endless thoughts flooded the master of the Heavenly Court's mind. Grand Mist Master, come and take my sword. Baichuan Fu Su suddenly roared, letting out a long howl. As his howl fell, the sword in Baichuan Fu Su's hand suddenly emitted an even stronger, dazzling light. When this sword light appeared, the entire world was instantly annihilated by this storm-like sword light, sweeping through the heavens. The entire world was annihilated by the light, and nothing could be seen clearly. Everything shook violently, as if the entire world was about to collapse. It was worrisome. In the face of this terrifying power, Lord Huayong suddenly felt that he was too insignificant. Rumble. The Grand Mist Master also made his move, but no one could see the scene of the two fighting clearly. They could only feel two peerless powers erupting like volcanoes, as if they wanted to destroy the heavens. When these two peerless powers intertwined, Qin Shao and the others felt as if they were about to be destroyed by this power. Rumble. The heavens and earth collapsed, the 4 seas cracked, and the universe trembled. When two half-step heavenly venerates fought, it was indeed terrifying. The ancient battlefield world was destroyed in an instant and no longer existed. Terrifying cracks in the void tore through the primordial world, and it was a shocking sight. The origin will of the universe felt danger, and the power of the laws became turbulent, protecting the stability of this universe. The only mission of the origin will of the universe was to protect this universe. Once a threat appeared in this universe, the origin will of the universe would explode with its strongest power. At this time, the origin will of the universe's supreme power also joined in. The forces of the 3 sides clashed and appeared in this world at the same time. How terrifying was that? Baichuan Fu Su had to fight the Grand Mist Master, and at the same time, he had to deal with the origin will of the universe. The origin will of the universe would become stronger, and in the end, it would explode with the power of the laws of the entire universe. No one could stop it, not even a true heavenly venerate. Therefore, Baichuan Fu Su only had one chance to attack in this terrifying origin will of the universe. After that, he would be unable to resist, and would be expelled from the primordial world by the origin will of the universe. This was something that Baichuan Fu Su had expected. After the light faded, the universe gradually calmed down. Qin Shao and the others' vision returned. Qin Shao, I will leave the primordial world first. Let's keep in touch. Baichuan Fu Su's last words appeared in Qin Zhao's mind. Qin Shao knew that Baichuan Fu Su had been expelled from the primordial world by the origin will of the universe. Baichuan Fu Su had worked hard for so long to enter the primordial world, but he had never thought that he would be willing to leave the primordial world because of him. Qin Shao would remember this kindness in his heart, and he would never forget it. He would definitely return it in the future. Baichuan Fu Su and young Master Yu left, and the world returned to normal. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the Grand Mist Master's body, and saw that one of the Grand Mist Master's avatars was covered in blood and injuries. This avatar had suffered heavy injuries. Baichuan Fu Su was really experienced. They were both half-step heavenly venerables, but Senior Baichuan Fu Su was able to injure the Grand Mist Master. Moreover, Senior Baichuan Fu Su only had one chance to attack. If Senior Baichuan Fu Su had the chance to attack, wouldn't it mean that Baichuan Fu Su could deal with the Grand Mist Master alone? However, this was just a hypothetical situation. Senior Baichuan Fu Su had already been expelled from the primordial world by the origin will of the universe. Ha ha ha! The Grand Mist Master's avatar wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and laughed loudly. Baichuan Fu Su, you're really strong. However, it's useless. With the origin will of the universe helping you, you won't be able to defeat me. Ha ha ha! With that said, the Grand Mist Master's gaze fell on Qin Shao and the others, and he sneered. Now that Baichuan Fu Su and his brother are no longer here, what power do you have to resist? And the Grand Mist Master pointed at Qin Shao and said, Kid, I want to see what other tricks you have up your sleeves. If it wasn't for you, the divine world would have been defeated a long time ago, and I wouldn't have needed to show myself. However, it doesn't matter. I only need the result. Shanha, are you still not going to admit defeat? Admit defeat? Qin Shao sneered and said, the word admit defeat has never existed in my dictionary. It's impossible for us to admit defeat. Grand Mist Master, cut the crap. If you want to kill us, then do it. The divine world has already reached this point, and I don't mind fighting you to the end. What does life and death matter? There are always things more important than life. However, you definitely won't understand. For someone like you who has lost the most basic human nature, I don't expect you to understand anything. Chapter 1465. Time Fate. You only know how to die standing, but not live on your knees? The Grand Mist Master laughed disdainfully as he looked at Qin Shao with contempt. You're still too young. You don't understand the vicissitudes of life. You're still far from transcending the boundaries of life and death. You haven't seen through it yet. Life is very fragile in the greater thousand worlds since ancient times. If you don't become a heavenly venerable, you're nothing but an ant. Ordinary life forms have extremely short lives. Mortals only live for a few hundred years. Gods only live for 84 billion years. Sovereigns only live for one universe epoch, and universe overlords only live for a few more universe epochs. In the long river of time, how many life forms can transcend? When you've lived for a long time, you'll realize that a weak life is simply fragile. The meaning of life doesn't lie in others, but in yourself. Only you can walk step by step to the peak of life, to the end of the world. You have so much potential, but you insist on throwing your life away. It's really a pity. Qin Shao looked coldly at the Grand Mist Master and said, There's nothing to feel pity about. Everyone has their own aspirations. Everyone's thoughts are unique. You have no right to interfere with other people's thoughts. You're right. I can't change your thoughts, but I can change your person. Once you're dead, nothing will matter. The Grand Mist Master sneered. The Grand Mist Master's killing intent surged. It was clear that he was about to attack. Qin Zhao's gaze was cold to the extreme. He gripped his sword tightly and prepared to fight to the death. The Heavenly Court's Master stepped forward, and his battle intent surged. He swore to fight alongside Qin Shao. The Desolate Land's master, Hong Changku, Lord Huayong, and Xiao Gu also walked over and stood in a row with Qin Shao. They swore to fight to the death with the Grand Mist Master. Everyone's battle intent soared to the peak. They were completely unafraid of death. They wouldn't rest until they died. Sovereign Lord Magic Beast and the others naturally wouldn't fight. They had already been used by the Grand Mist Master to such an extent. How could they fight with their lives on the line? Wouldn't that be the action of a fool? If they could, they would rather stand up and join forces with the Divine World's saints to deal with the Grand Mist Master. However, they knew very well that the Grand Mist Master's strength wasn't something they could deal with even if they joined forces. Fighting with the Grand Mist Master, there was only death. There was no chance of survival. Therefore, they could only choose to be the third party and retreated to the side to watch the battle. Ha! Heavenly Court, worldly guest, we've known each other for so many years. This is the first time we've fought side by side, and we're going to die on the battlefield. But to fight to the death, to die, to die, to die, to die. Let us burn the last of our lives to our heart's content. The Desolation Master laughed heartily. The Heavenly Court's Master and Lord Huayong nodded their heads heavily. Fighting to the death today was also a kind of heroic spirit. Xiao Gu was Qin Zhao's spiritual beast. He was loyal to his master and naturally took the lead to block all the attacks for Qin Shao. Soon, my clone is about to break through. Qin Zhao's heart exploded with a burst of obsession. Now, he could only fight to the death. Boom! One of the Grand Mist Master's clones charged out and finally made his move. Xiao Gu took the lead and took the lead to charge out. Although Xiao Gu's strength wasn't strong, his defensive ability was unmatched. Xiao Gu used his body to block the Grand Mist Master's attacks. He was using his life to burn his loyalty to Qin Shao. No matter how strong Xiao Gu's body was, it was still nothing in front of the Grand Mist Master. In addition, Xiao Gu was already seriously injured, so he didn't have much strength to resist now. Master, Xiao Gu will take his leave first. Xiao Gu is unable to protect you. Xiao Gu is really sad. Goodbye, Master. Along with Little Gu's last message, Little Gu died at the hands of Primordial Chaos Master. Another Universe Master had died. Xiao Gu. Seeing Xiao Gu die in front of him, Qin Zhao's eyes turned red. Xiao Gu was his spiritual beast. He and Xiao Gu were somewhat related by blood. Xiao Gu was like Qin Zhao's child. Qin Zhao's feelings for Xiao Gu were naturally very deep. He had long regarded Xiao Gu as his family. Xiao Gu's death naturally deeply affected Qin Shao. Qin Shao was heartbroken and angry. A beast that doesn't know the difference between life and death. You want to stop me? Even death can't wipe out your crimes. The Grand Mist Master spat disdainfully after killing Xiao Gu. In his opinion, killing Xiao Gu was nothing more than slaughtering a beast. Such humiliation provoked Qin Shao even more. Clearly, the Grand Mist Master had done this on purpose. He wanted to provoke Qin Shao. Furious, Qin Shao was about to charge out when the Heavenly Court Master and the Desolate Land Master rushed out. Ha! All of you can come at me together. Don't waste my time. All of you are too weak. The Grand Mist Master was full of arrogance as he battled the crowd. Kill! Qin Shao didn't hesitate and charged out. Lord Huayong also charged out. The Heavenly Court Master and the Desolate Land Master both had their avatars. It was the same for Red Dust Guest. However, Red Dust Guest's avatars were too severely injured and had been stored in the inner world of the true body. In other words, Red Dust Guest's avatars had lost their ability to fight. The Heavenly Court Master and the Desolate Land Master's situation wasn't much better. Lord Huayong's situation was even worse. However, Lord Huayong didn't hesitate and dared to fight with his life on the line. Two of the Grand Mist Master's avatars charged out. Their momentum soared to the sky, and darkness oppressed them. Qin Shao and the others couldn't withstand the Grand Mist Master's terrifying attacks. The Grand Mist Master's attacks were too powerful and ferocious. He was worthy of being a half-step heavenly venerable. This kind of strength far exceeded everyone's. Pooh! A sword with dark energy directly pierced through Huayong Jun's divine body, and the terrifying, devouring power immediately extinguished Huayang Jun's divine body. Lord Huayang had truly fallen. The divine world's death. One after another, they fell. They couldn't withstand the Grand Mist Master's attacks. Boom! One of the Heavenly Court Master's avatars died in the Grand Mist Master's hands. It was as if a legend had come to an end. The Heavenly Court Master was an invincible legend in the divine world. He was the overlord of this universe. He was publicly acknowledged as the #1 expert in the Grand Mist universe. He was a supreme existence that dominated an era. However, one of his avatars had fallen. His avatars had fallen, and his main body had suffered heavy injuries. His body had shattered, and the light around him had dimmed. However, the Heavenly Court Master's battle intent hadn't diminished in the slightest. He was still as sharp as ever. This wasn't a sacrifice. This was a show of strength. The Desolate Land Master's avatars didn't last long. In the end, they died in the Grand Mist Master's hands. At this point, the divine world's strength had reached a critical point. Only the Heavenly Court Master, the Desolate Land Master, the Red Dust Guest's main body, and Qin Shao were left. Since the Heavenly Court Master and the other three had charged to the front, Qin Shao wasn't too badly injured. However, the Heavenly Court Master and the other two had suffered heavy injuries. It was foreseeable that if the battle continued, they would fall one after another. The divine world's death was incomparably tragic. It's useless. Don't put up a futile resistance. You guys won't be able to hurt me. The Grand Mist Master shook his head lightly as he spoke in a playful tone. Heavenly Court, if there is reincarnation, we will be brothers in the next life. Our deaths aren't regrettable, but it's a pity for the mountains and rivers. It's fate. The Mang Mang Master said. The Heavenly Court Master nodded heavily and said, yes, it's fine if we die. We have lived for an entire era. It's enough. It's a pity for Qin Shao. He's still young and had a lot of potential. It's just that he was born at the wrong time. It's fate. Our cultivation is originally going against the heavens, stepping on the heavens to change our fate. But this time, we have no choice but to accept our fate. Yes, they had to accept their fate. What could they do if they didn't accept their fate? Crack. Did they really have to accept their fate? Qin Shao clenched his fists as all the bones in his body creaked. He was resisting the oppression of fate. Was it going to end like this? Were they all going to die? Was the divine world going to be destroyed? No, boom. A wave of clarity suddenly surged into Qin Zhao's heart. Qin Zhao's lips curled into a faint smile. Finally, I broke through. I broke through. Ha ha ha. This day has finally come. I finally broke through. In the land of reincarnation, Qin Zhao's original body finally took the final step. Qin Shao had finally become the controller of the 6 paths. Qin Zhao's strength surged out, giving him even more confidence and confidence. Qin Zhao's gaze also gained some sharpness and sharpness. Desolate Land, Red Dust, let's fight together for the last time. Ha ha, it's a good thing to die together with you. Red Dust, if you were in the primordial universe, you might be able to compete with me for the position of Overlord of the universe. The Master of Heavenly Court laughed. Let's fight. The Master of Desolate Land and Red Dust's fighting spirit surged. The last battle, come on. In the last moments of their lives, they should go crazy. If they didn't, they wouldn't have the chance. But just as the 3 of them were about to attack, a voice rang out. Let me do it. This voice was filled with strong confidence. Qin Shao took the first step forward. He stood proudly in the sky and faced the Master of Primordial Universe with an unparalleled aura. His body exuded a strong power, a very confident power. The 3 Masters of the Heavenly Court stared at Qin Shao blankly when they sensed this power. They were slightly surprised. The current Qin Shao was like a completely different person, making them feel somewhat unfamiliar when they looked at him. The 3 of them looked at each other. What's going on? The Master of Heavenly Court looked at the Master of Desolate Land. He thought that the Master of Desolate Land knew something. Could it be that Qin Shao was hiding something? The Master of Desolate Land looked at Red Dust. Red Dust's master should know something, right? However, Red Dust's face was filled with confusion. He obviously didn't know what was going on. The master of primordial universe also sensed the change. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Qin Shao with interest. Even though he knew that Qin Shao had changed, the master of primordial universe didn't care. After all, he was a half-step heavenly venerate. Unless a true heavenly venerate intervened, why should he be afraid? Chapter 1466. Return of the Mountains and Rivers. Kid, do you have any other tricks up your sleeves? You've hidden your strength well. The Grand Mist Master looked at Qin Shao with a playful expression. The Grand Mist Master wasn't in a hurry. After all, the outcome was already decided. He was just playing a game of cat and mouse. It would be boring if he killed Lin Fan in an instant. It would be more fun if he killed Lin Fan slowly. The Grand Mist Master couldn't care less about other people. However, he still wanted to have some fun with Qin Shao. This little fellow whom even he somewhat admired had indeed created one miracle after another. However, no matter how many miracles he created, it wouldn't matter. The final result was the most important. No matter how many miracles he created, no matter how heaven-defying he was, no matter how lucky he was, he couldn't escape death. Once he died, everything would be gone. No matter how magnificent he was, no matter how brilliant he was, no matter how bright he was still dead. Only some legends could be left behind after he died. Qin Shao looked coldly at the Grand Mist Master and said in a bone-chilling voice, "You'll know if I have any tricks up my sleeves after you try." After saying that, Qin Zhao's aura surged crazily. The might of the great Tao and the sharpness of the sword Qi were like the eruption of a volcano. They roared out and shocked the universe. The great Tao of the heavens was completely under Qin Zhao's control. The entire Grand Mist universe seemed to have been awakened by Qin Shao and became restless. The might of the heavens, the power of the laws, and the brilliance of the Grand Mist universe enveloped the entire universe. The Heavenly Court Master and the others looked at each other in dismay when they felt the overwhelming power. This is the controller of the six paths. It's the controller of the six paths. Shan, he actually broke through and became the controller of the six paths. Ha, desolate land. It seems like we haven't reached the end of the line yet. Miracle. Shan, he is creating another miracle. Red Dust Guest, you've really taken in a good disciple. The three masters of the heavenly court were overjoyed. They hadn't expected Qin Shao to become the controller of the six paths. When did this happen? Qin Shao had become the controller of the six paths a long time ago. Had he been hiding it until now? The controller of the six paths was the first person in the Grand Mist universe besides the Lord of Death in the past 8 eras. In the past 8 epochs, apart from Death Valley Master, no one else had reached this step. And now, Qin Shao had finally reached this step. The controller of the six paths was a half-step heavenly hands. Only a half-step Empyrean against a half-step Empyrean would have some combat strength and some hope. Qin Zhao's, the Heavenly Court Master in the heavens. Although the hopes that their God's Devil, Thousand was Translation Studios and Lucas have Studios 1000 have there. How could Qin Shao have broken through and become the controller of the six paths? It didn't make sense. It didn't make sense at all. Didn't they force Qin Zhao's original body to death? Once his original body died, his avatar wouldn't have had time to cultivate. How could he have broken through? How could it be so easy to become a samsara controller? Unless one went to the land of reincarnation, that was the only possibility. However, Qin Shao hadn't gone to the land of reincarnation. Furthermore, he hadn't even had time to cultivate. How could he have become the controller of reincarnation? What the hell was going on? No one understood what was going on. Even the Grand Mist Master was perplexed. He looked at Qin Shao and said, "Interesting, controller of the six paths. I didn't expect this. Kid, I was just saying that you could create miracles. You've created another miracle and presented a new legend to me. You've actually become the controller of the six paths. You're the second person to become the controller of the six paths after the Lord of Death in the 8 epochs of the Grand Mist universe. If you had the time and opportunity, you might have been able to walk down the path of the Lord of Death and become a heavenly venerate. However, you were born at the wrong time. You don't have that fate. If you don't submit to me, I can't let you live. I can only destroy you. So what if you've become the controller of the six paths? The controller of the six paths is indeed a half-step heavenly venerate. However, you only have one avatar. I have 3 avatars, and each of them is stronger than you. You don't have the chance to change anything. Why don't you submit to me now while I'm still comforting you? You might be able to keep your life. With your potential, as long as you follow me to the Saint region, becoming a heavenly venerate won't be a problem. If Qin Shao was willing to submit to him, the Grand Mist Master would be more than willing to do so. However, his wishful thinking had gone awry. Humph, Grand Mist Master, you should stop dreaming about such unrealistic things. It's not up to you, the Grand Mist Master, to decide whether you can change anything or not. Let's talk after we fight. Qin Shao sneered. Qin Shao didn't waste any more time and directly attacked. Now that he had become the controller of the six paths, he had the confidence to fight the Grand Mist Master. Moreover, his true body was also rushing over and would soon arrive to provide support. His main body and avatar combined were equivalent to 2 half-step heavenly venerates. Qin Shao didn't believe that he couldn't fight the Grand Mist Master. Moreover, he still had Jing Yang as his trump card. Kid, you're too confident. The Grand Mist Master glanced at him disdainfully. Since Qin Shao took the initiative to attack, he naturally didn't hesitate and attacked aggressively. The might of 6 supreme Grand Daos, the supreme sharpness of the sword, the power of the heavens, the peace of the 4 seas, and the chaos of the universe. Qin Shao attacked with all his might, using the power of the controller of the 6 paths. It was indeed powerful. There was a qualitative improvement in his strength. Was this the power of a half-step heavenly venerate? He was indeed powerful. He already had 1 foot in the door of the heavenly venerate. How powerful would a heavenly venerate be? After controlling more power, Qin Shao realized how far he was from becoming a heavenly venerate. His yearning to become a heavenly venerate grew stronger. The Grand Mist Master also attacked. The power of Grand Mist, the power of chaos, and the power of darkness were released from his hands. It was abnormally powerful and terrifying. The supreme Grand Daos of the heavens were suppressed by the Grand Mist Master. The Grand Mist Master's methods were earth-shattering. His powerful strength suppressed the heavens and earth, causing the heavens to tremble violently. Qin Zhao's strength was obviously suppressed. Moreover, the Grand Mist Master had sent out 2 of his doppelgangers. 2 against 1, he had an absolute advantage. Although one of the Grand Mist Master's doppelgangers was injured, he still had 60 to 70% of his strength. However, Qin Shao didn't have much of an advantage against the Grand Mist Master's injured doppelgangers. Kid, the strength of the controller of the 6 paths is indeed not bad. However, you just stepped into the controller of the 6 paths. My control of the 6 paths of reincarnation has yet to reach the true level. You're still not a match for my main body with this little trick. Moreover, you only have 1 doppelganger here. Kid, you'd better admit defeat obediently. It's useless. You can't resist. The Grand Mist Master's main body looked arrogantly at the sky, his voice full of playfulness. Can't resist? How about adding my main body to the mix? A loud voice suddenly came from afar. Hearing this voice, everyone was stunned and looked over in surprise. The person who spoke was naturally none other than Qin Zhao's main body. Qin Zhao's main body flew over at a fast speed, blooming with dazzling light. His main body descended in the form of the controller of the 6 paths. Unparalleled brilliance bloomed, illuminating the entire sky. It's Shanhe's main body. His main body isn't dead. He's not dead. Seeing Qin Zhao's main body, the master of the heavenly court, the master of the desolate land, and the red dust guest became excited. They had always thought that Qin Zhao's main body was dead. But now, Qin Zhao's main body appeared in front of them, radiating with unparalleled brilliance and the might of the controller of the 6 paths. This. What's going on? How is this possible? Isn't he dead? Master of Eros, didn't you say that you saw his main body die in front of you with your own eyes? Master of magical beasts and master of machines, looked at Master of Eros. Master of Eros was the one who did this. Master of Eros was so shocked that he was speechless. He stared at Qin Shao with his eyes wide open. Impossible, how can this be? I saw his main body explode in front of me with my own eyes. It can't be fake. No, no, no. Could it be? This brat has always had two doppelgangers? The one who exploded previously wasn't his main body, but his doppelgangers? Master of Eros couldn't understand it all. Logically speaking, Qin Zhao's main body had exploded in front of him. It couldn't be fake. Logically speaking, that was indeed the case. However, Master of Eros didn't expect that Qin Shao had Jing Yang. Qin Zhao's godly body was indeed abandoned, but his soul wasn't destroyed. He could reconstruct his godly body and come back to life. With Jing Yang's help, he could naturally hide from Master of Eros. His main body isn't dead? Master of Primordial Chaos squinted his eyes slightly, and a strange light flashed in them. This was also a small headache for him. Shanha, you really had a hard time hiding this from us. Even I didn't know about this. Master of Desolate Land transmitted a message to Qin Shao. Qin Shao laughed awkwardly and said, I'm sorry, big brother of Desolate Land. This matter is too serious, so I didn't tell anyone. I hid it from everyone. Previously, I also hid it from everyone to avoid a disaster. That's why I managed to deceive everyone. I already had a bad premonition about what happened earlier, so I made some preparations. I didn't tell Big Brother of Desolate Land, not because I didn't trust you, but because I wanted to give you a surprise. I just wanted to see what other tricks they had up their sleeves. Moreover, my main body has been hiding in the land of reincarnation to cultivate so that no one would disturb me. That's why I hid it from everyone. Ha ha ha. Master of Desolate Land laughed loudly. It's fine. You did the right thing. That's what you should do. If you really told us, we might have to tell Master of Primordial Chaos. That would ruin everything. Chapter 1467. The Grand Mist Master's last resort. Seeing that Qin Zhao's main body had arrived, the Heavenly Court's Master and the others saw a glimmer of hope. Qin Shao was now the controller of the Six Paths. Both his main body and avatar were present. His combat strength was extremely strong and was enough to fight against the Grand Mist Master. Even though he was still at a disadvantage, at least he wasn't completely helpless. Kid Shanha, it seems like I've underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be so shrewd and scheming. I can't believe that your true self didn't die. You were able to deceive everyone. It seems like you've already anticipated this situation. That's why you hid it from everyone and left such a backup plan. I thought that you wouldn't be able to become the controller of the Six Paths once I got rid of your main body. Who would have thought that I would be fooled by you in the end? The Grand Mist Master looked at Qin Shao. He was the one who had planned this in secret. Everything was part of his plan. His flawless plan had actually been foiled by Qin Shao. Moreover, Qin Shao had managed to hide it from him perfectly. If that wasn't the case, he definitely wouldn't have let Qin Shao go. He would have taken action to deal with the potential threat that was Qin Shao. He wouldn't have allowed Qin Shao to grow until now. The reason why he didn't care about Qin Shao was because he felt that Qin Shao was only left with one avatar. There wasn't much of a threat to him. Once the main body died, the avatar wouldn't be able to enter the land of reincarnation. This was equivalent to cutting off the possibility of Qin Shao becoming the controller of the Six Paths. Once this possibility was eliminated, what was there to worry about? However, the Grand Mist Master never thought that he would be fooled by Qin Shao. Qin Shao actually had such a method to deceive everyone. Grand Mist Master, it seems like all of this was your plan. After failing to kill me in the space at the end of the universe, you came up with another plan. Fortunately, I was more cautious. At that point, how could I not know that there was a mysterious force hiding in the dark? I actually suspected that there was a spy in the God world, so I deliberately beat him at his own game and deceived everyone. That was how I managed to escape this disaster and cultivate in the land of reincarnation and peace. Fortunately, the heavens took pity on me and didn't let me down. That was how I successfully became the controller of the Six Paths. Grand Mist Master, you're scheming and unscrupulous. However, you are devoid of humanity and have gone against the laws of nature. I will definitely not have a good ending, Qin Shao said coldly. Previously, the Wildlands Lord had sought out Qin Shao to discuss this matter. Truth be told, Qin Shao had already begun to have some suspicions since then. Initially, when he was in Seal God Abyss, he had been targeted by a universe master from the Devil Beast universe. He had been suspicious, but he hadn't thought too much about it. He hadn't even thought of Grand Mist Master. Qin Zhao's suspicions towards the Grand Mist Master had deepened after the incident at the end of the universe. He had even suspected the Grand Mist Master. Of course, he didn't think too much about it. But Qin Shao knew that there was a terrifying force hiding in the God world. So, from then on, Qin Shao became more cautious. When Shi Jian betrayed him and Master Eros wanted his original body to self-destruct, Qin Shao completely understood that someone was plotting against him. So he asked Jing Yang for help. Fortunately, Jing Yang had the means to deceive Master Eros. He could make Qin Zhao's godly body self-destruct and preserve his soul. Then, with Jing Yang's help, he could rebuild his godly body. If Jing Yang hadn't helped him, he definitely wouldn't have been able to do that. It was also because of this that even the Lord of Arrow didn't notice the slightest clue, completely deceiving everyone. Qin Shao didn't tell anyone about this, not even Master of Desolate Land and Red Dust Guest. If one were to ask who Qin Shao trusted the most in the God Realm, then the Master of the Forsaken Continent and Red Dust Guest definitely counted. Master of Desolate Land was worthy of Qin Zhao's trust. If Master of Desolate Land hadn't told Qin Shao that he had deduced the potential dangers of the God world, Qin Shao wouldn't have thought so much. Needless to say, his master, Red Dust Guest, was someone that Qin Shao absolutely trusted. As for the rest, Qin Shao was still wary of even the Master of the Celestial Court. In a situation where he didn't know anything, Qin Shao had no choice but to be wary of everyone. If he didn't do that, the land of reincarnation wouldn't be peaceful if the news that his original body was still alive spread. It was precisely because he thought of this that Qin Shao decided to play along and release a smoke bomb to confuse everyone. No matter who it was, they all thought that Qin Zhao's original body was dead. Even Xiao Gu was no exception. Reality proved that Qin Zhao's move was right. It was because of this that the God world had a glimmer of hope. It was because of this that they could keep hope until the end. If that wasn't the case, even if Jing Yang helped, it wouldn't have helped. Now that Qin Shao had become the controller of 6 paths, the situation was completely different. Master of Primordial Chaos sneered. "Good lad, you can actually play mind games with me. You're quite capable. But it doesn't matter. Even if you have the fighting power of 2 half-step heavenly venerables, you're still no match for me. It's impossible for you to stop me with your strength alone. All right, I don't have the patience to continue playing with you. Destroy everything." Master of Primordial Chaos flipped his palm, and endless light spewed out from his body. In an instant, it filled the entire sky and devoured the firmament. The 4 seas rose, and the 4 corners of the Primordial Chaos universe were suddenly filled with Primordial Chaos light, completely enveloping the entire universe. Planets, celestial bodies, universe secret realms, everywhere that was enveloped by the light began to shatter slowly, turning into nothingness and gradually returning to their original state. The 5 great holy lands of the God world also felt the impact of the powerful force, and their defensive grand arrays resisted it. The Master of Heavenly Court and the others were shocked when they saw Master of Primordial Chaos's move. "What's going on?" Master of Heavenly Court frowned deeply. Master of Desolate Land said with a serious expression, "Not good. I feel like the entire universe is being refined. Is he trying to devour the entire universe? What kind of move is this? Is he trying to destroy the Primordial Chaos universe? Destroy the Primordial Chaos universe? Master of Primordial Chaos is merely a half-step heavenly venerate. How can he have such a move? Even a heavenly venerate shouldn't have the ability to destroy the universe." Master of Heavenly Court frowned deeply, obviously not agreeing with Master of Desolate Land's words. However, judging from the current situation, there was indeed such a possibility. Master of Primordial Chaos's move was indeed powerful and strange. Master of Heavenly Court and the others couldn't help but feel worried. Everyone's gaze fell on Qin Shao. Qin Shao also frowned deeply as he stared at Master of Primordial Chaos. Obviously, Qin Shao didn't know what kind of move Master of Primordial Chaos was using. He only felt that Master of Primordial Chaos's move should be extremely powerful and terrifying. Qin Shao even sensed the aura of death surging towards him under this destructive force. What kind of move was this? Was this where Master of Primordial Chaos's confidence came from? In the face of such a powerful force, Qin Shao felt that he wasn't a match for Master of Primordial Chaos. Ha ha ha. How long has it been? How many universe eras has it been? I've been waiting for this day for a very, very long time. Finally, I have such an opportunity. Ha ha ha. However, it's worth it no matter how long I've waited. As long as I can become a heavenly venerate, all the waiting will be meaningful. This time, I'll definitely succeed and become a heavenly venerate. Then, I'll search for a saint domain. How many universe masters have pursued this throughout their lives? However, I can finally achieve it. Ha ha! Master of Primordial Chaos laughed wantonly, looking as if he was determined to succeed. It seemed like Master of Primordial Chaos wanted to use this method to become a heavenly venerate. Judging from his tone, it seemed like he was almost certain that he would succeed. Heavenly venerate. This was a heavenly venerate. It wasn't that easy to become a heavenly venerate from a half-step heavenly venerate. However, Master of Primordial Chaos actually had the confidence to become a heavenly venerate. What kind of move was this? No matter what kind of move it is, I can't let him succeed. I have to stop him. Qin Zhao's heart was cold. Without any hesitation, he charged forward. Both his original body and avatar attacked at the same time, unleashing their full strength. Along with the supreme light, they stepped on the great path of the heavens and rode the wind and swords toward Master of Primordial Chaos. You're overestimating yourself. Back off. Master of Primordial Chaos, who towered above the 9 heavens, glanced at Qin Shao indifferently and spat out a few words contemptuously. Then, he flipped his palm and struck toward Qin Shao. When this palm strike came, Qin Shao felt as if the power of the entire universe was smashing toward him. It actually forced him to retreat. What a powerful force. It actually crushed my heavenly firmament Tao force. This is the power of the universe origin. What kind of move is this? How did Master of Primordial Chaos's power suddenly become so strong? Even with my full strength, I still can't do anything to him. How can he be so strong? Qin Shao was shocked. Originally, he thought that his original body and avatar would be able to put up a fight against Master of Primordial Chaos. In addition, he had Jing Yang as the Master of Primordial Chaos. If he made a move at the critical moment, there was still hope that he could turn the tide and reverse the situation. But now, it seemed like things weren't going as smoothly as Qin Shao had imagined. Qin Shao had underestimated Master of Primordial Chaos. But no matter what, Qin Shao had no other choice. He could only go all out. Kill again. Qin Shao charged forward once again. However, he was still easily beaten back by Master of Primordial Chaos. There was no way for him to reach Master of Primordial Chaos's roots. There was a terrifying force surrounding Master of Primordial Chaos, preventing other forces from getting close. Moreover, this force enveloped everyone. This force was also eroding everyone. Whether it was the saints of the divine world or sovereign lord of magical beasts, everyone was enveloped in this force. It was slowly eroding everyone, as if it was going to devour them. Moreover, this corrosive power was slowly getting stronger. If this trend continued, it would probably devour everyone in the end. What a terrifying move. Master of Primordial Chaos, what are you doing? Qin Shao shouted coldly and charged forward once again. But Qin Shao still couldn't break through this energy blockade. He was still unable to reach Master of Primordial Chaos and was beaten back. It could even be said that Qin Zhao's heavenly Tao force was suppressed and couldn't unleash its full power. What am I doing? Ha ha. Don't worry, you will know very soon. Very soon, all of you will know. What I am after is the heavenly venerate's position and the path to the saint region. Chapter 1468. Chaos returns to its origin. The entire primordial universe seemed to be boiling. Countless planets, celestial bodies, and interstitial worlds were being destroyed. They turned into nothingness and returned to chaos. The interstitial worlds that were far away from the flames of war were also being destroyed. The cities of the divine world were also being destroyed and turned into ashes. This destruction was much more thorough than the previous calamity. Wherever the light of primordial universe and darkness went, everything was destroyed. Everything turned into nothingness and returned to chaos. Any celestial body, any planet, any universe, secret realm, and all cities became so fragile. All life forms died in this light, and their energy returned to chaos. Endless vengeful spirits soared into the sky and turned into countless mournful wails. It was as if the entire primordial universe had turned into hell. This was truly a great destruction. Although the flames of war had spread across the entire divine world, the battlefield was only in the divine world. The entire primordial universe was filled with countless living beings and races. It wasn't just the human race and demon race. There were many other weak races. Moreover, the interstitial worlds had never been invaded by the flames of war. But now, all of them were being destroyed and returned to chaos. It was as if the calamity of an era had arrived in advance. It was going to destroy everything, return everything to chaos, and then be reborn. Other than the sacred grounds and some extremely dangerous universe secret realms that could withstand the might of the calamity of an era, everything else would turn into nothingness and return to chaos. Everything would cease to exist. Even a master of the heavenly court and the others felt that their bodies were being devoured and were about to be destroyed. This devouring power was so strong that it could threaten their lives. It was really terrifying. Heavenly court, what's going on? Is primordial universe bringing the primordial universe into the calamity of an era? The master of the desolate land asked the master of the heavenly court with a serious expression. The master of the heavenly court shook his head and frowned. He said solemnly, I don't know either. Even if it's the calamity of an era, it shouldn't threaten our lives. This destructive power is getting stronger and stronger. The light of primordial universe and darkness is getting more and more dangerous. Our life force is being devoured rapidly. Moreover, we don't have much strength to resist. If this continues, our lives will soon be devoured as well. This shouldn't be an early arrival of the Great Tribulation. Instead, it's an extremely terrifying method. I don't know what kind of perilous method Hong Meng has. It should be related to his breakthrough to the Empyrean realm. It might be an extremely perilous secret method to break through to the Empyrean realm. The price we'll have to pay is probably the energy of all the living beings in our entire primordial universe. I'm afraid I now understand why Hong Meng is so scheming and scheming. All he wants is the lives of all living beings in the primordial universe. Use this boundless life energy to help him break through to the Empyrean realm. Qin Shao and the Lord of the Desolate Land were enlightened by the Lord of the Heavenly Court's words. Yes, the Lord of Primordial Universe had been scheming and scheming in secret. He had used all sorts of methods to make use of the energy of the three realms and the Otherverse to launch the Great Tribulation and destroy the divine world. What was the purpose of all this? He wanted all the living beings in the primordial universe to perish. He wanted the energy of all living beings to return to the primordial chaos. Then, he would use this powerful energy from the primordial chaos to break through to the Empyrean realm. Although they didn't know what method the Lord of Primordial Universe had used to achieve this, it seemed to be the case. Otherwise, if he really wanted the Primordial Universe, who could go against him with his strength as a half-step Empyrean? He could slaughter the entire primordial universe with his own strength. Was there a need for him to scheme so much? Therefore, the only possibility was that he wanted to exterminate all the living beings in the primordial universe. Although he was a half-step Empyrean, it was impossible for him to exterminate all the living beings in the primordial universe by himself. Therefore, he had planned this great tribulation and used the energy of the three realms, the Otherverse, and the Devil-Beast universe for his own use. In the end, he had even killed all these chess pieces to achieve his ultimate goal. This way, he would be able to effortlessly wipe out all living beings in the Hongmeng universe and the Warcraft universe. The Lord of Primordial Universe was after all the living beings in the Primordial Universe. He was after the supreme Empyrean realm. Now, everyone understood the truth. The Devil-Beast Sovereign Lord, the Lord of Aral, and the Machine's Sovereign Lord were also enlightened. They also understood that they had exhausted their entire life strength. But who would have thought that they would become the Grand Mist Master's pawns and be used as pawns? But what could they do now? They couldn't even regret it. Not only had they sacrificed the lives of their people, but they had also sacrificed their own lives. How ironic was that? They had schemed their entire lives and planned for nearly an entire universe. They had been enduring in the dark and accumulating strength. In the end, they had become someone else's pawn. How sad was that? Retribution. This was really retribution. In the face of death, they had lost all strength to resist. They could only stand there and wait for death to come. They could only watch helplessly as death approached them step by step. I have to stop the Lord of Primordial Universe. Otherwise, the Primordial Universe will be finished. The divine world will also be destroyed. Every living being will die. Qin Xiao was anxious and ruthless. He didn't expect the situation to change so drastically. He had tried his best to do everything he could, but he still couldn't stop the Lord of Primordial Universe. He still couldn't save the divine world. Under the pressure of this terrifying power, Qin Xiao's divine body was also being devoured. He charged forward several times, but he couldn't reach the Lord of Primordial Universe. He couldn't threaten the Lord of Primordial Universe. What should I do? Is there no other way? Qin Xiao thought of Jing Yang and immediately asked Jing Yang for help. On the divine sky mountain, Qin Xiao's avatar descended. Jing Yang had been paying attention to the situation outside. Naturally, he knew Qin Xiao's purpose for coming. Young master, if I'm not wrong, the Lord of Primordial Universe's method is called chaos returning to origin. Jing Yang said, chaos returning to origin? Qin Xiao looked at Jing Yang with a puzzled expression and asked, what kind of method is that? All chaos returning to the origin? Jing Yang said, you can understand it that way. It's a more vicious method. It's also a more evil and cruel method. I've heard of this method when I followed Master. It's extremely cruel. To use this method, one needs to devour all life in a universe. When their energy returns to the chaos returning to origin grand array will be activated. Using this grand array to gather all the energy in the universe and attack the universe's origin when it's at its weakest. That way, one can control the universe's origin and break through to the heavenly venerate realm. The energy of all the life in a universe is enough to force one to break through to the heavenly venerate realm. In this way, not only can one achieve the heavenly venerate realm, but one can also become the origin master and truly control a universe. It's similar to when young master controlled the origin world and became the origin master of a country. Therefore, besides the heavenly venerate realm, the Lord of Primordial Universe also wants to become the origin master of the Primordial Universe. As long as one obtains one of these two, one can transcend the universe. If one obtains both, it's enough to dominate a region and exist forever. After listening to Jing Yang's explanation, Qin Xiao was completely relieved. Everything made sense now. Such a method was really vicious to be able to achieve this. The secret method that came from the Great Thousand Domains was indeed vicious. However, Qin Xiao was more concerned about a question. Jing Yang, according to what you're saying, after controlling the primordial universe and becoming the origin master of the primordial universe, one will have complete control over the primordial universe. Does that mean that the primordial universe won't enter the primordial chaos tribulation again? Jingyang nodded and said, "Yes, young master. It's exactly as you said. Generally speaking, the lifespan of a universe is 9 universe epochs. When 9 epochs return to 1, it will be the primordial chaos tribulation. No universe can transcend this law. It's just like how the lifespan of an ordinary God spirit is 184 billion years. It cannot transcend this law. However, there are exceptions. For example, young master, you have become the origin master of your hometown. For example, Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang have surpassed the lifespan limit of a god. If you want the universe to exist eternally and no longer be persecuted by the primordial chaos tribulation, there is only one way, and that is for someone to become the origin master of the universe. If that's the case, then there will be someone guarding this universe, and there will be no more primordial chaos tribulation. Besides, no external enemies will be able to invade this part of the universe. After all, even celestial masters don't have the ability to fight against the willpower of the universe origin, unless there is an even more powerful being. However, no matter how powerful an existence is, it won't bother to destroy a universe. So, at this stage, the universe is basically safe and it can develop in peace. In the Great Thousand World, there are still some universes like this. In some universes, a group of celestial masters can be born and become a powerful universe, enough to dominate a region. I know of a few powerful universes that have existed for endless epochs and are abnormally powerful. They have even connected a few universes together to form a universe group, and the universe group is a powerful force. For example, there is a force called the Starfire Empire. It has a total of 6 celestial masters, 8 half-step celestial masters, and more than 1,000 universe masters. They have formed an extremely powerful force, which is terrifying just by hearing about it. Such a force can also dominate a region in the Great Thousand World. It will be eternal and indestructible, and it won't be threatened by the great chaos disaster. The Starfire Empire? So powerful? Upon hearing Jing Yang's words, Qin Shao was really shocked. He had seen the wonderful side of the Great Thousand World. He didn't expect that in addition to the Holy Lands and secret regions, there would be such a force in the Great Thousand World. It was really an incredible feeling. Just the name of this force was too shocking to be heard of. Compared to such a force, the Hongmeng universe was indeed weak. It was so weak that it was like an ant, not worth mentioning at all. So, young master, if you want the Hongmeng universe to be indestructible, then the best way is to become the master of the origin of the Hongmeng universe. Only in this way can you get rid of the threat of the great chaos disaster and develop eternally. Only in this way can you cultivate more great beings and strengthen the Hongmeng universe. Jing Yang continued. Qin Shao also nodded heavily and said, "Yes, Jing Yang, you are right. With such benefits, I naturally have to give it my all. However, in the current situation, it is not so easy for me to give it my all. You should help me think of a way to deal with the master of the Hongmeng universe. Send a book group. 362097520. Friends who like this book can join. If you have any questions, you can ask in Shang. Chapter 1469. Snatch the Universe. Flowers. Haha. Young master, I didn't have much confidence in dealing with the master of Grand Mist at first, but now there's a glimmer of hope. As the saying goes, fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. This is indeed true. There's actually a new turning point in a dead end. If not for this, I'm afraid it would be really hard to say. It seems like young master's luck is still very heaven-defying. Even the heavens are helping young master. Jing Yang laughed heartily when he heard Qin Zhao's words. A glimmer of hope? Qin Zhao's eyes lit up when he heard this. He looked at Jing Yang and said hurriedly, "Why do you say that?" "Jing Yang, explain it to me." Jing Yang said, "Young master, don't be anxious. Listen to me slowly. Previously, I didn't know what the master of Grand Mist was hiding in the dark. Judging from his tone, he was confident that he could break through to the heavenly venerate realm. He must have some tricks up his sleeve. I've also been thinking about what kind of tricks he had and how it was related to the destruction of the divine world. I couldn't figure it out. Now, I finally understand that his trick is the primal chaos origin array. It uses the energy of all living beings in the universe and the endless resentful spirits to activate the primal chaos origin array. When the universe origin will is at its weakest, he takes over the universe origin will in one fell swoop, controls the universe, and becomes the universe origin master. Then, he sublimates and uses the power of the primal chaos origin array to absorb endless energy and forcibly push himself to the heavenly venerate realm. The evil and terrifying thing about the primal chaos origin array is that it requires the energy of all living beings in the universe in order to activate it. It's simply unimaginable how powerful the energy of all living beings in the universe is when added together. Under such powerful energy, even the universe origin can't withstand it. It is said that the primal chaos origin array was created by an extremely dangerous existence. It is listed as a forbidden technique in the holy region and is not allowed to remain in the world. Anyone who dares to cultivate it will be punished. Who would have thought that the Grand Mist Master would be so lucky as to obtain this secret technique in the endless universe ocean? He even managed to use it successfully. After listening to Jing Yang's analysis, Qin Shao was completely relieved. So that's what happened. However, Qin Shao still didn't quite understand. What do you mean by a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel? Under such circumstances, shouldn't there be no other way? Haha, young master, this is where the ingenuity lies. If the Grand Mist Master hadn't used the primal chaos origin returning array, then the young lord wouldn't have been a match for him. Even if I can make a move, the most I can do is destroy one of his clones. You'll have to deal with the rest personally, young master. However, the situation is different now. The Grand Mist Master has activated the primal chaos origin returning array, and it seems like there's no way out. Young lord, you can't get close to him. However, there's a way out of this impeccable situation. Moreover, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the young lord. Later, I can use all my strength to suppress the Grand Mist Master and make him lose control of the primal chaos origin returning array. At that time, the young lord can step forward and take control of the primal chaos origin returning array. Once the young lord takes control of the primal chaos origin returning array, it would be equivalent to the Grand Mist Master marrying the young lord. Moreover, the universe's origin will is at its weakest right now. It has to deal with the primal chaos origin array, so it won't suppress me. I can completely suppress the Grand Mist Master and prevent him from disturbing young lord's control of the primal chaos origin array. This way, the young lord can seize the opportunity to become a heavenly venerate in one fell swoop and become the primal chaos origin master. Once the young lord becomes the primal chaos origin master, the primal chaos origin master will be able to exist for eternity. It will be absolutely stable and prosperous. I believe that this is the outcome that the young lord wants to see. No matter how many sacrifices are made, as long as such an outcome can be achieved, it will be worth it. Furthermore, once the young lord becomes the primal chaos origin master, the dead creatures will also be able to be resurrected. Even universe masters will be able to be resurrected slowly. Qin Shao was moved by Jing Yang's words and even became slightly excited. Yes, that was indeed the case. As long as he became a heavenly venerate and became the primal chaos origin master, everything would be fine and the world would be filled with light again. He could even destroy everything and bring them back to life. He could also bring the dead back to life. Even universe masters could be resurrected slowly. Reaching that step would be a complete victory. All of the sacrifices could be slowly recovered. This step was something that Qin Shao had never thought of before. Now that Jing Yang had mentioned it, Qin Shao realized that he could still take this step. Qin Zhao's eyes became incomparably sharp and flashed with a mysterious luster. His face was full of determination. "What should I do, Jing Yang?" Qin Shao asked. Now, Qin Shao felt that there was a glimmer of light at the end of the tunnel. He had originally been in complete darkness, but now there was a new light emerging. It's very simple, young lord. The primal chaos source origin array has been activated. After I suppress the primal chaos origin master, you only need to enter the core of the primal chaos source origin array and use your life as a medium. You will use your supreme willpower and soul power to control the primal chaos source origin array and completely integrate your body into the primal chaos source origin array. As for the rest, you will naturally know what to do when the time comes. However, for the young lord, the only test is that there may be many people you are familiar with in the endless resentment and the dead creatures. These resentful spirits may affect the young lord's will. You must be firm and not be affected in any way. Otherwise, if you fail, all your previous efforts will be wasted and the consequences will be unimaginable. Moreover, if the young lord fails, I won't be able to suppress the primal chaos origin master. At that time, the primal chaos origin master will counterattack and the situation will be reversed. Therefore, everything in the divine world and the primal chaos origin array's safety are all on the young lord's shoulders. Jing Yang's words became more solemn. Qin Shao also understood all of this. He nodded heavily and said, "All right, I understand. No matter what, now that I have such a great opportunity, I must seize it. I was willing to risk it even when I didn't have any opportunities before. What more now? All right, young lord. Get ready. I'm about to make my move." Jing Yang said. Qin Shao stared fixedly at the Grand Mist Master. At this moment, the Grand Mist Master was like the only true god in this world. He was the master of the primal chaos origin returning array, and the entire Grand Mist universe was under his control. He was devouring the entire primal chaos origin array. How terrifying was that? As he stood above the 9 heavens, everything in the universe was under his feet. The entire primal chaos origin array was in his hands. If he wanted the heavens to break, the heavens would break. If he wanted the earth to shatter, the earth would shatter. Although the Heavenly Court Master, Desolate Land Master, and Red Dust Guest didn't know what was going on, they could feel that the situation wasn't good. The primal chaos origin array seemed to be returning to the primal chaos. If everything returned to the primal chaos, then everything would cease to exist. This kind of danger reminded them of the chaos origin array. This was definitely worse than the chaos origin array. Desolate Land Master, Red Dust Guest, we don't have any regrets now that we've reached this stage. I never thought that we would be able to reach this stage and create miracles time and time again. The heavens want our divine world to die. There's no other way. Not only is our divine world going to die, the entire primal chaos origin array is going to die. We've done our best. There's nothing to regret. The Heavenly Court Master said with some emotion. The Desolate Land Master laughed bitterly and let out a long sigh. Yes, we've done our best. There's nothing to regret. Our strength is still a little too weak. There's still a lot we can't change. Perhaps it's just as the saying goes. If you don't enter the sacred realm, everything is in vain. If you don't become a heavenly venerate, everything is just an ant. Right now, we're just slightly stronger ants. In front of a heavenly venerate, we're simply too weak. If we can't find the sacred realm, then the space we live in will be meaningless. Everything will head towards destruction. If we can't find the sacred realm, then our fate will be to wander in the endless universe. Perhaps our lives were not glorious, but in our lives, we could be considered to have done our best. Perhaps everyone has their own destiny. Not everyone can become a heavenly venerate, and not everyone can enter the sacred realm. In the 8 epochs of the primal chaos origin array, only the Lord of Death has reached this stage. However, after the Lord of Death reached this stage, both his true body and avatar left the primal chaos origin array, leaving behind only a few inheritances. After reaching such a height, perhaps the primal chaos origin array is no longer of any value to him. What's the difference between 9 epochs and a moment for a heavenly venerate? It's over in the blink of an eye. The Red Dust Guest shook his head slightly. His feelings were much deeper than the master of the heavenly court and the Desolate Land Master. After all, he came from another universe. His universe had already reached the stage of the chaos tribulation. When the universe was destroyed, he was already a homeless man. He had wandered in the endless universe, experienced all kinds of hardships, and witnessed too many tragic endings. His heart had long since faded. If he didn't enter the sacred realm, then everything would be meaningless. He was still alive, and the only firm belief in his heart was that he could enter the sacred realm one day and start a new life. The sacred realm was the only meaning of his life. However, this goal was too far away. It was so far away that he didn't even dare to think about it. Now, everything was about to turn to nothing. It was about to be destroyed again. After so many epochs of searching, I'm already tired. Perhaps I should have given up long ago. I'm in despair, but I'm still unwilling to give up. I originally wanted to enjoy an ordinary life in peace. Now, it seems like that's just an extravagant hope. Forget it, forget it. It's all for naught. The red dust guest was also filled with despair. Perhaps everything didn't matter to him anymore. After seeing through everything faded away. The main thing was that he couldn't see any hope in the current situation. There was only despair. If it had been before, he might have had a little bit of resistance. Now, he didn't even have the strength to resist. Master of primal chaos, you'll die a horrible death. You'll definitely die a horrible death. Master of Eros was furious. He gritted his teeth and glared at the Master of primal chaos as he cursed. However, such cursing was obviously useless. It was obviously useless and would only add to the mockery. Chapter 1470. No, no, no. Ha ha ha. A bunch of reckless fools. It's your fortune to be able to be used by me. You don't know what's good for you. I was thinking of reviving you after I became a celestial master and controlled the Hongmeng universe. Now, it seems like there's no need for that. All of you die. I'll slowly cultivate some universe masters who are loyal to me. Wouldn't that be better? What's the use of keeping you alive? The master of Hongmeng laughed hysterically. Peerless light surged into the sky. The four seas merged into one. Endless energy and resentment gathered toward him. The primal chaos source origin array was peerless and terrifying. Even the will of the universe origin couldn't resist it and would be suppressed. Qin Shao stared at the master of Hongmeng. Don't be happy too early. Suddenly, a peerless brilliance shot out from Qin Zhao's inner world, illuminating the entire sky as soon as this brilliance appeared. As soon as this brilliance appeared, the entire universe suddenly quieted down. Everything was sealed by this brilliance. All energy, all restlessness, and all light were completely sealed. Everyone's eyes involuntarily turned to look at the brilliance. The figure within the brilliance slowly appeared. It was a man in green robes. He had a cold expression on his face. He held a green longsword in his hand and charged out with endless brilliance. As soon as his brilliance appeared, it overshadowed the might of the sky. Celestial Master, the master of the heavenly court, and the others suddenly had the same thought. They looked at Jing Yang with their eyes wide open. The shock in their hearts couldn't be expressed with words. This was definitely a celestial master, a real celestial master. Being able to see a living heavenly venerate in the primordial universe was simply unimaginable. However, this celestial master wasn't the Lord of Death. Judging from his aura, he wasn't from the Hongmeng universe. He was a celestial master from another universe. Huh? What? A celestial master? There's actually a celestial master? Damn it. Damn it. How can this be? How could this be? No, no, no. How could there be a celestial venerable hiding in Qin Zhao's inner world? What was going on? Visitors from another universe? Impossible. Other verse Empyreans simply cannot enter the primordial chaos universe. Godspan Mountain. That's right, it's Godspan Mountain. Godspan Mountain has always been shrouded in a veil of mystery. The only possibility was that he was a heavenly venerate of God Soaring Mountain. Could it be that God Soaring Mountain had been hiding a heavenly venerate all this while? How could this be? Ah, damn it. This Empyrean had schemed against everyone, but I didn't expect that there would be a heavenly venerable hidden in divine Soaring Mountain. I've long known that the Godspan Mountain is an artifact from another universe. It's a very powerful artifact, and it's very likely to be an artifact belonging to a celestial lord. However, I didn't expect that there would be a living heavenly exalt hidden in Godspan Mountain. Could it be that I'm destined to be defeated by that brat Shanha? No, no, no. This Empyrean is unwilling to accept this. This Empyrean wants to fight. When the Grand Mist Master saw Jing Yang and sensed the terrifying power of an heavenly venerable, the Grand Mist Master couldn't help but feel frightened. His expression turned ugly. He was only a half-step heavenly venerable. Although his strength had reached the threshold of a heavenly venerable, there was still a gap between him and a heavenly venerable. However, when facing a true celestial venerate, there was naturally still a gap. At most, he could put up a fight, but he was definitely not a match for a celestial venerate. Moreover, he could clearly sense a dangerous threat from Jing Yang. It was clear that Jing Yang's strength was definitely one of the stronger heavenly venerables. In front of Jing Yang, only death awaited him. Jing Yang was also a Grand Tao cultivator. As a heavenly venerable, he had successfully integrated 6 Grand Taos into the true Grand Tao of the universe. When the 6 Grand Taos integrated into one, the fusion of power was incomparably powerful. Jing Yang's sword was earth-shattering. The Grand Mist Master roared, and the universe shook. The Grand Mist Master was sent flying by the sword. His 3 bodies couldn't withstand Jing Yang's sword. Jing Yang's peerless sharpness made the Heavenly Court Master and the others feel their blood boil. They were in awe of him. As expected of a heavenly venerable, his strength was unimaginable. A casual sword strike was enough to suppress the Grand Mist Master. Ha ha! The heavens haven't forsaken the divine world. Qin Shao, good job. You're really good. I didn't expect you to have such a powerful trump card. The Heavenly Court Master laughed heartily. He was in a good mood. The Desolate Land Master and Red Dust Guest laughed as well. This time, they truly saw hope. The calamity of the God Realm should be over by now. And all of this was thanks to Qin Shao. It could be said that Qin Shao had single-handedly turned the tides. He had turned the tides time and time again, bringing new hope to the divine world. Every time they thought they were about to lose all hope, Qin Shao would bring them new hope. If it wasn't for Qin Shao, the divine world would have been defeated a long time ago. They wouldn't have been able to survive until now. Qin Shao, oh Qin Shao, you've kept us in the dark for so long. Haha, I didn't expect that you, who I thought to be the most honest, actually had so many things hidden from us. The Desolation Lord joked. Qin Shao laughed helplessly and said, Brothers of the Desolate Land, it's been hard on you. It's been hard on me to hide it from you. But there are some things I have to hide from you. I have to hide the situation of Mount Soaring God from you. If things hadn't developed to this point, I wouldn't have asked Jing Yang to take action. I was forced into a corner step by step. That's why I had to reveal my trump card step by step. Fortunately, the Grand Mist Master was caught in a trap of his own making. His final move ended up harming him. Jing Yang only had one chance to take action. But now that the primordial universe's origin is fighting against the primal chaos origin formation, it doesn't have the strength to squeeze Jing Yang out. Therefore, we will definitely win this battle. No matter how strong the Grand Mist Master is, he's far from being a match for Jing Yang. Jing Yang can completely suppress him. Our divine world will definitely win. Qin Zhao's words calmed the Heavenly Court Master and the others down, allowing them to relax completely. In fact, they were worried about Jing Yang. Although Jing Yang was a heavenly venerate, he was still in the primordial universe. The primordial universe's origin was there. But now, it seemed like they didn't have to worry about this matter. Primal chaos origin formation? What's that? The Desolate Land Master asked curiously. Qin Shao said, Big Brother Desolate Land, I'll explain this matter to you later. All right, I'm going to make my move too. I want to end this battle as soon as possible so that our primordial universe can regain its clarity. Let all the darkness fade away. The final light still belongs to us. After saying that, Qin Zhao's avatar charged towards the primal chaos origin formation, charging towards the center of the formation. Without the Grand Mist Master controlling the formation, the power of the primal chaos origin formation naturally weakened greatly. There was no way it could stop Qin Shao, allowing Qin Shao to reach the center of the formation smoothly. Supremacy Magic Beast and the other two were dumbfounded as they watched everything unfold before them expressionlessly. They had already been tricked by the Grand Mist Master. Now, Qin Shao was going to reverse the situation and seize back the victory. If the divine world won in the end, how could they escape their tragic fate? What was waiting for them would be the end of death. No matter how unwilling they were, they could only accept their fate. At this point, they were powerless to retaliate. They could only admit defeat. They only had themselves to blame for coming to this point. They couldn't blame anyone else. Everyone had to be responsible for what they had done. They were all in despair. They were truly in despair. They might have thought of countless endings, but they had never thought that it would end like this. It was exactly as the saying went, a person's plan is better than 1,000 plans. Qin Shao soon reached the center of the formation. Boundless energy surged towards him. Fortunately, Qin Shao was also a half-step heavenly venerate. If he was slightly weaker, this energy would be enough to kill Qin Shao. Qin Shao was swept into the endless tide of energy. The dark energy became incomparably violent, bombarding Qin Shao. It wanted to devour, tear, and destroy Qin Shao. Endless resentful spirits pounced on Qin Shao like crazy bugs. Roars, mournful, resentful, wailing, and furious. Being in this place felt like being in an infernal purgatory. This was a huge blow to Qin Shao. If he was slightly weaker, he wouldn't have been able to stay here. If the Lord of the Desolate Land was here, he probably wouldn't have been able to withstand it. However, Qin Shao's eyes were clear. His eyes flashed with a sharp light. His willpower was incomparably firm, and his mental strength was incomparably strong. His energy surged and erupted, resisting the might of the heavens and the dark energy that was destroying everything. Qin Shao did as Jingyang said. He pushed out all of his energy, allowing him to completely integrate into the primal chaos source origin formation. He used his body as a medium to enter the primal chaos source origin formation. He used his powerful divine body, supreme soul, and firm willpower to control the primal chaos source origin formation. The formation was dead, but people were alive. It was naturally much easier for the living to control the dead. As soon as his willpower and soul integrated into the formation, Qin Shao immediately felt endless resentful spirits swarming toward him. One after another, familiar figures appeared in front of him. Their faces were ferocious, and they roared furiously as they charged at him with boundless fury. Qin Shao, I regard you as my best brother. How dare you try to devour my resentful spirits? You and I are irreconcilable. This was Brother Pure's resentful spirit. Brother Pure's doppelganger had died on the battlefield, so naturally, his resentful spirit existed as well. His resentful spirit pounced on Qin Shao. Brother Pure was one of Qin Zhao's best brothers. It was needless to say how close the two of them were. Faced with the wrath of Brother Pure's resentful spirit, Qin Zhao's willpower was firm and unwavering. He knew that all of this resentful spirit was fake. It was just something that wanted to affect his willpower. It wasn't real. As long as his willpower was strong enough, he would be invulnerable. No power could invade him. Tian Lingzi, Lord Huayang, the Kunpeng ruler, and even Xiao Gu appeared. Master Qingye, the Baron Sword ruler, Villa Head Yao, Yao Shulian, the Azure Emperor, the Flame Emperor, the Lord of the Stars, the primeval ancestor Jiang, and so on. Familiar faces appeared one after another, all of them furiously demanding Qin Zhao's life and scolding Qin Shao. Chapter 1471. If one did not become an Empyrean, they would still be ants. Qin Shao, have you forgotten who has been taking care of you all this time? I, Master Qingye, died in battle for the God Realm. How dare you try to devour my vengeful spirit? How ungrateful! You're worse than a dog. Qin Shao, I love you so much. How could you devour my resentful spirit? Qin Shao, Shrill cries resounded in Qin Zhao's mind. Like the chimes of the great Tao, they struck Qin Zhao's mind again and again, hitting Qin Zhao's soul. Endless resentful spirits were attacking Qin Zhao. What kind of terrifying power was this? It was a terrifying attack on Qin Zhao's mind, will, and soul. Under such a terrible attack, Qin Zhao's mind could collapse at any time. Once his mind collapsed, the consequences would be unimaginable. The mind was a relatively weak part of a person, and it was also a place that could be easily attacked. Although Qin Zhao's willpower was very strong and firm, it was still very dangerous for him to face the attacks of the endless resentful spirits of the entire primordial universe. To Qin Zhao, fighting against the endless wraiths was also a very painful thing. However, no matter how painful it was, Qin Zhao's strong willpower was still strong enough to stand firm against this terrible resentful spirit. Now, it was a battle of life and death. As long as Qin Zhao could completely suppress the endless resentful spirits, he would be able to control the formation. Only then would he be able to jump up and use the formation to refine the endless resentful spirits. He would use the boundless resentful spirits' energy to attack the Empyrean realm and control the primordial chaos universe's origin will. In addition to these endless resentful spirits, the origin will of the primordial universe also launched a fierce attack on Qin Zhao. The primal chaos origin array was a threat to the universe origin will. It was meant to compete with the universe origin will for control of the universe. Under these two terrifying attacks, Qin Zhao endured unprecedented attacks, unprecedented pain, and unprecedented challenges. Qin Zhao was not like the Grand Mist Master. The Grand Mist Master had been preparing for countless years and had already made some preparations. Moreover, the Grand Mist Master's heart was like stone. He was incomparably cruel and selfish. Therefore, the resentful spirit's attacks did not affect him much. On the Grand Mist Master's side, Jingyang naturally suppressed him. He did not have the slightest bit of resistance. However, Jingyang didn't use his full strength to kill the Grand Mist Master. The Grand Mist Master was a half-step heavenly Empyrean existence, so it wouldn't be easy to kill him. Even Jingyang would have to go all out to kill the Grand Mist Master. However, Qin Zhao's side was currently in an intense battle, so Jingyang didn't dare to use his full strength. Otherwise, it would affect Qin Zhao's side. If something happened to Qin Zhao, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, Jingyang only suppressed the Grand Mist Master and prevented him from interfering with Qin Zhao. Sovereign Lord Magic Beast and the others stood there expressionlessly with ashen faces. To them, nothing mattered anymore. No matter which side won, it had nothing to do with them. They were already losers, complete and utter losers. They were pitiful and laughable losers. They could not change this bloody fact. No matter which side won, only death awaited them. They were destined to fail from the beginning. They were destined to have such a tragic ending. This was an unchangeable fact. Although it sounded sad, it was the truth. They were merely chess pieces that the Grand Mist Master had used to toy with in the palm of his hand. The Lord of the Heavenly Court, the Lord of the Desolate Land, Lord Huayang, and the Red Dust Guest. The four of them were still nervous. Although it seemed that the overall situation had been decided, they didn't dare to let down their guard as they hadn't reached the final moment of victory. Success or failure rested on Qin Zhao's shoulders. The mountains and rivers are my divine world's blessing. I can die without regrets now that the divine world has reached this stage. The Lord of the Desolate Land was excited. The Lord of the Heavenly Court said, "Desolate Land, you can't die. Our divine world is still waiting for us to rebuild it." The Desolate Land's divine world also has a share of the mountains and rivers' contribution. After all, the mountains and rivers grew up in the Desolate Land's divine world. The Lord of the Desolate Land shook his head and said, No, I definitely don't dare to take credit for it. If one were to talk about the biggest contribution, then it would definitely be Red Dust Guest. He was the one who took in a good disciple and discovered a good seedling. If it wasn't for the Red Dust Guest, things might not have turned out this way. Moreover, the red dust guest also gave the mountains and rivers a lot of guidance and help. It was the red dust guest's light that led the mountains and rivers to progress. Therefore, the biggest contribution of all goes to red dust guest. Right, the biggest credit goes to the red dust guest. He took in a good disciple. The Lord of the heavenly court smiled and nodded. The red dust guest shook his head in shame and said, "As the master, I'm ashamed to say that I'm no different from a shopkeeper who just leaves everything to the wind. I didn't give Qin Shao much help and guidance. He was able to reach this step entirely by relying on his own talent and hard work. External help is secondary. It's weak and can be ignored. My help is even more negligible. Therefore, if we're talking about credit, I really don't dare to accept it. My contribution is definitely negligible or even negligible. If we're talking about credit, the desolate land is fully deserving of the title." Qin Zhao's path of growth started from the desolate land temple. He also walked step by step from the desolate land temple to where he is now. If he didn't enter the desolate land temple, no one could say for sure what Qin Shao would be like now. No. The red dust guest, please don't say that. If you say that, I'm even more ashamed. The Lord of the desolate land hurriedly shook his head and waved his hands. Seeing that the two of them were so modest, the Lord of the heavenly court teased, "I've given you such a big credit, and you're pushing it back and forth. You really don't know how lucky you are. If it weren't for the fact that I'm not thick-skinned enough, I would have snatched this credit away. I say, you guys stop arguing. Anyway, you've all contributed a lot." Everyone looked at each other and smiled, but didn't say anything else. Instead of discussing these things, it was better to pay more attention to Qin Shao. Whether he could succeed or not was the crux of the matter. If Qin Shao succeeded, then the realm of gods would succeed. If Qin Shao failed, then everything would be for naught. In such a storm of wraiths, the Lord of the heavenly court and the others felt a peerless terror that made them feel like they were about to be devoured. In this storm, they could only anxiously wait for the final result, praying that Qin Shao would emerge victorious. Suddenly, the entire universe trembled violently, as if it was about to collapse. What's going on? Light bloomed, waves surged, and the chaos returnant's grand formation shook violently. Energy went berserk, and lights of all colors surged and churned. The Lord of the heavenly court and the others became even more nervous. The four of them looked at each other, then shook their heads, indicating that they didn't know what was going on. But it was obvious that something was about to happen, and it might be the key point of success or failure. One thought to succeed and the next to fail. The difference between success and failure was incomparably huge. Jing Yang's eyes lit up, and a slight smile appeared on his face. "Young master, you finally made it through. This is within my expectations. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as you can make it through, you'll have a bright future ahead. Taking the step means breaking through the barrier and stepping into a new level, a new world, and a new world." Chapter 1472. Heavenly Venerate Qin Shao. Am I going to become a Heavenly Venerate? The Grand Mist Master's bloodshot eyes stared fixedly at Qin Shao. He was like a wild beast that had gone berserk, filled with savagery and madness. The Grand Mist Master's enraged expression also vividly displayed his hatred for Qin Shao to the extreme, to the point where it could not be any worse. No. The Grand Mist Master let out a heart-wrenching roar. He was furious and unwilling, in pain and helplessness, and in despair. All of this is mine. It's mine. It should be mine. I've lived for so many epochs. I've worked so hard for so long. I've been reincarnated 3 times. I've gone through countless dangers before I finally reached this stage. 3 lifetimes of reincarnation, 3 lifetimes of being a human, 3 lifetimes of cultivation. Who can understand the pain, the difficulty? I've worked so hard to become a Heavenly Venerate. I've worked so hard for this day. I've worked so hard for this opportunity. I'm going to succeed. I'm going to succeed. I'm unwilling. I'm unwilling. The Grand Mist Master went berserk. He was so furious that he attacked Jing Yang in a frenzy. However, the The Grand Mist Master's strength was far inferior to Jing Yang's. What could he do to turn the situation around when facing a true heavenly venerate? The Grand Mist Master was only a half-step heavenly venerate. Even if he really broke through to the heavenly venerate realm, he wouldn't be able to contend with Jing Yang. In Jing Yang's hands, he didn't even have the strength to resist. The more this was the case, the crazier he became, the more desperate he became. He roared in a frenzy and wanted to kill. However, all resistance was futile. This helplessness could only be understood when one experienced it personally. The Grand Mist Master roared crazily as if he was in a tragic state. However, no one sympathized with him. They only felt that he deserved it. Qin Shao finally took control of the primal chaos source origin array and suppressed the endless resentful spirits in the primordial universe's origin will. Chaos returned to its origin. Everything returned to chaos. Chaos returned to its original origin. Everything was under Qin Zhao's control. This feeling was like a supreme control that surpassed the gods. It was like controlling the heavens and the power of the universe. He operated the primal chaos origin array, and the power of the primal chaos origin array surged wildly into Qin Zhao's body. The mighty influx of power quickly made Qin Zhao stronger. The great Daos of the heavens became incomparably clear in front of Qin Zhao. All of the Daos became unprecedentedly clear. Qin Zhao also entered the Dao integration stage. The Dao integration stage of the six Daos was an attempt to become a celestial lord and take control of the heavens. The Dao integration stage was very difficult to begin with. Even though Qin Zhao was the master of the six paths, it didn't mean that Qin Zhao could reach the Dao integration stage right away. The Dao integration stage still needed to reach a certain level before one could feel the Dao integration stage and have a greater chance of success. It was just like many fourth-step heavenly gods. It didn't mean that one could reach the Dao integration stage after reaching the fourth-step heavenly god realm. Instead, one had to first meet the conditions for the Dao integration stage and reach that point. Only when one reached that point could one attempt the Dao integration stage. If one couldn't reach that point, it would be impossible for them to attempt the Dao integration stage. The Dao integration stage of the six Daos was even more difficult. However, with the influx of endless energy from the primal chaos source origin array, Qin Zhao easily reached the point of the Dao integration stage. He directly met the most basic conditions for the Dao integration stage. Although the basic conditions didn't have much effect on the Dao integration stage, they were still the basics. Qin Zhao began the Dao integration stage. The primal chaos source origin array continued to pour in an incomparably huge amount of energy. Moreover, this energy was getting stronger and stronger. A quantitative change would lead to a qualitative change. The primal chaos source origin array gave an extremely terrifying quantity. It used the endless quantity to seek a qualitative change. It used quantity to force a qualitative change. Under this terrifying quantity, Qin Zhao tried his best to break through the qualitative transformation. Stepping from a universe lord to a celestial venerate was a huge leap. It was a true qualitative transformation. The speed of this transformation was far greater than that of a fourth-step celestial venerate to a great being. It was like going from a mortal to a deity. This was a huge transformation, a leap. From a deity to a great being, this was also a huge metamorphosis. Now that he was a celestial venerate, it was an even bigger leap. It was too difficult for him to take this step out of it. Without the primal chaos source origin array, Qin Zhao would still be too far away. He wouldn't even have the possibility of trying. Now that Qin Zhao was controlling the primal chaos source origin array, he was like a creator. He had the all heavens and the entire Hongmeng universe in his hands. It was completely at his disposal. All the energy was mobilized by him. The Dao integration stage, which was originally very difficult, seemed to have become much easier under the influence of such turbulent energy. At least, Qin Zhao felt that it wasn't that difficult anymore. This obviously wasn't because the Dao integration stage had become easier. It was because the primal chaos source origin array was too powerful. It used the endless living beings of the entire Hongmeng universe as its energy. It was obvious how terrifying it was. The godly bodies of dozens of universe masters, more than 1,000 rulers, and a number of great beings was uncountable. There are tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of them. Even Qin Shao didn't dare to imagine the extent of the endless living beings of the entire Hongmeng universe. It was too terrifying. The process of the Dao integration stage was very easy for Qin Shao. It didn't take much effort at all. It automatically succeeded. One by one, he succeeded. In the end, he succeeded in 6 and completed 6. The moment he completed the Dao integration stage, Song Yin clearly felt that his all heaven's great Dao had become one. He had faintly touched the laws. Qin Shao also had a clearer and deeper understanding of the laws of the great Dao. He saw the root of the laws clearly. Now he was just beginning to control the laws. This was the next step of Qin Zhao's cultivation path. After reaching this step, he would have a clearer understanding of the road ahead. He would know how to continue on his path and where the road ahead was. Everything was completely clear. It was no longer like before, when he couldn't see clearly or understand the mountains in the fog. The 6 paths were completed, and the primal chaos source origin array was completed. Shocking rays of light bloomed in the 9 heavens and illuminated the entire Hongmeng universe. Great Dao bells, phoenix cries, and dragon roars were heard. The entire Hongmeng universe was immersed in the sacred light. The sacred light draped over Qin Zhao's body. The Hongmeng universe became much quieter. The endless resentful spirits were basically dispelled. He had successfully become a celestial master. Qin Shao was a little happy in his heart, and his brows relaxed. A celestial master. I have finally become a celestial master. I really didn't expect that I would be able to become a celestial master so easily. This is really unexpected. The primal chaos source array is actually so strong. It's no wonder that the master of Hongmeng is willing to pay any price. If the master of Hongmeng had his way, he would have become a celestial master this time. What a good move. It's really a good move. Fortunately, Qin Zhao's luck isn't bad. I didn't expect the master of Hongmeng to pave the way for me. He didn't expect that all his schemes would benefit me in the end. Isn't this a form of mockery for the master of Hongmeng? However, this isn't important to me. What's important is that I have such a good result. Qin Zhao's mood was indeed overjoyed. This was achieving the position of an empyrean. The master of the heavenly court was their lifelong pursuit. It was a realm that they had dreamed of and worked hard for an entire universe era. However, none of them were a match for Qin Shao. In the end, the biggest winner was none other than Qin Shao. All the benefits fell to Qin Shao. Qin Shao had become the luckiest person. Chapter 1473. Universe Origin Master, what a powerful feeling. So this is the power of a celestial master. A celestial master is indeed incomparable to a universe master. With just a thought, Qin Shao could easily cover the entire Hongmeng universe. Every tiny corner could be covered by his consciousness. He could see everything clearly. All along, the Hongmeng universe had been vast and boundless in Qin Zhao's eyes. It was vast and boundless. He couldn't see the end of it. An almighty might only be able to explore every corner of the primordial universe in their entire lifetime. The consciousness of a universe master could only cover the territory of the godly world at most. However, the territory of the godly world was less than a trillionth of the entire Hongmeng universe. What was even more vast was the ocean of darkness. The endless ocean of darkness added up to form a universe. And now, Qin Shao could easily cover the entire Hongmeng universe with his consciousness. He could even extend it beyond the Hongmeng universe and into the endless ocean of universe. With such a consciousness, the Hongmeng universe didn't seem so vast. This was a leap in the level of life. Everything was different now. With a different level, one's vision was completely different. Qin Shao also clearly felt that his level had leaped up a level. Now, the way he looked at things was completely different. This was a celestial master. With the celestial as the master, he had transcended the restrictions of the universe. When he looked back at the great Tao, he felt that it was just so. However, to Qin Shao, what he saw now was a vast sea of stars. It was a vast universe. It was a brand new world. And in this brand new world, he was just starting out. Just like when he became a god in the origin world and entered the godly world, everything was just the beginning. Therefore, Qin Shao wasn't too happy. He immediately entered a new competition. He had reached the position of a celestial master. The great Tao of the universe was also under his control. Next, he had to fight with the will of the origin of the Hongmeng universe and become the master of the origin of the Hongmeng universe. This step was the most important. It was what Qin Shao desired to do the most. It could even be said that this desire was even stronger than becoming an Empyrean. Of course, if he couldn't become a heavenly venerate, it would be impossible for him to become the origin source master of the primordial universe. Celestial venerate. This was the most basic condition. If he couldn't even meet this condition, then there would be no future. The primal chaos origin returning array was still there, and the primal chaos universe's origin was also extremely weak. This was the best opportunity for Qin Shao. If he missed this opportunity, it would be 1,000 times more difficult to become the master of the origin of the universe in the future. Continue charging. Qin Shao had already occupied the upper hand in the battle against the primordial universe's quintessence, and he was in a completely advantageous position. Moreover, Qin Shao also had experience in this field. After all, he had once been a lord of the origin world and had controlled the origin will of the origin world. It was just that the primordial universe's origin will was especially powerful. However, Qin Shao was also strong enough now. Therefore, in such a battle, Qin Shao still had the upper hand. After gaining the upper hand in the battle of wills for a long time, Qin Shao began to slowly infiltrate and began to control the primordial universe's origin will. At this moment, the primordial universe's origin will was like a trapped beast, making its final struggle. It was a struggle of life and death. However, no matter how hard it struggled, it couldn't resist. The power of the primal chaos origin returning array had reached its peak. It was the final eruption of all its power. After the eruption, the energy would be exhausted, and the primal chaos origin returning array would also lose its effectiveness. Therefore, this final moment was the best opportunity for Qin Shao to become the master of the primordial universe's origin will. If he didn't seize this good opportunity, he would also lose the opportunity to become the master of the primordial universe. Charge! The final victory will be mine. Come on, let's explode. Qin Shao gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with determination, and the strength of his firm belief filled his chest. Under the power of this intent, Qin Shao became even stronger. Rumble! The final power of the primal chaos origin returning array erupted, causing the entire primordial universe to shake violently. Endless light surged, endless resentful spirits were destroyed, and endless energy returned to the primordial chaos. The surging power was like 100 rivers flowing into the sea, gathering from all directions. The converging power finally fused together. Under Qin Zhao's control, it launched a final ferocious attack on the primordial universe's origin will. The primordial universe's origin will was on the verge of collapsing under this powerful attack. On the verge of collapse, Qin Zhao's power took advantage of this weakness. With the might of a heavenly venerate, the supreme power of his will, and the majestic song of righteousness, he took control of the myriad heavens. The primordial universe's origin will finally loosened up and was about to submit to Qin Shao. The primordial universe's origin could be seen as an independent living being. It was a living being with very weak intelligence, but it had an instinctive sense of self-protection. This was like the young Xiaogu. At that time, Xiaogu would resist with all his might if he felt threatened. This was an instinctive consciousness. However, if the external power was too strong, Xiaogu could only submit to protect his life. This was also an instinctive consciousness. The primordial universe's origin had no choice but to submit to Qin Shao to protect him. The time has come. Qin Shao did not hesitate at all. He integrated his supreme will power into the primordial universe's origin will and directly refined it into a part of his own will. He integrated his will with the primordial universe's origin will, his soul with the universe's soul, his divine body with the universe, and his power with the myriad heavens' great Tao. Everything was being integrated. Once the integration was complete, Qin Shao could basically represent the entire primordial universe. In other words, the universe was him, and he was the universe. He was the only true God in the primordial universe, an absolutely invincible existence in the primordial universe. This was the origin master. This kind of power was far from what a heavenly venerate could compare to. Therefore, it was needless to say how important this was to Qin Shao. Once the opening was opened, everything would be easy. Everything would fall into place naturally, and there wouldn't be any more accidents. For Qin Shao, everything went very smoothly. Soon, Qin Shao completely controlled the primordial universe's origin will and became the origin master of the universe. The moment he became the origin master of the universe, Qin Shao had a clearer understanding of the primordial universe. Many things that the master of the heavenly court did not know, Qin Shao instantly understood Qin Shao. Qin Shao had the power to control and dominate all living beings in the primordial universe. This kind of powerful feeling, the feeling of controlling the myriad heavens, was really wonderful. Qin Shao also clearly felt that he was the only true God in the primordial universe. His words were law. Whoever he wanted to die, that person must die. Even an existence like the master of the heavenly court was no exception. If he wanted the universe to have light, then the universe would have light. If he wanted the universe to be filled with endless darkness, then the universe would be filled with endless darkness. Controlling the myriad heavens, and everything was wonderful. At this moment, everything in the primordial universe was in Qin Shao's mind and consciousness. At this moment, Qin Shao truly felt that he understood the primordial universe. He knew what the universe was about, what the great thousand realms were about, what great Tao cultivation was about, what Tao power and nomological laws were about, and he knew the rules of survival in the great thousand realms. Qin Shao completely understood many things that were unknown to the world through the origin will of the universe. Chapter 1474. Everything was over. Everything that had happened was transferred into Qin Shao's mind like a memory. The primordial universe's origin will had recorded everything that had happened in the past 8 epochs. It was like a river of time that contained the life imprints of all living beings. After gaining control of the primordial universe's origin will, Qin Shao naturally understood everything. The light gradually dissipated, and the primordial universe regained its calm. The sun and moon regained their brightness. Although the ancient battlefield had been completely destroyed, that wasn't important. What was important was that everything was over. Moreover, it had ended in a way that no one had expected. Heavenly Venerate, the primordial universe's origin master. Shanha, you're really good. This is great, really great. Our divine world can finally hold our heads high. The master of the heavenly court was extremely excited, and his face was flushed red. The master of the desolate land and the red dust guest were also extremely excited. Qin Zhao's ascension to the heavenly venerate had greatly exceeded their expectations. Qin Zhao's ascension to the primordial universe's origin master had exceeded their expectations. Although the master of the heavenly court and the master of the heavenly court had always regarded Qin Shao as the divine world's greatest hope, they had never thought that Qin Shao would be able to walk all the way to this stage after this calamity. It was really too unbelievable. However, all of this was the divine world's blessing. It was their blessing. Seeing Qin Zhao's current achievements, the master of the heavenly court and the master of the heavenly court felt that everything was worth it. Even if everyone in the divine world sacrificed themselves, as long as Qin Shao could become a heavenly venerate, everything would be worth it. Qin Shao stood in the 9 heavens, looking disdainfully at the master of the primordial universe's origin master. Qin Zhao's gaze swept across the 3 paragon lord of the magic beast and the master of the primordial universe. The three of them weren't in a better state. The three Paragon Lord of the Magic Beast and the Master of the Primordial Universe felt their hearts tremble when Qin Shao looked at them. They actually had the impulse to kneel down and worship Qin Shao. This was the difference in the natural order of life. It was like an ordinary person looking at a god. Qin Shao was now a heavenly venerate and the primordial universe's origin master of the universe. Qin Shao was a primordial universe's origin master. Qin Shao didn't pay much attention to revered Lord Magic Beast's group of three. His gaze continued to fall on the Grand Mist Master, the person behind this calamity. However, it could also be considered as a blessing in disguise. If not for this calamity, Qin Shao would still be slowly cultivating. It would be impossible for him to grow so quickly. Primordial Master. Qin Shao's the primordial master primordial god, master primordial master master mordile, mordile master. Ha ha ha. Pre-primordial master. Mountain master. Me? It's just that the winner takes all. There's no need to talk so much nonsense. I lost. It can only be said that I wasn't strong enough. It's just that I can't accept being defeated by you, mountain boy. Why? Why can't I become a heavenly venerate and become the primordial universe's origin master? Qin Shao said coldly. It's not because of anything. It's because the winner takes all. You're right. Strength is the power that decides all disputes. You lost because you're too unpopular. If you had always stood on the side of the God realm, then perhaps this situation wouldn't have happened. You only have yourself to blame for everything. You can't blame anyone else. I can let go of anyone here, but you are the only one I can't let go of. As the mastermind behind this calamity, the initiator, you have to bear all the responsibility. Our divine world, our entire primordial universe, countless living beings have died in this calamity, especially in the primordial universe. There are only a few lucky ones left. The rest were mercilessly massacred by you. Now, for some of my relatives, friends, and even people of the Qin clan, I am seeking justice and an explanation. Grand Mist Master, you must die today. Qin Shao was determined to kill the Grand Mist Master. The main culprit had to die. Only then would Qin Shao be at ease. Ha ha, if you want to kill me, just do it. Don't be so wishy-washy. So what if I die? Do you really think that your good days have begun? If I die, don't think that you can live a good life. And you, mountain boy, you won't have a good ending. Ha ha ha, kill me. The Grand Mist Master laughed crazily, looking a little crazy. However, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown slightly at his words. There was obviously a hidden meaning in his words. What was the Grand Mist Master trying to say? However, Qin Shao took it as the Grand Mist Master's final curse and didn't pay much attention to it. Die. Jing Yang retreated to the side and handed the Grand Mist Master to Qin Shao. The Grand Mist Master didn't have much strength to resist now. Moreover, he couldn't do anything in front of Qin Shao. A supreme power of the great Tao swept out from the void and enveloped the Grand Mist Master. Previously, Jing Yang had injured the Grand Mist Master. Coupled with Qin Zhao's heavy blow, the Grand Mist Master couldn't resist at all. If there is reincarnation again, I swear that I will slaughter the entire primordial universe. The Grand Mist Master let out a final roar amidst the endless pain. Soon, the Grand Mist Master's body slowly disappeared, and he died in front of everyone. His energy returned to the universe. It's a pity that you won't have the chance to reincarnate. Qin Shao said coldly as he looked at the spot where the Grand Mist Master disappeared. Indeed, there was no chance of reincarnation if he died like this. The Grand Mist Master was dead. The mastermind behind this calamity was dead. Sacred light shrouded the Grand Mist universe once again. Ha, he's dead. He's finally dead. It's good that he's dead. The Grand Mist Master of Desolate Land laughed happily. Only those who had experienced the pain would cherish what they had now. The Grand Mist Master's death meant that everything was over. The calamity was over. The Grand Mist Master of Heavenly Court and Red Dust Guest were overjoyed. This great news also spread to the survivors of the 5 great holy lands. The entire primordial universe was overjoyed and celebrated. The primordial universe had won in the end. After dealing with the Grand Mist Master, Qin Zhao's gaze quickly fell on Supremacy Demon Beast and the other 2. The Grand Mist Master of Heavenly Court and the others also stopped smiling and looked over. With the Grand Mist Master dead, only Supremacy Demon Beast and the other 2 were left. It was up to Qin Zhao to deal with them. Right now, it was time to give the 3 of them a final judgment. Jing Yang didn't participate in the cleaning up of the battlefield. He directly returned to the soaring mountain. With Qin Zhao's current strength, he didn't need Jing Yang's help anymore. Supremacy Demon Beast, Lord of Arrows, Lord of Machinery, although the 3 of you are pitiful, you don't deserve the sympathy of others. To you, perhaps it's not too much to say that you deserved it. Since you chose this path, you have to pay the price. Sometimes, the price you have to pay is your life. However, I feel that the most important thing to you isn't your life. Instead, it's the fact that you were completely deceived, used, and played. In the end, you still ended up in this state. Don't you think it's funny? Yes, it was indeed funny. Even a most arrogant demon beast High Lord closed his eyes. With a face full of despair, he said, "Come, kill us. Then everything will be over. We were the ones in the wrong. Death is the best ending for us." To Supremacy Demon Beast and the others, death would be a form of relief. They knew very well that they wouldn't be able to escape death. There was no doubt about it. Now that the Grand Mist Master was dead, it would be their turn next. All of you deserve to die. I'll fulfill your wishes. Die. Qin Zhao attacked once again. Supremacy Demon Beast and the other 2 were already in despair. Naturally, they didn't resist. Without any resistance, it was naturally easier for Qin Zhao to kill them. Of course, if they could resist, they were far from being a match for Qin Zhao. Supremacy Demon Beast and the other 2 died one after another amidst the mournful screams. They turned into nothingness. Not even their corpses were preserved. The Grand Mist Master was dead. The 3 Universe Masters of the 3 realms were dead. Master of Arrows was dead. Machine Master was dead. The people of the 3 realms, the people of Eros and Machine Masters, and the people of the Demon Beast universe were mostly dead. It was almost time. Fortunately, it was all over. Qin Zhao walked down and stopped in front of the 3 Universe Masters of the Heavenly Court. Although Qin Zhao had become a heavenly venerate and a master of the universe's origin source, which meant that his status had risen to a whole new level, he still didn't put on any airs in front of the 3 masters of the heavenly courts. "Greetings, Heavenly Master." However, Qin Zhao hadn't expected the 3 universe masters of the heavenly court to bow to him in unison. This really gave Qin Zhao a shock. The master of the heavenly court was the universe master that Qin Zhao had always respected the most. He was also the leader of the godly realm. The master of the desolate land was the universe master that Qin Zhao had interacted with the most. He was also the universe master that he had received the most care from. In Qin Zhao's heart, the master of the desolate land could be considered half a teacher to him. As for Red Dust Guest, needless to say, he was his teacher. However, the 3 universe masters of the heavenly court were actually bowing to him in unison. This really gave Qin Zhao a shock. Ahem, Big Brother Heavenly Court, Big Brother Desolate Land. Master, you don't have to be so courteous. It's really too much for me. No matter what I am now or what I will become in the future, I will always be a kid in the mountains and rivers. I will always be your junior. Therefore, I will never give you such a big bow in the future. Otherwise, I really won't dare to interact with you anymore. Chapter 1475. Origin Recovery. It's over. It's all over. All the invading forces have been annihilated. Light has returned to the godly world. The Lord of Desolate Land looked at his surroundings. His calm heart was filled with emotions. This battle had not been easy. The Lord of Heavenly Court also nodded emotionally. Yes, it's all over. However, the godly world has been shattered into pieces. It's a scene of devastation. The mountains and rivers of the godly world have almost been completely destroyed. The prosperity of our godly world has been completely destroyed. The entire primordial universe has almost returned to the state it was in when the primordial universe was first created. This is the blood and sweat of our entire universe. It's gone just like that. It's really heartbreaking. 9 dragons, starry sky, primordial, and the others have all sacrificed themselves heroically. How tragic is that? Yes, it was too tragic. Heavenly Court, don't be too sad. The godly world has been destroyed. We can rebuild it. At most, we'll just have to spend another universe era. Besides, the mountains and rivers have become the lords of the origin of the universe. We have plenty of time. We have endless years and countless universe eras to build our godly world. We can even say that it's the entire primordial universe now. Everything in the primordial universe will belong to us and be under our rule. As long as we have enough time, we will be able to build the primordial universe even stronger. After the Lord of Desolate Land's sadness, he was filled with longing. The Lord of Heavenly Court nodded. Yes, fortunately, we have enough time to rebuild it. We also walked out of the chaos. We slowly built it up from nothing. We slowly developed and grew until we reached the peak of prosperity. Time is the most precious thing to us. In the past, time was limited to us, but now time is unlimited. With unlimited time, we can take our time to develop and become stronger. In fact, our primordial universe may even develop into a powerful force in the great thousand worlds. If any universe wanted to become a powerful force in the great wide world, it had to be a universe that had given birth to the universe origin master and had endless eras. Only in this way could they develop over a long period of time, accumulate slowly, and make a universe force gradually become stronger. If one wanted to become strong, one would need to accumulate a lot of experience. A short 9 universe epochs was too short, not enough to support a universe. If one wanted to become strong, they had to fulfill 2 conditions. One was endless epochs, and the other was that the universe had to be unified. As long as these 2 conditions were met, as long as they were given enough time, they would definitely become stronger. Geniuses would always be born. If 10 epochs weren't enough, then he would create 100, 1,000, 10,000 epochs. The future of the primordial universe was too bright. All of this was because of the existence of Qin Shao, the master of the origin of the universe, that everything could be changed. Qin Shao was now the supreme light of the primordial universe. Qin Shao laughed and said, "Big brother of the heavenly court and the desolate land, the sad things are in the past. Every calamity is a form of training and also a form of rebirth. The past is the past, so there's no need to reminisce about it. As for the dead, I will slowly bring them back to life. Now, we should cheer up and rebuild our divine realm, then start building the entire primordial universe. In the future, the entire primordial universe will be our territory, and all forces will be at our disposal." The master of the heavenly court and the master of the desolate land smiled widely. Everything was so beautiful. The red dust guest was also quite pleased. Even if he couldn't enter the sacred realm, being able to continue living in the primordial universe wasn't necessarily a bad outcome. With the master of the origin of the universe in the primordial universe, there would be no more danger of calamities, chaos, tribulations, and destruction unless it was destroyed by external forces. However, even a heavenly venerate couldn't destroy a universe. Only an existence more powerful than a heavenly venerate could do so. Such an existence was probably a supreme existence that stood at the pinnacle of the great thousand domains. Such a supreme existence definitely wouldn't act rashly. If they could continue living in the primordial universe, they would have the opportunity to become a heavenly venerate. Even if they couldn't become a heavenly venerate, they could still live a peaceful life. This was also a very luxurious thing. Everything was different when a universe had a master of the origin of the universe. Therefore, the master of the heavenly court and the master of the desolate land were extremely happy. This was an unprecedented victory and glory. By the way, big brother of the heavenly court and the master of the desolate land, there's one more thing I need to discuss with you. There are still some remaining forces in the 3 realms, Eros, the machine race, and the devil-beast universe. How do you think we should deal with them? Qin Shao suddenly asked. The master of the heavenly court and the master of the desolate land looked at each other. Both of them shook their heads and said, Shanhe, this is still up to you to decide. Qin Shao said, My idea is to let them live. There's no need to kill them all. From their point of view, what they did wasn't wrong. Each of them has their own master, and each of them has their own ideas. Regardless of right or wrong, it's only about success or failure. Now, their remaining forces don't pose any threat to the divine realm. It's easy to kill them all, and it's also very clean. However, it'll also show that the divine realm is too narrow-minded. In a universe, there should be countless races living together and developing together. If all of them are from the human race, it might not be a good thing. Everything exists for a reason. There must be a reason for their existence. The master of the heavenly court nodded and said, Well, then let's not kill them all. Let them continue to develop in their own territory. We'll leave the three realms to them. As for how far they can develop, it'll depend on their own luck. Besides, the divine realm also needs some potential enemies, some threats and pressure. If it's too stable and peaceful, it might not be a good thing. The way to survive is to become stronger in the midst of cruelty. The master of the desolate land nodded in agreement. That was indeed the case. Since everyone agreed, Qin Shao said, Well, okay, then it's decided. Well, the other matters have been settled. Now let me revive some of the dead. However, the primordial universe origin is severely damaged. The universe masters still need to be revived slowly. For the time being, we can only put this matter aside. The master of the heavenly court and the master of the desolate land nodded. This was something they could understand even without Qin Zhao's explanation. It was indeed so. It was simply too difficult for a universe master to be resurrected. Although a celestial master could do it, it required a large amount of the willpower of the universe origin. The willpower of the primordial universe origin was not so easy to use. Even though Qin Shao was the master of the universe origin now, after going through this disaster, the willpower of the universe origin was very weak. If he wanted to revive universe masters, it would consume too much energy. It was possible to revive universe masters, but if he revived universe masters, it would be more difficult to revive others. Therefore, Qin Shao still wanted to revive some powerful beings and rulers first. As for universe masters, they could be revived slowly later. The willpower of the universe origin would also slowly recover and become stronger. By then, they could revive however they wanted. Chapter 1476. Resurrection. Where is this? Didn't I die? Don't tell me I'll enter a new world after I die. No, this isn't a new world. I saw the master of the heavenly court. This is the primordial universe. Have I been resurrected? Ha ha ha. Looks like the realm of gods is one. That's great. We've actually been resurrected. Did the master of the heavenly court make a move? Ha ha ha. Qin Yi, it's great to see you again. Qin Shao resurrected the dead mighty figures and rulers one by one. As for the heavenly gods and divine spirits, Qin Shao resurrected very few of them. Most of them were from Jiuzhou City and Tinder City. As for the others, there were too many of them. It was impossible to resurrect them one by one. Besides, even if Qin Shao wanted to, he couldn't resurrect all the living beings in the primordial universe. Firstly, there were too many dead living beings. Now that the universe origin will was weak, there was no way to resurrect so many living beings. In that case, the universe origin would be severely injured. Secondly, the primal chaos return its formation had already absorbed countless vengeful spirits. Countless living beings had been devoured by the primal chaos return its formation. Even if Qin Shao wanted to revive, there was no way for him to do so. Qin Shao was able to become a heavenly venerate because he had absorbed the power of many vengeful spirits. Therefore, he could only resurrect a few living beings in a small area. Qin Shao would resurrect some important living beings. As for the others, they could only be left to be destroyed. Life and death. When one reached Qin Zhao's level and stood in his position, nothing else mattered. Therefore, Qin Shao naturally wouldn't care about unimportant people, even if it was as easy as lifting a finger for him. The life and death of living beings was a process of the universe's development. It was the mission of reincarnation. Master Qingye was resurrected. Villa Head Yao, Lord of the Stars, Yao Shuilian, Brother Pure, Flame Emperor, Jiang Taichu, Fire God, Lord Huayang, Tian Lingzi, Xiaogu, one by one. Qin Zhao's close friends, relatives, and brothers came back to life. Everyone was at a loss, and it took them a while to understand what was going on. Qin Shao had single-handedly defeated the Grand Mist Sovereign and killed the Devil Beast Sovereign Lord. Their great achievements were worthy of respect and admiration. Qin Shao had become an Empyrean and a master of the primordial universe's origin. He had become a supreme existence in the primordial universe. He was worthy of everyone's worship and faith. Qin Zhao's radiance illuminated the entire primordial universe. His sage might illuminated the firmament of this world. From then on, Qin Shao reigned supreme in the Grand Mist universe. Moreover, all the living beings could feel the revelation that Qin Shao was the master of the primordial universe. He was the source of all their faith. The entire Grand Mist universe belonged to Qin Shao from now on. Everyone would believe in Qin Shao from the bottom of their hearts, from the source of their spirits, and treat Qin Shao as their leader. The resurrection process took a full 1,000 years before Qin Shao finally stopped. The number of living beings that had come back to life was in the trillions. However, a trillion was nothing compared to the countless living beings in the God Nation. It was a pitifully small number. Now, in the vast God world, the number of living beings who were lucky enough to survive was pitifully small. Qin Shao had resurrected trillions of living beings, and most of them were important figures in the God world. With them as the foundation, the God world would be reborn and prosper again. The living beings of the various holy lands also returned to their original holy lands. The Celestial Court Master and the Desolate Land Master were both present. The Celestial Court Master and the Desolate Land Godly Palace naturally had the power to lead and maintain order. The Universe Masters of the Nine Dragon Sky Palace, the Star Alliance, and the Jiang clan were all dead. It was as if a dragon had lost its head. Qin Shao resurrected some of the Universe Masters and appointed them to manage the affairs of the three holy lands. They would restore order in the three holy lands and rebuild their territories. Slowly, they would return to their former glory. As for the remaining forces of the three worlds' alternate universe, Qin Shao drove them all into the land of the three worlds and temporarily sealed the land of the three worlds so that none of the living beings inside could leave. Qin Shao allowed them to recover on their own and build new forces of their own. It was already merciful of him not to kill them all. After everything was settled, the group returned to the Desolate Land Godly Palace. The Godly Palace of the Desolate Land Godly Palace was filled with jubilation. Everyone came out to welcome the return of the heroes and the God Nation of the universe. Qin Ding Tian and his wife, Long Wind, Xia Palace Leader, and the others all walked out with uncontrollable smiles on their faces. There were still many people in the Godly Palace of the Desolate Land Godly Palace. Now that the godly world had one, they no longer had to be on tenterhooks. Everyone's faces were filled with joy, and the entire palace was filled with jubilation. Those who had died were all heroes. The godly world had won the final victory at the cost of the blood and lives of countless people. Now that they had won, they had to remember the sacrifices they had made. When everyone gathered again, they were mostly sighing with emotion. Qin Shao, Red Dust Guest, Master of the Desolate Land, Baichuan Fu Su, and Prince Yu arrived at the Godly Palace of the Desolate Land Godly Palace. In front of everyone, Qin Shao announced that Shi Jian was, in fact, innocent. This news immediately caused an uproar. Everyone looked at Qin Shao in disbelief. Some even suspected that Mountain River Sky Master's words were meant to clear his disciple's name. Of course, such suspicions were quickly dispelled. It was a very laughable thought. As a heavenly master, he would definitely disdain such a thing. After Qin Shao explained the whole story, everyone was enlightened. It turned out that Shi Jian was indeed a chess piece placed by the master of Grand Mist. It was just that he had coincidentally become Qin Zhao's disciple. However, Shi Jian had been reborn. He had followed Qin Zhao since he was young, and had worshipped Qin Zhao as his disciple. His feelings for Qin Zhao were incomparably deep. Therefore, even though there was an oath, Shi Jian did not completely obey the master of Grand Mist. Instead, he secretly confessed everything to Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao also trusted Shi Jian. Therefore, his junior brother worked together to beat Shi Jian at his own game. He acted out such a trick, and finally succeeded in tricking the master of Grand Mist and the others. In fact, Shi Jian's betrayal was just a trick. It was just that no one knew about it. Shi Jian had sacrificed his original body to complete this trick. He was cursed by the world and even sent to the purgatory of the desolate land to suffer endless pain. Shi Jian had endured all this in order to deceive everyone. Shi Jian had sacrificed too much for this ruse. After Qin Zhao explained the situation, everyone was relieved. They realized that they had wronged Shi Jian all this time. Shi Jian was actually a good person. He had sacrificed so much for the divine world and for his master. It was really admirable. Shi Jian walked out of the purgatory of the desolate land with wounds all over his body. However, there was no trace of pain on his face. Instead, there was a smile on his face. Plop! Shi Jian knelt in front of Qin Zhao. This unfilial disciple pays his respects to master. Qin Zhao's eyes stung slightly. He hurried forward and personally helped Shi Jian up. Shi Jian, you have worked hard all these years. Master has wronged you. Everyone in the God realm will remember your contributions. You are the greatest. Shi Jian shook his head in shame. Master is too kind. This disciple knows that he has sinned deeply. This disciple will never be able to repay senior's debt in this lifetime. Master has given this disciple a chance to turn over a new leaf. This disciple is already very satisfied. What this disciple has done is insignificant compared to Master's. This bit of pain is nothing at all. As long as the divine world can obtain the final victory, everything will be worth it. Even if this disciple dies, it will be worth it. And all of this is Master's contribution. What Master has shouldered is something that none of us can imagine. Qin Zhao patted Shi Jian and said, "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Everything is bright now. There is no more darkness in you. Shi Jian, you are really great. You are a true hero, a hero of the divine world. You are a role model for all of us. From now on, you're my idol. Shi Jian, I am sorry. I have wronged you before. I even scolded you fiercely. I did not expect that all of this was a trick of yours and Mountain River, exalted celestial. All the things you've done for the God realm will be engraved in our hearts. Thank you, Shi Jian. Shi Jian, you have been wronged all these years. I feel that your greatness is no less than anyone else's." Previously, everyone had condemned Shi Jian in speech and in writing. There were many condemnations, curses, and scoldings. But now, Shi Jian's innocence had been cleared, and everyone was convinced of his power. What kind of courage was needed to endure the misunderstandings of the world? If one's temperament was weaker, they would have broken down long ago. The pain that Shi Jian was going through was unimaginable to anyone. Therefore, his greatness was recognized by everyone. Brother Pure walked up and punched Shi Jian's chest. He laughed and scolded. "Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought you had really become a traitor. Damn it, do you know how sad I was? Do you know how many times I was drunk? Thank goodness, thank goodness. You were wrongly accused. I knew it. I have been with you for hundreds of thousands of years. I have always thought that you were a good person. How could you suddenly become a traitor? To be honest, I found it hard to believe." Shi Jian smiled helplessly and said, "Uncle Pure, didn't you believe me in the end? I think you were the one who scolded me the most. You have always been my most respected uncle. Do you know how heartbroken I was when you scolded me like that? I even wanted to die. Haha, it's okay. I know that you're thick-skinned and would not want to die. Look, you're still alive and kicking." Brother Chuanjia joked with her with a smile. Everyone who was familiar with Shi Jian came up to hug him. It was a kind of comfort. Previously, Everyone had misunderstood Shi Jian, cursed him, and hated him. Now, they were apologizing to Shi Jian in this way. They were comforting Shi Jian and comforting him. They had never experienced such pain before, but they could imagine it. Shi Jian was a hero, a true hero, a hero worthy of respect. Shi Jian's name should be known throughout the ages and recorded in the annals of history. Except for the 5 holy lands and some dangerous places, the rest of the divine realm had been destroyed. Therefore, everyone was temporarily cultivating in the 5 holy lands. Then, they would slowly build new cities and restore the divine realm to its original state. However, this was definitely a long process. It was not something that could be completed in a short period of time. It would take hundreds of millions of years, 10 billion years, or even 1 trillion years. It would take an entire era of development. But now, the divine realm was not short of time. It could take its time to develop. Chapter 1477. Long-lost hometown, as the saying goes. Heroes are born in troubled times. It wasn't that heroes couldn't be born in peaceful times. In fact, heroes existed all the time. It was just that heroes couldn't be seen in peaceful times. Only in troubled times could it be reflected, magnified, and revealed to the world its supreme brilliance. Vigorous and vigorous, a masterpiece for eternity. Many people in the God realm were heroes, heroes worthy of being remembered and respected. They were the pioneers of victory in the God realm's calamity. The Lord of 9 Dragons, the Star-Lord, and the primordial ancestor Jiang. They were absolute heroes, unparalleled brilliance. They used their lives to protect the God realm and the 3 holy lands. In the end, they sacrificed themselves heroically. Many people were resurrected, but the 3 of them couldn't be resurrected for the time being. Shi Jian was a hero. It wasn't because he was great or heroic. It was because of the great contributions he made, the humiliation and endless pain he endured, deceiving one's master, betraying one's sect, shameless, treacherous, and so on. How heavy of a blow was it to a person? If one didn't experience it personally, they wouldn't be able to understand. Shi Jian endured all the curses, and in the end, deceived everyone and completed the grand plan. If it wasn't for Shi Jian's sacrifice, it was unknown whether or not Qin Zhao's original body could have escaped the calamity. Therefore, Shi Jian's contributions were incomparably great. They weren't inferior to the Lord of 9 Dragons and the others. Because of this, Shi Jian had become a hero in the eyes of many. To Shi Jian, as long as the God realm could obtain the final victory, all his sacrifices were worth it. Even if he died unjustly, he would have no regrets. To be able to become Qin Zhao's disciple was the fortune of 8 lifetimes. To be able to die for his master was his honor. Everything was done. Qin Zhao brought Baichuan Fu Su and Prince Yu out of the desolate land God Palace. He wanted to do something he had always wanted to do. Qin Zhao's group of 3 quickly arrived before the black whirlpool, celestial body. Now that Qin Zhao was the master of the origin of the universe, he could naturally let Baichuan Fu Su and Mr. Yu enter the primordial universe as they wished. Moreover, he could not restrict their strength, allowing them to use their strength to their heart's content without worrying about being pushed out by the origin of the universe. Qin Zhao, now that you are a Sky Master and control everything in the Hongmeng universe, what is this black whirlpool, celestial body? Baichuan Fu Su asked. He had carefully examined the black whirlpool celestial body, but even with his knowledge, he didn't know what it was. It was a strange celestial body, and it was very strong. Even if a universe master attacked with all his might, there was no way he could destroy it. Previously, Qin Zhao didn't know what it was, but now Qin Zhao knew. Brother Fu Su, this black whirlpool, celestial body, isn't something from the Hongmeng universe, Baichuan Fu Su said. It floated in from the endless universe ocean and stayed here by chance. This black whirlpool celestial body is a type of life form, but it doesn't have intelligence. It's a very strange life form. Its defense is very strong. If it's used to trap someone, anyone below the half-step Sky Master level can be easily trapped. What's more interesting is that this celestial body can grow on its own. Based on my estimation, this black whirlpool, celestial body before us is still a child. Bai Chuan Fu Su was very surprised. The universe is really full of strange things. There's actually such a life form? What's the difference between a life form without intelligence and an inanimate object? If this is only a child, then how strong will the adult be? It can easily trap a sky master? Qin Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, you can say that. I believe it should be very easy to trap a sky master when it's an adult. It's just that I don't know how to make it an adult for now. If we rely on this black whirlpool, celestial body to grow on its own, I'm afraid it'll take many universe eras to grow to an adult. Such a strange life form will probably take a long time to grow. However, there must be a shortcut. There are external factors that can affect it, but we just don't know." Qin Xiao had asked Jingyang before, but even Jingyang didn't know what this black whirlpool celestial body was. If Qin Xiao wasn't the master of the universe origin, he wouldn't know either. The moment he became the master of the universe origin, Qin Xiao understood everything about the Hongmeng universe. Everything that happened in the Hongmeng universe. As long as Qin Xiao wanted to know, he could easily find out. Qin Xiao even knew about things that happened as far back as the first universe era. Therefore, Qin Xiao knew everything about the Lord of Death. Qin Xiao even knew about the construction process of the 9 Death Valleys. Qin Xiao, according to you, you can subdue this black whirlpool celestial body? Bai Chuan Fu Su asked again. Qin Xiao said, "I should be able to, but I'm not 100% sure yet. However, I believe there shouldn't be any problems. If this black whirlpool celestial body was alone, then Qin Xiao would be 100% sure. However, the Sky Dragon continent was inside the black whirlpool celestial body. Therefore, once the black whirlpool celestial body threatened the Sky Dragon continent, then Qin Xiao would have to do something. Haha, I originally wanted to give it a try and see if I could tear this black whirlpool celestial body apart. Since you want to do it yourself, Qin Xiao, then I'll leave it to you." Bai Chuan Fu Su smiled. Qin Xiao also smiled and said, "Brother Bai Chuan, you don't have to do such a small thing. I'll handle it." Qin Xiao had been waiting for this day for hundreds of thousands of years. Although hundreds of thousands of years wasn't a long time, to Qin Xiao, it was a long time. The wait was torturous and torturous. However, this day had finally arrived. Now, Qin Xiao had enough confidence to save the origin world. Qin Xiao took a step forward. His sword had already appeared in his hand, ready to strike. Qin Xiao's eyes suddenly became extremely cold. The sword in his hand also emitted a violent sword hum, as if it could feel Qin Xiao's surging emotions and power. Crash! Qin Xiao slashed out with his sword, the supreme sharpness silently landing on the black whirlpool celestial body. The black whirlpool celestial body seemed to sense the incoming danger, so it also became turbulent. Black power surged up, as if it had transformed into a black dragon, trying to resist Qin Zhao's sword. However, Qin Zhao's sword was too sharp, bringing with it the great Tao of the heavens, the supreme will of a heavenly master, and the origin power of the entire Hongmeng universe. How could the black whirlpool celestial body withstand it? Qin Xiao was absolutely invincible in the Hongmeng universe. This was without a doubt. Therefore, no matter how strong the black whirlpool celestial body was, it could only weaken in the face of Qin Xiao. The sharpness of Qin Zhao's sword qi did not have much difficulty. It forcefully tore apart the black vortex celestial body and created a passage. Along this passage, his hometown, the heavenly dragon continent, appeared in front of Qin Xiao once again. This was his hometown that he hadn't seen in a long time. The feeling of seeing his hometown was really very warm, very intimate, and very exciting. Qin Xiao didn't hesitate, immediately extending an invisible giant hand, reaching the heavenly dragon continent in an instant. The invisible giant hand grabbed the heavenly dragon continent like it was grabbing an egg, then pulled it out of the black whirlpool celestial body. Chapter 1478. That year, the flower bloomed. After resolving his worries, Qin Shao no longer had any worries and could boldly subdue the Black Vortex celestial body. Qin Zhao's aura soared as he mobilized the power of the entire Hongmeng universe. The supreme power and the power of the great Tao all pressed against the Black Vortex celestial body. No matter how powerful the Black Vortex celestial body was, in the face of a heavenly venerate like Qin Shao, who was also the origin master of the Hongmeng universe, it was naturally weak and had no way of resisting. Therefore, the subduing of the Black Vortex celestial body was considered successful. The Black Vortex celestial body didn't resist for long before it showed signs of weakness and was defeated. Although the Black Vortex celestial body didn't have spiritual intelligence, it already had a faint consciousness and knew that it had to submit to Qin Shao. After subduing the Black Vortex celestial body, Qin Shao waved his hand and kept the Black Vortex celestial body into his inner world. This matter that had been stuck in his heart for many years was finally resolved. This was considered a major matter. After resolving it, Qin Zhao's mood immediately became much better. However, in general, Qin Shao still had to thank the Black Vortex celestial body. Although the Black Vortex celestial body had been trapping his hometown source world, it had also protected his hometown source world very well during this calamity. If it hadn't been for the Black Vortex celestial body's protection, his hometown source world would have definitely been destroyed and would no longer exist. Even if Qin Shao had the ability to restore his hometown source world to its original state, he still felt that something was missing. His hometown had always been a forbidden place in Qin Zhao's heart. It was the thing that Qin Shao cared about the most. After dealing with the Black Vortex celestial body, Qin Shao placed his hometown source world back to its original state. He only wanted to preserve its original beauty. With Qin Zhao's current ability, he could completely place his hometown source world anywhere in the Hongmeng universe, or even in the Saint region. He could find a very rich territory and settle it down. However, Qin Shao didn't do so. Instead, he kept it the way it was. Because of this, Qin Shao felt that it was perfect. He only wanted to preserve its original state. Although he placed his hometown source world, Qin Shao translations editor, Chrissy, you didn't need. Of course, there was no need for that. After all, Qin Shao was the universe origin master. He could instantly know everything that happened in the primordial universe. He could reach any place in the primordial universe in an instant. His actions were only for the sake of consoling himself. After all, the plot of her hometown was still very important to Qin Shao. Hometown home. What a wonderful is memories. Yu Gongzi also felt nostalgic. Yes, it's been too long. We've been away from home for too long. It's been so long that I've almost forgotten what it was like. To us, home only exists in our memories. Our home has long been destroyed. Everything has returned to the primal chaos and no longer exists. Home is indeed a very warm harbor. It's a wonderful thing to be able to let this memory live forever. Bai Chuan Fusu sighed faintly. However, no matter how wonderful things were, they were far away. They couldn't go back. Therefore, they could only live on in their memories and continue to light the lamp. Yes, home is such a wonderful place. Nothing can replace the feelings of one's hometown. Right now, the source world is my most nostalgic home. If I go to the Saint region in the future, the Hongmeng universe will be my most nostalgic home. In the boundless universe, everything lives and breathes. A universe, 9 by 9 return to 1, a reincarnation cycle. Fortunately, our Hongmeng universe has already transcended reincarnation. We no longer suffer the calamities of the epoch or the primal chaos. And this is also the meaning of my struggle. Everything I strive for is for my family, friends, and home. Perhaps from now on, I will truly live for myself. I will strive, I will travel, and I will bring glory to the Saint region. Only then will I feel that my life is very meaningful and not empty. Qin Shao nodded. However, he also had a new vision, a new goal, and a new fighting spirit. This goal was too far and too grand. Bai Chuan Fusu looked at Qin Shao with admiration in his eyes. Qin Shao was indeed worthy of his respect and admiration. Qin Shao, I have the same fighting spirit, the same goal, and the same vision as you. However, I don't have as good talent and potential as you, nor do I have as good luck. However, there are some things that need to be fought for with one's own efforts. Therefore, in the future, I will use you as my role model, and you as my goal. I will use you as my target. I will follow in your footsteps and move forward and forward. The Saint region has always been the place of my dreams. It should also be the stage for us to shine. A life can be very short, but it can also be very glorious. If there is no goal, then life will be bleak and dull. What is the meaning of it? Baichuan Fusa said. He and Qin Zhao's thoughts were very similar. The two of them were also on the same wavelength. Qin Shao temporarily suppressed the fighting spirit in his heart. It was better to settle the matters of his subordinates first. Heading to the sacred region wasn't an easy task. Let's go, big brother Baichuan, young master you. Let's go to my hometown. Qin Shao smiled and gestured to the two of them. Now that Qin Shao was a heavenly venerate, the master of the universe's origin, he could suppress young master you in all aspects. Therefore, young master you could not be arrogant in front of Qin Shao now. He was obviously much more low-key. How could he dare to be like before? Fortunately, Qin Shao did not haggle over the previous matter with him. Otherwise, young master you would have to suffer a lot. The three of them stepped into the heavenly dragon continent. They descended on the 9 Provinces world and went directly to 9 Provinces City. 9 Provinces City was now the center of power in the origin world. When Qin Shao and the other two arrived at 9 Dragon City, Brother Pure, Changfeng, and Palace Master Xia all came out to welcome them. They had already received the news, so they had been waiting in 9 Provinces City. After a simple greeting, Qin Shao directly went to Brother Pure and asked for Gu Lingwei. All these years, Brother Pure had been in charge of taking care of and protecting Gu Lingwei. Qin Shao brought Gu Lingwei to a garden. He isolated everything and did not allow anyone to come close. Baichuan Fusu and young Master Yu. Qin Shao let them walk around outside and arranged for Brother Pure to entertain them. In the garden, on a jade bed, Gu Lingwei was sleeping soundly on it. She looked so peaceful. After hundreds of thousands of years, seeing Gu Lingwei again made Qin Zhao's eyes a little sore. It had been a long time since he felt this excited. Gu Lingwei, you've slept for too long. I've been waiting for this moment. I've been working hard to get to this point. Now, I've finally succeeded. Now, I'll let you wake up. Qin Shao was now a celestial master, the master of the universe origin. Naturally, he could easily detoxify Gu Lingwei's one dream of eternity poison. Qin Shao just waved his hand, and a gust of energy from the origin entered Gu Lingwei's body and detoxified Gu Lingwei's poison easily. Such a situation might be tricky for a universe master, but for Qin Shao, it was not difficult at all. In fact, it was a piece of cake. After the poison was detoxified, Gu Lingwei's body finally began to move. Her eyelids began to move, and so did her hands. These were signs of recovery. Qin Shao became more and more nervous and excited. Very soon, Gu Lingwei's eyes snapped open. She met Qin Zhao's eyes, and their gazes instantly froze. Chapter 1479. A Dream of a Million Years. Qin Shao, Lingwei. The two of them had known each other for who knows how long, and they called each other's name at the same time. 2 simple words, but they contained deep emotions and endless longing. Looking back, a million years had passed. Gu Lingwei slowly sat up and looked around in confusion. She felt that everything had changed. The world had changed, the aura had changed, and the Qin Shao in front of her had also changed. He was not the same as she remembered. She felt that she had slept for a very, very long time. When she woke up, everything was no longer the same as before. It was as if the sea had turned into mulberry fields. "Where is this?" Gu Lingwei asked. Looking at Gu Lingwei, Qin Zhao's face also brimmed with a deep smile. He said with a blissful expression, "This is 9 Province City, Qin Manor." 9 Province City? Qin Manor? Gu Lingwei clearly did not know this. "Qin Shao, how long have I slept?" "Over a million years," Qin Shao said softly. At this moment, Qin Shao felt a little impulsive, wanting to hug Gu Lingyue tightly in his arms. Qin Shao said softly, "A million years of waiting, a million years of struggle, a million years of longing." How torturous was that? The more torturous it was, the deeper, heavier, and more intense the feelings would become. In such torturous conditions, one would slowly sublimate. A million years? I've slept for over a million years? Gu Lingyue frowned deeply. Such a long period of time was simply unimaginable to her. It was far, far too long. In her memory, she had only lived for a few hundred years. Compared to over a million years, it was simply far, far too short. She found it hard to imagine how long a million years was. She had never thought that she would sleep for so long. In fact, she had never even thought that she would wake up one day. At the last moment of her memory, she thought she had died. Gu Lingyue's heart suddenly moved. She asked somewhat anxiously, "Then what about my father and the others?" No matter how long a mortal's lifespan was, it was only 10,000 years. If he had not become a god, then her father, the Desert King, should have died long ago. How difficult was it to become a god? Qin Shao immediately comforted her. "It's okay, Lingyue. You don't have to worry. Your father has long since become a god. Not only has he become a god, but he has also become an almighty. He has a lifespan that is immortal and can coexist with the universe. The universe is indestructible, but he is indestructible." Desert King's talent and potential were actually average, but he was Gu Lingyue's father, so Qin Shao naturally helped Desert King a lot. Under Qin Zhao's care, it was not difficult for Desert King to become a powerful being. The Desert King's potential was limited, and he wouldn't be able to go far on the path of cultivation. Thus, Qin Shao directly gave him a Dao integration pill, and he immediately became a mighty figure. Of course, an almighty who had forcefully increased his strength like this was naturally very weak. Even some fourth-step heavenly gods would be able to contend with him. But that wasn't important. What was important was that he could have eternal life. No matter what, Desert King Qin Shao would take good care of him. Father had long become a god? Almighty? What realm was this? Immortal and eternal? Don't gods live forever? Gu Lingyue looked at Qin Shao with a puzzled expression. She was at a loss about all of this. Qin Shao smiled and said, "Lingyue, you've been asleep for too long. Many things have happened during this time, but you don't know. It's okay. I'll tell you slowly, and you'll understand. These more than a million years have been very exciting, very exciting. Now that I think about it, it's still vivid in my mind. Let's start from when you were poisoned with the dream of eternity poison." Gu Lingyue nodded. She also wanted to hear what had happened during these years and hear Qin Zhao's story. She also wanted to know how Qin Shao had lived through these more than a million years. She could clearly feel how deep Qin Zhao's feelings for her were. Qin Shao spoke tirelessly, starting from when Gu Lingyue had been poisoned with the dream of eternity poison. He told Gu Lingyue all of his experiences over the past million years, no matter how big or small. It was as if he was letting Gu Lingyue wander through his memories. He told Gu Lingyue everything, no matter how big or small. In front of Gu Lingyue, Qin Shao had no secrets at all. He was willing to share everything with Gu Lingyue. Wasn't this a manifestation of love? Listening to Qin Zhao's narration, Gu Lingyue was sometimes nervous, sometimes frowning, sometimes crying out in alarm, sometimes gripping Qin Zhao's arm tightly, sometimes revealing a look of joy, sometimes clapping and cheering, sometimes celebrating happily, sometimes furious, and sometimes full of admiration. Everything Qin Shao told her was very new to her, like a legendary story. From Qin Shao, she slowly learned about this world, Hongming universe, the God realm, the three realms, the alternate universe, and even the vast thousand domains. She also learned that above the gods were sky gods, above sky gods were powerful beings, above sky gods were rulers, above rulers were universe masters, above universe masters were half-step celestial venerables, and above half-step celestial venerables were celestial venerables. And the man she loved, Qin Shao, was a celestial venerate, the master of origin of Hongmeng universe, the supreme being of all living beings in Hongmeng universe. In just over 1,000,000 years, Qin Shao had grown from an unknown, weak, and ordinary living being to the level of the supreme being of the universe. Who knew how much Qin Shao had suffered and how many life and death situations he had experienced? Qin Shao had never complained to anyone, and now he was not complaining to Gu Lingwei. Instead, he wanted to share his experiences over the past 1,000,000 years with her. He wanted to become a part of Gu Lingwei's memory and fill in the gaps in her memories. The two sat in the sea of flowers, one talking and the other listening, as if they had a tacit understanding. Gradually, Gu Lingwei snuggled into Qin Xiao's arms, and Qin Xiao hugged her back. Everything was so natural, and it was a display of deep affection. Their relationship had been separated by 1,000,000 years. After such a long period of time, it had already reached the stage where it was engraved in their hearts. The veil between them had long been pierced, and there was no barrier between them. Naturally, they could get along with each other very calmly and naturally make some more ambiguous movements. This kind of snuggling was a transmission of warmth, a manifestation of love, and a resonance of the heart. Qin Shao spoke for several hundred years, and he used several hundred years to slowly tell her the story of the past 1,000,000 years. The world of the two was so warm and wonderful. Qin Shao. Gu Lingwei suddenly looked at Qin Shao with deep affection, and her limpid eyes flashed with tenderness. Qin Shao also looked at Gu Lingwei, and for a moment, he seemed to be at a loss. Qin Shao also felt a little shy when the woman he loved looked at him like this, and a faint blush appeared on his face. Although Qin Shao was over 1,000,000 years old, he was still very ignorant about the matters between men and women. He had no experience at all. He was still a little shy and bashful when it came to matters between men and women. This was something in his bones, and it was very difficult to change in a short period of time. After a long while, Gu Lingwei did not say anything. She just looked at Qin Shao with deep affection, as if waiting for something. Qin Shao also looked at Gu Lingwei with deep affection, but he did not make any movements. "You're really a fool." Gu Lingwei poked Qin Zhao's head with a finger, scolded him with a smile, and then turned and ran away. Qin Shao was slightly taken aback. He slapped his head and suddenly understood what Gu Lingwei meant. When a woman gazed at you affectionately without saying anything, it meant that she was waiting for you to kiss her. It turned out that Gu Lingwei was waiting for him to kiss her. Such a deep meaning, but Qin Shao did not understand it just now. "Lingwei!" Qin Shao chased after her, but Gu Lingwei ran even faster. The news of Gu Lingwei's awakening had already spread throughout the 9 provinces world. This was a major event in the 9 provinces world, a grand occasion. Desert King Guyan, Hai Fun, Changfeng, Bai Jianxiu, Qinghe Feiyun, Brother Pure. They were all waiting for Gu Lingwei to wake up, but they all knew that after she woke up, she would definitely have a lot to say to Qin Shao. She wanted to spend some alone time with Qin Shao, so no one went to disturb them. Now that Gu Lingwei had appeared, everyone happily gathered around her. Familiar figures, relatives, friends, all appeared in front of Gu Lingwei one by one. Although the world had changed for more than 1,000,000 years, nothing seemed to have changed. Those people were still there, but they had changed a lot. It was not a change in appearance, but a change in temperament. After all, those who were still alive after more than 1,000,000 years must have at least become gods. If they could not become gods, they must have died long ago. It was impossible for them to live until now. Those who were familiar with her had all become gods. The power of the 9 provinces world had reached a level that Gu Lingwei could not imagine. It was like a dream, too dreamy. "Father, Uncle Haifun, I made you worry all these years," Gu Lingwei said with an apologetic expression. After waiting for more than 1,000,000 years, he finally saw his daughter wake up. Naturally, Desert King Guyan's feelings could not be expressed with any words. A trace of tears had already appeared in his old eyes. "It's good that you woke up. It's good that you said it when you woke up. Father has been waiting for you to wake up for so many years." "Ha ha! Big brother, you gave birth to a good daughter, and found a good son-in-law. This is a blessing for both of us." Hyphen laughed happily. Guyan shook his head and said, "Second brother, you can't say that. Qin Shao and Lingwa have not reached that step yet. Saying this in front of them is giving them pressure." Brother Pure joked, "Uncle Guyan, what pressure is there to be? After waiting for more than 1,000,000 years, this good thing should be done. The two of them have already reached this step, so there's no need to be shy anymore. Everyone, be more straightforward and free, and let's have this happy occasion as soon as possible. Then, we can have children and reproduce as soon as possible." "Brother Qin Shao, don't you think so? Look at me, Changfeng, Bai Jianxiu, and the others. We are all patriarch-level figures and have hundreds of generations of descendants." Qin Shao smiled, but did not know how to answer this question. Gu Lingwei giggled and said, "I don't want to. I just woke up. I don't want to listen to you. I'm still very young, okay? My memory is only a few hundred years old. I don't want to have children now. I'm still a child." Gu Lingyue's words made everyone burst into laughter. Chapter 1480. Jialan Knight Master. There was a universe far away from the Hongmeng universe called Jialan Universe, and it had existed for countless universe eras. Countless eras of reproduction and development had made Jialan Universe prosperous, and the whole universe presented a magnificent scene. The life forces were strong, which made the universe immensely powerful, and it exuded a supreme dignity that made people fearful. Universes could also be developed and enlarged, and the more powerful they were, the bigger the universe. Compared to the Hongmeng universe, Jialan Universe was obviously much bigger. Its area was probably 10 times larger than the Hongmeng universe. Its area was much bigger than the Hongmeng universe, and the suitable places for life forms to cultivate were many times larger than the godly world. Therefore, in terms of the total number of life forms, Jialan Universe was 100 times or even 1,000 times larger than the Hongmeng universe. With such a huge number of life forms, Jialan Universe had given birth to countless great beings. Great beings in Jialan Universe were considered ordinary beings. At most, there were great beings who could dominate a small starfield. As for great beings, there were many great beings. Only a great being could be considered a great being. The number of universe masters was in the thousands, and the scale was frightening. In the central sacred region of Jialan Universe, there was a sacred palace called Jialan Temple. A universe master with a devilish appearance and a layer of strange green scales on his body flew toward Garland Holy Palace at high speed. This universe master finally stopped in the depths of the temple, where a blurry figure sat cross-legged, emitting a supreme light. It made people's hearts palpitate, and no one dared to act rashly. It was obviously very close, but it made people feel as if they were separated by countless voids. The universe master with strange green scales bowed respectfully to the figure and said, "Jialan Knight Master, darkness is dead." Sitting cross-legged, Jialan Knight Master's eyes emitted a strange light. He said, "I already know everything. How long has it been since darkness asked to go out and expand his territory?" Green Chromium. Green Chromium Master thought for a while and said, "Darkness should have left for 37 universe eras, right? His body died in a secret region in Universe Ocean 31 universe eras ago. His original body drifted in the endless universe ocean. 30 universe eras ago, he arrived at a place called the Hongmeng universe. He entered the Hongmeng universe by chance. Thus, the darkness reincarnated in an attempt to control the primordial universe. According to the last message he sent back, he was supposed to succeed, but he failed at the last moment. According to the news he sent back, he was defeated by a guy named Qin Shao. This brat is blessed with luck. He has only lived for a little over 1,000,000 years, yet he managed to defeat him. Now, that kid has probably already become an Empyrean. Who would have thought that the dignified darkness faction would be defeated in the hands of a brat? What a joke. What a pity, what a pity. Darkness was indeed the most likely person to become a celestial lord and control a part of the universe. But he failed on the verge of success. It's really a pity. It's really hard to believe. Is that guy called Qin Shao really so incredible? What can he do in a little over 1,000,000 years? Countless geniuses have been born in our Garan universe for countless universe eras, but none of them could reach such an incredible level. Garan Knight pondered for a moment and said, "Since the message Darkness sent back before he died, it should be true. Maybe that guy called Qin Shao is also a reincarnated person. No matter what, since it's a fact, we should believe it. Now is not the time to question it. Darkness is one of the universe masters with the most potential under my command. The last time he left, he made a military promise to me that he wouldn't come back until he became an Empyrean. But he will never come back. He died in a foreign land. And all this is because of that guy called Qin Shao. We can't just let this go." Green Crow Master nodded immediately and said, "Yes, Garan Knight. When has our Sword King Saint sect ever suffered losses? For the death of Darkness, that guy called Qin Shao and that Hongmengyu universe must give us a good explanation. Let's finish what Darkness didn't finish. Garan Knight, I'd like to ask you to bring a few universe masters and an elite army to the Hongmeng universe. We'd like to see what kind of talents there are in the Hongmeng universe. We'd like to see what that guy called Qin Shao is capable of. If I don't accept this, I won't come back." Garan Knight waved his hand and said, "You can't go. Darkness has the Chaos Origin formation, and he's reincarnated in the Hongmeng universe. If he grasps the opportunity well, he'll have a great chance of becoming Empyrean. If Darkness is defeated, it means that his Chaos Origin formation was taken by that guy called Qin Shao. If that's the case, that guy called Qin Shao will most likely become Empyrean. A Empyrean isn't someone you can deal with. Besides, he's in the Hongmeng universe with the help of the willpower of the universe origin. You won't be able to do anything to that guy called Qin Shao. So this time, I'll go and meet that guy called Qin Shao. I'd like to see what kind of monster he is. He dared to kill my men and ruin my plan. He must give me an explanation. Otherwise, I won't let him go so easily." Green Chrome was slightly taken aback. He looked at Garan Knight and said, "Garan Knight, you're going to go personally?" Garan Knight stood up abruptly, and a strong, evil aura emanated from him. It was so strong that it shook the entire Saint exhibition. There was no doubt that Garan Knight was very powerful. "I haven't been in the universe for a long time," said Garan Knight. "I've been cooped up for so long that my hands are itching for a fight. Luke Chromium, go and line up immediately. We'll set off for the primordial universe in a few days." High Lord Gallen said. Green Chrome didn't dare to hesitate and said, "Yes, Garan Knight. I'll arrange it right away." The calamity had subsided, and a warm light shrouded the entire divine hall. It slowly cleared away the darkness and the stench of blood. The sovereigns who were lucky enough to survive each went on a mission to expand their territory and establish their own forces. These sovereigns went to resurrect their more important relatives, friends, and clansmen. As a result, the number of living beings in the divine world gradually increased. Although it was far from being comparable to before, it was still slowly recovering the vitality of the divine world. One city after another was quickly built. The devastated God realm was slowly recovering from these scars. The heavenly dragon continent and the 9 continents world had completely opened their connection with the divine world. Naturally, the 9 continents world had become more lively, and it was no longer as isolated as before. Many people inexplicably came to the 9 continents world. They wanted to see what the Mountain River Exalted Celestial's hometown was like. They wanted to see what kind of world could nurture an existence like the Mountain River Exalted Celestial. As they interacted more with the divine world, the people of the 9 continents world naturally gained a better understanding of the divine world. Many divine spirits had been born in the 9 continents world. The divine spirits that were born later didn't have the chance to go to the divine world. Now, they finally got their wish. Yao Shiwelian came to the 9 continents world and saw Gu Lingwei. The first time these two women met was also in a sea of flowers. Both of them liked flowers and beautiful scenery. When they met for the first time, it was as if they had known each other for a long time. "Hello, Gu Lingwei." Yao Shiwelian smiled at Gu Lingwei like an older sister looking at a younger sister. Her eyes were as gentle as the sea, but there was also a trace of envy in them. Yao Shiwilian had envied Gu Lingyue from the beginning. However, there were some things that couldn't be envied. Yao Shiwilian had always wanted to see Gu Lingyue's true face. Now, she finally got her wish and saw Gu Lingyue. "Hello, Yao Shiwilian. May I call you big sister?" Gu Lingyue felt a sense of familiarity when she saw Yao Shiwilian for the first time. Perhaps this was a woman's affinity. She naturally knew Yao Shiwilian. Qin Xiao had told her a lot about Yao Shiwilian. Hee, as long as you're willing, of course. Yao Shiwilian immediately laughed when she heard Gu Lingyue's words. Gu Lingyue walked over and took Yao Shiwilian's hand. She smiled and said, "Big sister Shiwilian, let's sit over here and talk slowly. Qin Xiao talked to me about you the most. I've always wanted to see you. I didn't expect you to come by yourself. That's great. Big sister Shiwilian, in fact, I want to thank you. Thank you for taking care of Qin Xiao in every possible way when I wasn't by his side for more than 1,000,000 years." Yao Shiwilian smiled. However, it was unknown what this smile was mixed with. She didn't know if she should be happy or sad. Facing Gu Lingyue, she wasn't facing a love rival. Instead, she was facing an insurmountable wall that blocked her and Qin Xiao's path. "Big sister Shiwilian, I know you like Qin Xiao very much. We're all the same. We both love this man deeply. However, I feel that I'm not worthy of him, and I don't dare to have this love alone." Gu Lingyue continued. It was said that women understood women the best. When these two women walked together, there was a sense of mutual appreciation. Yao Shiwilian shook her head and said, "Silly sister, how can you have such thoughts? There's no such thing as being worthy or not. Love has no boundaries and no distance. If you like him and he likes you, then there's no barrier. Qin Xiao is a good man. He doesn't care about those red tape. If you truly love him, then you're definitely worthy of him." Gu Lingyue smiled, and her smile was a little silly. "Big sister Shiwilian, what you said is so nice. However, I still can't completely monopolize him. In fact, my request is very simple. I don't have that many thoughts. I just want to be able to accompany him in the future. Even if it's as a friend, even if it's as a servant, even if there's no title, I'm willing. In fact, love is very simple. Happiness is also very simple. It's just that sometimes people think it's too complicated. Between Qin Xiao and I, we've never experienced any unforgettable experiences, storms, unswerving ambitions, or vigorous experiences. Qin Xiao and I have always been very ordinary. It's so ordinary that I don't have too many extravagant hopes. Compared to big sister Shiwilian, I'm actually nothing. I haven't done anything for Qin Xiao. So, in fact, I'm still a little ashamed. Big sister Shiwilian, in fact, I think you should be with Qin Xiao. If you two can get married, I'll be very happy. I'll also give you my blessings." Yao Shiwilian was stunned. She stared blankly at Gu Lingyue. She didn't expect Gu Lingyue to say such a thing. She was truly impressed by his open-mindedness. Yao Shiwilian smiled bitterly and shook her head. "Silly sister, love is mutual. It's not up to you to give in." Chapter 1481. First Death Valley. Qin Zhao's original body had been accompanying Gu Lingyue as they traveled the universe. They went to the sacred land, the universe mystic realm, and the new city that was under construction. Although the universe was in ruins now, it was still full of wonders for Gu Lingyue. However, she spent most of her time in the 9 provinces world. Yao Shiwilian and Gu Lingyue got along very well. The two of them soon became as close as sisters and often talked about everything. Gu Lingyue's talent and comprehension was really monstrous. After 1,000 years of awakening, she had directly attained godhood and even comprehended a high-grade Great Tao. Such talent was also extremely rare. He was yet another monstrous and heaven-defying genius. And this was the result of Gu Lingyue not putting much effort into cultivation. Such ordinary days, however, seemed especially warm, comfortable, and filled with happiness. After experiencing so many ups and downs, she liked such ordinary days even more. On the other side, Qin Zhao's clone was also making some preparations to leave the primordial universe. Now that he had become a heavenly venerate and was the master of the primordial universe's origin source, he had no worries at all. He could leave the primordial universe at ease and boldly search for the sacred realm, embark on a new journey, and enter a new world. However, before that, Qin Shao also had to make some preparations. Qin Zhao's clone would only leave, so it would not affect his original body. His original body would still guard the primordial universe. Only then would it be the safest. Qin Shao brought Jing Yang to the First Death Valley. The final preparation was to explore the First Death Valley. Ever since the Lord of Death left the First Death Valley in the First Universe era, no one had successfully passed through the First Death Valley. The First Death Valley contained the secrets left behind by the Lord of Death. It even contained the inheritance, the path to the sacred realm, and everything about the vast thousand domains. However, to Qin Shao, the First Death Valley did not mean much to him now. After all, he had learned everything he wanted to know from Jing Yang. He already knew how to go to the sacred realm. With Jing Yang's help, he naturally did not have to worry about anything. However, it was not a bad thing to casually explore. Qin Shao really wanted to know what level the Lord of Death had reached when he left the primordial universe. He wanted to know more about the Lord of Death. In Qin Zhao's heart, he respected the Lord of Death very much. Arriving at the First Death Valley again, it was completely different from when Qin Shao first arrived at the First Death Valley. There had been an earth-shattering change. Previously, when facing the First Death Valley, Qin Shao felt powerless, boundless, and in awe. But now, in front of Qin Shao, the First Death Valley was not mysterious at all. It was not powerful at all. No matter how strong they were nothing to Qin Shao. Qin Shao could easily break through all obstructions. Qin Shao easily resolved all the tests and obstacles. Soon, he arrived at an inheritance hall. In the hall, on the 100,000 feet holy platform, a huge statue sat there with a dignified expression. When Qin Shao became the master of the primordial universe, he knew everything that had happened in the history of the primordial universe. Naturally, he also knew that the appearance of the Lord of Death was exactly the same as the statue in front of him. Qin Shao took a step forward and arrived on the 100,000 feet holy platform. He stood in front of the statue of the Lord of Death. Although it was just a statue, it exuded a powerful and unparalleled aura. Even a universe master would feel uncomfortable facing this statue. The Lord of Death was indeed powerful. The statue that he left behind was still so powerful even after 7 universe eras. When Qin Shao approached, a ray of light burst out from the statue of the Lord of Death and shone on Qin Shao. The voice of the Great Path seemed to have come from the First Universe era. Ha ha! The fated person of the younger generation has finally arrived. It is the blessing of the godly world and the primordial universe to be able to wait for you before the chaos disaster. You have reached this step, which means that you have reached the level of a half-step celestial master and have the potential to become a celestial master. If you don't become a celestial master, you are just an ant. The universe is vast and boundless. The world we live in is vast and boundless. The primordial universe we live in is just a drop in the ocean. It is so weak that it can be destroyed at any moment. It is difficult to escape. Only when you become a celestial master can you transcend everything. Only then can you be truly free and unfettered. You will live and die with the great thousand world. My path is also the path of creation. The words left by the Lord of Death were of great help to a universe master. It was the guidance of light. It talked about many things about the great thousand world and also gave a map of the great thousand world. It talked about the 8 great holy regions of the great thousand world, the great thousand secret regions, and the powerful universe forces. Qin Shao had already known all of this. Finally, the Lord of Death also talked about his own situation. Qin Shao knew that the Lord of Death did not leave his original body or avatar in the primordial universe, mainly because the Lord of Death had failed to become the master of origin of the primordial universe. If he could not become the master of origin of the universe, he could not stop the chaos disaster of the universe and the universe from going to destruction. Even if he left his original body in the primordial universe, he could only survive 9 universe eras and ensure the safety of the 9 universes of the primordial universe. But in the end, he would still go to destruction and return to the origin of chaos. The Lord of Death obtained the inheritance of a powerful celestial master and had a way to leave the primordial universe and go to the holy region. Therefore, if the Lord of Death left his original body or avatar behind and left, he would not be able to go to the holy region after the chaos disaster. After all, it was very difficult for a celestial master to go to the holy region. Firstly, he needed a map of the great thousand world to guide him. Secondly, he needed the help of a flying treasure. Otherwise, if he flew at the speed of a celestial master, who knew how long it would take him to reach the holy region? Because of this, the Lord of Death did not leave his original body in the primordial universe and went to the holy region with his avatar. The holy region was also full of unknowns, so the Lord of Death did not dare to be careless and had to go all out. Qin Shao could understand this thinking very well. After all, as a celestial master, he had long become indifferent to life and death. The Lord of Death did not have any relatives or clansmen, so he had no attachment to any place. The Lord of Death's actions were understandable. Even if he left his original body in the primordial universe, it was actually not very meaningful. If Qin Shao had not become the Lord of the universe's origin, he probably would not have left his original body in the primordial universe. After becoming the Lord of the universe's origin, he could ensure the eternal existence of the universe and be invincible in the universe. Only then would there be meaning in staying. Otherwise, it would be completely meaningless and there would be no need for him to stay. The Lord of Death could be considered to be concerned about the primordial universe. Before he left, he spent a lot of effort to capture many life forms from other universes and built these 9 death valleys, leaving behind his lifelong inheritance. It could be considered a great opportunity for the descendants of the primordial universe. In the end, the Lord of Death also passed his lifelong inheritance to Qin Shao. However, the lifelong inheritance of the Lord of Death was not very useful to Qin Shao. After all, Qin Shao had obtained the inheritance of Elder Lu He, who was a supreme existence that surpassed a celestial master. Moreover, Qin Shao was also a celestial master now. A celestial master's inheritance was naturally not very meaningful to him. At most, it could be used as a reference to the path taken by the Lord of Death. It would have a certain effect on him, but that was it. Lord of Death, no matter what, you are the pioneer of our primordial universe. You are the first ancestor of our primordial universe to become a celestial master and the first ancestor to leave the primordial universe. I also obtained many opportunities in the Death Valleys. The Lord of Death can be considered my guide on the great path and illuminated some of the darkness in my past. When I enter the sacred region, I will definitely look for the Lord of Death. However, the Lord of Death did not leave any other information, nor did he say which sacred region he went to. I'm afraid it won't be easy to find someone in the 8 great saint domains. Moreover, 7 universe epochs have passed. I don't know how the Lord of Death is doing now. 7 universe epochs might not be a long time in the vast thousand domains, but it was not short either. 7 universe epochs were enough to change many things. If he could enter the sacred region in the future and find the Lord of Death, it would be a happy thing to be able to meet this ancestor of his hometown. Furthermore, Qin Shao was extremely respectful toward the Death Valley's master. Furthermore, he was somewhat grateful toward him. Qin Shao was also aware of everything in the Death Valleys. Qin Shao did not change anything in the Death Valleys. Instead, he left it as it was and let it continue to be passed down so that the fated people of the future could enter it and obtain the inheritance of the Lord of Death. Perhaps, after a few more universe epochs, there would be a fated person who could truly inherit the Lord of Death's inheritance. Qin Shao did not take away the inheritance of the Lord of Death. After leaving Death Valley, Qin Shao still felt a little emotional in his heart. Jing Yang, no matter what period you are in, you'll still feel helpless in life. No matter how powerful you are, you will still feel helpless, Qin Shao said. Jing Yang nodded and said, "Yes, young master. No matter if you are a universe master or a celestial master, you will still feel helpless." Not to mention a celestial master. Even someone at the level of Old Master will also feel helpless. Old Master was also schemed against by others, and ended up dying a tragic death. Qin Shao shook his head and asked, "So, how powerful do you have to be to not feel helpless?" Jing Yang was silent for a moment. Then he shook his head and said, "I don't know. I don't know either. Perhaps this is the meaning of the boundless universe. It is precisely because of this that it urges people to constantly improve themselves, to constantly become stronger, and to constantly pursue a higher level in a more powerful realm. If you keep pursuing it, there will be no end. I don't know where it will end." Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. Perhaps this was the meaning of human survival. If there were no pursuits, then life would have no passion. Although being ordinary was also a kind of happiness, endless ordinary would probably be very boring, right? Qin Shao was too lazy to think about these things. No matter what, the sea of stars in his heart would not change. Now that he had become the master of the universe origin and resolved all the crises, he did not have any worries. It seemed that he could be carefree. However, the higher he stood, the lonelier he felt, and the greater his pursuit. Chapter 1482. The wonders of the vast thousand worlds with a wave of his hand. Qin Shao took out the strange metal fragment that he had obtained in the interstitial world called Earth. He handed it to Jing Yang and asked, "Jing Yang, take a look at this and see if you recognize it." Jing Yang took the metal fragment and examined it carefully. He frowned slightly and said, "Young master, this should be something called a technological crystallization. It should be something from a sacred realm of science and technology. However, it's damaged. I can't analyze more details." "Where did you obtain this, young master?" Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes, I obtained it in an interstitial world called Earth. It feels very strange. I can't understand what it is. The interstitial world called Earth has been changed because of this thing. It's slowly developing towards a technological civilization. However, the great Tao is declining. The entire world is being led by a technological civilization. This small thing has changed the laws of operation of an interstitial world." Jing Yang said with some surprise, "If it's as you say, then this thing should be a technological crystallization. I've heard of it before when I followed the Old Master. I've also seen it once. It's indeed a very powerful and terrifying thing. It's said that a complete technological crystallization can change the laws of operation of a universe. It can slowly assimilate a universe into a technological civilization. This is simply a terrifying invasion. I've never seen a complete one. However, from the looks of it, that complete technological crystallization probably has the ability to reverse the universe. There are indeed all kinds of strange things in the vast thousand worlds. What I know is probably not even the tip of the iceberg." Qin Shao was also very surprised. This small thing actually had such a terrifying ability. Fortunately, this was a damaged piece. If it was complete, then the entire Hongmeng universe would probably have been assimilated. This thing still feels a little evil. It's a dark thing that's invading. When a universe is born, it will automatically choose which great Tao to develop towards. This is the most fundamental source. However, the crystallization of technology can forcefully change and assimilate the great Tao of a universe. It's really like a bandit's method of evil. Anyway, Qin Shao didn't like this method very much. She also smelled the evil aura in it. Jing Yang nodded and said, "Yes, it is indeed a demonic method. It is something used to invade the universe. That's why it's said that the crystallization of technology is banned in the other sacred domains. However, the Great Thousand World is so big that it is far too difficult to truly ban something." Qin Shao put away the broken piece of technology and didn't want to delve into it any further. However, Qin Shao still had some thoughts in his mind. He felt that something was amiss. "Jing Yang, don't you find it strange?" Qin Shao suddenly asked. Jing Yang frowned slightly and looked at Qin Shao with some doubt. He asked in puzzlement, "Young master, what do you mean by strange?" Qin Shao said, "Jing Yang, look, since the Lord of Death, many things from the outer verse have entered our primordial universe. The Lord of Death obtained the inheritance of a heavenly venerate. Master Lu He's Mount Godspan also entered the primordial universe by chance. The master of primordial universe's previous incarnation, Darkness, also entered the primordial universe. After that, it was Eros, the machine race, and the demonic beast universe. Now, there are still fragments of the crystallization of technology. If you count them carefully, many things and forces from other universes have entered the primordial universe in the past 8 epochs. Don't you think this is strange? Have you seen such a similar situation in other universes? I talked to Brother Baichuan Fusu and Master Ed Dust. Their universes have never seen such a situation. A universe should be completely sealed and self-protecting. It should be very difficult for forces from other universes to enter. However, there are so many forces from other universes that have entered the primordial universe. I have a feeling that something is not so simple. Perhaps there is something we don't know. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Jing Yang frowned slightly and pondered over Qin Zhao's words. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed that there was indeed such a thing. He hadn't thought of this before. Now that Qin Zhao mentioned it, he also realized it. Yes, young master, it is indeed strange. Although I haven't been to many universes, according to what I know, there has never been such a situation. The universe is indeed a self-protecting world. It is very difficult for forces from other universes to enter. It was by chance that I managed to enter the primordial universe with MT Soaring God. There are so many forces from other universes. It is indeed not simple. In fact, Qin Zhao had been aware of this problem for a long time. It was just that he didn't think too much about it. Now that he had become a heavenly venerate and the origin master of the primordial universe, his vision was different. Naturally, he could see more and further. Qin Zhao couldn't help but be concerned about this problem. Perhaps there was something hidden behind all of this that even he hadn't realized yet. Jing Yang, think about it carefully. When you brought Mount Godspan into the primordial universe, did anything happen? Qin Zhao asked again. Jing Yang recalled carefully. After a long while, his eyes lit up slightly, and he said, "Young master, I was in too much of a hurry at that time. I didn't observe too much. However, now that you mention it, I carefully recalled the situation at that time. When I entered the primordial universe, there was indeed a strange light coming from somewhere. It was very strange. It's just that I didn't think too much about it at that time. Now that I think about it, it is indeed not simple." "Oh, a strange light?" Qin Zhao frowned. It was difficult to analyze this information alone. However, if that was the case, there might be some unknown things outside the primordial universe. Qin Zhao was now the origin master of the primordial universe. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any forces that could threaten the primordial universe. However, Qin Zhao was still a little worried. He had to eliminate any hidden forces. The universe wasn't absolutely invincible. A power that surpassed a heavenly venerate could still threaten the universe. Qin Zhao had to get to the bottom of this matter before he could feel at ease. Therefore, Qin Zhao didn't hesitate and immediately said, "Jing Yang, let's go to the cosmic sea and check it out. It's best if there isn't. If there really is any hidden threat, we still have to find a way to eliminate it. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease leaving the primordial universe and entering the sacred realm." Jing Yang nodded. He naturally knew Qin Zhao's character. This matter had to be resolved. Therefore, the two of them didn't hesitate. They immediately left the primordial universe and entered the endless cosmic sea. Both of them were heavenly venerates. Naturally, they could easily leave the primordial universe and enter the cosmic sea. After breaking through the universe barrier of the primordial universe and the barrier of the Great Path, the two of them entered the endless cosmic sea. The endless cosmic sea was truly endless. As far as the eye could see, there were many light spots. Those might be other universes. In fact, it was Qin Zhao's second time entering the endless cosmic sea. However, it was the first time he saw the endless cosmic sea so clearly. He could see everything. At this time, he was looking at the endless cosmic sea as a heavenly venerate. Naturally, his vision was different, and the things he saw were different. This is the endless cosmic sea. Looking at the endless cosmic sea, It made people feel small and boundless. In front of the endless cosmic sea, what was a heavenly venerate? A heavenly venerate was also very weak and insignificant. The universe storm was raging. If a universe master were to enter it, he would have to be very careful. It was very difficult for a universe master to survive in the endless cosmic sea. If a ruler entered, he would definitely be crushed into ashes in an instant. There was no way he could enter at all. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on a big light spot in the distance. With his current eyesight as a heavenly venerate, he could see very far. That big light spot was in the shape of a universe. That should be the demon beast universe, right? Qin Zhao pointed in that direction. Jingyang nodded and said, "Yes, young master. That is the demon beast universe. It is the universe closest to the primordial universe. Your two universes are indeed very close to each other. In the endless cosmic sea, it is rare to see two universes that are so close to each other. Of course, there are also some universes that are very close to each other. In such a situation, I am afraid that in the entire Great Thousand World, there are very few. Such a universe group is the easiest to develop and become a great power." Qin Zhao nodded. He now knew a lot about the Great Thousand World. What Jingyang said was indeed the case. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the primordial universe and the demon beast universe. He said, "The light of the demon beast universe is very dim, and it is obviously gradually becoming dark and weak. It is like an oil lamp that is about to burn out. As for our primordial universe, although the light is also very dim, this dimness is caused by the scars and turbulence of the universe caused by this disaster. Although the primordial universe is dim, I can clearly feel that its light is slowly increasing and is slowly becoming stronger. It is like an oil lamp that has just been lit. The more it burns, the brighter it will become." Jingyang smiled and said, "Yes, young master. Now that peace has been restored in the primordial universe, and with you as the master of the universe origin, it will naturally become more prosperous and brighter. If it continues to develop like this, there will be a day when it will reach an extremely prosperous state. And all of this is due to you, young master. Without you, the primordial universe would have long been reduced to the territory of the demon beast universe. Without you, the God realm would have been destroyed and would no longer exist. A universe will always become stronger and brighter because of a hero. Young master is also destined to be the person who will write a legend. I'm also looking forward to seeing you shine again after you enter the Saint Realm. You will continue on the path of glory and write a new legend that belongs to you. The Saint Realm and the Great Thousand World are the real exciting stages. When you enter the Sanctuary Realm, you'll truly understand how exciting the vast thousand worlds are." Qin Zhao was still full of anticipation for the excitement of the Great Thousand World. However, these were all things for the future. Only when he truly entered the Saint Realm could he think about these things. For the time being, there was no need to think so far ahead. What was in front of Qin Zhao was how to eliminate all the things that threatened the God Realm. Qin Zhao withdrew his gaze and said, "All right, Jingyang, let's start to look carefully and find some comfort. I hope that nothing will happen." Chapter 1483. Repaying his master Nanyang City was still the same. Although more than 1,000,000 years had passed, it still maintained its original appearance. The vicissitudes of life in 1,000,000 years was an unimaginably long period of time for mortals. Let alone 1,000,000 years, even 100 years was a long time for mortals in the source world. It was enough time for many things to change. After more than 1,000,000 years, the 9 provinces' world's appearance had changed. However, Nanyang City remained the same. After all, this was Qin Zhao's Qin family's territory. After all, it was Qin Zhao's hometown. It was Qin Zhao's birthplace. It was the sacred land of the Qin family. It could be considered a memory, a belief. Therefore, it would not allow anyone to change it. Qin Zhao brought Gu Lingwei to Nanyang City. Nanyang City still had members of the Qin family living there, so it had always maintained its original appearance. However, there were very few people living in Nanyang City now. Only a few people from the Qin family stayed behind to guard it. This place had basically become a sacred scenic spot in the 9 provinces world. Who knew how many people would come every day to pay homage to Qin Zhao's hometown? Lingwe, this is my home. It's the place where I was born, the place where I grew up, the place where I spent my first dozen years. Everything here is so familiar. It's deeply imprinted in my memory. It will never be erased. Everything here makes me feel so close and so wonderful. This is the feeling of home. Qin Shao looked at everything in Nanyang City. Bits and pieces of memories surfaced in his mind. It was a beautiful memory. Gu Lingwen knew about Nanyang City, but this was her first time here. It was her first time visiting the place where Qin Shao was born. Nothing had changed here, and even the aura hadn't changed. Even Gu Lingyue was a little moved by this. The vicissitudes of time were truly ruthless and cruel. Qin Shao entered the Qin Manor. Although the Qin Manor had been renovated several times, it still maintained a high degree of its original appearance. Lingwe, that courtyard is where my father and I used to live. It's very simple. There are only 1 or 2 servants. That's where I usually train. Father has been very strict with me since I was young. Also, this is our Qin clan's sacrificial plaza. Every year, the annual sacrificial ceremony is held here. This is the place where I feel sad and humiliated. It is also the place where I stand out. Scenes of the past flooded his mind. The memories were still fresh, as if they had just happened yesterday. Qin Shao still remembered the hard days when he worked hard to cultivate and sweat. Qin Shao still remembered his outstanding talent back then. He was praised by the elders of his family and admired by his peers. Qin Shao still remembered how he had been framed by Song Yuyin, persecuted, and reduced to a cripple. He had been ostracized, ridiculed, and humiliated by his family. The scene of his father giving up the position of the head of the family, that gloomy period. Every scene, every cut was a memory. Whether it was sweet or sour, bitter or spicy, it was a beautiful memory. Revisiting an old place truly left one deeply moved. The feeling was subtle and extremely peculiar. After touring Nanyang City, Qin Shao took Gu Lingwe to tour the Desert Kingdom. Now, the Desert Kingdom had undergone earth-shaking changes. The Desert Kingdom's territory had expanded by 100 times, and it had become countless times stronger. The Desert Kingdom was no longer the weak Desert Kingdom of the past. It was now an ancient empire with 2 gods overseeing it, and an empire with a legacy of more than 1,000,000 years. The Desert King was a deity. Furthermore, he had a close relationship with Qin Shao. His status in the source world was naturally quite extraordinary. However, Gu Yin had long abdicated and passed the throne to his descendants. There was no trace of the desert palace from back then. When Gu Lingwei returned to the old place, she could not find any trace of the feeling in her memory. Therefore, Gu Lingwei was not interested in looking around. She just took a few glances and left. The great desert country in her memory no longer existed. After that, Qin Shao brought Gu Lingwei to Lufeng County. This was also a place that Qin Shao had a very deep memory of. It was also an important turning point in Qin Zhao's life, a place where he soared. Here, Qin Shao joined the Desert Guard and got to know by Jin Xiu, Meng Qi, Gu Lingwei, and many other people. Lufeng County had also undergone a huge change. There was no trace of the past. The only thing that did not change was Spirit Island. Not only did Spirit Island not change, but even the people on Spirit Island did not change. Master Gu, Bei Yi, and Qing Shui were still living on Spirit Island. They had turned it into a paradise. Qin Shao naturally took special care of these 3 senior brothers. He directly promoted them to gods. If they were willing, he could let them become almighties later on. These small things were a piece of cake for Qin Shao now. Even if they died, Qin Shao could be resurrected. 3 senior brothers, long time no see. How have you been? Qin Shao smiled and hurriedly bowed when he saw Master Gu and the other 2. Qin Zhao's greeting made Master Gu and the other 2 feel a little fearful. Although the 3 of them were Qin Zhao's senior brothers, Qin Shao was now a heavenly venerate, the origin source of Hongmeng universe, the ruler of this universe, and an existence of faith. In front of Qin Shao, they were pitifully humble. However, No matter how strong Qin Shao was or how high his status was, he was still humble and respectful to the three of them. This made them sigh with emotion. Greetings, Mountain River Supremacy. Master Gu and the other two hurriedly bowed, but were stopped by Qin Shao. Qin Shao shook his head and said, Senior brothers, don't be like this. If you do, you will seem too distant. No matter what, you will always be my senior brothers. Your weight in my heart will never change. Back when I was in Lufeng County, the three of you also helped me a lot and took care of me. I've always remembered all these. Therefore, you don't have to be so polite with me. No matter what status I have now, Qin Zhao's current strength, it will not affect our relationship and feelings. Our relationship as fellow disciples will always continue. It won't change because of me. If everything changes because of strength, then many things will lose their meaning. I, Qin Shao, am a very nostalgic person. Such things will not happen to me. Master Gu and the other two were slightly stunned. They looked at each other and froze on the spot. With the height that Qin Shao had reached now, to be honest, they were far from being able to reach him. The gap was really too big. There was no way to use any adjectives to describe the gap. However, no matter how big the gap was, Qin Shao still treated them the same. This relationship as fellow disciples was rare and precious at this time. Qin Zhao's character was even more respected at this time. Revisiting the old place, the past surfaced in his mind. Qin Shao remembered clearly the guidance and care that Qin Shui gave him in the past. Now that he thought about it, it really made him sigh with emotion. Senior brothers, I have one more thing to do today, and that is to resurrect Master. This is something that I should do. I am really ashamed that I have delayed it until now. Qin Shao said to Master Gu and the other three with a serious face. Buzz! When Master Gu and the other two heard Qin Zhao's words, their hearts trembled violently. This was something that they had always wanted to do, but they did not have the ability to do it. Now that Qin Shao was back and about to resurrect Master, they were naturally very excited. Qin Shao said again, Senior brothers, don't be anxious. Let me do it. Qin Shao waved his hand after he finished speaking. Time rapidly turned back as the events that had occurred in the past appeared one after another, forming many scenes. 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years. Time quickly turned back to more than 1,000,000 years ago. Finally, a thin man with a long beard appeared in the picture. His appearance was somewhat dignified. He wore a long robe with 8 cauldrons printed on it and carried a green sword on his back. His slender face looked very resolute, as if it was carved out by a knife. Seeing this figure, Master Gu and the other two suddenly became excited. Master, the man in the picture was none other than Master Gu and the other three's master, Lingbao Tianzuan. An invisible giant hand entered the picture and directly grabbed Lingbao Tianzuan out of the picture. After crossing the river of more than 1,000,000 years, he directly returned to reality. With a shift in space, a living figure appeared in front of Qin Shao and the others. It was none other than Lingbao Tianzuan. Lingbao Tianzuan looked around with a blank face. He frowned deeply and looked around in confusion. Finally, his eyes fell on Qin Shao and the other three. The 5 people in front of him were very unfamiliar to him. However, there seemed to be a sense of familiarity in this unfamiliarity. It was just that this familiar smell made it difficult for him to associate it with that. Lingbao Tianzuan could clearly feel that the 5 people in front of him were very powerful. They were far from what he could compare with. After hesitating for a moment, Lingbao Tianzuan put on a respectful expression and was about to kneel down to pay his respects. Greetings, seniors. However, an invisible force stopped him, preventing him from kneeling. To Lingbao Tianzuan's shock, Qin Shao and the other 3 actually knelt down in front of him. Such a sudden movement really frightened Lingbao Tianzuan. He stood there in a daze, as if he had been struck by lightning. He looked at Qin Shao and the other 3 in a daze. Seniors, you are... Lingbao Tianzuan's memory was still stuck in the picture just now. He did not know where he was or how he suddenly arrived here. Greetings, Master. We have made you suffer. Qin Shao and the other 3 said in unison. Master? Lingbao Tianzuan was completely dumbfounded. He felt like he was in a daze as he stared at Qin Shao and the other three. How could anyone call him master? And there were 4 of them? That was not right. It did not make sense at all. He had taken in disciples before, but there were only 3 of them. How could a 4th person be like this? Ling Bao Tianzuan's gaze fell on Master Gu and the other 2. He carefully looked at them and suddenly realized something. You are Xiao Gu? Bei Yi? Qing Shui? Ling Bao Tianzuan asked tentatively. Master Gu and the other 2 looked very excited and quickly nodded. Master, I am Xiao Gu. Master, you still remember me? I am Bei Yi. Master, you are not mistaken. I am Qing Shui, the unfilial disciple Qing Shui. Buzz. Boom. Ling Bao Tianzuan felt the world spin and his mind explode. It was really Xiao Gu and the others. How could this be? Chapter 1484. A drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. The heavenly lord of numinous treasure was completely dumbfounded. Xiao Gu, Bei Yi, and Qing Shui had changed drastically. They were no longer as immature as he remembered and had become mature. The vicissitudes of time had left many marks on their bodies. It was obvious that they had lived for a very long time. Their auras were so powerful that they could make heaven and earth bow down to them. Was this the aura of a god? No, resurrection. The heavenly lord of numinous treasure had a sudden thought. He had stood at a very high position when he was alive, so he naturally knew many secrets. He knew that gods could resurrect all mortals. In his memory, he should have been dead. Everything in front of him was unfamiliar to him, so this was the only possibility he could think of. The heavenly lord of numinous treasure's gaze fell on Qin Shao again with great confusion. He was obviously unfamiliar with him. However, from the supreme aura emanating from Qin Zhao's body, the primogenitor Ling Bao could clearly sense that the person before him was far more powerful than Xiao Gu and the other 2. If Xiao Gu and the other 2 were gods, then what kind of existence was this person in front of him? What was going on here? Master, let me explain it to you slowly. You will understand what is going on. Qing Shui said with a smile and pulled the heavenly lord of numinous treasure to sit down. Then, Qing Shui slowly explained to the heavenly lord of numinous treasure. Just as the heavenly lord of numinous treasure had guessed, he had really been resurrected. Now, it was more than 1,000,000 years later. This was beyond his imagination. He had been dead for more than 1,000,000 years. It was unbelievable that he could be resurrected. Only then did the heavenly lord of numinous treasure know that Qin Shao was really his disciple. It was just that his 3 disciples had taken him in on behalf of their master. But no matter what, Qin Shao had kowtowed in front of the heavenly lord of numinous treasure's portrait and acknowledged him as his master. He still had the title of master and disciple. Moreover, Qin Shao respected the heavenly lord of numinous treasure very much. He also respected him as his master. The heavenly lord of numinous treasure had never dreamt that he would pick up such a heaven-defying disciple after his death. It was just too much. Moreover, his disciple had become a lord, the lord of the origin of the universe, the most powerful person in this universe, and a ruler. All of this was too hard for him to believe. For a moment, he was unable to accept it. He was still unable to understand the divine world and the primordial chaos universe. The gods had always been at a height that he could only look up to but could never reach. To him, everything was just a dream. But even if it was a dream, he was willing. Master, let me help you become a god, Qin Shao suddenly said. What, god? Upon hearing the words becoming a god, primogenitor Ling Bao was so shocked that he stood rooted to the ground. For a moment, he could not believe his ears. Being the heavens lord of his translation. This had always been an obsession in his heart, his strongest obsession, something that he would never change his mind about. He translation. Treasure lord of translation. How is it? How? In the history of the 9 provinces world, it was rare for a god to appear in 100,000 years. No matter how talented you were, you would only be a cup of dust in the end. It was too difficult to become a god. But now the words God came out of Qin Zhao's mouth so easily. It was as if it was not a big deal at all. If he had heard this before, he would not have believed it. But now, he had to believe it, because Xiao Gu and the others were directly promoted to God by Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao had the ability to make them gods easily. To him, it was something unattainable. But to Qin Xiao, it was as easy as blowing off dust. This was a height he could not imagine. Who did not want to become a god? Everyone below the gods were mortals, ants. No matter how powerful a mortal was, they only had a lifespan of 10,000 years. 10,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. The vicissitudes of time passed very quickly. If there was a chance to become a god, most likely any mortal would risk their life for it. What's more, the primogenitor of numinous treasures was not given a chance to become a god, but something within reach. Needless to say, Qin Xiao understood primogenitor Ling Bao's thoughts. Qin Xiao waved her hand, and a holy light descended from the 9 heavens. She walked out from the primordial chaos, and the holy energy of primordial chaos enveloped Ling Bao Tianzuan. The might of the great path and the power of the laws poured into Ling Bao's body like a heavenly river, rapidly changing his body. From a mortal body to a divine body, it evolved without any hindrance. The true meaning of the great path appeared clearly in his mind, allowing him to quickly and easily comprehend the great path, master the great path, and make a leap in the level of life. Not to mention Qin Xiao personally taking action. Even if a mighty figure took action, it would be enough to directly elevate a mortal to a god. To mortals, gods were unimaginable existences. They were incomparably lofty existences. However, in the eyes of mighty sovereigns, they were the most ordinary and weak life forms. They could kill countless of such life forms with a single thought. Of course, creating such ordinary life forms did not take much effort. Soon, the divine light descended, the laws scattered, the great path roared, and life leaped. Ling Bao Tianzuan's aura also underwent a metamorphosis and became stronger. He had become a god. In just a quarter of an hour, Ling Bao Tianzuan had risen from a mortal to a god. He had reached a height that he had always dreamed of, a height that was unattainable. And all of this had happened with a single thought from Qin Xiao. A god. What a powerful feeling. It feels beyond the 9 provinces world. This is a god. This is the god realm that I have always dreamed of. Ling Bao Tianzuan could not suppress the joy on his face as he sensed the changes in his body. It was indescribable. He might have imagined countless ways to become a god, but he never thought that he would become a god in such an easy way. It was so surreal that he found it hard to believe that all of this was real. Senior Marshall Brothers, Master still needs time to calm down and get used to the current world. You should spend more time with Master. Not only in the 9 continents world, you can also take a look at the divine world. I still have matters to attend to, so I won't be here to accompany you, Qin Xiao said. Master Gu and the other 2 nodded immediately. They naturally knew that Qin Xiao was a busy man. He had already done his duty as a disciple by taking the time to visit them and resurrect their master. In fact, the friendship between them and Qin Xiao was very weak. Qin Xiao had not received much from them. They had played a very small role in Qin Zhao's achievements, so much so that they could be ignored. With Qin Zhao's status, he could have completely ignored all of this. However, not only did Qin Xiao acknowledge it, but he also gave their master such high respect. It was really something that made them sigh. Accepting Qin Xiao as a disciple on behalf of their master was definitely the most glorious thing in their lives. They could always talk about it in the future. Thank you, thank you, thank you. After sending off Qin Xiao, Ling Bao Tianzuan repeatedly thanked him. He did not know how else to express his gratitude to Qin Xiao. It was his first time meeting Qin Xiao today. It was obviously too much to say that they had a master-disciple relationship. In front of Qin Xiao, he was not even an ant. Qin Xiao calling him master really made him feel fear and trepidation. Ling Bao Tianzuan quickly looked at Master Gu and the other 2. With tears in his eyes, he said, "Little Gu, you have suffered all these years. All these years, you have not forgotten about me. I am really touched." It is Master's greatest honor to accept the three of you. Master Gu hurriedly said, Master, don't say that. You have given us a new lease on life and nurtured us. No matter how much we respect you, it is not enough to repay you. We did not do much. It is all thanks to Junior Qin Shao. Junior Qin Shao is a person who values friendship and righteousness. No matter how high he stands, he still respects us as his senior brothers and you as his master. Perhaps this friendship will never change. And this is where our fortune lies, where our luck lies. Yes, if it was someone else, they would not have given us a second look. However, Junior Qin Shao has always taken care of us. We are really touched. Bei also nodded. Qin Shui smiled proudly and said, Haha, how about it? You should all thank me. If I had not strongly advocated to accept Junior Qin Shao back then, I am afraid we would have missed this fate. Master Gu and Bei also smiled. It was indeed Qin Shui who had led them to accept Qin Shao back then. From this point of view, Qin Shui indeed deserved the most credit. After leaving Lufeng County, Qin Shao was in a good mood. Reviving his master, Lingbao Tianzuan, was also something he had always wanted to do. Today, he had finally settled this matter. Speaking of which, there was indeed nothing between him and Lingbao Tianzuan. The help he received from Lingbao Tianzuan was indeed very little. However, as the saying goes, a drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water. Back then, he was also indebted to Master Gu and the others for taking care of him. Qin Shao engraved this in his heart and dared not forget. Moreover, he had indeed kowtowed in front of Lingbao Tianzuan's portrait and acknowledged him as his master. After the ceremony, he had the status of master and disciple. With this status, Qin Shao would naturally acknowledge it. This had always been Qin Zhao's principle. Gu Lingwei was silent the entire way. She only pursed her lips and smiled at Qin Shao. Lingwei, do you have anyone else you want to revive? Qin Shao asked. Gu Lingyue's mother had been revived long ago, so Qin Shao had not asked Gu Lingwei before. To Qin Shao now, as long as it was a living being that had existed in the primordial universe, he could revive them. No matter which universe epoch it was, no matter how they died, he could revive them. Even if they did not exist in the long river of time, there would still be scattered fragments in the primordial chaos of a universe. Everything existed in the primordial chaos. At most, he would just have to spend a little more time and energy to search for them in the primordial chaos. It would be much easier to revive living beings that had died in this universe epoch. However, Gu Lingwei shook her head and said, No need, Qin Shao. Other than my mother, I don't have anyone else I am particularly attached to. After becoming indifferent to life and death, that's all there is to it. Sometimes, death wasn't necessarily a bad ending. I don't value life and death that much. Chapter 1485. Emperor Hao Yu. It's also a blessing to be able to let go of things. Many people can't let go of many things. Even if they die, they still have resentment. Some things have to be let go, but some things have to be done. Many people have helped me on my path of growth, illuminating the darkness on my path. I've also become the disciple of a few teachers. I have to repay what I have to. There's one more thing I have to do. After Qin Shao finished speaking, he waved his hand and summoned Sky Forest out of his internal world. Sky Forest's talent was too limited. Even with the help of many resources, he was only a first-step celestial god. If he relied on himself, it would be impossible for Sky Forest to become a fourth-step celestial god in this lifetime. But it didn't matter. With Qin Shao around, it would be easy for him to become a powerful being. Sky Forest, take me to a place where Teacher has appeared before, said Qin Shao. Or Teacher's hometown. After waiting for so long, it's time to resurrect him. Resurrect the old master? Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Sky Forest was also very excited. Even after more than 1,000,000 years, his loyalty to Emperor Hao Yu still hadn't decreased. Emperor Hao Yu was a powerful being. To resurrect him, one had to be at least at the level of a universe master. That was why Qin Shao hadn't been able to resurrect Emperor Hao Yu before. Now he finally had the ability. Emperor Vast Universe had given him quite a lot of help when it came to helping him on his way to survival. That was why Qin Shao was very grateful to Emperor Hao Yu. With the ability, he naturally wanted to resurrect Emperor Hao Yu. He had already taken his revenge. Now, all that was left was to resurrect him. This was also a goal that Qin Shao had set for himself. And now, it was time for him to achieve this goal. When one received a favor, one should repay it with gusto. Skyland quickly brought Qin Shao to a star field. This place was a stretch of nothingness. Skyforest said, "Master, this place was originally a mystic realm, but it turned into nothingness during the calamity. Old Master's original body died here back then. That scene is still vivid in my mind, and I will never dare to forget it." When he spoke of the past, Tianlin's expression was still somewhat agitated. He clenched his fists tightly, and a wave of anger surged out of him. Qin Shao nodded slightly and began. With a gentle wave of his hand, the time in the void began to reverse rapidly. Scenes of the past emerged and flashed by rapidly. He had seen the scenes of calamity and countless battles. Everything that had happened in this void over the past millions of years jumped out and appeared before Qin Shao and the other two. Soon, the image of two people fighting appeared on the screen. It was a battle between two almighties. Seeing this scene, Qin Shao waved her hand and froze the scene. "Old Master, it's the Old Master." Seeing the figure in the image, Tianlin became extremely excited. Qin Shao also recognized that the two sides of the battle were Emperor Hao Yu and Great Emperor Renwu. Emperor Hao Yu died at the hands of Great Emperor Renwu. "Master, come out." Qin Shao muttered softly. With a wave of her hand, everything shattered. A figure directly walked out of the shattered image. It was very strange and shocking. The figure who walked out was none other than Emperor Hao Yu, Qin Zhao's second master. Where's this? No, this is the Blue Sea mystic realm, but how did it become like this? It turned into nothingness. No. Wasn't I fighting that treacherous villain Renwu? I should be dead, right? How did I appear here? Tianlin? Emperor Hao Yu is also an almighty. Naturally, the things he knew were far from what a mortal like Heavenly Lord Lingbao could compare to. Although Emperor Hao Yu was confused, he still maintained his calm. He looked around and frowned slightly as he pondered. Emperor Hao Yu's gaze quickly fell on Tianlin. Tianlin naturally did not change much, but his power had increased by a lot compared to before. One-step celestial god? Emperor Hao Yu's frown deepened. This situation was not right. In his memory, Tianlin was only a one-step godly spirit, but the one in front of him was a one-step celestial god. He had increased by an entire realm. Tianlin was only a small servant of his, an insignificant existence. However, the Tianlin in front of him had obviously changed a lot. There are more than 1,000,000 years of time marks. This is more than 1,000,000 years later? I've been resurrected? But how is that possible? Emperor Hao Yu quickly realized that this was more than 1,000,000 years later. He immediately thought that he had been resurrected. However, this thought gave him a huge fright. How is this possible? He was almighty, other than a universe master, who had the ability to resurrect him. However, how could universe master be so easily invited? Tianlin definitely did not have the ability to do so. What was going on? Emperor Hao Yu immediately realized that the key to the problem should be the two beside Tianlin. His gaze immediately fell on Qin Shao and Gu Lingyu. Gu Lingyu was only an ordinary godly spirit, so she was directly eliminated by Emperor Hao Yu. Then there was only one possibility, and it was this young man in front of him. Buzz. With just a glance, Emperor Hao Yu immediately felt that the world was spinning. There was a buzzing sound in his mind, as if it was about to explode. What a powerful aura. He was almighty. Even when facing a ruler, he would not feel this way, right? Even if Qin Shao had restrained his aura, he was still a celestial master. No matter how much he restrained it, a trace of it vaguely emitted was enough to frighten people. Therefore, at this moment, Emperor Hao Yu was naturally frightened in front of Qin Shao. Could it be a universe master? Emperor Vast Universe couldn't help but have this thought. Moreover, the possibility of this happening was extremely high. Although he did not know how Tianlin had invited a universe master to resurrect him, he did not dare hesitate and immediately knelt down to Qin Shao. However, a powerful force stopped him and did not allow him to kneel down. This made Emperor Hao Yu look at Qin Shao with some confusion. Just as he was about to ask something, Tianlin was so excited that he cried, "Old Master, I finally get to see you. This is great. This is really great. Ha! The heavens have eyes. Good people will be rewarded. Old Master, this is young Master, the disciple that Tianlin has accepted for you." Qin Shao bowed and said, "Disciple Qin Shao greets Master." "What? Disciple?" Emperor Hao Yu was really shocked. He looked at Qin Shao with great surprise, and his body suddenly froze on the spot. This being who seemed to be a universe master in front of him was actually his disciple. Was he sure he was not dreaming? All of this was not an illusion. Emperor Hao Yu was momentarily speechless. He tried hard to get rid of the illusion before him, but everything seemed to be real. "Old Master, you don't have to doubt," Tianlin said again. "All of this is real." However, Emperor Hao Yu still found it hard to come back to his senses. It was too unbelievable. Qin Shao stood up and smiled. With a wave of his hand, a huge amount of information surged into Emperor Hao Yu's mind. As a powerful being, Emperor Hao Yu naturally digested all of his confidence very quickly. After digesting all of this confidence, Emperor Hao Yu's mind was greatly shaken, and he was stunned on the spot. He was tongue-tied, and he stared at Qin Shao with his eyes wide open. He finally understood everything. He knew that more than 1,000,000 years had passed, and he knew that the disaster war had just ended. He knew the current situation in the God Realm, and he also knew Qin Zhao's power and status. He knew the cause and effect of everything, and he knew the karma between him and Qin Shao. It turned out that everything was like this. In just over 1,000,000 years, so many things had happened. It was truly inconceivable. Looking at Qin Shao, the heavenly sovereign and the sovereign of the primordial universe, Emperor Hao Yu couldn't help but feel a little fearful. He wanted to kneel down and pay his respects. However, there was a power stopping him, not allowing him to kneel down and pay his respects. Heavenly sovereign, Emperor Hao Yu didn't know what to say for a moment. Qin Shao shook his head, smiled, and said, "Master, you don't have to be so polite with me. Don't be so reserved, just be a little more casual. No matter what, you are still my master. No matter what my strength or identity is, before you, I am still your disciple. Therefore, you could be a little more casual in front of me. We should get along as master and disciple. Although you didn't teach me personally, I have inherited all of your teachings. Tianlin also gave me a lot of guidance and help. This disciple will never forget this kindness. Now that I have some ability, I naturally have to repay this kindness. What kind of experience would it be to have a disciple of a heavenly sovereign?" At this moment, Universe Emperor Hao Yu was completely speechless. He was completely at a loss and was extremely nervous. This was something he had never felt before. In front of him was a living heavenly sovereign, an existence comparable to the Lord of Death, the sovereign of the primordial universe. If he still called himself master, wouldn't it mean that he, Emperor Hao Yu, would stand at the peak of the primordial universe? Just thinking about it made Emperor Hao Yu feel fear and trepidation. It was really difficult for him to calm down. As a great being, he naturally understood the situation of the universe. Although he didn't know about the existence of heavenly sovereigns, he had guessed that Universe Master was probably not the ultimate realm of the universe. Now, it was finally confirmed that there was a heavenly sovereign above Universe Master. In the 8 universe eras of the primordial universe, only the Lord of Death had reached this realm. Qin Shao was the second. This level was something that even Universe Masters could only dream of. Even in his dreams, Emperor Hao Yu never imagined that after his death, his unremarkable servant would actually find such a monstrous and heaven-defying disciple for him with his inheritance. This feeling was really wonderful and dreamy. Even now, he still found it hard to believe that all of this was real. Haha, old master. Although young master is the sovereign of the primordial universe, he is a righteous person who will repay any kindness. Young master will always remember old master's kindness. Now that young master has the ability, He will naturally revive old master and continue this master-disciple relationship, Tianlin said with a smile. Tianlin had always followed Qin Shao and watched as Qin Shao slowly grew up and walked towards the pinnacle of the universe. Tianlin naturally felt relieved. With Skylin's comforting words and Qin Zhao's words, Emperor Vast Universe slowly calmed down his incomparably excited emotions. Chapter 1486. Reshaping Samsara. There were many people Qin Shao wanted to thank in his millions of years of cultivation. There were his second uncle Qin Dingfei and his cousin Qin Yinji, who had always taken care of him. There was Bai Jianxiu, who had saved him in the great wilderness. There was also Hoin, who had helped him a lot. There was also the great desert king, Qinghe Fiyun, Changfeng, Palace Master Xia, and so on. These were all people Qin Shao wanted to thank in the 9 provinces world. It was because of their companionship and help that Qin Shao could become who he was today. Of course, the most important ones were the masters he had met in his life. In terms of masters, be it the Lord of Lingbao, Monarch Vast Universe, or even Old Man Lu He, Qin Shao had only received their inheritance. He was their disciple in name. In a broad sense, he was their disciple. In fact, there were only 2 masters that he had truly acknowledged. The first was the hidden snow emperor in the great desert imperial city. The second was the worldly guest in the divine realm. The hidden snow emperor was Qin Zhao's first true master. He had given Qin Shao a lot of guidance and help on Qin Zhao's path of cultivation. Back then, in the great desert imperial city, the great desert king had wanted to take Qin Shao as his personal disciple. However, the hidden snow emperor had snatched him away. Just like this, Qin Shao also became a disciple of the hidden snow emperor in a daze. To Qin Shao at that time, it was a great blessing to be able to become the hidden snow emperor's disciple. The hidden snow emperor at that time was also an expert who stood at the peak of the 9 provinces world. He was a living great emperor. The hidden snow emperor was still fine. He was not implicated in the great calamity later on and did not suffer any harm. Later on, when Qin Shao had the ability, he directly raised the hidden snow emperor to the level of a god. He had also avenged the hidden snow emperor himself. After everything was settled, the hidden snow emperor became a wandering crane, a dragon whose head could be seen but not its tail. Even Qin Shao rarely saw him. Counting up, Qin Shao had a total of 5 masters on his path of cultivation. However, this was normal. 5 masters was definitely not a lot. After all, Qin Zhao's luck was heaven-defying, and he had many opportunities. Emperor Vast Universe himself was a mighty figure. Naturally, there was no need to mention his talent and potential. Now that Imperial Lord Vast Universe's great enmity was settled, he could be considered to have no more worries. Qin Shao asked Emperor Haoyu a few questions, then arranged for him to stay in the desolate land's sacred palace. Emperor Haoyu was allowed to continue cultivating, and he was given sufficient resources. Now that Emperor Haoyu had nothing to worry about, he placed all his focus on cultivation. He was filled with passion. As for Skylin, there was no point in following Qin Shao. Therefore, Skylin continued to follow Emperor Haoyu. After making arrangements for Monarch Vast Universe, another matter was settled. Qin Shao led Gu Lingyue into the Sea of Darkness. The current Sea of Darkness was a stretch of darkness, having lost its previous splendor. It was dark, gloomy, and filled with blood and vengeful spirits. This environment made Gu Lingyue very uncomfortable. Qin Shao, where are you taking me? Qin Shao smiled and said, "It's just ahead. You'll know later." Soon, the two arrived at the land of reincarnation. It was as if they had found a place of light in the darkness. The calamity had passed, and the great Tao had calmed down. The land of reincarnation also became peaceful. The reincarnation clan leader in dusk led the reincarnation clan out to welcome them. Welcome, Mountain River Supremacy. The reincarnation clan had guarded reincarnation for generations. The heavenly Tao reincarnation was the foundation of the operation of the great Tao. It could also be said to be the foundation of the universe. It could be said that the reincarnation clan specialized in serving reincarnation. It could even be said that they were the servants of reincarnation. Now, that Qin Shao was the master of the origin of the universe. He controlled everything in the universe. Naturally, reincarnation was also under his control. So now, the reincarnation clan had naturally become Qin Zhao's servants and regarded Qin Shao as their master. Reincarnation clan leader, you don't have to be so polite. Qin Shao smiled. This was the second time he had come to the land of reincarnation, and it hadn't been long. The last time he came, he only had the battle power of a universe master. Now, he had come with the identity of the co-sovereign of the Hongmeng universe. With a different identity, the feeling would naturally be different. Now, the land of reincarnation was also the place that Qin Shao had to protect. It was the foundation of the heavenly Tao. Even Qin Shao had to pay attention to it. This was the foundation of the operation of the universe. He had to do his best to protect it. Qin Shao was now the master of the origin of the Hongmeng universe. He was the co-sovereign of the universe. Everything in the universe was his responsibility and obligation. Now, it was Qin Zhao's sacred mission to make the Hongmeng universe strong and prosperous. Reincarnation clan leader, let's go to the heart of reincarnation, Qin Shao said. Luan clan leader nodded and made an inviting gesture to Qin Shao. Then he led the way. The other members of the reincarnation clan didn't accompany them. Only the reincarnation clan leader and Ming accompanied Qin Shao and Gu Lingyue to the heart of reincarnation. Wow, it's so beautiful. Upon seeing the heart of reincarnation, Gu Lingyue felt that it was beautiful. It was so beautiful that it shocked her soul. This kind of beauty instantly attracted her. She was deeply attracted. She froze on the spot and stared at the heart of reincarnation. This kind of beauty not only shocked her soul, but also softened it. It was very intimate and comfortable, like the feeling of taking a bath in the winter sun. This kind of comfort made people involuntarily want to get close to it and get close to it. The heart of reincarnation was a kind of beauty to Gu Lingyue, but in Qin Zhao's eyes, it had many vicissitudes, many marks, and many wounds. After 8 universe epochs, the endless cycle of reincarnation has been completed and it has been attacked several times. The heart of reincarnation has also suffered many injuries. The previous reincarnation cycle only cared about the weak beings of this world and the vicissitudes of the great Tao. There are many powers that can transcend reincarnation and be free. Reincarnation should encompass everything in Hongmeng. It should encompass every angle and every living being. This reincarnation cycle is not perfect, nor is it strong enough. It still needs to be protected. Therefore, the continuation of the universe has become a little chaotic. The reincarnation clan leader nodded and said, "Yes, Mountain River Reverend. Reincarnation isn't perfect and it's not strong enough. We have guarded it for generations and have experienced several dangers. It is the reincarnation clan that has risked our lives to protect it. The reincarnation cycle can only maintain the foundation of the great Tao. It can't cover all living beings in this universe. At the beginning of the first universe epoch, the reincarnation cycle was supposed to cover the entire Hongmeng and all living beings to establish a strict order. But as more and more powers broke through the cycle of reincarnation, the cycle of reincarnation slowly weakened. In fact, Qin Shao had thought of this problem before. The true meaning of the reincarnation cycle had yet to be realized. The true reincarnation cycle was when all living beings in this universe entered the cycle of reincarnation after death. In this way, a virtuous cycle could be formed. The continuous reincarnation cycle would maintain the operation of the great Tao and form a very good order. Only then would the universe slowly become stable and peaceful. If the universe wanted to prosper, there had to be a period of peace and prosperity. Reincarnation clan leader, I want to change the reincarnation cycle. I want to reshape the reincarnation cycle and reestablish a new order of the universe. I want our Hongmeng universe to develop steadily and peacefully. I want our universe to prosper rapidly. The Hongmeng universe has been too chaotic in the past. No matter which universe epic it is, it will always be chaotic. The lifespan of every sacred ground in every universe epic is very short. This shouldn't be. If a sacred ground could develop steadily from the first universe epic until now, it should be very powerful. However, such a thing has never happened in our Hongmeng universe. This also proves how chaotic our Hongmeng universe is. Chaos will definitely limit the overall development of the Hongmeng universe. Our Hongmeng universe can be said to be in a state where everything is waiting to be rebuilt and developed. If it's still as chaotic as before, I'm afraid we'll walk down the same old path. This isn't what I want to see. The Hongmeng universe I want to see is one where everyone is united. It's stable and peaceful. It's working together as one. It's working hard to develop and become stronger. It's working towards ultimate prosperity step by step. Qin Shao suddenly said with a serious face. The reincarnation clan leader nodded repeatedly and agreed. Mountain River supremacy is right. I think so too. Indeed, our Hongmeng universe has been too chaotic for the past 8 universe epics. No matter which universe epic it is, it's always chaotic and there are constant wars. The flames of war between sacred grounds are also endless. All living beings are unrestrained and unrestrained. This has caused the universe to be filled with hostility and the laws of survival to become increasingly cruel. Our universe does indeed need a very good order, an iron-like order. We need a new light to allow our primordial universe to develop quickly and steadily. Only then can we become even stronger. It's a blessing for the Hongmeng universe to have Mountain River supremacy in control. I believe that under the rule of the Mountain River Exalted Lord, our primordial universe will definitely be able to develop faster and more steadily. The Reincarnation Clan will definitely follow in Mountain River Supremacy's footsteps. The Reincarnation Clan will also be prepared to make any sacrifices. As long as Mountain River Supremacy gives the order, the Reincarnation Clan will do our best. We have been protecting the Reincarnation Clan for generations, and our wish is to improve the order of the Hongmeng universe. This is our sacred mission and the wish of our entire clan. Qin Shao nodded slightly and patted the Reincarnation Clan leader's shoulder gently. I know the righteousness of the Reincarnation Clan. All of you are a group of people worthy of respect. You have always contributed silently. You are mysterious, but you have made indelible contributions to the Hongmeng universe. However, your contributions are not known by others. The Reincarnation Clan will no longer need your protection in the future. However, I have an even more important task for all of you. I will give you a more sacred mission. When I give you more freedom, I will also give you more responsibility, and more authority. I will also let your light shine upon the entire Hongmeng universe. Let all living beings know of your existence and respect you. Qin Shao already had many plans in his mind. These plans had yet to be finalized. Once they were finalized, he would implement them. The Reincarnation Clan leader and Ming looked at each other when they heard Qin Zhao's words. They didn't know what Mountain River Supremacy wanted to do for the time being. However, they could tell that Mountain River Supremacy had a very big plan to implement. Chapter 1487. Discussing important matters together, Qin Shao had already formulated this plan in his mind. Qin Shao had always felt that the godly world was chaotic no matter where it was. Although there were 5 holy lands in the godly world, each ruling a territory, overall, the godly world was indeed stable and peaceful. However, the godly world was too big, and the 5 holy lands had limited energy. It was impossible for them to rule over every corner and every living being. Hence, the 5 holy lands were only in charge of the general direction, and there were countless other powers to govern. Each of them ruled a territory and called themselves overlords. Killing was rampant, ignoring the heavenly Tao and not entering reincarnation. The 5 holy lands alone were unable to establish an iron order. They needed the heavenly Tao order. Only the heavenly Tao could constantly monitor every corner of the Hongmeng universe and cover every living being in the Hongmeng universe. After chatting with the reincarnation clan leader, Qin Shao returned to the godly world and gathered all the saints in the desolate land godly palace. Master of the heavenly court, Tian Lingzi, Lord Huayang, Master of the desolate land, Red Dust Guest, by Chuan Fu Su, Prince Yu, and Jing Yang. Although Xiao Gu was also a universe master, he was more simple-minded, so he was not allowed to participate in this meeting. Red Dust Guest and the other two were not from the Hongmeng universe. But now that Qin Shao had become the master of the Hongmeng universe origin, the Hongmeng universe did not reject them, and they were willing to join the Hongmeng universe camp. After all, their hometowns had been destroyed long ago, and they were very willing to find a new place to live. With Qin Shao around, they could naturally gain the recognition of the Hongmeng universe origin. With this official status, Red Dust Guest and the others did not have any concerns. Prince Yu had even begun to expand his territory and establish his own power, bringing the sword path into the Hongmeng universe. Of course, Prince Yu was more playful, and his actions were mostly due to his playfulness. Qin Shao was the first to speak. Everyone, I have gathered you here today because I have an important matter to discuss with you. I also want to hear your opinions on how to proceed. Everyone's gaze fell on Qin Shao, and they were a little curious. What was it that Mountain River Knight was so important? With Mountain River Knight's way of speaking, he could decide everything in the Hongmeng universe, and he did not need anyone's advice. The heavenly Tao is translation, said Lin. The heavenly Tao is life. The world is the world. The world is the world is the world. The world, the world, the world, the world. The world was. Is translation is translation translation is translation is translation translation is translation 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 is translation 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 translation. In our primordial universe, the Grand Tao is chaotic, the cycle of reincarnation is weak, and it's filled with slaughter. Evil and crooked Taos run amok. The heavenly Tao has no might, and good and evil have no retribution. Defying the heavenly Tao, ignoring reincarnation, ignoring karma, collapsing the great Tao. This is an extremely serious situation. The 8 universe epochs were all in chaos. Calamities occurred in all of them, and all of them were destroyed. None of them were able to prosper and coexist with the heavens. At the end of the day, I've thought a lot and concluded a lot. Now, I'd like to hear everyone's opinions. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, everyone was deeply moved and agreed with him. The master of the heavenly court was the first to speak. Yes, the order of our primordial universe has always been rather chaotic. The heaven Tao is powerless, while the cycle of reincarnation is powerless. Living beings aren't restrained by the heavens and aren't enveloped by the world, so they can naturally do as they please. Although our 5 great holy lands have tried our best to govern our own territories and set up many rules and regulations, the 5 great holy lands have not been able to do so. However, the strength of our 5 great holy lands is limited after all. It is impossible for us to cover everything. At most, we can only guide the general direction. To truly establish order, we still need the heavenly Tao to establish its power, the cycle of reincarnation to establish order, and the light of the primordial universe to envelop every corner of the universe and every living being. Our primordial universe has now been unified. Indeed, we need a good order to govern the entire primordial universe so that our universe can develop and become stronger in the fastest and most stable manner. One day, we may also be able to dominate the great thousand world. Shanhe, you should be thinking of rebuilding the heavenly Tao of the primordial universe, right? Qin Shao nodded, indicating that this was indeed what he meant. Knowing Qin Zhao's intention, everyone was slightly excited. This was a big deal. The master of the desolate land laughed heartily. Ha! Shanhe, I've discussed this matter with the heavenly court a long time ago. At that time, we came up with many ideas, but in the end, they all failed. Our ideas are good, but it's too difficult to implement. It's not something that our 5 great holy lands can do well. Now, with you, Shanhe here, the time is ripe. Indeed, we can think a good plan, and create a new order. Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang nodded. Regarding this matter, they naturally agreed. This was a good thing for the country and the people. Of course, everyone had the same general direction. Now, the most important thing was the specific details. How to create the new order was the most important. The master of the heavenly court and the master of the desolate land each expressed their own ideas. Red Dust Guest and Baichuan Fu Su also combined their own experiences to give some unique ideas. The universe that Red Dust Guest was born in was more chaotic, not much different from the primordial universe. Baichuan Fu Su's universe was better. The first 3 universe eras were more chaotic. In the 4th universe era, Baichuan Fu Su and Mr. Yu established and unified the entire universe. Under their management, things improved a lot. This lasted until the 9th universe era, when it finally reached the chaos tribulation and everything was destroyed. No matter how beautiful it was, it eventually turned into nothingness and ceased to exist. Jing Yang was, after all, a celestial master, and he was very knowledgeable. He talked about some of the situations he had seen, especially some of the universes he knew about that had a master of the universe origin. This also strengthened everyone's determination to reconstruct reincarnation, re-establish heaven's order, and re-establish heaven's path. This was a great plan for the eternal development of the primordial universe, and it had to be taken seriously. Reconstructing reincarnation required all living beings to enter reincarnation. After death, they would enter reincarnation. Even supreme beings could not escape this iron law. Only when one became a master of the universe could one truly transcend reincarnation, transcend heaven's path, and transcend everything. Re-establishing heaven's order, re-establishing heaven's path, punishing evil and good, and karma. If one did evil, there would be retribution. If evil people entered reincarnation, they would be reincarnated as pigs, dogs, insects, pythons, and other beasts. If one did good, even an ant could be reincarnated as a human. They could even be born with a noble birth. If one did evil, heaven's path would punish them. They could even be sent into reincarnation, never to be reincarnated. Many details were listed out one by one. The saints of the God world discussed it for 100 years before it was finally perfected. There were also other things that could be modified in the future. For the time being, everything was considered and more complete. Qin Shao memorized all the details one by one, and a smile appeared on his face. He said, "All right, then this matter is settled. In a few days, I will invite everyone to enter the land of reincarnation. Together, we will reconstruct reincarnation, re-establish heaven's order, and re-establish heaven's path. When the time comes, I believe that our primordial universe will also open a new chapter and enter a new era, an eternal era. Together, we will work hard to lay a solid foundation for the future development of our primordial universe. I can foresee that the future of our primordial universe will be bright. Everyone's path will be further and further." Ha ha ha! All the saints laughed heartily. This was something that everyone looked forward to and was working hard for. When a group of like-minded people were together, no matter what they did, it was wonderful. After sending Gu Lingwei back to the 9 continents world, Qin Shao set out to complete his grand plan. He invited all the saints to the land of reincarnation. The reincarnation tribe leader came out to welcome all the saints in fear and trepidation. This was the first time in history that so many saints had come to his land of reincarnation. Qin Shao did not hesitate. He came before the reincarnation heart and began to reconstruct reincarnation. Unparalleled light burst out from Qin Zhao's body and instantly enveloped the entire land of reincarnation. Heaven's path and primordial might surged through the entire primordial universe, and the entire universe was shrouded in Tao might. All living beings looked at the heaven in shock and fear, not knowing what was happening. The reincarnation heart also emitted a strong light and merged with the heaven. Mark of the heavens, enter reincarnation. Might of the heavens, enter reincarnation. Primordial light, enter reincarnation. Qin Zhao's loud voice was like the cry of Tao from the 9 heavens. It reverberated through the entire primordial universe, and all living beings in the primordial universe heard it clearly. His voice exuded an unparalleled might, and all living beings involuntarily knelt down and prostrated themselves in worship, waiting for the new order to descend. Endless light poured into the reincarnation heart, and it merged with the heaven's path and the primordial universe's origin will. It rapidly grew stronger. The light of reincarnation entered every corner of the primordial universe and enveloped every living being. It was as if there were countless thin threads that tied all living beings together. Heavenly path, righteous reestablishment. Heaven's path, good and evil, retribution. Reincarnation, everything shall be established. Qin Zhao's voice once again resounded in the primordial universe. He established the supreme heavenly path and showered down the heaven's path. Establishing the heaven's path, establishing the heaven's path, establishing the iron path. The mark of the great path entered the depths of the souls of all living beings in the primordial universe. It was engraved on them, and all living beings knew the heaven's path's path. Darkness receded, and light rose. The cycle of reincarnation changed, and a new era began. When the light of the primordial universe shone on the heaven, a new order and a new era began. It cleansed the world of evil, eliminated the world's darkness, and swept away the world's haze. Light illuminated every corner, and all living beings felt warmth and no longer felt fear. The primordial universe was filled with cheers, celebrating the beginning of a new era. The primordial universe had officially entered the mountain river era. Everything had changed, and the entire primordial universe's appearance was obviously different. Haha, it's changed. Everything has changed. Everything is on the right track. Great, this is really great. The master of the heavenly court laughed heartily, and his feelings could not be expressed in words. The master of the desolate land was also full of smiles. Yes, this is great. The heavenly court, this is something that we have always dreamed of. Now it is finally here. I also believe that our primordial universe will definitely stand at the peak of the great thousand worlds in the future. All of this is just the beginning. Everyone's face was brimming with joy. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the reincarnation tribe leader and said, Reincarnation tribe leader, although the reincarnation tribe does not need to protect reincarnation for generations, I have a more important task for you. From now on, you will be in charge of reincarnation and the punishment of the heavenly path. You can punish on behalf of the heavenly path and execute the heavenly path. Chapter 1488. I promise you a lifetime, and I will never let you down. Reincarnation had been shaped, the heavenly Tao had been established, and everything was settled. Qin Zhao no longer had anything to worry about in this world. The future of the Hongming universe would be bright. If it could continue to reproduce and develop in this stable environment, more universe masters and even celestial venerables would be born in the future. Gu Lingyue had traveled the Hongming universe with Qin Zhao for 10,000 years. Although the Hongming universe was no longer what it used to be, there were still many places that hadn't been destroyed in this disaster. There were still many places to visit. To Gu Lingyue, these places were relatively new and fun. After all, girls had a playful nature. Girls generally like beautiful things and fun things. However, to Gu Lingyue, these 10,000 years of traveling not only brought her happiness from being with Qin Zhao, but also the joy of improving her cultivation level. Gu Lingyue was originally a proud daughter of the heavens. She was naturally gifted. When she was in the origin world, she had already displayed extraordinary talent and potential. Although she had been awake for more than 1,000,000 years, her talent and potential had increased instead of decreased. Moreover, during these years of traveling the Hongmeng universe with Qin Zhao, she had seen many natural wonders and had been inspired to comprehend the great Taos of the heavens. Moreover, Qin Zhao would give her some pointers from time to time. Naturally, Gu Lingyue's speed of improvement was very fast, so fast that it was frightening, especially her comprehension of the great Taos. That speed was enough to make Qin Zhao blush with shame. In just 10,000 years, Gu Lingwei had soared all the way to the fourth step heavenly god level. Such a speed was simply enough to scare people to death. Even Qin Xiao was incomparably ashamed. However, Gu Lingwei's unique advantage was something that others couldn't envy. As long as someone with a little bit of talent stayed by Qin Xiao's side, their speed of improvement would probably be terrifying. After all, Qin Xiao was a celestial venerate and the master of the origin of the Hongmeng universe. Qin Xiao's words were the law. His simple words contained the great Daos of the heavens. The great Daos of the heavens could be expressed in very simple words in Qin Xiao's mouth. The benefits of immersing oneself in it for a long time naturally didn't need to be said. After traveling for 10,000 years, Gu Lingwei was tired, so she returned to the 9 provinces. 9 provinces Qin Xiao, 9 provinces Qin Xiao. Among the fragrant grass, Qin Xiao and Gu Lingwei were sitting on the ground, hugging each other, their faces filled with joy and happiness. Looking the flowers and smelling the flowers and of the flowers. Birds and the flowers, the flowers and the flowers, the flowers and the beauty and beauty. Being in the midst of it made one feel even more joyful. The 2 people alone, the world alone, and a world of them too. This was. Even at this moment, Qin Xiao felt that this was the most wonderful thing in life, right? This live, Qin, you live life, you. Qin Xiao, you're really great. I really admire you. Being with you always gives me some pressure. It's like an ant standing next to a dragon. I'm so lowly. Gu Lingwei suddenly said with some sadness. The gap between her and Qin Xiao was really too big. It was so big that it couldn't be described with words. It was far from enough to express the difference between heaven and earth. Qin Xiao looked down at Gu Lingwei and shook his head. He gently stroked her head and said, "Silly girl, no matter how I am now, my original heart won't change. We all came from humble beginnings together. You've been sleeping for more than 1,000,000 years. The path of cultivation for you is just the beginning. Your real cultivation time has only been about 10,000 years. When I was 10,000 years old, I was just an ordinary god, unremarkable. The height you've reached now is already quite astonishing. You surpass me by quite a bit. You're already a peerless genius. Your light has already illuminated the entire god realm." However, Gu Lingwei still shook her head slightly. She knew that the reason her cultivation speed was so heaven-defying was because of Qin Xiao. If she left Qin Xiao, she would be nothing. This kind of sadness came from the depths of her heart. Seeing Gu Lingwei's sadness, Qin Xiao suddenly stood up and pulled Gu Lingwei up. He stood in front of Gu Lingwei with a serious expression. Seeing Qin Xiao's actions, Gu Lingwei looked at Qin Xiao with a puzzled expression. She didn't understand what Qin Xiao wanted to do. However, she vaguely felt that something was about to happen, and she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Qin Xiao waved his hand, and the surrounding petals immediately flew over. They gathered in Qin Xiao's hand and quickly formed a bouquet of incomparably beautiful flowers. The colorful petals combined together to form a heart-shaped flower. It was extremely beautiful. Qin Xiao moved his other hand, and a shiny ring appeared in his hand. Holding the flowers in one hand and the ring in the other, Qin Xiao suddenly knelt on one knee before Gu Lingwei. He looked at her with deep affection and said, "Lingwei, from the day we met, we were destined to be together. It was destined that we would love each other. The years we spent together, the bits and pieces of the past, I've engraved them all in my heart. These are the most beautiful memories of my life, the most precious treasures. In the past 1,000,000 years, I've wandered the god realm and experienced countless hardships and dangers. It was you who gave me a bit more faith, a bit more desire to become stronger, and gave me more courage to continue walking. If it wasn't for you, perhaps I wouldn't have been able to reach where I am today. It's because of you that I've become who I am today. You are an indispensable part of my life, a part that's even more important than my own life. I don't know how to say so many sweet words. I don't know how to make promises of undying love, and I don't know how to make a girl happy. A flower in one hand and a ring in the other. This is a proposal I saw in a small interstitial world called Earth. I think it's very special, so I'm going to propose to you today. Lingyue, I promised you a lifetime back then, and I'll never let you down in this life. Marry me, okay? Be my wife, and we'll be together forever. We'll never be apart. Be easy. Qin Zhao's words might not have been beautiful, but every one of them shook Gu Lingyue's heart. She was so touched that tears welled up in her eyes. Wasn't this what women yearned for the most? But now that such happiness was placed in front of her, she was terrified. She felt that this happiness had come too quickly, and it felt a little unreal. She felt that the gap between her and Qin Zhao was too great. There was an indescribable sadness in her heart, but she really wanted this kind of happiness. But she couldn't bring herself to say it, as if there was an invisible force preventing her from saying it. Qin Zhao looked at Gu Lingyue affectionately, waiting for her to nod. He had been thinking about this matter all these years, and he had finally made up his mind. Since he had promised Gu Lingyue a lifetime, then he shouldn't let her down in this life. Now that everything was done, he also wanted to settle this final matter before leaving the primordial universe with his clone. It could be considered a kind of completion. So today, he mustered up the courage to say what he thought. What about Sister Shiwilian? What are you going to do? Gu Lingyue asked after a long while. Over the years, apart from Qin Zhao, Gu Lingyue had spent the most time with Yao Shiwilian. The two of them were like old friends at first sight. They addressed each other as sisters the moment they met and quickly became the best of sisters. They shared everything with each other and regretted that they hadn't met earlier. In terms of how much she had done for Qin Zhao, Gu Lingyue was actually quite ashamed. At least she felt that she was inferior to Yao Shiwilian in this aspect. Gu Lingyue was very impressed by Yao Shiwilian's love for Qin Zhao. If Qin Zhao had chosen to be with Yao Shiwilian, she wouldn't have been sad. She would have only given them her sincere blessings. But now, Qin Zhao was proposing to her. This kind of happiness really hit her hard. Speaking of Yao Shiwilian, Qin Zhao was actually quite guilty. There's always sadness and regret in this world. There are always mistakes, regrets, and imperfections. Yao Shiwilian is a good girl. I'm very touched by what she has done for me, and I will always remember it. I also have a good impression of her, but in comparison, I love you. The person I can't let down in this life is also you. The person I should marry the most is also you. So, no matter what reason there is, it won't change my choice. Lingyue, marry me. Let's get married. The flowers and the ring were such beautiful symbols. I promise you that I will never let you down in this life. It was such a touching promise. Under the attack of Qin Zhao's emotions, Gu Lingyue's heart completely melted. This was the power of love. An irresistible force urged Gu Lingyue on, making her so emotional that she teared up. She nodded vigorously and replied, "Yes." She took the flowers and extended her finger. Qin Zhao put the ring on her finger. Gu Lingyue smiled like a nightmare, as beautiful as peach blossoms. The flowers bloomed one after another, releasing a peerless fragrance. Qin Zhao got up and hugged Gu Lingyue tightly in his arms. The satisfaction of this moment made Qin Zhao want to abandon everything he had now, including the position of celestial venerate and the supreme power of domination. Having you in this life is enough. For this moment of satisfaction, all the hardships and pain he had endured over the past 1,000,000 years were worth it. Sister Shiwilian, I'm sorry. Forgive me for my selfishness. Perhaps. I'm willing to share Qin Zhao with you, but I don't know what Qin Zhao's intentions are. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely have a good talk with Qin Zhao about this. Gu Lingyue thought to herself. After a long while, Qin Zhao finally separated from Gu Lingyue. A mysterious smile appeared on Qin Zhao's face. Lingyue, I have a gift for you. A gift? Gu Lingyue looked at Qin Zhao expectantly. Come to think of it, Qin Zhao hadn't given her anything serious before. Therefore, she was looking forward to what Qin Zhao's first gift would be. Qin Zhao waved his hand and the heavens rumbled. The light of the great Tao surged throughout the universe. A line of words appeared in the 9 heavens, illuminating every corner of the primordial chaos universe. Lingyue, I promise you this life. I will not let you down in this life. It was a simple line of words, but Qin Shao used this method to tell all the living beings in the primordial chaos universe. This was equivalent to him making a promise to Gu Lingwei in front of all the living beings in the primordial chaos universe. It was a simple method, but it was also a little rough and explosive. It also showed Qin Zhao's determination to Gu Lingwei. Gu Lingyue's tears flowed uncontrollably when she saw the line of words in the 9 heavens. These were tears of happiness, of excitement, and of satisfaction. Gu Lingwei threw herself into Qin Zhao's embrace and sobbed, "Qin Shao, I will not let you down in this life either." Chapter 1489. Faint energy ripples the line of words formed by the grand mist aura shone brightly under the heavenly Tao's might. It would illuminate the grand mist universe for 100 years. This was the most direct expression, the most beautiful promise. 9 continents world, 9 continents city. At the peak of a mountain, a figure stood in the wind. The white satin on his body fluttered in the wind. Just by looking at his back, one could see the desolation and sadness in his heart. The entire mountain peak fell silent. It was filled with sadness. Even the birds, insects, and beasts quieted down, no longer making any noise. It was as if everything was silent. Yao Shiwilian stood there and looked up at the sky. She looked up at the 9 heavens and the huge characters formed by the primordial qi. "Little sister Lingwei, I wish you all the best. I truly wish you and Qin Shao the best. You two are a match made in heaven. Everything you've done for Qin Shao is worthy of Qin Zhao's protection. I envy you, but I'm not jealous. If fate doesn't exist, you can't force it. In the long river of time, having you two is also a kind of happiness. This will be my most precious and beautiful memory. It's a pity that we won't be reincarnated. Otherwise, I really hope that if there's a next life, I'll meet you before little sister Lingwei. I'll see if you can promise me a lifetime." The world of mortals had come to an end. The grass was bleak. Only a figure stood at the peak of the mountain. It was filled with endless loneliness. In fact, Yao Shiwilian had always thought of this result. It was just that she still had some fantasies, or rather, she didn't want to give up. Now, it was finally time for her to let go. A figure silently appeared by Yao Shiwilian's side. His clothes were as white as snow, bringing warmth and light to the area. Yao Shiwilian turned her head to take a look. It was none other than Baichuan Fusu, the handsome, elegant, and imposing Baichuan Fusu. Baichuan Fusu had an indescribable masculine charm. It was the kind of temperament that no girl could resist. It was hard to hate him. "Heartache?" Baichuan Fusu asked in a gentle voice. His clear eyes were looking at Yao Shiwilian, and his eyes were filled with warmth. Yao Shiwilian smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I'm not heartbroken. I already knew the result. I'm just a little sad. Most of it is happiness and blessings." Baichuan Fusu said, "I've seen many women turn into hatred because of love. The deeper the love, the deeper the hatred. The more they turn into demons for love, the more they fall into madness. You, on the other hand, are so open-minded." What can I do if I'm not open-minded? Crying, throwing a tantrum, and threatening to hang himself? Or to fight for it? Will there be any results? Will it make sense? That kind of thing is completely meaningless. I will definitely not do it. Moreover, compared to Gu Lingwei, I am indeed ashamed of my inferiority. Qin Shao and Gu Lingwei being together is the best result. What's there for me to hate? Yao Shiwilian smiled freely. Baichuan Fusu nodded. "That's true. But no matter how simple the logic is, when it really happens to you, how many people can let it go? It's really rare for you to be like this. Love is really a wonderful thing. No matter how strong you are, no matter how high you stand, love is not something you can have just because you want to. Just like how I can easily have everything, but I can't have true love. I'm willing to give you Yao Shiwilian my whole life, but your heart belongs to someone else. Is this the state of the world?" Baichuan Fusu had always had a good impression of Yao Shiwilian, and had taken the initiative to pursue Yao Shiwilian. However, Yao Shiwilian had rejected him before. Now that Baichuan Fusu had said this again, it was no doubt to express his feelings once more. Yao Shiwelian was a smart person and naturally understood what Baichuan Fusu meant. Now that the person she loved was going to marry someone else, her relationship with Qin Xiao might have been broken. Therefore, she should be able to put down her heart. A smile appeared on Yao Shiwelian's face. She looked at the sky and said, "No matter what the outcome is, my feelings for Qin Xiao will never change. So what if I can have it? So what if I can't have it? It doesn't mean that I won't be happy if I can't have it. Having it is happy, but not having it can also be happy. This memory is blissful. This sincerity is blissful. There are countless people who are lonely for life. What's one more?" Yao Shiwelian's words once again expressed her determination. In a roundabout way, she rejected Baichuan Fusu once more. Baichuan Fusu laughed bitterly. He had long expected this result, but he couldn't help but want to try. Humans were like that. They wouldn't give up until they tried. Perhaps this is fate. This is life. Baichuan Fusu was rather carefree. Qin Xiao and Gu Lingwei were finally going to be together and complete a major event in their lives. The wedding of the universe's ruler naturally had to be an unprecedented event. The entire God realm was busy preparing for Qin Xiao and Gu Lingyue's wedding. The 5 great sacred lands had all come to prepare. Even a master of the heavenly court and a master of the desolate land had personally come to ask what Qin Xiao wanted them to do. The 9 provinces world was in an uproar. The entire world was celebrating. Everyone was cheering and jumping for joy. They were all looking forward to the arrival of this unprecedented wedding. They were all preparing to welcome the big shots of the God realm into the 9 provinces world. Qin Xiao had promised Gu Lingyue his entire life. The 2 of them were going to get married. Naturally, they had to make a grand wedding for Gu Lingyue. Some of the wedding preparations were taken care of by others. Qin Xiao naturally didn't have to personally attend to them. Qin Tianding and his wife, Gu Yin and his wife. After a discussion, the 2 families decided on the date of the wedding. It was set to be 100 years later. 100 years was enough time for everyone to prepare for this unprecedented wedding. In the end, Qin Xiao also decided to hold the wedding in the 9 provinces world in the Qin Manor. However, the Qin Manor was still a little too small. Therefore, during this 100 years, the Qin Manor had to be expanded and renovated. After all, most of the people from the 5 great sacred lands would be attending the wedding. The saints of the God realm would also be present. Many sovereigns and powerhouses would be attending. For such an unprecedented wedding, Qin Xiao naturally attached great importance to it. He had to make it as grand as possible. Everyone in the Qin Manor was jubilant. Everyone was filled with anticipation for such an event. Qin Xiao and Gu Lingyue, the newlyweds, spent their days in the sea of flowers at the back of the mountain. They quietly enjoyed their time together as they waited for the arrival of the unprecedented wedding. On the other side, in the endless universe sea, Qin Zhao's clone and Jing Yang searched the surroundings of the primordial universe. They wanted to see if there were any hidden dangers around the primordial universe. Qin Xiao wouldn't be at ease if they didn't get to the bottom of this matter. After marrying Gu Lingyue, Qin Zhao's clone would bring Jing Yang and the others out of the primordial universe in search of the saint domain that he had always yearned for. That new world, new heaven and earth, new stage, and also a new starting point. Qin Xiao and Jing Yang searched outside the primordial universe, but didn't discover anything. Jing Yang, did you discover anything? Qin Xiao asked. Jing Yang shook his head and said, I haven't discovered anything yet. It seems like there's nothing there. If it could be disturbed so easily, then Baichuan and Fu Su would have discovered it long ago. It's just that I keep feeling that something isn't right. I keep feeling that there's something we've overlooked. I keep feeling that it's not that simple. We can't just say that there's nothing there. Qin Xiao nodded and said, Yes, Jing Yang, I have the same thought as you. I keep feeling that we must have overlooked something. Just because we can't detect it with the naked, it doesn't mean that there's nothing there. Maybe it's just that it's hidden too deeply. It's just that it's very difficult to hide in the endless universe sea. After all, the space in the universe sea is the true chaotic space. Even celestial venerables can't break it open. The chaotic space is very stable. The storms in the endless universe sea are also very terrifying. It's very difficult to stay in one place. It requires great strength. If it's a living creature, then even a celestial venerate wouldn't be able to threaten the primordial universe. If there's really an existence that surpasses the celestial venerate, then the primordial universe is just an ant. We simply can't stop it. If such an existence really wants to deal with the primordial universe, then there's no need to hide at all. They can just attack directly. The primordial universe really didn't have anything to worry about. After all, Qin Shao had already become the master of the primordial universe. As long as he was around, even a celestial venerate wouldn't be able to do anything to Qin Shao. If there really was an existence that surpassed the celestial venerate, then it would be impossible to guard against it. However, Qin Shao still had an inexplicable feeling in his heart. Besides the existence that surpasses the celestial venerate, there are still other powers that can threaten the primordial universe. Therefore, it's better for us to be careful, young master, Jingyang said. Qin Shao nodded. There were definitely such existences, but they were very rare. However, no matter how rare they were, there was still a probability of them existing. Qin Shao naturally wouldn't be careless. He couldn't joke about the safety of the primordial universe. Qin Zhao's gaze continued to carefully size up the surroundings, expanding the scope of his exploration a little further. Suddenly, Qin Shao stopped and stared at a spot in the void. Jingyang, look over there. Jingyang also looked over when he heard Qin Zhao's voice. Jingyang frowned slightly when he saw it. Young master, there's a faint fluctuation coming from there. It doesn't belong to the chaotic space fluctuation that should exist. It seems like there's something hidden there. Qin Shao nodded. Yes, I noticed it too. There's clearly a faint fluctuation coming from there, but we can't see it. Our consciousness can't detect it either. This means that something is hidden very deeply. It's definitely not simple to be able to hide so deeply in a universe ocean. It seems like there's really something dangerous lurking around the primordial universe. Jingyang, let's go over and check it out. Be careful. If there's any danger, just retreat immediately. Haha, young master, I'm no match for you in the primordial universe. However, outside, my strength is still comparable to yours. Jingyang laughed. Cough. Qin Shao smiled awkwardly. He had forgotten that this was not the primordial universe. Jingyang was a celestial venerate who had lived for a long time. In terms of strength, Qin Shao, who had just become a celestial venerate, was naturally no match for him. Therefore, it should be Jingyang taking care of Qin Shao. Young master, let's go. Let's be careful. If we join forces, there's nothing to be afraid of. Jingyang added. Chapter 1490. Ancient Fallen God Palace. It's here. The chaotic space here has been forcibly distorted. No wonder we can't see it with our naked eyes or with our divine senses. If we weren't close enough, we wouldn't have been able to detect it. This is a weak energy fluctuation. It's probably because too much time has passed that the distorted space has loosened a little. That's why this weak energy is leaking out. Come on, let's go in and see what's hidden in this distorted space. Qin Shao and Jingyang stopped at one spot. Qin Zhao's eyes shone with a mysterious light as they fell in the void. Qin Shao struck out with his palm. The powerful force was like a boulder hitting the surface of a lake. Immediately, a chaotic pit appeared. It was very difficult to tear open the chaotic space. Even with the combined power of Qin Shao and Jingyang, they might not be able to do it. However, Qin Shao didn't need to tear open the chaotic space. The space here was just distorted and folded up like a quilt. Therefore, all they needed to do was find a crack and force it open. Then they could enter it. This way, it would be much easier. With Qin Zhao's palm, a crack appeared in the chaotic space. Qin Shao and Jingyang quickly entered through the crack. After passing through the crack, the two of them quickly entered the distorted space. As soon as they entered, a cold, ancient aura rushed toward them. The peerless coldness made Qin Shao and Jingyang shiver involuntarily. This kind of coldness could directly seep into one's soul willpower. If a ruler were to enter, he would probably be frozen to death instantly. Even if a universe master were to enter, it would still be quite dangerous. Fortunately, Qin Shao and Jing Yang were both celestial masters, so they could withstand it. They just felt a little uncomfortable. Soon, their eyes fell on a huge, cold, and dilapidated ancient palace. The peerless, cold aura was emanating from it. At first glance, they couldn't help but feel their hearts palpitate. It was such a terrifying feeling. They felt as if they had smelled danger. What the hell is this? How could it emit such a terrifying and cold aura? They were celestial venerables, and they actually sensed a hint of danger. Just what kind of terrifying existence was this? This ancient palace was roughly the size of a city in the god world. It was pitch black and ice cold, and an extremely cold aura lingered around it. It was so cold that the closer one got to it, the more uncomfortable and tense it became. One could clearly sense the terrifying power that was emanating from it. This huge, ancient palace was frozen in the primal chaos void. No one knew how many epochs it had been there for. Cracks and broken pieces made the ancient palace look like it was riddled with scars. It was a ghastly sight to behold. How could a damaged palace emit such a cold and terrifying aura? What kind of power could destroy this ancient and huge palace to this extent? Qin Shao and Jing Yang glanced at each other. Both of them became cautious and cautiously approached that area. If it were a universe master, he wouldn't dare to get too close. The closer he got, the more he could feel the peerless, cold, and dangerous aura. The two of them quickly approached the ancient palace. It was cold and quiet. This kind of silence was terrifying. They felt that there was some kind of peerless and terrifying danger hidden under this silence. Yuan black meteoric iron. It's Yuan black meteoric iron. The entire palace is made of Yuan black meteoric iron. How much Yuan black meteoric iron did it take? Jing Yang cried out in surprise as soon as he got close to them. Yuan black meteoric iron? Qin Shao frowned slightly and looked at Jing Yang in confusion. He didn't know what this Yuan black meteoric iron was. However, for Jing Yang to be so surprised, it was obvious that it was not an ordinary item. It was definitely a precious item in the Great Thousand World. Jing Yang explained, "Young master, this Yuan black meteoric iron is relatively precious in the Saint Realm. The currency used in the Great Thousand World is Chaos Source Rock and Origin Crystal. You should know that it's very precious. Even in the Hongmeng universe, you can't collect much of it. At most, you'll be able to collect about 10,000 pieces. The price of this Yuan black meteoric iron is about 1 Chaos Source Rock per million kilograms. In other words, 10,000 Chaos Source Rocks can buy 10 billion kilograms of Yuan black meteoric iron. This huge and ancient palace is probably 100 million times more than the foundation of 10 billion caddies. That is to say, the raw materials of this huge, ancient palace alone are worth more than 1 trillion Chaos Source Rocks. If other things are included, the cost of building this ancient palace alone is at least 2 trillion Chaos Source Rocks. This is a very, very terrifying astronomical figure. What a good move. It's really a good move. It's too scary." After hearing Jing Yang's explanation, Qin Shao was shocked. If that was the case, it was indeed scary. It was a big move. It was no wonder that Jing Yang was so shocked. Qin Shao knew that the Chaos Source Rock was very precious and rare. It was the crystallization of the universe's Chaos Source Rock, the crystallization of the universe's origin energy. It was extremely precious. It should be known that a drop of Chaos Source liquid could almost directly elevate a fourth-step divine god to an almighty. A primal Chaos Source Rock was formed from countless drops of primal Chaos Source liquid. The value of a piece of Chaos Source Rock was not inferior to a universe treasure. 2 trillion Chaos Source Rocks. How terrifying was this number? It was unimaginable. What is the origin of the owner of this ancient palace? Qin Shao was even more curious. Jing Yang said, "The old master was an existence that surpassed a celestial master when he was alive, but his lifetime wealth was not even 1/100th of this palace. To be able to use such a huge amount of wealth to build a palace, I'm afraid that the realm of the owner is higher than that of the old master. If it's higher than that of the old master, then it's probably at the peak of the saint realm. Although I can't be sure for the time being, the origin of this ancient palace is definitely very great. It's very likely that it's a real sinner. To be able to be damaged to this extent, it must be the work of an even more powerful sinner. I'm afraid that there's an extremely terrifying thing behind this ancient palace that involves the existence of a great sinner in the great wide world. It's best that we don't investigate this matter. Otherwise, a trace of anger would be enough to obliterate us. Such an existence could easily destroy the primordial universe with a flip of his hand. Therefore, young master, I suggest that we stop here and don't continue investigating. Let's retreat. Upon hearing Jing Yang's words, Qin Shao felt even more insignificant. Although he was now a heavenly venerate, the origin master of the primordial universe. However, in the eyes of the entire great wide world, he was still very humble and insignificant. This feeling was similar to when he had just walked out of the origin world. Back then, he had become the origin master of the origin world and stood at the peak of the origin world. He was an invincible existence. However, after leaving the origin world and entering the divine world, he realized how big the world was and how weak and insignificant he was. Now, he felt exactly the same. It was this feeling of weakness that stimulated Qin Zhao's desire to become stronger and change the current situation. Only then could he live better and protect his family, friends, clansmen, and now the entire primordial universe. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "If it's really dangerous, then I'm afraid that this unknown danger will be a huge threat to the primordial universe. I definitely can't tolerate such a huge threat existing around the primordial universe. Who knows when we'll erupt? Therefore, I have to figure this out now so that I can be more at ease. No matter how great the danger is, we have to face it bravely. Let's go, Jingyang. Let's go in." Jingyang looked at Qin Shao. Since Qin Shao had said so, he naturally didn't dare to say anything more and went in. The two of them searched for the entrance. Although there were many broken places, they weren't entrances. After entering, they could truly enter the palace. If they wanted to enter the palace better, it was best to find the entrance of the palace. Only by entering through the entrance could they better understand the layout of the palace and better observe the entire palace. After searching for a while, Jingyang finally found something and pointed in a direction to Qin Shao. "Over there, young master." Qin Shao looked over and saw a door there. There were a few shocking cracks on the door. Upon closer inspection, Qin Shao discovered that some of these cracks had been created by swords, while others had been pierced through by spears. There were also claw marks, as well as irregular broken areas. There were many marks, and it was obvious that it wasn't made by one person, but by a group of people. Along the way, they didn't see many similar marks. From this, they could infer that something had happened before. A group of great evildoers fighting, or a group of people besieging one person. Qin Shao frowned slightly. Jingyang shook his head. It's hard to say just by looking at these marks. These marks show that the battle that took place here was very intense. They're all great evildoers. A battle between a group of great evildoers is too unbelievable. I have followed the old master in the sacred region for so many years, but I have never heard of such a huge battle. Young master, I have an inexplicable bad feeling in my heart. I feel that the more we come into contact, the more dangerous it will be. It might even bring disaster to the primordial universe. The great thousand worlds is too big. The primordial universe is just a drop in the ocean compared to the great thousand worlds. It is incomparably insignificant and pitifully weak. Any power is enough to easily destroy the primordial universe. We still have to be very cautious about this matter. One wrong step, and we may be doomed eternally. In the sacred region, heavenly venerables often die. Heavenly venerables are nothing in the sacred region. Qin Zhao's expression became a little solemn. He nodded and said, "Yes, I will be careful. But don't worry too much. This ancient palace has been here for God knows how many universe years. There shouldn't be any living creatures inside. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so quiet. There should have been some movement long ago. Chapter 1491. Ancient Corpse. Young Master, look over there. Jing Yang spoke again. Qin Shao looked over and saw 3 big words carved on a huge stone tablet. However, these words were very strange. They were not the common language of the great wide world. Qin Shao could not understand their shape and meaning. Logically speaking, even if it was not the common language of the great wide world, Qin Shao should be able to understand the meaning. Words were just a medium to transmit information. Words could change, but the meaning they expressed was the same. Therefore, no matter what kind of words you used to express it, it would mean the same thing. At Qin Zhao's level, he only needed to understand the meaning. However, the meaning of these 3 strange words in front of him was something that Qin Shao could not understand. It was very strange. What an ancient language. What kind of ancient existence was the master of this palace? I've seen these words once before. I remember that the old master also mentioned them once. They seem to be the words of the Xianbei tribe. Looking at these 3 strange words, Jing Yang studied them for a while and frowned. The meaning of these 3 words should be Fallen God Palace. It seems to be the name of this palace. Xianbei tribe? Is it very ancient? Qin Shao looked at Jing Yang in confusion. He naturally did not know anything about these things. Jing Yang nodded and said, "Yes, young master. The Xianbei tribe is very, very ancient. I've asked the old master before, and the old master said that he knew very little and only told me a little. The old master said that the Xianbei tribe was very ancient and powerful. In their heyday, they even dominated a sacred region. However, for some reason, they declined. It was said that the Xianbei tribe was wiped out. There are some rare legends about the Xianbei tribe in the sacred region. The words of the Xianbei tribe are unique, and only the Xianbei tribe can use them. Moreover, the Xianbei tribe has been around for too long. Even the old master could not express how long it has been. He only said that it was very ancient. Perhaps 10 billion universe eras, or even longer. 10 billion universe eras? Hearing such a unit of time, Qin Shao was really shocked. It was completely beyond his imagination. After all, he had lived until now. He had only lived for 1,000,000 years. Not to mention an era, even an ordinary god had lived much longer than Qin Shao. A universe epic's time was originally very long. Generally speaking, a universe epic's time was 184 trillion years. That was equivalent to the lifespan of 100 million ordinary gods. Such a long period of time was simply unimaginable. At the very least, it was a length that Qin Shao could not imagine. It was far too long. In the sacred region, the time. It was so ancient that it was so ancient that Qin Shao could not imagine how long it was time. Was age. Was saint. Was tribe. Was time? Time? Jing Yang seemed to see the shock in Qin Zhao's heart. He smiled and said, "Young master, there is no concept of years in the sacred region. The units of time are epochs, universe epochs, and turbid epochs. An epoch is equivalent to 184 billion years in the primordial universe, which is the limit of the lifespan of an ordinary god. This is an epoch. An ordinary god has an epoch of lifespan. This is also a kind of power that the heavens have bestowed upon the gods. A universe epoch is equivalent to 184 billion epochs, which is the lifespan of an epoch in the universe. The universe also has 9 by 9 returns to 1, the great calamity of chaos. Therefore, above that is the turbid epochs. Similarly, a turbid epochs is equivalent to 184 billion universe epochs. Those who can live for a chaos epoch are truly ancient existences. Only the strong can live for so long. Ordinary, celestial venerables cannot live for so long. The cruelty of the sacred region is even more powerful and terrifying. Therefore, it is very difficult for celestial venerables to live a good life. Therefore, generally speaking, those who can live for a chaos epoch are existences that surpass celestial venerables. However, the old master is more unfortunate. Although he is also an existence that surpasses celestial venerables, he only lived for a little more than 100 universe epochs. It is a pity. Qin Shao finally understood the unit of time in the sacred region. It was indeed very long. However, it was normal when he thought about it. After all, the sacred region could not be measured by the units of the primordial universe. Just like in the source world, 100 years was a long time for mortal beings. Ordinary mortal beings only had 100 years of lifespan, and many of them could not even live for 100 years. In that case, the Xianbei clan was an ancient power that existed at least 10 chaos epochs ago. It is indeed a little too ancient, Qin Shao said. Although Qin Shao hadn't gone to the Saint Domain yet, he could imagine that the Saint Domain would undergo a cleansing process every chaos epoch. The changes in the forces would be similar to a universe epoch in the Grand Mist universe. The sacred region should have expanded to a chaos epoch. 10 chaos epochs ago was quite ancient. No wonder it was said to have been destroyed. Jingyang nodded and said, "Yes, it is too ancient. Anyway, it is ancient in a way that is hard for us to imagine. The aura of the fallen god palace is indeed too ancient." It confirms this point. The Xianbei clan was able to use so much Yuan dark meteorite iron to build the fallen god palace. From all the signs, there should be no mistake. In that case, young master, we do not need to worry. There should not be any danger. In fact, we might even get an opportunity. The fallen god palace must have drifted in the endless universe ocean for a very long time before it finally stopped here. The several passages in the primordial universe may be caused by the energy that occasionally escapes from the fallen god palace. Qin Shao nodded and agreed with Jing Yang. There should not be any danger. Let's go in and check it out first. The two of them entered the fallen god palace. It was dark inside. Qin Shao used his divine light to light up the surroundings. The aura of the fallen god palace was very cold. There was an ancient aura everywhere. It was so cold that it made people's hearts tremble. Walking in it, one could not help but feel nervous. This nervousness came from the depths of their hearts. It was an instinctive sense of self-protection. Logically speaking, Qin Shao and Jing Yang were celestial venerables. If their instincts were to feel this way, one could imagine how terrifying the dangerous aura was. Moreover, the two of them felt that there was something hidden in the dark. It was this bad feeling that made them even more cautious. Our divine senses can't cover a large area here. The divine light can't illuminate much of the place. At most, it can only cover a range of 1,000,000 miles. It seems that it will take some time for us to check out the fallen god palace. Qin Shao frowned. This situation was a little strange. It should be known that their divine senses could easily cover the entire primordial universe. It could even extend beyond the primordial universe. However, it was greatly suppressed here. It was suppressed to a pitiful state. Jing Yang nodded with a straight face and said, "That's right, young master. This is definitely not simple. This cold and ancient aura is suppressing our divine senses and divine light. We can only check it out slowly." Many ruins could be seen in the fallen god palace. It was dilapidated everywhere. It was obvious that the inside had been destroyed. Traces of fighting could be seen everywhere. Some places were badly damaged. Some places were very ghastly, making them incomparably shocked. Seeing these things made Qin Shao feel how small he was. In the great wide world, he was nothing. He was just weak and pitiful. If he wanted to stand on a bigger stage and shine in the sanctuary realm, he had to be more powerful. Everywhere was a kind of motivation. Soon, an even colder aura came, causing Qin Shao and Jing Yang to frown at the same time. They were already holding their swords in their hands, ready to fight at any time. This was an extremely dangerous aura. Their gazes quickly landed on a certain spot. In the midst of the ruins, a corpse lay there quietly. It looked very strange. It was about 100 feet tall, which was not too big. It was roughly humanoid, but it had 4 legs and 6 hands. The skin on its body was also very strange. Half of it was bronze, and the other half was green. Its fists and legs were covered with black scales. It looked very strange. It was the first time Qin Shao had seen such a creature. However, The powerful aura emitted from the corpse made Qin Shao feel a little suffocated. It was so powerful and terrifying. What kind of creature was this? It had been dead for countless years, but the aura it emanated was still so terrifying. It was definitely an ancient monster. Jingyang frowned when he saw this. He couldn't recognize the origin of this life form either. Jingyang, you've never heard of him either? Qin Shao asked. Jingyang shook his head. That's right. I've never heard of him. He must be an extremely ancient creature. That's why I've never heard of him either. He does seem rather strange. He must be terrifyingly powerful as well. This creature is most likely a peerless world-level cultivator. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. Someone like him actually died here? World-level cultivator? Qin Shao looked at Jing Yang, a look of confusion on his face. He only knew of the Empyrean realm. Qin Shao knew that there were realms above the Empyrean realm, but Jing Yang had refused to tell him. Now that he was an Empyrean, he should be qualified to know about the realms above. Jing Yang nodded and said, Yes, young master. Let me explain it to you. Above the Empyrean realm are the Empyrean saints. The saints of ancient times were at this level. My old master was at this level. Empyreans aren't much in the saints. They are fairly ordinary figures. Although they aren't at the bottom of the hierarchy, they're still fairly common. Unless, of course, some extremely dangerous Empyreans can also have some status. For example, there are some freakishly powerful Empyreans who are comparable to Empyrean saints in power. There are a few such people in the saints as well. Empyrean saints can be considered experts in the saints. They can rule over a region or even become a minor lord. Only Empyrean saints can truly be considered figures with status. Above the Empyrean saints are the world-level cultivators. World-level cultivators are the true rulers of the saints. They can establish an enormous organization and can live for multiple chaos cycles, or even longer. They are truly eternal and can be described as monstrous monsters. Chapter 1492. Not dead. Empyrean. 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 World level. Qin Shao memorized these 3 levels of power. This was the direction in which he was going to work hard in the future. He was just an early Empyrean. There was still a long way to go before he could reach the Empyrean level. Qin Shao couldn't help but feel mixed emotions as he stared at the ancient, powerful figure lying dead within the rubble. Even such a powerful figure died here. The fact that his corpse has been here all this time means that he is completely and utterly dead. If he had another body, he definitely wouldn't have left it here. No matter how powerful one is, there is still the possibility of death. How far must a person go in their pursuit before they can stop? Qin Shao shook his head. Pursuit seemed to be an endless path, a path with no end in sight. In fact, it was a path of no return. The more powerful one was, the more one would realize just how small and insignificant one was. This was a feeling that Qin Shao had never experienced as a mortal. Qin Shao wanted to approach the corpse, but he quickly gave up. It's too powerful. There's no way to approach it at all. Jing Yang gave it a try, then shook his head as well. Right? It's too powerful. I can't approach it either. Even though it has been dead for countless eons, the aura emanating from this corpse is still so powerful that we can't resist it at all. There's no way we can approach it at all. This corpse's aura is extremely savage. The closer we try to get to it, the more powerful the attacks will be. There are no other items scattered around the corpse. Perhaps someone has already cleaned up the area. Or perhaps there's even a single treasure scattered around. That would be great. Yes, Qin Shao had noticed this problem long ago. How powerful would the weapons used by such a powerful figure be? If he could acquire even one of them, that would be a tremendous stroke of luck. But Qin Shao clearly didn't have such an opportunity. Let's keep going forward. Since there was no way to approach the corpse, they had to give up. The 2 of them continued forward. The Godfall Palace was filled with nothing but elemental black, meteoric iron. Qin Shao and Jing Yang had collected a lot of broken pieces of dark meteorite iron. These were also priceless treasures. Naturally, they would not let them go. The 2 of them didn't let go of anything they could collect. Therefore, although there was no other harvest along the way, he had collected quite a lot of Yuan dark meteoric iron. Soon, the two of them found another corpse. This time, he discovered a human. He had a sage-like demeanor, and his style of clothing was somewhat different from the people of the god realm. He even carried a sword on his back. At this moment, the sword was still on his back, hidden in the scabbard. The sword was not out of its scabbard, but Qin Shao and Jing Yang could feel an impatient sharpness emanating from the scabbard. It was as if the scabbard could no longer contain the sword, and the sword was about to rush out of the scabbard. So strong, so strong. Qin Shao and Jing Yang felt an inexplicable sense of fear, even though the sword was still in its scabbard. If this sword was unsheathed, perhaps the two of them would not be able to block it. Young master, judging from his attire, he should be an expert from the immortal region. His aura isn't any weaker than the aura of that strange life form from earlier. It seems likely that he is a world-level primordial monster, Jing Yang said. Qin Shao could sense it as well. This aura was simply too terrifying. Judging from his attire, as well as the immortal aura emanating from his aura, Qin Shao could tell that this was an ancient expert from the immortal region. Someone at that level of power had actually died in this place. We saw many terrifying sword scars on our way here. Most likely, they were left behind by this ancient expert from the immortal region. He truly is terrifyingly powerful. When the world happened in the fallen god palace, 2 world-level experts actually died here. Judging from the battle scars we saw on our way here, there were at least 5 ancient experts who took part in this battle. We've already found 2 corpses. Perhaps there are other corpses that we haven't found yet, Qin Shao said. Jing Yang nodded. Right, there are at least 5 living beings here. We've only found 2 corpses. From the looks of it, there should be more. I really don't know what in the world happened here for so many primordial monsters to fight to the death in this place. If there isn't some sort of deep-seated grudge behind this, then there must be some sort of shocking secret hidden here. Qin Shao shook his head. I feel as though the latter is more likely. There shouldn't be any sort of deep-seated grudge between primordial monsters like this. Even if there is, there shouldn't be so many primordial monsters involved in this. Thus, the most likely explanation is that there is some sort of shocking secret hidden here that would cause so many primordial monsters to fight to the death. A secret that would cause so many primordial monsters to fight to the death isn't something we can pry into for now. Forget it. Let's not think about these things for now. Let's keep watching. Jing Yang nodded, but his gaze was fixed on the back of the corpse of the immortal region expert, on the sword that was hidden with hidden sharpness. Stop looking. We won't be able to get close to it. Even if we do get close, we probably won't be able to take it away. This kind of thing isn't something we can covet. Qin Shao shook his head. They had already tried earlier, but there was no way for them to get close to it. Jing Yang said, Yes, young master. I also know that we can't get close to it, but let's still try. Maybe the owner of this body left something behind before he died, waiting for the fated person in the future. That's also possible. It was not impossible to say that such a possibility did not exist. However, Jing Yang obviously didn't have such luck. He went to try, but soon returned in failure. There was no way for him to get close to it. This was also a kind of helplessness. He could only look on helplessly, but there was no way for him to take it. Qin Shao and Jing Yang could clearly feel that the sword was powerful enough to threaten the existence of an ancient saint. Unfortunately, they couldn't take the sword. They could only admire it. Let's go. The two of them continued to move forward, checking along the way. This time, after a long time, the two of them came to a huge space. This place was badly damaged. There were ruins everywhere, and there was a scene of devastation. It was a scene of desolation, with broken fences and broken walls. This place was so badly damaged that it could be seen that the battle here was the fiercest. Obviously, there was something going on here. In the ruins, Qin Shao and Jing Yang found 3 corpses. One of the corpses looked a little like a demonic beast. Its body was much bigger than the demonic beast High Lord, but it didn't completely look like a demonic beast. There were still many differences, but the general outline was a little similar. This is the ancient Great Ape Clan, Jing Yang exclaimed when he saw the corpse. This was also the first life form that Jing Yang recognized. Qin Shao looked at Jing Yang curiously, waiting for Jing Yang to introduce the ancient Great Ape Clan. To be able to make Jing Yang so surprised, it seemed that the ancient Great Ape Clan had a big background. Jing Yang explained, "Young master, the ancient Great Ape Clan is still very famous in the long history of the Great Thousand World. At least, I have heard of the legends of the ancient Great Ape Clan long ago. It is said that in the ancient times, the ancient Great Ape Clan was also an overlord of the Great Thousand World. At their peak, they even ruled over 2 holy regions. They were so powerful that it was terrifying. However, the ancient Great Ape Clan has long been extinct. According to the historical records of the Great Thousand World, they were extinct about 20 chaos epochs ago. Now, it seems that this record is wrong. The ancient Great Ape Clan didn't go extinct at all. In other words, they didn't go extinct 20 chaos epochs ago. According to the situation that we have investigated, this battle should have happened 10 chaos epochs ago. The fact that there are corpses of the ancient great apes here means that there were still ancient great apes around 10 chaos epochs ago." Qin Shao nodded. That made sense. The ancient Great Ape Clan was really powerful. At their peak, they ruled over 2 holy regions. It was really unimaginably powerful. One must know that there were only 8 holy lands in the Great Thousand World. To be able to rule over 2 of them, one could imagine how terrifying it was. Not to mention ruling over 2 holy regions. Even ruling over 1 holy region was unimaginably powerful. In addition to the ancient Great Ape Clan, there were 2 humans. They were dressed very strangely, and one of them was holding a strange-looking scepter in his hand. This corpse was shrouded in powerful elemental power, forming a terrifying energy field that prevented Qin Shao and Jing Yang from getting close. Judging from the aura, this ancient great evil should be an ancient existence of the elemental holy region. There's also a corpse that should be from the Great Tao holy region. It exuded a trace of the Great Tao aura. Of course, this was just Qin Shao and Jing Yang's speculation. It might not be true. It was just a possibility. 5. There are already 5 corpses of the great evil. They all died here and perished together. This battle was really tragic. I really don't know what made these great evil go all out. Qin Shao was deep in thought. He was more or less curious about such things. Qin Shao looked around carefully again, but did not find anything else. Qin Shao looked in a direction and said to Jing Yang, "Jing Yang, do you feel any aura coming from there?" Jing Yang frowned deeply after sensing it carefully. He could not help but clench the sword in his hand tightly. He said in a low voice, "Young master, I feel it too. There's a terrifying aura coming from there, and there's actually the power of life in this aura. Could there be a living creature there?" A living creature? Qin Zhao's brows furrowed deeply as he stared at the other side. If there really is a living creature, then it would be unimaginable. If there is really a great evil here, then there is no way we can escape. Even if we return to the primordial universe, it will be useless. Since we are already here, whether it is a blessing or a curse, we will have to continue walking. Now, we have no other choice but to go over and take a look. If there is really a living great evil here, I believe that if we are honest, the other party may not be angry. We are just ants in the eyes of the great evil. There is no meaning in killing us. Jing Yang shook his head. This was the only way now. There was really no other choice. Since they had already come this far, there was no difference whether they retreated or not. Chapter 1493. Danger, danger. Thump. Qin Shao and Jing Yang could vaguely hear a strange sound coming from the depths of the palace. This sound was like the sound of an ancient life form moving with great difficulty. It was the sound of heavy footsteps on the ground. It was filled with an ancient and terrifying power. Just listening to it would make one shudder. They felt that there was some kind of danger over there. If they approached it rashly, their lives would be in danger. However, Qin Shao and Jing Yang did not flinch. They walked with great difficulty in that direction. They did not waver at all. The deeper they went, the closer they got, the more strange sounds they heard. Sometimes there was a thump, sometimes there was a sharp cry, sometimes there was the sound of flowing water, and sometimes there was an angry wail. The closer they got, the deeper Qin Zhao's frown became. Why were there so many strange sounds? Could it be that there was really a living thing in there? It did not make sense. This was the ancient fallen god palace. It was an extremely ancient existence. How could there be living things hiding in there? Living things that could survive in there for so long were probably great evils of the ancient times. It was impossible. Was there really a living great evils of the ancient times? Although Qin Shao and Jing Yang were somewhat worried, they still wanted to get to the bottom of the situation first. It was said that wealth came from danger. If there was danger, there might be a great opportunity. Qin Shao had experienced quite a number of such situations along the way. The more dangerous it was, the greater the opportunity. If they chicken out at the last minute, they might miss an opportunity. Qin Zhao's character had always been like this. He never flinched when he encountered danger. If he encountered an opportunity, he would definitely work hard to the end. The ancient fallen god palace was a relic of the ancient desolate tribe. It was full of mysteries. The mysteries of the ancient times were worth exploring carefully. Gasp! Suddenly, the two of them stopped. Their eyes widened as they looked into the distance. Was there a breathing sound? There was a light coming from the distance. They could vaguely see a figure sitting cross-legged in the light. They could not see the specific appearance clearly. They could only see a rough outline. The breathing sound was distant and deep. It was heavy and seemed to be very weak. However, it was so powerful that it made Qin Zhao's heart palpitate. He could feel the power. What a terrifying aura. Therefore, Qin Shao and Jing Yang could not help but stop. They carefully looked over there and became alert. Is it really a living thing? Qin Shao sent a message to Jing Yang. Although Qin Shao could sense some life, aura, it was extremely weak. It seemed to be there, but also seemed to be not. Therefore, Qin Shao was unable to confirm it for a while. However, there should be a figure sitting cross-legged in the light in the distance. But I can't be sure. Jing Yang was not sure. He thought for a while and said, I think the person sitting there should be someone from the ancient desolate tribe. Young master, you should have noticed that we did not find anyone from the ancient desolate tribe among the 5 corpses we found along the way. Logically speaking, there should be someone from the ancient desolate tribe in the fallen god palace. Therefore, the person sitting there should be someone from the ancient desolate tribe. We have checked all the other places. This is the only place left. Qin Shao nodded in agreement with Jing Yang's speculation. Yes, I think so too. It is very likely that the ancestor spirit of the ancient desolate tribe is here. The ancient desolate tribe was said to have been exterminated 10 chaos eras ago. If there are people still alive, they should be ancient beings from 10 chaos eras. Are they really still alive after such a long time? If they're really alive, why is their aura so weak? It feels like an oil lamp in the wind. It is swaying and may be extinguished at any time. Yes, this is what I can't figure out. The aura is pitifully weak. It comes and goes. It doesn't seem like a living thing at all. However, there's always a trace of life aura. It doesn't feel like they are dead. I don't know what is going on. Therefore, I can't help but wonder if there are other possibilities. Jing Yang shook his head. Other possibilities? Qin Shao looked at Jing Yang in confusion. Jing Yang shook his head and said, I am just saying. I can't think of other possibilities for now. Well, there is someone. Before Jing Yang could finish his words, a ghostly figure suddenly rushed out from the darkness. It was strange and powerful, gloomy and cold, vicissitude and ancient. The sudden appearance of the figure really frightened Qin Shao and Jing Yang. Their nerves were suddenly stretched to the extreme, and a trace of cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. That ghostly silhouette actually pounced over towards Qin Shao and Yi Zichen's side, bringing along a wave of death energy as it came over. Not good. Let's go, young master. It's dangerous. Jing Yang shouted anxiously. Qin Shao also smelled the extremely dangerous aura, so he didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately left quickly with Jing Yang, desperately running for their lives. The two of them could clearly feel the powerful aura chasing after them relentlessly, as if it wanted to kill them. Therefore, the two of them didn't dare to be careless. They flew out as fast as they could and fled quickly. After a long while, the two of them felt that the figure was no longer chasing after them. The aura didn't catch up with them, and the danger stopped. They ran all the way to the gate of the fallen god palace. Qin Shao suddenly waved his hand and stopped. "Wait!" Jing Yang, seeing Qin Shao stop, Jing Yang looked puzzled and said anxiously, "Young master, let's leave this fallen god palace quickly. If we don't leave now, I am afraid we will be in danger. Although we can't feel the figure, it may be intercepting us from another way. It doesn't necessarily mean that it has stopped chasing us. After all, we are not familiar with the fallen god palace. We don't know if there are other shortcuts to intercept us. Therefore, we must leave the fallen god palace quickly. Otherwise, we won't be able to make it in time. This is a matter of life and death. We can't be careless. Young master, let's leave quickly." However, Qin Shao didn't mean to leave. Instead, he frowned and said to Jing Yang with a serious face, "Jing Yang, don't you feel strange?" Strange? At this time, how could Jing Yang have a mind to think about other things? With such a terrible danger, he just wanted to leave with Qin Shao as soon as possible. Qin Shao continued, "No, Jing Yang, think carefully. The aura of the figure chasing us doesn't seem to be strong. Think about it carefully." Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Jing Yang was stunned. A light flashed in his mind. His thoughts returned, and his heart slowly calmed down. Yes, hearing this, Jing Yang suddenly remembered. It seems that the aura of the figure is indeed not strong. We were just too nervous just now. Moreover, the first impression is the strongest. We instinctively thought that the figure was an ancient great evil. Therefore, we were afraid. We didn't have a trace of fighting spirit at all. We just wanted to run for our lives. This is our instinctive first reaction, our hidden sense of self-protection. Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes, the first impression is the strongest. Our subconscious mind is controlling us. Therefore, we didn't dare to think too much at all. Our only thought was to run away. But when you calm down and think about it, you will find that something is wrong. If the figure chasing us is an ancient monster, how can we possibly escape from it? I am afraid that it can control us with just a thought, right? In front of a great evil, can we escape as smoothly as just now? Besides, didn't you find that the figure couldn't catch up with us at all? The distance between us widened all the way until it finally disappeared. The aura of the figure disappeared, not because it stopped chasing us, but because we shook it off. But our subconscious mind was only thinking of running away, so we didn't think in this direction at all. It was as if we had entered a fog. As the saying goes, those who are closely involved can't see clearly. But when you really see through this matter, you will find many problems." Jing Yang carefully recalled what had happened just now. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that it seemed to be what the young master had said. They had been in a hurry to escape just now, so they didn't think too much. But after thinking carefully, they could still feel some things. After removing the layer of dark clouds, they could see many things clearly. Their eyes were covered by the dark clouds, so they couldn't see anything clearly. Qin Shao continued, "The figure chasing us, I felt that his aura was at the level of a universe master. I'm afraid he is not even a half-step celestial master. Could it be that there is a living universe master among them? A descendant of the Xianbei race? A descendant of the Xianbei race? That's impossible, right?" Jing Yang shook his head and said, "Young master, the Xianbei race was annihilated 10 chaos years ago. If there is really a descendant of the Xianbei race living here, then he should have lived here for 10 chaos eras. The bloodline of the Xianbei race is very powerful, and they have inherited the talent, and the potential of each one of them should not be weak. If a descendant of the Xianbei race really lived for 10 chaos eras and couldn't even become a celestial master, then it would be the biggest joke in the world. I'm afraid that any universe master who can live for 10 chaos eras can at least become a celestial master. Even if they are forced to grind, they should be able to reach that level." Qin Shao nodded. Jing Yang's words made sense. Thinking about it, it was indeed impossible. 10 chaos eras was an unimaginably long period of time. Such a long period of time was indeed hard to grind. If they couldn't, then it was impossible for them to live for so long. If it was not someone from a Xianbei race, then who could it be? There were a few corpses of ancient great evildoers lying inside. So how could there be a weak universe master? Qin Shao had a guess. Could it be that a universe master who was wandering in the endless universe ocean entered Fallen God Palace by chance, and that's why he stayed in Fallen God Palace? Jing Yang agreed with this guess. He nodded and said, "Yes, I also thought of this possibility. For now, this should be the most likely possibility. Young master, it's easy to find out the answer. We just have to catch that pretentious guy, and we'll know. Judging by his appearance, he should have stayed in Fallen God Palace for a long time. Perhaps he knows something about it. We've only been here for a short time, so we only took a brief look. There are many things we didn't study in detail." Chapter 1494. Run, run. A figure was hiding in the dark. He was wearing black clothes and was surrounded by a thick layer of black fog, giving off a strong and gloomy power. Coupled with the aura here, he looked especially scary and eerie, like a demon in the dark. Those two must have left. After staring for a while, the black-clothed man finally retracted his gaze. He secretly let out a sigh of relief, feeling as if he had escaped a calamity. Two celestial masters. That universe gave birth to two celestial masters. How scary. Celestial master, what a desirable state. If I can become a celestial master, I can leave this damned place and slowly find the legendary Saint Domain. What a pity. Now I'm trapped in this horrible place, and I don't dare to leave. If I stay here, I don't know when I can become a celestial master. There are no conditions for cultivation here. It's too difficult to become a celestial master here. It's difficult. The black-clothed man looked miserable and shook his head helplessly. What he saw in front of him was darkness, a path with no light. But he was already on this path, and there was no way back. He could only walk this path to the end. There was no other choice. I thought that after leaving the universe, the path ahead would be bright, and I could slowly find Saint Domain, enter a new world, and everything would be a new beginning. But only now do I realize how childish and laughable it was. For a universe master to leave the universe, that's simply courting death, said Luophone. The endless universe ocean is full of endless dangers. A universe master can only drift in it, and there's no way for him to find Saint Domain. It's too dangerous, too dangerous. If I'm not lucky, I'm afraid I'll die in this endless universe ocean. It's a pity that I can't go back to the universe. Otherwise, I'd rather wait until the chaos disaster comes than leave. Sigh, but I can't go back. I can't go back. Huh, not good. The black-robed man's expression suddenly changed, and he became nervous. He smelled the arrival of powerful auras. Two figures suddenly walked out. Weren't these the two Empyreans from before? The man in black wanted to run, but there was no way to run anymore. The road was completely blocked. Moreover, he did not have the ability to run in front of two celestial venerables. He did not even have the courage to make a move. Qin Shao and Jing Yang descended and blocked the way from both sides, completely blocking the black-clothed man here. Plop! After the black-clothed man looked at Qin Shao and Jing Yang, he unexpectedly did something that surprised Qin Shao and Jing Yang. He directly knelt down and repeatedly begged for mercy. "Your Highnesses, please spare my life. Don't kill me. I just wanted to scare you. I didn't mean to disgust you. Please forgive me." From the voice of the black-clothed man, Qin Shao could clearly feel the other party's fear. However, such an action really stunned Qin Shao and Jing Yang, and they looked at each other in confusion. This was a universe master. How could he be so timid and afraid of death? No matter what, a universe master was an existence that stood at the pinnacle of a part of the universe. Even when facing Empyrean, there was no need to be so timid. Besides, Qin Shao and Jing Yang did not intend to do anything to him. They had not even made a move, but he had directly knelt down and begged for mercy. This feeling was really strange. If it had been an ordinary godly spirit, it would have been understandable. However, after all, this was a universe master. Besides, judging from the aura of the other party, he should be a universe master who was rather experienced. Universe masters who are able to survive in the endless universe ocean should be quite powerful. Get up first, Qin Xiao said. We didn't say we were going to kill you. Ah. Upon hearing Qin Xiao's words, the man in black was taken aback. He raised his head and looked at Qin Xiao in surprise. Suddenly, a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. You really won't kill me? Only then did Qin Xiao get a clear look at the appearance of this man in black. He was quite good-looking, with a round face. When he smiled, he gave people the impression that he was a little, well, it could be said that he was cute. For a moment, Qin Xiao could not describe the feeling this man in black gave people. He did not have the majesty that a universe master should have. Instead, he gave people the impression that he was unscrupulous, just like Brother Pure. No matter how powerful he had become, his character had not changed much. He was always laughing and joking. He did not have a proper appearance, let alone a majestic aura. This man in black in front of them was more or less the same. Therefore, if one did not look at his aura, it would be hard to believe that he was a universe master. We have no grudge against you, Qin Xiao said again. Why should we kill you? That's true. Only then did the man in black feel relieved and stand up. He even made a gesture of scratching his head. He smiled foolishly at Qin Xiao and Jing Yang and said, It seems that I was a little too nervous. I apologize for what happened just now. I didn't mean it. It was just an instinctive self-protection. I was really afraid that you two celestial masters would kill me after discovering me. All these years of wandering have indeed made people a little frightened. Jing Yang said lightly, I think you are as timid as a mouse. Cough, cough. The man in black laughed awkwardly and said, Maybe. Cough. Actually, I was not this timid in the past. Maybe the experience after leaving the universe has made me this timid. Jing Yang did not say anything more. Timidity was a person's character. It was something ingrained in his bones, and it was hard to change. It was indeed the first time he had seen such a timid universe master. None of the universe masters from the Hongmeng universe were afraid of death. They could face life and death very frankly. At least, they were not afraid of death. There had never been a situation where they knelt and begged for mercy in the face of danger. Even if they wanted to beg for mercy, they would not be so humble as to kneel. However, this was just a person's character, so Jing Yang would not say much. Qin Xiao shook his head and smiled faintly. He did not continue to pester the man in black on this issue. Instead, he said, How should I address you? Which universe are you from? How long have you been in this fallen god palace? The man in black immediately said, Celestial Master, I am from the Kunlun universe. My name is Yin Lu Qing Shan, and my title is Kunlun Immortal Emperor. Kunlun Universe, Kunlun Immortal Emperor. Qin Xiao repeated in his heart. Although he had a map of the Great Thousand Worlds, the map did not allow him to know where the other universes were. It only marked out some universes, but the lifespan of a universe was only 9 universe eras. Therefore, the corresponding universes were not accurate. It was difficult to find the universes on the map of the Great Thousand Worlds. The title was the same as the universe. From this, it was enough to see that Kunlun Immortal Emperor was very powerful. At least in the Kunlun universe, he must be one of the best. Otherwise, he would definitely not dare to use the title Kunlun. Just like the Hongmeng ruler in the Hongmeng universe, daring to use Hongmeng as a title was a symbol of strength. So, your universe is an immortal cultivation system? Qin Xiao asked. Celestial masters should correspond to universe masters. Kunlun Immortal Emperor nodded and said, Yes, Celestial Master. Our universe is an immortal cultivation system. You two Celestial Masters should be from the Great Path cultivation system. Qin Xiao nodded slightly and said, Yes, we are from the Great Path cultivation system. The system is different, but the path is the same. This is not important. My name is Qin Xiao, and my title is Mountain River. He is Jing Yang. Tell us about your situation. We're a little curious about you. Hearing Qin Xiao take the initiative to introduce himself, Kunlun Immortal Emperor also noticed Qin Xiao's kindness, and his nervous heart was completely relaxed. It seemed that he was indeed too timid. He had no enmity with the two celestial masters, and the two celestial masters did not have a reason to kill him. The Kunlun Immortal Emperor immediately explained his situation in detail. After listening, Qin Shao understood the general situation of Kunlun. It turned out that Kunlun Immortal Emperor had left the Kunlun universe more than one universe era ago, and the Kunlun universe was just born. When he left, he had just reached the end of the first universe era. Kunlun Immortal Emperor was the third universe, Masterborn, in the Kunlun universe. However, in terms of strength, he was the strongest master in the Kunlun universe. After being lonely like snow, Kunlun Immortal Emperor chose to leave the Kunlun universe and wanted to find Saint Domain. However, after leaving the Kunlun universe, he realized that the world was much crueler and more dangerous than he had imagined. He left the Kunlun universe with incomparable longing. He wanted to find another world and a brand new stage. However, after leaving the universe, Kunlun Immortal Emperor realized that everything was different from what he had imagined. The endless universe ocean was too dangerous. Everywhere was filled with danger. There were a few times when he almost died in the sudden danger. He was lucky that he was able to survive again. Even more lucky was that after wandering in the endless universe ocean for half a universe era, he was finally lucky enough to find the Fallen God Palace. It was also an accident that he found the Fallen God Palace. He encountered a terrible universe storm and was finally swept into the distorted space. That was how he found the Fallen God Palace. After entering the Fallen God Palace, Kunlun Immortal Emperor was scared and wanted to run away, but in the end, he stayed in the Fallen God Palace. Staying here was better than drifting around in the endless universe ocean, wasn't it? Anyway, he was scared. He felt that if he continued to wander in the endless universe ocean, he would soon die. Staying in the Fallen God Palace was, at least relatively speaking, safer. Therefore, Kunlun Immortal Emperor stayed in the Fallen God Palace for more than half a universe era. His hometown, Kunlun Immortal Emperor, should have just entered the third universe era. It was still a relatively young universe, so Kunlun Immortal Emperor regretted it. If he had known, he would not have left his hometown in a hurry. He should have waited 9 universe eras before. But now, there was no medicine for regret. He had no way to return to the Kunlun Immortal Domain. Kunlun, you have only wandered for half a universe era before coming to the primordial universe. In that case, your hometown should not be too far from here, Qin Shao said. Kunlun Immortal Emperor said, maybe, I'm not sure. After all, I have no sense of distance or direction when I wander in the endless universe ocean. So now, I have no idea where my hometown is. In this vast universe ocean, there's no place to find it. Huh? Before Kunlun Immortal Emperor finished speaking, the three people's expressions suddenly changed. An extremely terrifying aura seemed to awaken in the distant depths. Danger! You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.